The prodigy awakens to become the first ever super divine class in history, leaving even the emissary from the stars speechless with shock. Xiaobai, don't be nervous. Grandpa has faith in you. Jiang Tianhe, the lord of Tianzong City, said as he gazed at his remarkably outstanding grandson with eyes full of expectation. Your parents were both exceptional in their lifetimes. You won't fall short. Now that you've said that, I'm actually feeling more nervous, Jang Yubai replied with a light chuckle, looking at his grandfather, a legendary warrior clad in black armor, still vigorous despite being in his 80s. Choosing a class was a pivotal moment in life. Starting off poorly would make the path to godhood 100 times harder. In this era of class transitions spanning a millennium, and with the advent of the Starry Sky Universe era, everyone had the opportunity to ascend to godhood. Those who reached the 9th level of transition could receive a divine mission, completing which would allow them to join the cosmic battlefield. Let's go. We shouldn't keep Special Envoy Luo waiting, Jiang Tianhe urged. Ever since the death of his only son and daughter-in-law, he had poured all his love into this sole grandson. In the living room stood a woman in a purple tasseled gown, her face partially veiled. Her demeanor was as cool and elegant as a violet. Special Envoy Luo, thank you for waiting. Jiang Tianhe greeted respectfully. Jiang Yubai thought to himself, so it really is a female envoy. As a high school senior, he was supposed to participate in the collective awakening yesterday, but had followed his grandfather's arrangement to awaken privately at home today. Luo Ziwei's gaze passed over Jiang Tianhe and fell upon the young man. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. The boy was even taller and more striking than Jiang Tianhe, his starry eyes brimming with vigor and his appearance extraordinarily handsome. Let's begin, she said, waving her delicate hand. A peculiar stone with a radiant, multicolored aura appeared before her. The awakening divine stone. Zhang Yubai exclaimed in awe. Place your hand on the stone and focus your mind, Luo Ziwei instructed. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yubai gently placed his hand on the divine stone. Boom! In an instant, the stone erupted with a dazzling brilliance, enveloping the young man entirely in its radiant glow. This is an awakening phenomenon. Jiang Tianhe's tiger-like eyes widened in excitement. Luo Ziwei's almond-shaped eyes gleamed. Such a phenomenon indicates potential beyond glass. Jiang Tianhe's face quivered with emotion, his eyes moist. Yufeng, Qiuyan, are you seeing this? Could it be a mage-type class? Luo Ziwei, a student from the Mage Academy of the Starry Sky Academy, wondered. She had other tasks to accomplish on this trip. It must be a warrior class. Jiang Tianhe silently prayed, hoping his grandson would uphold the family tradition. Seconds later, the multicolored light condensed behind Jiang Yubai into a massive circular disc with a pointer in the center. What class is this? Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe exchanged puzzled glances, racking their brains, but unable to recall any similar class. A new class. Jiang Tianhe's hands trembled as he laughed with exhilaration. A new class with potential beyond glass. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared before Jiang Yubai's eyes. You have awakened the Super Divine Class Lottery Master. Super Divine Class? He was stunned. Since the beginning of the transition era, the highest initial class potential had been divine. Even divine classes had only emerged after the Starry Sky Universe era began. With a single thought, the class panel appeared before him. Name, Jiang Yubai. Class, Lottery Master Super Divine. Level, LV10200. Base attributes. Strength, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Intelligence, 1000. Growth attributes. Health points, 10,000. Defense, 10,000. Energy, 10,000. Hiss. Zhang Yubai took a sharp breath. 3 years ago, Luo Qingxian awakened a divine class with base attributes of only 100 points, yet his were 10 times greater. Eagerly, he glanced at the skill section, and the most astonishing information leapt out at him. Store your mind for 1 minute to draw a lottery. Permanently storing guarantees a super divine reward. Zhang Yubai stared in disbelief at the skill panel displayed before him, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. 2 starting skills, he murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously brushing across the virtual interface. To think that even a prodigy like Luo Qingxian only had 1 initial skill, this completely upended his understanding of the game mechanics. He carefully examined the details of the 2 skills. House always wins. Passive, LV1. When other players use your prize wheel for a draw, you are guaranteed to receive the same reward as the player. Prize wheel LV1 allows you to place a classic circular prize wheel divided into multiple sections containing rewards such as experience points, equipment, coins, and skills and, of course, the occasional better luck next time. Each time another player uses the wheel, you gain experience points. House always wins. Jiang Yubai repeated the name softly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It sounds like something a casino owner would have, but this effect is perfect if someone spins the wheel. I profit every time. His mind raced. If this is just the level 1 effect, does that mean at level 2 or 3, the rewards might even double? Taking a deep breath, Jang Yubai tried to calm his excitement. Initially, he had hoped to awaken as a warrior or a mage, imagining himself as either a cunning frontline fighter or a commanding spellcaster. But now, this seemingly non-combative prize master class filled him with unexpected joy. An overpowered prize master, what a delightful surprise, he thought to himself. It doesn't matter if I don't have attack skills for now. They'll come eventually. What thrilled him even more was this class' unique leveling system. No need to fight monsters. Simply having other players spin the prize wheel would earn him experience points. This gameplay was somewhat reminiscent of life professions like alchemists, potion makers, and blacksmiths. When his gaze shifted to his base and growth attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. In this world, one base attribute point translated to 10 corresponding growth attribute points. Strength determined health, constitution determined defense, and intelligence determined energy. As a super tier class, he gained 1,000 base attribute points and 1,000 free attribute points per level, a staggering 10 times more than regular classes like Luo Qingxian. With this kind of defense, I doubt any level 1 player from another class could even scratch me, Jang Yubai thought smugly. Even if I'm not a combat class, with such ridiculously high stats, who could possibly challenge me? As he immersed himself in exploring the possibilities of his new class, Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei remained silent, patiently waiting for the anomalies to subside and for the awakening ceremony to conclude. To them, every second felt like an eternity. The disc behind Jang Yubai slowly rotated, eventually transforming into a radiant spectrum of light that was absorbed by the awakening divine stone. The strange phenomena dissipated shortly after. Luo Ziwei swiftly stored the awakening divine stone, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yubai's face. Xiaobai. Jiang Tianhe called softly, his tense body finally relaxing as he saw his grandson's eyes gradually open. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath, turned to look at Jiang Tianhe, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Grandfather, I didn't bring shame to the Jiang family. These words seemed to unlock a floodgate of emotions within Jiang Tianhe, and his hearty laughter echoed through the hall. Jiang Yubai, did you awaken a new profession? Luo Ziwei took a few graceful steps closer, her bright eyes shimmering with curiosity. Jiang Yubai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Jiang Tianhe. Understanding his grandson's hesitation, the elder spoke in a deep voice. Xiaobai, Miss Luo is a prodigy of the Starry Sky Academy and the awakening envoy for Tianzong City. There's no need to hide anything from her. As the city lord, Jiang Tianhe had used his privileges to invite Luo Ziwei to the Jiang residence. With his grandfather's approval, Jiang Yubai nodded and admitted, yes, it's a new profession. Is it a mage? Luo Ziwei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jiang Yubai shook his head, and a trace of disappointment flickered in her gaze. Then it must be a warrior class, Jiang Tianhe said, his voice filled with hope. Being from a family of warriors, he firmly believed their legacy would continue. No, Jiang Yubai replied simply, and those two words froze the smile on Jiang Tian's face. Then what type is it? He asked. I'm not entirely sure myself, Jiang Yubai answered honestly. His response made Jiang Tianhe increasingly anxious, his tiger-like eyes filled with worry as he feared it might be a support or non-combat profession. What's the name of the profession? Luo Ziwei asked, her delicate brows furrowed. Lottery Master, Jiang Yubai replied. Lottery Master? Both of them exclaimed in unison, recalling the earlier phenomenon, the familiar disc and pointer, often seen in various lottery activities since the advent of the profession era. Though the words Lottery Master were individually comprehensible, their combination left the two momentarily baffled. The name was far too peculiar, something neither had ever heard of before. What exactly is a Lottery Master? Luo Ziwei asked, her inquisitive eyes fixed on Jiang Yubai. Jiang Tianhe also stared intently at his grandson. Jiang Yubai pondered for a moment. The term Lottery Master should be pretty self-explanatory, no? Seeing Luo Ziwei's furrowed brows, Jiang Tianhe quickly intervened. Miss Luo is asking you to explain the profession's skills. A lottery master, as the name suggests, involves lotteries. As Jang Yubai explained, he activated his skill. In an instant, a 2-meter-wide, multicolored disc appeared in front of him, with a dazzling, radiant pointer at its center. Jang Yubai noticed his energy depleted entirely in an instant, and the lottery disc skill turned gray. A system notification informed him, current level allows only one lottery disc to be placed. When Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei discerned the details on the disc, they both widened their eyes in unison, utterly speechless with shock. The lottery wheel quietly appeared before the crowd, marked with various prizes. For 1,000 gold coins per spin, one could win experience points, gold coins, attribute points, skill books, equipment, or pet eggs, or, of course, end up with a thank you for participating. The wheel clearly stated the rule. Each person could only spin it once per day. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei's gazes froze on the wheel simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. This wheel bore an astonishing resemblance to the treasure chests they had encountered in the dungeon's secret realm. Luo Ziwei's jet-black eyes sparkled with shock. She knew that while ordinary treasure chests could yield gold coins, equipment, skill books, and pet eggs, they would never offer rare rewards like attribute points or experience points. Even more astounding was the fact that treasure chests were single-use, whereas this wheel could be used daily. 1,000 gold coins per spin. Luo Ziwei calculated silently. While this price was steep for ordinary professionals, it wasn't entirely out of reach. And for someone like her, a student at the prestigious Shinkong Academy, even a cost of 10,000 gold coins per spin would be easily affordable. Forcing herself to look away, she turned to glance at the handsome young man beside her. Through her violet veil, her expression was filled with astonishment. A lottery master. Could this be an SS potential profession? As a legendary powerhouse second only to god-tier beings, Jiang Tianhe's perspective was naturally broader. To him, this lottery wheel was essentially an upgraded, permanent treasure chest, with a prize pool that far surpassed ordinary chests. The thought left him barely able to contain himself. This child's profession potential is at least SS tier perhaps even god tier. In the hundreds of years since the start of the galactic universe era, god tier potential professions had been exceedingly rare. Jiang Tianhe looked at his beloved grandson, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. Finally, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Wasn't this the perfect example of surpassing one's predecessor? However, to Jang Yubai, the scene before him appeared entirely different from what the other two saw. In his vision, the wheel displayed far more detailed information. A permanent, indestructible lottery wheel, costing 1,000 gold coins per spin. Prizes are categorized by quality: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with probabilities as follows: 0.00001, 0.0001, 0.001, 0.01, 0.1, 1, and 10, respectively. Rewards include experience points, ranging from 1 to 1 million, gold coins, ranging from 1 to 1 million, attribute points, ranging from 1 to 10,000, skill books, from basic to divine tier, equipment, from basic to artifact level, pet eggs, from basic to divine beasts. Thank you for participating. 90 probability. Special rule: 1 guaranteed win per day can be designated, but the prize must be of purple quality or higher, and the lottery master cannot participate in the spin. Reading this information, Jang Yubai's heart raced uncontrollably, pounding fiercely in his chest. Divine tier rewards. This will could actually produce divine tier rewards. The discovery left him doubting his own eyes. Artifacts, divine skills, mythical beasts, these words alone are enough to make any career changer lose their mind. Jiang Yubai stood there, his gaze fixed on the prize wheel before him, carefully weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He knew full well that if word got out that his wheel could yield divine-level rewards, even those lofty god-tier powerhouses would come swarming. To them, he would be nothing more than a golden goose. His eyes flicked briefly to Jiang Tianhe beside him, and he made a silent vow. This secret must never be revealed. With Jiang Tianhe's current strength, there was no way he could protect him. To ensure safety, he would need the protection of at least a high-level god-tier powerhouse. The logic was simple enough even a child could grasp the meaning of an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Jiang Yubai, what potential rank is the profession of a lottery master? Luo Ziwei suddenly asked, breaking his train of thought. Definitely SSS rank. Jiang Tianhe answered eagerly, his face brimming with pride, as if he could already see his grandson's name echoing across the starry cosmos. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Grandfather is correct. It is indeed SSS rank. While SSS rank was considered top tier in this era of burgeoning talent, it still fell short of being truly supreme. Across the many human-inhabited planets, countless SS rank geniuses were born every year. SSS rank, as expected. Luo Ziwei's lips curved slightly as she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief for reasons unclear. A hint of disappointment flickered across Jiang Tianhe's face. Was evident he had been hoping his grandson would achieve god-tier potential and earn a direct ticket to the Starry Sky Academy. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and burst into hearty laughter. Haha, as expected of my grandson, Jiang Tianhe's descendant. With an SS rank potential profession, the future is limitless. Jiang Yubai discreetly observed Luo Ziwei's reaction. Seeing that she showed no suspicion, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. This was precisely the advantage of his new profession. Even someone as perceptive as Luo Ziwei couldn't discern the true rank of a lottery master. Can I try spinning the wheel? Luo Ziwei asked suddenly, her gaze fixed on the prize wheel. Of course, Jiang Yubai replied after a brief hesitation. He was well aware that leveling up required others to participate in the lottery to generate experience points. Each person could spin only once per day, and the more people who participated, the faster he could level up. Luo Ziwei pulled out 1,000 gold coins from her backpack and approached the wheel. Would you like to spend 1,000 gold coins for a spin? The system prompt immediately appeared. Yes. The gold coins floated into the air, merging into the rainbow-colored glow surrounding the wheel before vanishing. The wheel's multicolored pointer began to spin, starting slowly and then picking up speed, while the surrounding vibrant lights grew even more dazzling. Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe stared unblinkingly at the rapidly spinning pointer, while Jang Yubai waited for his experience points to roll in. After just 4 or 5 seconds, the pointer began to slow down, eventually coming to a stop in a glowing green section. A notification immediately appeared before Jiang Yubai. You have gained 100 experience points. He mentally calculated. Looks like each spin only grants 100 experience points. I'll need more participants to level up. A glimmer of excitement flashed through Luo Ziwei's eyes. Above the wheel, a message appeared for all to see. Congratulations! You have won 500 free attribute points. At the same time, Jiang Yubai received another system notification. Passive skill, House Always Wins activated. You have gained 500 free attribute points. It's real? It's actually real. You can really draw attribute points. Luo Ziwei stared unblinkingly at the profession panel, where the free attribute points section now displayed an additional 500 points. Her willow-like eyebrows relaxed, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Turning her gaze toward the handsome young man standing by the lottery wheel, Luo Ziwei's emotions surged once more. As a seasoned professional, she was well aware of how precious attribute points were. Even in the new era of the Starry Sky universe, the ways to obtain attribute points were still limited to leveling up and task rewards. While equipment and potions could boost attributes, they didn't represent a professional's true core strength. And now, this young man before her had created an entirely new way to acquire attribute points. Exchanging 1,000 gold coins for 500 attribute points, such an astonishing conversion ratio made even the well-experienced eldest daughter of the Luo family feel her heart race. With millions of gold coins at her disposal, what could this possibly mean? Lottery Master. Luo Ziwei fixed her gaze on Jiang Yubai, pondering to herself, the potential of this profession is far beyond just SS rank. Without hesitation, she decided to secure a guaranteed admission spot at the Starry Sky Academy for Jiang Yubai. Her slender fingers swiftly slid through her contact list, finding the number of Shan Wenrui, the dean of the Mage Academy. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhe was equally stunned as he looked at the display on the lottery wheel. As a seasoned 9-turn legendary powerhouse, he had initially doubted whether the wheel could truly yield attribute points. But reality had delivered a heavy blow to his skepticism. Not only could it produce attribute points, but it might also grant even more astonishing rewards. This realization left Jiang Tianhe with mixed emotions. As the city lord, he knew all too well that, in the eyes of those exalted god-level powerhouses, even someone like Hyman, esteemed legendary figure, was no more than an ant. Protecting his grandson had now become his top priority. Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Tianhe's gaze briefly swept over Luo Ziwei, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. As one of the 3 sacred grounds of humanity, if Jiang Yubai could gain admission, it would be equivalent to gaining a powerful ally. Grandpa, aren't you going to take a spin? Jiang Yubai's voice interrupted their thoughts. For him, all it took was one more spin from his grandfather, and he could level up. He was eager to see how the banker takes all ability and the lottery wheel would change after the upgrade. Huh? Oh, yes, I'll give it a try. Jiang Tianhe put aside his worries, offering a warm smile as he pulled out 1,000 gold coins and approached the wheel. At that moment, Luo Ziwei frowned slightly. Her mentor still hadn't responded to her message. Could they be in a dungeon or secret realm? She wondered, shaking her head before looking up at Jiang Tianhe, who was about to take his turn at the lottery. The gold coins vanished into the wheel, and a radiant light began to flicker. Jiang Tianhe watched the spinning wheel with anticipation, secretly envious of Luo Ziwei's 500 attribute points. After all, even god-level powerhouses coveted free attribute points. Would you like to use the guaranteed win feature? Yes. Jiang Yubai immediately used the on separate guaranteed win option without hesitation. 7 or 8 seconds later, the wheel began to slow, eventually coming to a stop. In front of the multicolored pointer, all other hues faded away, leaving only a radiant orange glow shining brilliantly. Jiang Yubai's eyes widened suddenly, disbelief written all over his face. He stared intently at the lottery result in front of him. Orange. Among the reward tiers of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, orange signified a legendary reward. This meant that Jiang Tianhe had just hit the 0.0001 chance of drawing a legendary reward. Thinking back to the earlier blue reward, Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei exchanged astonished glances. At that moment, golden text appeared above the lottery wheel. Congratulations, you have drawn the legendary skill book, Holy Sword Judgment. A milky white light streaked with golden sparkles suddenly erupted from Jiang Yubai's body. System notifications flashed in quick succession. You have leveled up. Current level, 2. Your base attributes have increased. You have gained 1,000 free attribute points. The attribute panel updated immediately. Name, Jang Yubai. Class, Lottery Master God Tier. Level, LV20300. Base attributes. Strength, 2000. Constitution, 2000. Intelligence, 2000. Growth attributes. Health, 20,000. Defense, 20,000. Energy, 20,000. Free attribute points, 1,500. But Jang Yubai couldn't be bothered to check the numbers. His attention was completely captured by another notification. You have obtained the legendary skill book, Holy Sword Judgment. Would you like to learn it? He blinked repeatedly, making sure he wasn't imagining things. As a warrior, Zhang Tianhe was more than familiar with this skill. Holy Sword Judgment was limited to melee physical classes such as warriors, knights, and swordsmen. But he was clearly a lottery master. Learn. Zhang Yubai hesitantly confirmed in his mind. The next second, the system notification lit up again. You have acquired the new skill, Holy Sword Judgment. Whoa. Zhang Yubai staggered backward, almost losing his balance, his tightly clenched fists betraying his excitement. The unbelievable reality sent shivers through his entire body. Could actually learn this skill. Struggling to suppress his elation, Zhang Yubai began to ponder. Could it be that because the lottery master was a god-tier class, it didn't fall under the conventional 6-class system, allowing it to encompass skills from all classes? Eagerly, he opened the skill panel to check. Skill panel 3 slots. Holy Sword Judgment LV 100. Summon a massive holy sword to deliver a devastating strike to a target area within a 50-meter radius. The skill icon was grayed out, with a note indicating that it could only be used at level 100. This puzzled Jiang Yuba. Normally, a legendary skill should require level 900. But this unexpected bonus was more than enough to thrill him. It signified that the lottery master class possessed formidable combat capabilities. In addition to the surprise brought by Holy Sword Judgment, Jang Yubai also noticed enhancements to 2 of his existing skills after leveling up. House Advantage Passive LV2. When other players use your lottery wheel, you receive double the rewards. Lottery Wheel LV2. You can now place 2 classic circular wheels, each divided into multiple reward zones, including experience points, equipment, gold, skills, and thank you for participating. When other players use the wheels, you gain experience points. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Yubai's lips. Everything was unfolding far beyond his expectations. Truly worthy of being a transcendent profession, this growth is utterly astonishing. Jiang Yubai stood in place, a flicker of amazement flashing through his eyes. He silently calculated the attribute increase. For a regular SS-class profession, the initial base attribute was only 50 points, with an increase of 50 points per level. Yet, his growth was 20 times that amount, coupled with 20 times the free attribute points. This rate of progression was simply mind-blowing. Clenching his fists, his gaze sparkled with unwavering determination. This was the stark difference between professions of high and low potential. While anyone could theoretically ascend to godhood, the disparity in initial potential determined the difficulty of reaching that divine realm. Born with a divine profession, one could soar effortlessly without even needing a job change. As for himself, he was destined to become the strongest profession holder in history. Thinking about the rewards doubling with every level up, and the increasing number of prize spins on the wheel, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but smile. The speed of his future advancements would only accelerate, filling him with an overwhelming sense of ambition. At that moment, the golden glow of leveling up enveloped Jiang Yubai's figure. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei stood frozen in place, as if struck by a spell, their gazes locked onto the words before them. Their pupils widened in shock. Moments later, Jiang Tianhe could no longer contain his inner ecstasy and burst into hearty laughter. His laughter brimmed with excitement and joy, completely disregarding the dignity expected of a city lord. His entire body trembled slightly with exhilaration. Luo Ziwei was jolted out of her stupor by his laughter, instinctively taking a step back as she stared incredulously at the youth bathed in light. A legendary skill book. The revelation left her face twisted in astonishment. Beneath the thin veil of purple gauze, her delicate features were etched with disbelief, her eyes glimmering with a trace of terror. She had thought the prize wheel would, at best, produce an advanced skill book. Never had she imagined it would yield a legendary skill on par with a mage's forbidden spell. Watching Jiang Tianhe revel in delight, Luo Ziwei took a deep breath. As a 9th-tier powerhouse, she knew that a single legendary skill could raise one's combat strength by 30 to 40%. Among warriors of the same tier, the difference in skills often determined who held the upper hand. The skill Holy Sword Judgment would undoubtedly bring a qualitative leap to Jiang Tianhe's combat power. As Luo Ziwei's gaze lingered on Jiang Yubai, a question rose in her mind. Was the lottery master profession truly just an SS-class potential profession? She inhaled deeply again, urgently attempting to contact her mentor, Shan Wenrui. No matter the cost, Jiang Yubai had to be brought into the Shinkong Academy. It was already shocking enough to draw such attribute points, but now a legendary skill book had appeared. If this news were to spread, the two great sacred academies, Xingyu and Xinghai, would undoubtedly launch a frenzied competition. Luo Ziwei immediately sent an urgent message to Minter Shan. Minter Shan, please respond immediately. This concerns a major opportunity for the future of Xingkong Academy. After sending the message, she glanced at Jiang Tianhe, who was immersed in joy, and silently resolved. She had to ensure that City Lord Jiang kept this secret. The news must not be leaked to Xingyu or Xinghai. Jiang Tianhe looked at the newly acquired skill book in his inventory, overjoyed. As a ninth-tier warrior, he had coveted this skill for a long time. He understood all too well how limited the avenues were for profession holders to acquire skills. They could either gain them through job advancements or learn them from skill books. Occasionally, skills could be obtained as quest rewards, but such chances were exceedingly rare, almost negligible. Having reached the 9-turn rank, Jiang Tianhe, as the lord of a city, not only controls the heavenly burial dungeon, but also has no shortage of gold coins. Over the years, he has been tirelessly searching for epic and legendary skill books, but such rare treasures are hardly ever seen on the market. After all, for professionals, the more skills they possess, the better. Even if a skill isn't immediately useful, it can always be traded for something else. Despite his efforts, Jiang Tianhe had only managed to acquire 2 epic skill books and 1 legendary skill book over the years. But today, he spent just 1,000 gold coins to obtain a legendary skill book, Holy Sword Judgment, which boasts the powerful attributes of execution and true damage. It was like a gift from the heavens. Grandson, you are truly the blessing of the Jiang family. Jiang Tianhe could hardly contain his excitement. He strode forward, scooped up Jang Yubai in his arms, and spun him around in circles. Ahem. Jang Yubai glanced at Luo Ziwei out of the corner of his eye and quickly whispered, Grandpa, I'm not a little kid anymore, and we have company. Only then did Jiang Tianhe put him down, though he couldn't stop grinning. He patted Jang Yubai's shoulder repeatedly. If your parents could see you from the afterlife, they would be so proud. You're truly my grandson, Jiang Tianhe's grandson. With that, he eagerly learned the Holy Sword Judgment skill and added it to his skill set. At that moment, Luo Ziwei spoke, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. City Lord Jiang, could you keep Jang Yubai's situation confidential for now? I'm currently applying for a direct admission slot for him. With the potential of his profession, the Academy will undoubtedly approve it. Her gaze was sincere as she looked at the grandfather and grandson, though inwardly, she was anxious. If Jiang Tianhe had any high-ranking contacts in Xingyu or Xinghai academies, they would surely compete for such talent. By now, Luo Ziwei's regard for Jiang Yubai had reached its peak. Although Luo Ziwei wasn't entirely sure how low the odds were of drawing a legendary skill book, the fact that Jiang Tianhe had succeeded made it indisputable. If the grandfather and grandson agreed, the Xingkong Academy would undoubtedly surpass Xingyu and Xinghai in the future, becoming the #1 sanctuary for humanity. Jiang Tianhe didn't respond immediately. Instead, his smile faded as he fell into deep thought. Jang Yubai felt a slight stirring in his heart as he listened. Since the opening of the Starry Sky Universe chapter, humanity had established 3 great sanctuaries in the cosmos, the strongest being Xinghai Academy, followed by Xingyu, and lastly Xingkong. As someone destined to become a super divine level draw master, Jang Yubai knew that his choice of academy wouldn't significantly impact his future development. These academies controlled the secret realms and dungeons within the Starry Sky universe and housed numerous god-tier powerhouses. For most professionals, entering an academy was a path to rapid growth. But for him, with the lottery wheel, these academies were more like bodyguards and support systems. Whether Xinghai, Xingyu, or Xingkong, any of them would suffice. Seeing Luo Ziwei nervously clenching her hands, Jiang Tianhe finally spoke. Envoy Luo, I need to discuss this matter with my grandson. Luo Ziwei nodded lightly. Of course. Afterward, Jiang Tianhe led Jang Yubai out of the living room and into a secret chamber. He looked at his grandson with a serious expression. I never imagined your lottery wheel could draw a legendary skill book. This will undoubtedly bring trouble. If word gets out, you'll become the target of major factions. Even if I want to protect you, I may not be able to. Therefore, you must enter one of the sanctuary academies. It's the safest choice. Jang Yubai nodded in understanding. So, in your opinion, should I agree? Yes, Jiang Tianhe replied without hesitation. But isn't Xinghai the strongest? Jang Yubai asked, somewhat surprised. Xinghai does have the strongest overall capabilities, but the #1 powerhouse of our time is at Xingkong Academy. The #1 powerhouse? Who is it? Liang Tianxia. Liang Tianxia. Jang Yubai frowned slightly, curiosity evident on his face. As a young man with little knowledge about top-tier powerhouses, his understanding was limited to the legends of 9-turn transcendent beings. He knew nothing about the realm of divine-class powerhouses. This was hardly surprising, as Jiang Tianhe had never discussed such matters with him. Yes, Liang Tianxia. Jiang Tianhe's eyes lit up, his tone filled with deep admiration. He is the newly crowned first divine-class powerhouse of the human race. In just one battle, he decisively slew the Starry Sky Grand Demon God, instantly claiming the pinnacle. The Starry Sky Demon God. The term sent a chill through Jang Yubai's heart. With the advent of the Starry Sky Universe chapter, planetary dungeons and cosmic secret realms had been successively unlocked. Human transferees began venturing into the vast cosmos, and it was during these explorations that they encountered the Starry Sky Demon God race. Unlike the monsters within dungeons and secret realms bound by the rules of the path of transference, the Starry Sky Demon God race held equal status with the human race. They, too, could hunt monsters within secret realms and dungeons to grow stronger. However, they lacked a professional system and instead developed their own unique cultivation methods. Ordinary Starry Sky Demon Gods were comparable to human divine class powerhouses, while the Starry Sky Grand Demon Gods possessed strength rivaling high-tier divine class powerhouses. For Liang Tianxia to be able to slay a Starry Sky Grand Demon God, his terrifying power was self-evident. With senior Liang Tianxia overseeing the Starry Sky Academy, no one would dare to provoke it. With you there, I can rest assured, Jiang Tianhe said, gazing at his grandson with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. After more than a decade of depending on each other, the upcoming separation filled his heart with a mix of emotions. Then I'll choose Starry Sky Academy, Jang Yubai said solemnly, nodding firmly. Good, I'll go discuss it with Envoy Luo right away, Jiang Tianhe said, patting his grandson's shoulder. The competition at Starry Sky Academy is fierce, but I'll do my best to secure better conditions and treatment for you. Meanwhile, in the living room, Luo Ziwei was pacing anxiously, waiting for a response from her mentor, Shan Wenrui. However, as no reply came, her impatience grew. Oh, mentor, why must you block communications every time you enter a secret realm or dungeon? If Jiang Yubai gets snatched up by Xinghai or Xingyu, she dared not imagine the consequences. After all, that prize will capable of drawing attribute points and legendary skill books was simply too valuable. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat Jiang Tianhe, she might have even considered taking Jiang Yubai by force. This young man, even if by abduction, must be brought to Starry Sky Academy. Sorry to keep you waiting, Envoy. Jiang Tianhe's voice rang out as he led Jiang Yubai back into the living room. Have you reached a decision, City Lord Jiang? Luo Ziwei asked nervously, her eyes darting to Jiang Yubai, whose expression remained calm. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Tianhe finally spoke, his tone unhurried. Envoy Luo, I'm a straightforward person, so I'll get straight to the point. Please, go ahead, Luo Ziwei said, sitting upright, her demeanor serious. Jiang Tianhe tapped the armrest of his chair lightly, smiling. My grandson has agreed to join Starry Sky Academy. Luo Ziwei's face lit up with joy, but before she could express her excitement, Jiang Tianhe continued. However, that single word caused Luo Ziwei's heart to tighten. As a student of Shan Wenrui, the dean of the Mage Academy, she had inherited her mentor's ideals. She was deeply committed to revitalizing Starry Sky Academy and elevating it to become the foremost sacred ground of the human race. This shared aspiration was the common goal of most Starry Sky Academy students. It was also the reason she had taken on this time-consuming and arduous task of assisting new awakeners, hoping to discover more prodigies for the academy. However, what? Luo Ziwei's hands gripped the armrest tightly, her knuckles turning white, and faint blue veins appeared on the backs of her hands. Jiang Tianhe glanced proudly at Jiang Yubai before pointing to the prize wheel in the middle of the living room. The potential of the prize master, Envoy Luo, is something you've witnessed yourself. If this prize wheel can produce legendary skill books, it can just as easily produce legendary equipment and legendary pets. Its value far surpasses that of a treasure chest, not to mention that treasure chests don't contain attribute points. Jiang Tianhe turned to Luo Ziwei, a smile playing on his lips. Besides, now that Xiaobai has reached level 2, we can place 2 prize wheels. Hearing this, Jang Yubai immediately activated his skill. As energy flowed, a second prize wheel gradually formed beside the original one. With his upgraded state, his energy levels were fully replenished, and he felt stronger than ever. Luo Ziwei suddenly jumped from her seat, her wide eyes fixed incredulously on the newly formed wheel. Would you like to spend 1,000 gold coins to spin the wheel? The prompt made her heart race, and an intense urge to try her luck surged within her. If Jiang Tianhe could draw a legendary skill book, why can't I? The thought swirled in her mind, but she eventually suppressed the impulse and slowly sat back down. City Lord Jiang, I will ensure that Jiang Yubai receives the highest and best treatment. Luo Ziwei pledged solemnly. With your assurance, I'm relieved. How long will it take? Jiang Tianhe inquired. I've already contacted my mentor Dean Shan Wenrui of the Academy of Magic. We should have an answer soon. Luo Ziwei's response left Jiang Tianhe visibly surprised. So the envoy is a student of the great elemental archmage, Shan Wenrui. My apologies for not recognizing your esteemed background. Hearing the name of this mid-tier divine powerhouse, even Jiang Yubai, who knew little about the circle of divine experts, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Shan Wenrui was a legendary figure who had once slain several star demons. As they conversed, lively shouts suddenly echoed from outside the living room. Xiaobai, I'm here to see you. After receiving a nod from Jiang Tianhe, Jang Yubai exchanged a glance with Luo Ziwei, and they both stood to leave. Jiang Tianhe continued chatting and sipping tea with Luo Ziwei, though her mind was preoccupied with contacting others at the academy, eager to confirm Jiang Yubai's admission and benefits. Out in the courtyard, Jiang Yubai watched as Cao Shaohan strolled over with a smug expression. Unable to resist, he teased, "You're acting like the city lord's residence is your own home now. Hey, we grew up like brothers, your home is my home." Cao Shaohan slung an arm around Jiang Yubai's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Jiang Yubai shrugged off his hand and eyed his overly jubilant expression. "You can't even hide that grin. Looks like your awakened class has pretty solid potential, huh?" "Of course." Song Shaohan puffed out his chest and jabbed a thumb at himself with pride. "I'm Song Shaohan, after all. My awakening is in rank obsidian shield warrior. I'm as tough as steel now." Song Shaohan boasted, his eyebrows practically reaching his hairline with pride. Jiang Yubai nodded slightly. Obsidian shield warrior, not bad. He was well aware that this profession was quite unique, straddling both the warrior and defensive classes. Such a hybrid role was rare and undeniably powerful. If you perform well in the career advancement exam, you might actually make it into one of the 3 sacred academies. Of course. Song Shaohan thumped his chest confidently, then turned to Jiang Yubai with a curious look. "So, what profession did you awaken? Based on your family tradition, it should be something in the warrior class, right? After all, both your father and grandfather were warriors." Jiang Yubai shook his head lightly. "No." "Huh." Song Shaohan's eyes widened. "Then a mage?" "Not that either." Song Shaohan punched Jiang Yubai's shoulder playfully and grinned. "I get it. No wonder you're my best buddy. You're an assassin, aren't you? From now on, you can go all out with me shielding you." Jiang Yubai simply smiled meaningfully. Being an assassin is definitely risky, always dancing on the edge of danger. Song Shaohan patted his chest again. "But with me around, I'll make sure you're safe. By the way, what type of assassin are you?" "Don't ask. You'll find out soon enough," Jiang Yubai replied, clearly unwilling to elaborate. TCH, acting all mysterious. Song Shaohan raised his middle finger playfully. "Come on, I'll take you to the heavenly burial dungeon to level up." "A dungeon, huh?" Jiang Yubai murmured thoughtfully. Currently, he could only gain experience points through a lottery wheel. The more people participated in the draw, the faster he could level up. One special feature of the lottery wheel was that it couldn't be destroyed. If it appeared in a dungeon, it might be mistaken for a treasure chest. The heavenly burial dungeon was quite large, so there should be plenty of people willing to spend 1,000 gold coins to spin the wheel. "All right," he agreed with a nod. Just then, a system notification flashed before his eyes. "You have gained 100 experience points." Jiang Yubai was puzzled. Why was it just experience points? Meanwhile, Luo Ziwei stared at the "better luck next time" message on the wheel and sighed in disappointment. "Don't lose hope, Special Envoy Luo. You can try again tomorrow." Jiang Tianhe consoled her before giving it a shot himself. Rubbing his hands together, he thought, since another wheel had granted him a legendary skill book, this one should yield something good too. However, when the words "better luck next time" appeared, the smile on his face froze. Luo Ziwei nearly burst out laughing at the sight. "Looks like the city lord's good fortune has run out." The heavenly burial dungeon had 5 levels and was specifically designed as a training ground for those below the 5th advancement tier. The city lord's mansion had a direct teleportation portal to the dungeon. As soon as Jiang Yubai and Song Shaohan entered, the system notification appeared again. "You have gained 100 experience points." Neither of them won anything this time, but Jiang Yubai wasn't surprised. After all, there was a 90 chance of getting better luck next time in the draw. Winning was purely a matter of luck, and hitting the jackpot even once in 10 attempts was already remarkable. Jiang Tianhe's legendary skill book wasn't entirely due to luck. The guaranteed daily wine safety net mechanism that he controlled was the real trump card. "You have entered the Sky Burial Dungeon. You are currently on the 1st floor, suitable for beginners level 1 to 10, the system notification echoed in his ears. Jiang Yubai stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Although the dungeon did have randomly spawning treasure chests, they would never appear in such an obvious location near the entrance. Shaking his head slightly, he focused his thoughts and retrieved the 2 prize wheels from the city lord's mansion. "Come on, let's team up," Song Shaohan said decisively, activating the team-up mode and sending an invitation. The moment Jiang Yubai accepted, Song Shaohan instinctively glanced at the team panel and froze. He rubbed his eyes hard, fearing he had seen it wrong. "Teammate, Jiang Yubai. Class, Lottery Master." "Lottery Master? What the hell is that?" Song Shaohan stared at Jiang Yubai, utterly baffled. "What do you mean, what the hell?" Jiang Yubai snapped back, clearly annoyed, as he strode forward. "Keep up." Scratching the back of his head, Song Shaohan muttered to himself, "Lottery Master? How the hell is that even a class?" Soon, Jang Yubai stopped at a conspicuous spot with no monsters or players around. He placed a prize wheel on the ground and glanced at his panel, silently calculating. Not enough energy to place another one, but in a dungeon like Sky Burial, one is enough. This kind of special dungeon item is too eye-catching and could easily attract unwanted attention from various factions. The moment Song Xiaohan saw the prize wheel, his eyes widened like saucers. He curiously leaned in, examining it from every angle. Finally, he pointed at it and stammered. What is this thing? A prize wheel, what else would it be? Jiang Yubai crossed his arms, his tone matter-of-fact. One spin costs 1,000 gold coins. Want to try your luck? After reading the information on the prize wheel, Song Xiaohan leaned back suddenly, his eyes widening as he pointed at the wheel in front of him. Did you set this up? His expression was more exaggerated than ever, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. I say, Song Xiaohan. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but chuckle. If your dad saw your eyes right now, he'd probably start doubting if you're really his kid. This thing can actually give out attribute points? Song Xiaohan ignored the banter, still looking utterly incredulous. Attribute points can only be gained by leveling up or completing tasks, and now you're telling me they can be won in a lottery? Are you kidding me? Jiang Yubai shrugged casually, his tone relaxed. Why don't you try it? Trying won't get you pregnant. Prize master, prize wheel. Song Xiaohan muttered to himself as if trying to process the information. His Xiaobai, your profession is really something unheard of. Are you spinning or not? Jiang Yubai asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. Spin. Song Xiaohan decisively pulled out 1,000 gold coins from his backpack, looking proud. It's just 1,000 gold coins. If there's one thing I don't lack, it's gold coins. That was no exaggeration. Being the son of the president of the Tsang Trading Company, the largest merchant guild in Tianzong City, gold coins were indeed trivial to him. The moment the gold coins flew into the wheel, they vanished without a trace, and the wheel began to spin. Still skeptical, Song Xiaohan muttered, this isn't some kind of scam, is it? But before he could finish, Jiang Yubai's brow furrowed slightly, and Song Xiaohan wisely shut his mouth. The wheel gradually slowed to a stop, and the pointer landed on a section that suddenly emitted a brilliant purple glow, while all the other colors faded away. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, clearly unsurprised by the outcome. Congratulations, you've won 1 experience point. Looking at the notification in front of him, Song Xiaohan's face turned gloomy. 1,000 gold coins for just 1 experience point? Jiang Yubai, why don't you just go rob someone? Be glad you didn't land on better luck next time, Jiang Yubai retorted. Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of light indicating a level up suddenly enveloped him. System notifications flashed one after another. You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 2 experience points. You have leveled up. A string of attribute panels unfolded in front of them. Name, Jang Yubai. Profession, Prize Master Super God Tier. Level, LV 3 2400. Base attributes, Strength 3000, Constitution 3000, Intelligence 3000. Growth attributes, Health 30,000, Defense 30,000, Energy 30,000. Free attribute points, 2,500. Skill slots, 3. Skill details displayed as follows. House always wins passive LV3. When other players use your prize wheel, you gain triple the rewards. Prize wheel LV3 allows you to place 3 classic circular wheels, with sections corresponding to different rewards. Holy Sword Judgment LV100 summons a massive holy sword to deliver devastating damage. Currently unavailable. You leveled up? Song Xiaohan was dumbfounded. Only now did he notice Jiang Yubai's level. Level 3. Didn't you just awaken? Don't envy me, kid. My leveling method is different from yours. Jiang Yubai snapped his fingers, and 2 more prize wheels appeared in front of Song Xiaohan. Go on, keep spinning. Song Xiaohan stared at the 3 wheels, momentarily dazed. Wait, how many of these can you set up? Hurry up and spin. Once you're done, I'll leave just 1 wheel here, Jiang Yubai replied, avoiding a direct answer and urging him again. My gold coins don't just grow on trees. Can you increase the chances of winning? Song Xiaohan looked at the spinning prize wheel in front of him with eager anticipation. Attribute points, skill books, or even a pet would be great. Jiang Yubai smirked slightly. I can only guarantee that you'll win something. What you win, though, depends entirely on your luck. He had already decided to use the daily guaranteed win opportunity on Song Xiaohan every time. Oh, Song Xiaohan's face suddenly changed, and he slapped his forehead in frustration. I forgot to wash my face today. Jiang Yubai barely resisted the urge to kick him and urged, hurry up and spin the wheel. If someone comes by later, you won't even get the chance. 2,000 gold coins flew into the 2 prize wheels, and Jiang Yubai immediately activated the daily guaranteed win feature. The wheels spun rapidly, their lights flashing brightly. You've gained 100 experience points. Another 100 experience points. Jiang Yubai wore a satisfied smile. With more prize wheels, experience points stack up so much faster. Grinding monsters to level up? Even a dog wouldn't do that. It's so dangerous. Leveling up while sitting back now, that's the way to go. The two wheels gradually slowed down, their pointers landing on areas glowing with blue and green light. System notifications chimed in quick succession. Congratulations. You've received 300 attribute points. Congratulations. You've obtained a high-level item, Beast Bone Shield Armor. Song Xiaohan stood there in a daze, staring at the 100 attribute points and the Beast Bone Shield Armor that had appeared in his inventory. He looked as though had been struck by lightning. I actually won. Jang Yubai put away the two prize wheels, leaving only one out, and his expression turned serious. Now you understand the value of these prize wheels, don't you? I get it. I totally get it. Song Xiaohan nodded repeatedly, like a pecking chicken, his eyes shining with excitement. This thing can give you attribute points. It's way more valuable than treasure chests. Jang Yubai placed both hands on Song Xiaohan's shoulders and lowered his voice. Remember, these prize wheels have nothing to do with you, and even less to do with me. They're just special items that appeared in the Tianzong dungeon. Got it, got it. Song Xiaohan immediately suppressed his excitement and adopted a serious expression. Jang Yubai smiled in satisfaction. Good. Now go spread the word about the prize wheels in the Tianzong dungeon. What? Spread the word? Song Xiaohan looked puzzled. Shouldn't we keep something this valuable a secret? What if someone takes it or damages it? No need to worry. Jang Yubai glanced at the prize wheel, his tone brimming with confidence. Besides me, not even a god-tier player could take it, let alone destroy it. Whoa! Song Xiaohan was left speechless, completely stunned. Before long, news of a mysterious item appearing on the first floor of the Tianzong dungeon spread like wildfire throughout Tianzong City. We're really just leaving like this? Can't we stay around for a bit? Song Xiaohan slowed his pace, constantly glancing back at the lottery wheel behind them, his eyes full of reluctance. He replayed the 3 spins in his mind, each one a win. The 3,000 gold coins he spent had yielded over 30,000 in return. The staggering profit made his eyes glow with excitement. No. Jang Yubai replied firmly, not even turning his head as he walked ahead. The lottery master is too unique. Right now, I'm like a walking treasure chest, and I can't afford to arouse anyone's suspicions. Song Xiaohan quickened his steps to catch up with Jang Yubai. After a brief silence, he suddenly spoke. Xiaobai, thank you. For what? Jang Yubai glanced sideways at him. Thank you for trusting me so much, Song Xiaohan said seriously. Jang Yubai stopped in his tracks, prompting Song Xiaohan to do the same. Song Xiaohan, are you getting sentimental, or what? Song Xiaohan scratched his nose, chuckled awkwardly, and slung an arm around Jang Yubai's shoulder. Good brothers, always in the heart. Who's your good brother? I'm your godfather, remember? Song Xiaohan playfully punched Jang Yubai on the shoulder, laughing. I'm 2 days older than you, you ungrateful brat. Are we spinning the wheel again tomorrow? Of course. But first, call me godfather a few times. Godfather, godfather. Wait, Song Xiaohan. When did you become so shameless? Let me correct you. Song Xiaohan said with mock seriousness. This isn't shamelessness. This is knowing how to adapt to the times. If I can win attribute points every day, I'd even kneel and bow. Song Xiaohan, you're such a merchant at heart. Not long after the two left, a team of more than 10 people appeared near the lottery wheel. At the front was Jiang Fei, a burly man with a broad build and a fierce appearance. He was a member of the Battle Lion Guild, leading new recruits on their initiation mission. Our Battle Lion Guild ranks in the top 10 in Tianzong City, Jiang Fei declared proudly, carrying a massive blade on his shoulder. The guild leader is an old friend of Lord Jiang, and we have a dedicated area on the first level just for you newbies to level up. I guarantee you'll gain 3 to 5 levels today. A dedicated grinding area? Our Battle Lion Guild is amazing. Thanks, Brother Fei. We appreciate it, Brother Fei. After grinding, it's our treat for dinner. Brother Jiang Fei, you're so kind. The flurry of compliments made Jiang Fei puff up with pride. Hey, look over there, a rookie suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction, spotting a dazzling rainbow-colored lottery wheel standing in the distance. A lottery wheel? What's that doing here? You can win attribute points? Is that for real? One spin costs 1,000 gold coins? That's daylight robbery. Jiang Fei squinted at the wheel for a moment, rubbing his shiny bald head before letting out a derisive laugh. There's no way something like this would be in a dungeon. Charging 1,000 gold coins per spin? What a lame scam. Do they think we're idiots? With that, he raised his massive blade and swung it fiercely at the wheel, ignoring the gasps of some of the women in the group. Everyone expected the lottery wheel to be split in half, but to their astonishment, the blade passed right through it. Jiang Fei lost his balance and was thrown forward by the inertia of the broadsword, landing face first on the ground in a rather humiliating manner. The crowd around him froze for a moment, their gazes snapping to him in unison. Ugh! Jiang Fei scrambled to his feet, spitting out dirt from his mouth. He widened his eyes and carefully examined the broadsword in his hands before giving it a light swing. To everyone's astonishment, the blade passed straight through the lottery wheel as if it were nothing but thin air. Huh! Jiang Fei instinctively stepped back a couple of paces, his face a mix of confusion and disbelief. What is going on? It's right there, but I can't hit it. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, equally stunned by the bizarre scene. Swallowing hard, Jiang Fei cautiously approached the wheel again, gently touching it with the broadsword. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with realization. Could this be a new kind of special item from the dungeon? Glancing at the 1,000 plus gold coins he had painstakingly saved over several months, Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and decided to give it a shot. He took out 1,000 coins and selected the lottery option. The coins flew into the wheel and vanished instantly. It's spinning. It's actually spinning. The crowd erupted with excitement. Is this really the lottery wheel that can give out attribute points, skill books, and equipment? The chatter among the spectators grew louder and more animated. Jiang Fei fixed his eyes on the spinning pointer, silently praying in his heart. As the wheel gradually slowed down, the tension in the air became almost palpable. When the pointer finally stopped, a small section lit up with a purple glow. Congratulations. You've won a low-level skill book, 1/. For a moment, the crowd was silent. Then, a deafening cheer broke out. A skill book. He actually won a skill book. The onlookers surged forward, eager to try their luck. With a loud clang, Jiang Fei's broadsword slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. He stared at the 1/skill book in his inventory, completely stunned. After a moment, he slapped himself hard across the face to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Realizing it was real, he burst into laughter. Even though it was just a low-level skill book, it was still a skill. Without hesitation, Jiang Fei quickly learned the 1/skill. Staring at the newly added skill icon in his skill bar, he could barely contain his excitement. Though the lottery could only be used once a day, a new idea suddenly struck him as he glanced at the guild newcomers gathered around the wheel. If I report this to the guild leader, I might earn some major credit. If our War Lion guild could monopolize this item, wouldn't we get a shot at the lottery every day? Just as he was about to contact the guild leader, a sudden message popped up in the guild channel. A suspected lottery item has been discovered in the Tianzong City dungeon. All members currently in the dungeon are to search immediately and report back if found. News about a lottery wheel appearing in the Sky Burial City dungeon spread like wildfire throughout the city. Rumor had it that this mysterious wheel allowed players to spend gold coins to win valuable rewards like attribute points. The details of the story were vivid and convincing, prompting major guilds to mobilize their forces and send waves of professionals into the dungeon to investigate. The Blood Guild cannot miss this opportunity. If this thing exists, it must belong to the Furious Tiger Guild. As the guild swarmed into the dungeon, in the city lord's mansion, Jiang Tianhe, who had been reveling in the joy of mastering his newly acquired Holy Sword Judgment skill, was abruptly interrupted by an urgent report from his subordinate. City Lord, the situation is critical. All the major guilds are searching for the lottery wheel in the dungeon, and the situation might spiral out of control. Jiang Tianhe frowned, his gaze flickering for a moment before he gave a decisive order. Take a team into the dungeon immediately to maintain order. Report to me at once if large-scale conflicts occur. After his subordinates left, he quickly contacted Jang Yubai, his grandson, with whom he had been friends since their awakening. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the dungeon, you have gained 100 experience points. You have obtained low-level skill book /3. Watching the system notifications, Jang Yubai, who had been observing Song Shaohan battling monsters, smirked faintly. He glanced in the direction of the lottery wheel and thought to himself, the news sure spreads fast. After defeating the monsters, Song Shaohan wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to Jiang Yubai. So, did you gain any experience? He asked. Jiang Yubai shook his head, his expression calm, as if it was entirely within his expectations. Your class is really... Song Shaohan sighed and shook his head, but before he could finish, Jiang Yubai's body suddenly glowed with the dazzling light of a level up. Wait a second, didn't you just level up? It hasn't even been half an hour. Song Shaohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yubai crossed his arms and asked with a smile. Still think my class is unusual? Unusual? With your leveling speed, it's my Rock Shield Warrior class that's the odd one. Song Shaohan said enviously. Come on, let's find a safe spot to watch the show. Today's Sky Burial Dungeon is bound to be lively. Just as the two were about to move, Jiang Yubai received a message from his grandfather. Xiaobai, are you safe? Was the lottery wheel you're doing? Don't worry, Grandpa, Jiang Yubai replied. I'm perfectly safe. And yes, the wheel was my creation. It's crucial for my leveling. He'll proceed carefully and make sure my identity remains hidden. In less than 2 seconds, Jiang Yubai's communicator vibrated again. It was a message from his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe. Stay safe. I've already ordered the city guard to enter the dungeon. If you encounter danger, contact them immediately. I'll also rush over at the first sign of trouble. Seeing this heartfelt message, the tension in Jiang Yubai's heart eased slightly. He had expected his unannounced action to draw his grandfather's reprimand, but instead, it was met with nothing but deep concern. Just then, a series of system notifications chimed in rapid succession. A A flood of experience points surged in. 100 points, 4 points, 100 points, then came the reward of 40 free attribute points. As the experience points accumulated, an upgrade prompt was triggered. A golden light enveloped him, granting an astonishing 1,000 free attribute points. The system panel updated immediately. Name: Jang Yubai. Class: Lottery Master God Tier. Level: LV5 6600. Base attributes: Strength: 5,000. Constitution: 5,000. Intelligence: 5,000. Growth attributes: HP: 50,000. Defense: 50,000. Energy: 50,000. Free attribute points: 4840. Skill slots: 3. Inventory: high-level equipment 3, low-level skill books 3. Skill details: 1. House always wins passive LV5. When other players spin your lottery wheel, you receive 5 times their rewards. 2. Lottery wheel LV5. Deploys up to 5 classic circular wheels featuring zones for experience points, equipment, gold, and skills as rewards. 3. Holy Sword Judgment LV100. Summons a colossal holy sword to deal devastating damage within a 50-meter radius, currently unusable. You leveled up again? Song Xiaohan stared at Jang Yubai in disbelief, his eyes wide as the golden glow around him faded. It's only been 3 minutes. Jang Yubai's lips curled into a pleased smile. As long as someone spins the wheel, I gain experience. Looks like a lot of people are trying their luck. Song Xiaohan, standing nearby, looked so envious he was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Battle Lion Guild in Sky Burial City, the guild leader, Zhan Shi, a burly man as imposing as a lion, abruptly stood up from his seat, staring in shock at his communicator. Guild leader, came Jiang Fei's excited voice. I found a lottery wheel on the first floor, and I actually got a low-level skill book. Here's the exact location. Move now, Zhan Shi roared. Gather everyone and enter the Sky Burial Dungeon immediately. It didn't take long before a round-faced female guild member let out an ecstatic scream. Ah, I got attribute points. Her cheeks flushed red with excitement. The other members, including Zhang Fei, were momentarily stunned into silence. The deathly quiet lasted only a moment before someone finally stammered. It really gives attribute points. The words seemed to ignite the atmosphere, and the entire guild erupted into chaos. What kind of miraculous thing is this? Oh my god, this is 100 times better than treasure chests. Zhang Fei stared at the spinning prize wheel, an overwhelming sense of dread rising within him. The flickering lights of the wheel cast shadows on his tense face, while the guild leader's recent command for all members to assemble echoed in his mind. He knew exactly what the leader intended. War Lion Guild wanted exclusive control over this miraculous wheel, which could grant attribute points, skill books, and experience. That's impossible, Zhang Fei muttered, clenching his fists. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the newer guild members had already made significant gains. Some had drawn attribute points, others had received experience, and Zhang Fei himself had been fortunate enough to win a skill book. While most people only saw the words, "Thank you for participating," for a guild like War Lion with thousands of members, this wheelissable infinitely every day was nothing short of a treasure trove. Zhang Fei's brows furrowed in thought. If War Lion Guild could ensure that all its members used the wheel daily, their collective strength would skyrocket within a year. However, the news of the wheel had already spread across the streets of Sky Burial City, drawing the attention of countless factions. Worse still, Zhang Fei's earlier attempts to destroy or retrieve the wheel had failed without even triggering a system prompt, meaning War Lion Guild had no way to monopolize it. Just then, the guild leader's command came through again. We're on our way. Don't let anyone near the prize wheel. Zhang Fei glanced at the group of low-level newcomers around him and shook his head with a bitter smile. How could they possibly fend off the predators circling this prize? As if on cue, startled cries sounded from nearby. Look over there. What are those people doing? Could they have found the prize wheel? When Zhang Fei saw the approaching figures, his expression darkened instantly. 7 or 8 individuals in matching uniforms adorned with tiger emblems were heading straight for the members of the Wild Tiger Guild. This arch-rival of War Lion Guild had been in a bitter feud with them for ages. Though tensions had been somewhat restrained due to Jiang Tian's presence, both sides had suffered heavy casualties in their ongoing conflict. Recalling the guild leader's orders, Zhang Fei gritted his teeth and gripped his broadsword tightly, stepping forward. Stop right there. This is Bloodshade Guild's territory. If you want to hunt monsters, go somewhere else. Oh, a tall, thin man stepped out from the group, eyeing Zhang Fei with disdain and a mocking smirk. Zhang Fei, since when did you join the Bloodshade Guild? Zhang Fei's expression grew even grimmer. He had hoped that invoking the name of Bloodshade Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in Sky Burial City, would intimidate the intruders. He hadn't expected to run into someone who knew him. Qiyang folded his arms, his eyes filled with contempt. Get out of the way. As Zhang Fei quickly sent a message to War Lion Guild about Qi Yang's arrival, he kept his eyes locked on the man. Are you deaf? Get lost, or I'll cut you down myself. Qiyang sensed something was off. The teammates behind him immediately drew their weapons, the cold metallic glint flashing in the dim light. Zhang Fei forced himself to stay calm, though his voice trembled slightly. Qiyang, our guild leader will be here any moment. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave. Otherwise, when the Battle Lion Guild leader arrives, he won't show any mercy. Amid the tense standoff, 3 of Qi Yang's men suddenly cried out in astonishment. Boss, look over there. It's a prize wheel. That's definitely a prize wheel. Zhang Fei's heart sank as he turned to look. The noise had attracted the group of rookies he brought along, inadvertently revealing the location of the prize wheel. Qi Yang's eyes were immediately drawn to the wheel, radiating a mesmerizing rainbow glow. A greedy gleam flashed in his eyes as he quickly sent a message to Kuang Hu, their guild leader. Guild leader, we've spotted the prize wheel. Location marked. Got it. On my way. Kuang Hu replied instantly. Guild leader, the Battle Lion Guild, is here too. Qiyang added. Understood, came the curt response. Back at the guild headquarters, Kuang Hu wasted no time issuing a rallying call, leading the vanguard team straight to the Tomb of Heaven instance. Qiyang sneered at Zhang Fei. No wonder you were acting so tough. Turns out you discovered the prize wheel. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes as a dark green bow materialized in his hands. His teammates raised their weapons, exuding a menacing aura as they shouted, "Move! Get out of the way. If you don't blame us for being ruthless." Zhang Fei assessed the situation, realizing they were no match for the opposition. Reluctantly, he stepped aside and signaled the rookies to gather around him. Qiyang and his team wasted no time, rushing forward to examine the dazzling prize wheel. Meanwhile, in another part of the instance, Song Xiaohan stood dumbfounded, staring at Jang Yubai, who was once again enveloped in the glow of a level up. How did you level up again? Who levels up after just a few steps? Is this even something a class changer is supposed to be able to do? Jang Yubai couldn't help but laugh at the exasperated look on Song Xiaohan's face, which practically screamed, "Please stop leveling up. You're driving me crazy." Well, what can I say? It's beyond my control, Jang Yubai said, feigning helplessness. Do you have any idea how punchable you look right now? Song Xiaohan said with a tone of mock resentment. Punchable? Oh, I can be even more punchable, Jang Yubai said with a mischievous smirk. System notifications flashed repeatedly before his eyes. You gained 100 experience. You gained 100 experience. You gained 100 experience. This feeling of leveling up with every few steps, it's absolutely exhilarating. Zhang Yubai stared intently at the semi-transparent interface of his profession panel, carefully contemplating how to allocate the 5,840 free attribute points. His gaze shifted to the skill section. Currently, his leveling progress relied entirely on the core skill, Lucky Draw Wheel. Although this skill had no cooldown, each spin required 10,000 energy points. Once I reach level 11 and complete the first advancement, I'll gain a new skill, he calculated silently. At this rate, that day isn't far off. But by then, energy points might become a real problem. Scanning his base attribute values quickly, he came to a conclusion. My current stats are probably on par with Luo Qingxian's at level 30 or 40, roughly dozens of times higher than an ordinary professional. This is the advantage of a high-potential starting profession being able to crush others of the same level at just level 6. After a brief analysis, Zhang Yubai decided on a balanced distribution strategy, planning to make adjustments later when he acquired new skills and equipment. The attribute panel quickly updated. Name, Zhang Yubai. Profession, Lucky Draw Master God Tier. Level, LV 6700. Base attributes. Strength, 7,946. Constitution, 7,946. Intelligence, 7,946. Growth attributes. Health points, 79,460. Defense, 79,460. Energy points, 79,460. Free attribute points, 2. Skill slots, 3. Inventory, Advanced Equipment Beast Bone Shield Armor X3, Low Tier Skill Book 1/X3. Skills. House Always Wins Passive LV6. When other players use your Lucky Draw Wheel, you receive 6 times the rewards. Lucky Draw Wheel LV6 can deploy 6 classic circular wheels, with sections corresponding to different rewards. Holy Sword Judgment LV100 summons a giant sword to deal devastating damage within a 50-meter radius, currently unavailable. Xiaobai, what's your base attribute now? Asked Song Xiaohan, who was standing nearby. Just under 8,000, Zhang Yubai replied nonchalantly. Yeah, right. Song Xiaohan scoffed. Anything less than 8,000 counts as just under. I'm guessing you're barely over 100. Zhang Yubai merely smiled and refrained from provoking his foster son any further. Glancing down at his own pitiful 50 starting attribute points, Song Xiaohan silently vowed to level up quickly and not fall too far behind. But before his determination could solidify, Zhang Yubai leveled up again right before his eyes. That's it. I'm done for. Song Xiaohan muttered as his newly sparked resolve was instantly extinguished. With a loud slap, He smacked himself across the face. Why are you hitting yourself? Jang Yubai asked curiously. Oh, there was a mosquito, Song Xiaohan replied with an awkward grin. A mosquito? In a dungeon. Guess I hit a nerve, huh? Jang Yubai chuckled as he flipped through the lucky draw records. All the entries were the same. Gained 100 experience points. Shaking his head, he muttered, is everyone's luck this bad? Can't anyone win something decent? Before he could finish, a voice called out, Guildmaster, you're finally here. Jiang Fei gazed into the distance and saw a large, imposing group approaching. Leading them was none other than the president of the Battle Lion Guild. The guild leader, known as Battle Lion, was a towering figure. His golden armor gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, exuding an air of authority with every move. His piercing eyes scanned the people gathered around the lottery wheel, including Qi Yang and his group, his gaze brimming with undisguised hostility. Qi Yang's expression changed drastically at the sight. Without hesitation, he signaled to his guild members, and they quickly retreated. Battle Lion barked an order. Clear the area. No one is allowed within 100 meters. At his command, over 100 subordinates swiftly spread out, driving away the surrounding crowd. Jiang Fei, follow me, Battle Lion said in a low voice. Yes. Jiang Fei responded promptly and followed closely behind him toward the lottery wheel. Battle Lion reached out to try and take the wheel, but it remained unmoved. His brows furrowed as his rough fingers stroked his full beard. He muttered under his breath, it can't be taken, and it can't be destroyed either. Jiang Fei, watching Qi Yang and his group fleeing in a panic from afar, spoke up. Guild leader, I suggest we let the brothers try their luck first. The Wild Tiger Guild will likely arrive soon. Humph. Battle Lion snorted disdainfully. The Wild Tiger Guild? They're nothing. The real threats are the Blood Guild and the Dragon Cloud Guild. With that, he pulled out 1,000 gold coins from his inventory and watched as the coins were absorbed by the wheel. Those two guilds are the true overlords of Burial City. Jiang Fei's face darkened at the mention. The Blood Guild and Dragon Cloud are coming too. I've already contacted Lord Jiang, the city master, Battle Lion replied, his gaze fixed on the wheel. With him here, those two will at least show some respect. Before he finished speaking, the system notification rang out. Better luck next time. Battle Lion's face darkened further. He turned to Jiang Fei and said, let the others take turns spinning the wheel. The guild will cover the cost, but 80% of the rewards go to the guild. We'll discuss the distribution details later. Meanwhile, in the guest room of the city lord's residence, Luo Ziwei paced back and forth anxiously upon learning that her mentor, Shan Wenrui, was inside the Mars Inferno dungeon. When she heard that Jiang Tianhe had also gone to the burial dungeon, she immediately contacted him through the friend system. Upon discovering that Jang Yubai had set up a lottery wheel in the dungeon, her face turned pale. Thankfully, only Jiang and I know the origin of the wheel for now. Luo Ziwei thought, her heart racing. I must return to the academy immediately. Without further delay, she left Burial City in haste, heading straight for the Starry Sky Academy. Elsewhere, Jiang Yubai was receiving a stream of system notifications. You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 700 experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 80 attribute points. Song Xiaohan stared at Jiang Yubai in stunned silence, utterly shocked by his rapid leveling. Noticing the glowing light of his level-ups drawing too much attention, Jiang Yubai thought to himself, I need to find a secluded spot. This light is way too conspicuous. Before long, the two encountered members of the Battle Lion Guild clearing the area. Jiang Fei stopped them and said, the Battle Lion Guild has temporarily cleared this area. Please do not proceed further. Song Xiaohan watched Jiang Yubai's astonishingly rapid progress with a heavy heart. When Jiang Fei suddenly blocked his path, he could no longer contain his frustration and started pointing at him, shouting angrily. In this Tianzong city, with the reputation of the city lord Jiang Tianhe looming large, the audacity of someone daring to obstruct his grandson's way made Song Xiaohan so furious that he laughed in disbelief. Jiang Yubai, in contrast, remained composed. He understood that if he were in Zhan Shi's position, he would also order the area to be cleared. After all, for Zhan Shi, the most urgent priority was to draw as many rewards as possible from the prize pool before other guilds arrived and took the chance away. Jiang Fei was about to ask a question when he suddenly found Jiang Yubai's face familiar. Before he could react, Song Xiaohan barked, move aside. Can't even recognize the city lord's grandson? If I were your guild leader, I'd fire you on the spot. This outburst sent a shiver down Jiang Fei's spine, and his face turned ashen. Jiang Tianhe, being one of the only two legendary figures in Tianzong City, carried such weight that even a sneeze from him could shake the entire city. While their guild leader Zhan Shi had some ties with Jiang Tianhe, they paled in comparison to Jiang Yubai's direct connection. Jiang Fei immediately plastered a fawning smile on his face, bowing repeatedly. So it's young Master Jiang. My apologies, my apologies. I must have been blind. Please, feel free to go wherever you like. Jang Yubai stepped forward without a word, while behind him, Song Xiaohan let out a cold snort. Next time, open your eyes. Yes, yes, of course. Jiang Fei didn't dare breathe too loudly, keeping his head so low it almost touched the ground. Offending Jiang Yubai could mean not even knowing how he'd meet his end. Song Xiaohan caught up to Jiang Yubai and remarked thoughtfully, "Looks like Zhan Shi wants to monopolize the prize wheel." A soft white glow emanated from Jiang Yubai once again. He's not capable of that, it would be suicidal. But Zhan Shi isn't foolish. He knows his own limits. My grandfather is their guild's backbone, and Zhan Shi often visits him. I have some understanding of his character. He's ambitious, but also self-aware. Song Xiaohan nodded in agreement, then suddenly asked, "Xiao Bai, with your potential, getting into one of the 3 great sanctuaries academies shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Of course," Jiang Yubai replied bluntly. "Unless the decision-makers at the Xingkong Academy are complete idiots. As long as Luo Ziwei reports my achievements, a recommendation is guaranteed." Song Xiaohan took a deep breath. "Then I need to work harder so I can get into the same academy as you." "What? Planning to stick with me?" Jiang Yubai teased. "You saw right through me. No wonder we grew up wearing the same pants." Song Xiaohan chuckled. Their light-hearted banter continued as they arrived at the Zhan Shi Guild's base. The area around the prize wheel was already packed with people. Jiang Yubai stopped and noticed several uneven boulders nearby, which could serve as perfect cover hidden yet close to the wheel. Zhan Shi, having received word from Qin Fei about the city lord's grandson's arrival, scanned the surroundings but saw no sign of Jiang Yubai. Frowning, he sent his subordinates to search for and invite him. With Kuang Hu's imminent arrival, having the city lord's grandson present might provide some leverage. Zhan Shi glanced toward the first-level entrance, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes as he pondered the timing of Jiang Tianhe's arrival. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianhe was calmly observing the unfolding events from within the Tianzong city dungeon, indifferent to Zhan Shi's concerns. Apart from Zhan Shi, guild leaders of Blood Shadow and Dragon Cloud also sent messages inquiring about the authenticity of the news, but Jiang Tianhe remained silent. Through his city lord privileges, he clearly saw the members of guilds like Mad Tiger, Blood Shadow, and Dragon Cloud pouring into the dungeon in droves. Instead of trying to stop them, he quietly calculated how to use this opportunity to weaken the strength of these major guilds. As he carefully reviewed the list of people entering and exiting the dungeon, Jiang Tianhe furrowed his brows slightly and muttered to himself, "Ma Qingfeng, that old fox, is really patient. The value of the lottery wheel is comparable to an artifact. There's no way the guild alliance isn't tempted." "Leader." Zhang Fei approached quickly with a serious expression to report, "Mad Tiger's people have arrived. As per your instructions, our brothers didn't engage with them and let them in directly." Zhan Shi glanced at the line of people waiting for their turn at the lottery wheel and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. I'll meet Tan Hu myself." At this moment, the leader of the Mad Tiger Guild, Tan Hu, was already leading 300 to 400 members, all dressed in uniform, aggressively advancing toward the lottery wheel. "It's Mad Tiger Guild." Song Xiaohan, hiding behind a large rock, whispered a warning. Jang Yubai observed the imposing group with a calm gaze. "Mad Tiger and Zhan Shi's guilds are like fire and water," Song Xiaohan remarked with a look of amusement. Back then, Zhan Shi's younger brother died at Tan Hu's hands over a boss fight. This time, they're definitely going to clash. "They won't." Jiang Yubai shook his head, his eyes fixed on the 2 guilds slowly drawing closer. "They don't dare." "Don't dare?" Song Xiaohan was puzzled. "Just watch," Jiang Yubai said with a mysterious smile. At that moment, a dazzling glow of leveling up radiated from him again. Ever since Zhan Shi and his people arrived, the frequency of the lottery draws had increased significantly. Each participant provided 100 experience points, causing Jiang Yubai's experience points to rise continuously. A system notification soon followed. "You have leveled up. Current level, 10. Jiang Yubai's lips curved slightly upward. In just over 2 hours since his awakening, he had already reached level 10, a staggering speed. One more level, and he would unlock a new skill. For most new job changers, the first advancement threshold was level 10. Upon reaching it, they would receive a job advancement quest, which they had to complete to continue leveling up. However, Jiang Yubai hadn't received any such quest. This was the privilege of a supergodier class. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted his thoughts. "You have obtained the epic equipment Moonshadow Spear." Huh. Jiang Yubai was momentarily stunned and quickly opened his inventory to check. A tenfold reward, yet he only received 1 piece of equipment? He swiftly reviewed the lottery records and found that the most recent entry showed Zhou Fei winning an elite-tier weapon, the Arrogant Spear. Wait a second. Jiang Yubai frowned deeply and double-checked his skill panel. House always wins passive LV10. When other players use your lottery wheel, you receive tenfold rewards. The tenfold reward was indeed accurate, but why did Zhou Fei draw an elite-tier Arrogant Spear, while he received an epic-tier Moonshadow Spear? It seemed there was a hidden secret behind this. Does quantitative change lead to qualitative change? Jiang Yubai's eyes were as deep as a starry sea. a fiery brilliance bursting within them. His heartbeat unconsciously quickened, and his breathing grew rapid. This surge of excitement was justified had just realized an astonishing fact. The multiplier increase in the House Always Wins skill was not merely a numerical change, but a qualitative leap. He lowered his gaze to his backpack, where 3 beastbone shields and 3 low-level skill books, 1/ were neatly arranged. For him, one of each was sufficient. The rest would normally be sold through the Tsang Merchant Guild. But now, with the reward multiplier raised to 10 times, everything was different. Equipment can be upgraded, so skill books must be able to as well. Jang Yubai's voice trembled slightly with excitement. And pets. His thoughts had already leaped into the distant future. This was the true power of a god-tier profession. With the tenfold reward multiplier, elite-level equipment had already evolved into epic level. If, in the future, the multiplier reached 100-fold or even 1,000-fold, would it be possible? Jang Yubai took a deep breath, and a word that stirred his imagination surfaced in his mind. Artifact. Following that came divine skills and divine beasts. The transformation of House Always Wins was beyond terrifying in its potential. Just as he was lost in this reverie, Song Xiaohan's voice pulled him back to reality. The scene before him was unexpected. The war lions and the wild tigers had yet to begin their battle, causing a slight sense of disappointment. On the battlefield, the tension was palpable. Behind the war lions and wild tigers stood hundreds of guild members, with reinforcements continuing to arrive as time passed. Wild tiger, this is the territory of my war lion guild. You've crossed the line, War Lion said, glaring at Tan, who with hatred so intense it seemed tangible. He could never forget that his younger brother had died at this man's hands. Huh. Tan, who laughed loudly, his eyes filled with disdain. War Lion, this is the Tianzong City dungeon, not your backyard. Your territory? Should we ask City Master Jiang whose territory this really is? War Lion snorted angrily. I say this because I have City Master Jiang's permission. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tan, who casually picked at his ear, his gaze coldly sweeping over the crowd behind the War Lion Guild. Don't try to use City Master Jiang to pressure me. Others may fear him, but I, Wild Tiger, do not. The prize wheel is right behind you. What? Planning to hog it all for yourself? Before War Lion could respond, he sneered. You should think carefully about your own strength. Trying to keep it for yourself? You won't even know how you died. That's none of your concern, War Lion said, crossing his arms. His golden armor gleamed under the sunlight, and the killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Wild Tiger, as long as I'm here, your people won't get within a step of the prize wheel today. Tan, whose eyelid twitched, and his killing intent surged. War Lion, if you don't move aside, this won't end until one of us is dead. The Wild Tiger Guild erupted in a roar. Yeah, if you don't move, we're taking action. War Lion, get out of the way. Tan, whose voice dropped, his spear glinting coldly in his hand. War Lion, I'll ask you one last time, are you moving or not? Not a chance. Just as the standoff reached its peak, Song Xiaohan noticed a sudden burst of radiant light around Jang Yubai. This guy had leveled up again. Level 11. A new skill was about to arrive. Jang Yubai immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Jang Yubai. Class, Lottery Master God Tier. Level, LV 11801200. Base attributes. Strength, 12,946. Constitution, 12,946. Intelligence, 12,946. Growth attributes. Health, 129,460. Defense, 129,460. Energy, 129,460. Free attribute points, 5,002. Skill slots, 4. Inventory. Advanced equipment, Beastbone Shield, X3. Low-level skill book, 1/X3. Epic equipment, Moonshadow Spear. Skills. 1. House Always Wins passive, LV 11. When other players use your prize wheel, you receive 11x the rewards. 2. Prize wheel active, LV 11. Deploy a classic circular prize wheel divided into multiple sections, each offering different rewards, e.g., experience points, equipment, gold coins, skills, thank you for participating, etc. Other players can use the wheel to draw prizes, granting you experience points with each attempt. Currently, 11 prize wheels can be deployed. 3. Holy Sword Judgment active, LV 100. Summon a massive holy sword to deal devastating damage within a 50-meter radius. Currently unavailable. 4. Lucky Blind Box active, LV 11. Deploy a Lucky Blind Box machine. Participants can spend 10,000 gold coins to receive a blind box. Blind boxes come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, corresponding to different rarity levels. Participants can view the probability of the next box's color, with chances increasing as more boxes are drawn. Jang Yubai gazed at the newly acquired Lucky Blind Box skill, a faint smile unconsciously curving his lips. This was already his second lottery-related skill besides the house always wins. All his abilities seemed tied to games of chance. Compared to the standard lottery wheel, which cost 1,000 gold coins per spin, the lucky blind box required 10 times that amount. However, Jiang was confident the experience points earned would be correspondingly greater. He pondered whether to let Song Xiaohan try out this new skill. Just then, a thunderous explosion shook the battlefield. "They're fighting!" Song Xiaohan exclaimed in an excited whisper. On the battlefield, two elite 7th-tier warriors, Zhan Shi and Kuang Hu, had already engaged in combat, their fierce battle echoing in all directions. Meanwhile, their subordinates remained calm, silently watching from the sidelines. Song Xiaohan was utterly engrossed, pumping his fists now and then in response to the action. Jang Yubai, too, focused intently on observing this rare clash of elites, hoping to glean some combat insights. As warriors of the same class, Zhan Shi and Kuang Hu shared equally aggressive fighting styles. Their strength was nearly identical, with neither gaining the upper hand. If not for this balance, Zhan Shi would have already avenged his brother, or he himself would have fallen to Tan Hu's hand. Die! Tan Hu roared as his spear erupted into a storm of shadows, enveloping Zhan Shi in a deadly assault. "Careful, Guild Master!" Jiang Fei's warning rang out. Zhan Shi let out a cold snort, his blade instantly flaring with a radiant light. Countless arcs of sword energy clashed against the spear shadows. The crisp sound of metal meeting metal filled the air as the sheer force of their attacks pushed both men back several paces. They locked eyes across the distance, their gazes crackling like lightning. "Kill! Die!" They bellowed simultaneously, charging at each other once again. Just as the tension reached its peak, a lazy voice disrupted the battlefield's charged atmosphere. "Impressive. Truly impressive. I almost feel like giving you two a round of applause." A series of crisp claps followed, and a blood-red figure came into view. Clad in crimson armor and a matching battle skirt, draped in a blood-red cape, and donning a scarlet mask, the newcomer bore a menacing design of a devouring ghost engraved on their chest. The Bloodfiend Yamaset. It's the Blood Guild's leader. An 8th-tier epic powerhouse Bloodshade. The crowd erupted in startled murmurs. Both Zhan Shi and Tan Hu immediately ceased their fight, their gazes turning wary as they focused on the new arrival. Behind Bloodshade stood 1,000 guild members, each exuding arrogance and completely disregarding the presence of the two opposing guilds. Guild Master Bloodshade. "Greetings, Guild Master Bloodshade." Zhan Shi and Tan Hu greeted in unison, halting their battle. Against this 8th-tier powerhouse, even their combined strength would be insufficient. "Where's the lottery wheel?" Bloodshade asked, hands clasped behind their back, a playful glint flashing in their masked eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Tan Hu pointed at Zhan Shi and accused. "Zhan Shi wants to claim the lottery wheel for himself. The item is currently in his possession." "Oh, is that so?" Bloodshade turned their gaze toward Zhan Shi. Zhan Shi's expression darkened. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, "It was indeed my guild that discovered it first," Bloodshade cut him off. "I'll take it. The two of you can leave now." When neither moved immediately, Bloodshade narrowed their eyes, their tone suddenly icy. "What? Do you need me to say it a second time?" The gaze of Zhan Shi and Tan Hu met in midair. Faced with the oppressive blood-red aura, the two instinctively chose to temporarily join forces. Zhan Shi slightly bowed forward, clasping his hands respectfully. "President Shuesa, City Lord Jiang specifically sent me to locate the prize wheel and instructed me to wait for his arrival. I am here on behalf of Elder Ma." Tan Hu immediately followed up. "Elder Ma also tasked me with finding the prize wheel. I've already notified him, and he's on his way as we speak." Before Tan Hu's words fully landed, the crimson cape behind Shuesa suddenly fluttered without wind, producing a rustling sound. Zhan Shi and Tan Hu's faces instantly turned pale, as though they had heard the roars of demons from the depths of hell. "I, Shuesa, despise being threatened above all else." A glint of scarlet flashed through Shuesa's eyes. The members of the Scarlet Guild behind him simultaneously drew their weapons, their cold gleam piercing the air. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent surging from Shuesa, Zhan Shi and Tan Hu involuntarily took a few steps backward. "But today, I'm in a good mood," Shuesa said, a sinister smile creeping beneath his mask. "The two of you leave behind one finger each, and I'll spare your lives." His words sent Zhan Shi and Tan Hu's hearts plummeting into despair. From a distance, Song Xiaohan watched with envy. TSK, now that's dominance. When will I ever be as imposing as Shuesa?" "As long as you can get into the same sacred academy as me," Jang Yubai replied with a smile. "You'll be even more imposing than Shuesa someday." Song Xiaohan nodded eagerly, thinking that as long as he stuck with Jiang Yubai, drawing prizes every day, he wouldn't have to worry about surpassing Shuesa in the future. "Zhan Shi and Tan Hu are in a tough spot now," Song Xiaohan remarked, then asked, "But Zhan Shi is technically one of your grandfather's men. If Shuesa refuses to let him go, will you step in?" Jiang Yubai cast a cold glance at Zhan Shi and said indifferently, "Do you really believe what Zhan Shi said? He's just using my grandfather's name as a shield. My grandfather can draw prizes anytime he wants. Why would he send Zhan Shi to compete?" "You're right. I was overthinking it." Song Xiaohan nodded thoughtfully, then added indignantly, "Zhan Shi sure is bold. He's not even afraid of angering your grandfather. He does need to be put in his place," Jiang Yubai said expressionlessly. Just as Zhan Shi and Tan Hu found themselves in a dilemma, the forces of the Longyun Guild arrived on the scene. Close behind, several other guilds also made their appearance. It was clear that the location of the prize will had been leaked and was now known to all the major guilds. "Well, isn't this lively?" said Longyun, the leader of the Longyun Guild, as he appeared, dressed in golden battle armor and fanning himself with a jade folding fan. Shusa's eyes fell on Longyun, a flicker of wariness and darkness flashing within them. "It seems the prize wheel is indeed here," Longyun said, closing his fan as his gaze swept rapidly across the area. It didn't take long for him to spot the prize wheel. His eyes lit up with excitement, and in a flash, his figure vanished from where he stood. Shusa's cape suddenly billowed as he transformed into a blood-red shadow, rushing toward the prize wheel in pursuit. Zhan Shi and Tan Hu, unwilling to be left behind, also dashed toward the wheel at full speed. Screech, whoosh. Sharp whistling sounds pierced through the air as a crimson shadow and a golden afterimage streaked across the battlefield like lightning. Members of the War Lion Guild fell one after another, their anguished cries echoing relentlessly. Blood Shadow and Long Yun appeared almost simultaneously in front of the prize wheel, keeping a cautious distance from each other, their eyes filled with vigilance. War Lion and Mad Tiger arrived shortly after. War Lion surveyed the fallen guild members scattered across the ground, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to suppress his seething rage. Mad Tiger, on the other hand, wore a cruel smile, tauntingly looking at War Lion. "This is the price of overestimating yourself." Hearing this, War Lion's veins throbbed even more prominently as he glared at Mad Tiger with murderous intent. Mad Tiger sneered dismissively and shifted part of his attention to the spinning prize wheel. Blood Shadow and Long Yun ignored their bickering, focusing intently on the information displayed on the wheel. Meanwhile, War Lion quickly sent a report of the scene to Jiang Tianhe. As the Lord of Burial City, Jiang Tianhe had already been monitoring the situation closely using his lordship privileges. He mused to himself, "Blood Shadow and Long Yun are here. Ma Qingfeng, I doubt you'll resist the temptation to get involved." Jiang Tian's gaze shifted to Jiang Yubai, who was hiding behind a large boulder, and he felt a twinge of astonishment. In such a short span of time, he had already witnessed the glow of level-ups flash over his grandson multiple times. No wonder they risked placing the prize wheel here. This leveling speed is unbelievable. Jiang Tianhe began to question whether the talent of a prize master was truly limited to an SSS potential rating. He had encountered many rank newcomers, but none could match his grandson's leveling speed. Although Xiao Bei's career potential ensured he would be admitted to the Starry Sky Academy as a guaranteed student, the sudden and hurried return of Envoy Luo to the academy left Jiang Tianhe uneasy. Could something have gone wrong, he wondered. Not far away, Song Xiaohan watched the scene with growing excitement. So cool, absolutely amazing. No doubt about it, these epic-level powerhouses are cutting through these 3rd, 4th, and 5th stage professionals like they're nothing. War Lion doesn't even dare to make a peep. They're just too strong. Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement, though his tone remained calm. But that's all there is to it. As the grandson of a legendary powerhouse, he didn't find Blood Shadow and Long Yun particularly impressive. He secretly hoped, "Let's see if these two can draw something good, preferably a skill book." He had already mastered the low-level skill 1/. For professionals, there was no limit to the number of skills they could acquire. Most people awakened with an initial skill after their first career advancement, but Jiang Yubai was the only newcomer to possess 2 initial skills. Each subsequent career stage would grant new skills, while other skills could only be obtained through skill books or quest rewards. However, with the help of the prize wheel and other methods, Jiang Yubai anticipated amassing an extraordinary number of skills in the future. Long Yun, twirling a white jade folding fan, gave a warm smile as he glanced at Blood Shadow. "Brother Blood Shadow, why don't you go first? Do I need your permission?" Blood Shadow shot Long Yun an indifferent glance, then retrieved some gold coins from his bag and began spinning the wheel. As an old rival, Long Yun was well acquainted with Blood Shadow's temperament and wasn't offended. Instead, he watched the slowly spinning prize wheel with anticipation. The crimson eyes glimmered with anticipation and tension as he stared intently at the slowly spinning lottery wheel in front of him. This wheel could grant precious rewards such as attribute points and skill books. Even Zhan Shi and Kwang Hu couldn't help but lean in to watch. "Thanks for participating." As the prompt sounded, the crimson gaze instantly darkened like ink. "Looks like your luck isn't with you today, Shusa," Long Yun remarked with a light chuckle, folding the paper fan in his hand as he stepped forward to take his turn at the lottery. Humph, as if your luck will be any better, Shuesa retorted coldly. If I win a reward, Shuesa, don't be too envious, Long Yun replied calmly. A few seconds later, the wheel stopped spinning. Thanks for participating. Long Yun's smile froze on his face, and the fan in his hand stopped moving. Shuesa let out a cold laugh. Your luck isn't any better. Long Yun quickly regained his composure. It's fine. We get to draw once every day. If not today, then tomorrow for sure. Keep telling yourself that, Shuesa mocked, then turned toward the nearby members of the Crimson Guild and shouted, Everyone, come over and draw. Zhan Shi and Kuang Hu's expressions immediately changed. Hold on, Long Yun said, his smile fading as he adopted a serious tone. Shuesa, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Inappropriate? How so? Shuesa's eyes turned sharp. Do you plan to stop me? Long Yun shook his head, glancing at the 1,000 or so members of his own guild. If we're drawing, we should all draw together. Fine, but my members go first, Shuesa said firmly. That hardly seems fair, Long Yun replied with a meaningful smile. Knowing you, Shuesa, once your members are done, I doubt mine will even get a chance. Shuesa narrowed his eyes. That was indeed his plan. How about this? Long Yun suggested. We alternate. One of your members, then one of mine, and so on. What do you say? Shuesa was silent for a moment. Fine. At this point, Zhan Shi and Kuang Hu could no longer hold back. Guild Master Shuesa, Guild Master Long Yun. Kuang Hu said in a deep voice. I'm here on behalf of Elder Ma. Aren't you worried about offending him with such actions? Zhan Shi immediately chimed in. City Master Jiang oversees both Tianzong City and the Tianzong Dungeon. Are you two planning to exclude him from this entirely? Smack. Smack. Two crisp sounds echoed as Zhan Shi and Kuang Hu were sent flying several meters away by a single palm strike each from Shuesa and Long Yun. They hit the ground hard, groaning in pain. Members of both guilds stood frozen in fear, not daring to make a sound. Courting death. Shuesa growled, his aura murderous. Foolishness, Long Yun said coldly. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from the sky. Even a dog deserves consideration of its master. Shuesa, Long Yun, are you two trying to make yourselves unwelcome in Tianzong City? Shuesa and Long Yun's heart sank. Kuang Hu, however, was overjoyed and scrambled to his feet. Elder Ma, you're finally here. A gentle breeze swept by, revealing a tall, imposing elder whose mere presence exuded authority. Elder Ma. Shuesa and Long Yun immediately bowed respectfully. Behind a large boulder, Jang Yubai observed the legendary powerhouse Ma Qingfeng with a furrowed brow. As a figure sent by the Job Advancement Guild Alliance to counterbalance Jiang Tianhe, Ma Qingfeng held authority over Tianzong City under the Alliance's jurisdiction. His arrival signified that the Guild Alliance had finally made its move. A person's reputation can cast a long shadow. In the land of Tianzong City, all the guilds, big and small, fall under the jurisdiction of Ma Qingfeng. At this moment, Shuesa and Long Yun had set aside their usual arrogance, greeting Ma Qingfeng with utmost respect, though the ambition in their eyes could not be hidden. Ma Qingfeng's cold gaze swept over the two, and an aura of a legendary powerhouse instantly descended upon the scene. As the leaders of the two most powerful guilds in Tianzong City, Shuesa and Long Yun outwardly showed deference to him, but their covert schemes were unending. In the past, to maintain the balance of power in the city, Ma Qingfeng had often turned a blind eye. But today, these two had dared to make a move against his people. This was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face. Shuesa, Long Yun, you certainly have some nerve, Ma Qingfeng said coldly, his voice laced with icy anger. You knew full well that Tan Hu is under my protection, yet you still dared to lay a hand on him. Please calm your anger, Elder Ma, Shuesa said, lowering his head slightly with a calm tone. I was too impulsive. I ask for your forgiveness. Long Yun, standing beside him, clasped his fists and echoed the sentiment. Both of them were well aware of Ma Qingfeng's temper. Any attempt to explain would only make matters worse, so they chose to admit fault outright. After all, Kuang Hu hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Seeing their seemingly fearless demeanor only fueled Ma Qingfeng's anger further. However, he knew that Jiang Tianhe must be watching from the shadows. If he were to take any action against the two, Jiang Tianhe would undoubtedly intervene. For now, the most important matter was the prize wheel. Everything else could wait. You two, take your people and leave the Tianzong dungeon immediately, Ma Qingfeng commanded, suppressing his fury. However, Shuesa and Long Yun remained motionless, showing no intention of leaving. Guild masters, did you not hear Elder Ma's order? Kuang Hu asked coldly. Long Yun glanced at Kuang Hu and replied evenly. Elder Ma, the Tianzong dungeon falls under the jurisdiction of Lord Jiang. You don't quite have the authority to order us to leave, do you? Indeed, Shuesa chimed in. Elder Ma, your actions seem a little inappropriate. Perhaps we should wait for Lord Jiang to decide. Ma Qingfeng's expression grew darker by the moment, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had learned that the prize will have the potential to grant attribute points and skill books, a treasure he could not afford to pass up. In his mind, this could be the key to reaching the god-tier level, and even the slightest possibility was worth pursuing. Shuesa and Long Yun are truly bold, muttered Song Xiaohan, watching nervously. I can't believe they dare to say such things. They're practically courting death. This is the Tianzong Dunjimi grandfather's territory, Jang Yubai explained calmly. If Ma Qingfeng takes action against them, he'll be breaking the rules. They're banking on that fact, which is why they're speaking so boldly. Song Xiaohan nodded but asked curiously, but War Lion was also attacked. Isn't this crossing your grandfather as well? Jang Yubai shook his head. A legendary tier being threatened by elite tier opponents? A little retaliation is understandable. Both War Lion and Kuang Hu are still fine, aren't they? Greed truly clouds judgment. Song Xiaohan sighed, his gaze drifting to the alluring prize wheel. Jiang Yubai nodded silently, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He thought to himself, Grandfather, where are you? Just then, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Jiang Tian's figure appeared above the crowd, looking down at Ma Qingfeng with a smile. Even Elder Ma has come. It seems this prize wheel is quite irresistible. Greetings, Lord City Master. The crowd greeted in unison. Greetings, Lord of the City. As soon as the City Lord appeared, the professionals known as War Lion, Wild Tiger, Bloodshade, and Dragon Cloud all saluted in unison, their respectful voices echoing in the air. This scene made Ma Qingfeng, standing to the side, grow even more sullen despite being a legendary level powerhouse himself. Jiang Tian's prestige far surpassed his. Jiang Tianhe nodded slightly and descended slowly from the air, his feet landing steadily in front of the mysterious lottery wheel. What do you make of this item, Lord Jiang? Ma Qingfeng asked in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on Jiang Tianhe. Jiang Tianhe stared at the lottery wheel before him and slowly shook his head. This is my first time seeing such a thing. Elder Ma, as someone from the Guild Alliance headquarters with vast knowledge and experience, surely you must know what this is. These words struck a nerve with Ma Qingfeng. His face darkened as he silently cursed. Flattery, huh? If I knew, would I be asking you? This is also my first time seeing it. I've never even heard of it before. Ma Qingfeng replied stiffly. We should discuss how to handle this item first. Discuss. Jiang Tianhe feigned confusion. Discuss what? With whom? A cold glint flashed in Ma Qingfeng's eyes, and his voice carried a sharp edge of anger. What? Are you planning to claim this item for yourself, Lord Jiang? Elder Ma, that's a heavy accusation. Jiang Tianhe's expression turned serious. The Nether Burial Dungeon is under the jurisdiction of the Guild Alliance, so how to deal with this item should be decided by the Guild Alliance as well. These words left Ma Qingfeng momentarily speechless. Bloodshade, Dragon Cloud, and Wild Tiger's expressions also shifted as they turned their gazes toward Jiang Tianhe. Only Wild Tiger's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile. Just as Ma Qingfeng was about to respond, Jiang Tianhe changed his tone, his smile returning. However, as the current lord of Nether Burial City, this lottery wheel should naturally remain under my supervision until the Guild Alliance makes its decision. Ma Qingfeng's face grew even darker, his eyes like daggers as they fixed on Jiang Tianhe. Of course, Jiang Tianhe continued. If Elder Ma wishes to participate in the lottery, I won't stop you. As for the others, his gaze swept over the crowd, and Bloodshade, Dragon Cloud, and Wild Tiger immediately tensed. Even War Lion's expression turned uneasy, his demeanor filled with apprehension. Ma Qingfeng let out a cold snort, his anger boiling over. Jiang Tianhe's intentions were crystal clear before the Guild Alliance could intervene. He planned to exploit the lottery wheel to make a fortune. Worse, he intended to exclude Ma Qingfeng entirely. The news that the lottery wheel could grant attribute points would inevitably spread, drawing countless professionals to it. Jiang Tianhe could simply charge an entrance fee and reap immense profits. Not giving me a share? Planning to hog it all? Dream on. Ma Qingfeng thought bitterly, already considering reporting this matter to the guild headquarters since Jiang Tianhe had yet to disclose it. At that moment, Jiang Tianhe's smile vanished, replaced by a commanding expression. His voice resonated powerfully through the area. As for everyone else, you are free to participate in the lottery. I will not obstruct anyone, and I will deploy the city guard to station here. Should anyone attempt to seize this lottery wheel by force, they will face severe punishment. Let this serve as a warning to all. Before his words fully faded, Jiang Tianhe's figure disappeared from sight. The scene fell into a brief silence, only to erupt moments later in a cacophony of astonished voices. Seriously? Did I hear that right? The city lord is letting us join the lottery too. A burst of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. It's not just city lord, it's Jiang Qingtian, someone corrected, their voice brimming with barely contained excitement. The members of the major guilds exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes gleaming with disbelief. This wasn't just any ordinary lottery, it was the legendary spinning wheel, proven to grant attribute points, experience, equipment, and skill books. For regular adventurers, the 1,000 gold per spin price was a luxury few could afford, but who wouldn't want to take a chance? What if they hit the jackpot and got a skill book? You'll never win if you don't try? Take the risk. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, someone shouted from the crowd, stirring a wave of enthusiasm. The adventurers on site were so thrilled that they were practically jumping for joy. Some were even tempted to kneel before Jiang Tianhe's decision could very well change their lives forever. Bloodshade and Long Yun stood off to the side, exchanging bitter glances. To get a chance at the lottery, they had gone as far as offending their superior, Ma Qingfeng, only to realize now that their efforts were in vain. They both knew Ma Qingfeng's temperament, while there would undoubtedly be repercussions. Still, at least their goal had been achieved. If Ma Qingfeng had control of the spinning wheel, the price for a single spin would have been far more than a mere 1,000 gold. War Lion and Wild Tiger's expressions weren't much better. They had hoped to gain an edge by cozying up to Jiang Tianhe or Ma Qingfeng, securing priority access to the lottery to strengthen themselves and outdo each other. Now, their plans had fallen apart. The worst expression of all, however, belonged to Ma Qingfeng. His face was so dark it seemed ready to drip with malice, and his eyes burned with murderous intent. That spinning wheel was a veritable gold mine. The only reason he hadn't reported it to the Alliance of Advancement Guilds was that he planned to make a fortune off it. With such a unique opportunity, even at 10,000 gold per spin, there would still be no shortage of participants. He had already devised a profit-sharing scheme. Jiang Tianhe would take 60%, while he would claim 40%. Even with just 40%, the daily earnings would be astronomical. But Jiang Tianhe had gone and done the unthinkable, opening up the lottery to all adventurers. Ma Qingfeng ground his teeth in frustration. What an absolute fool. Using this as a way to win people over? Utterly idiotic. Despite the fury blazing in his heart, Ma Qingfeng kept a calm exterior. He couldn't afford to voice any objections, lest he offend not just the adventurers of Tianzong City, but also others. Jiang Tianhe, you're forcing my hand. Without hesitation, he contacted Yuan Taiyu, the vice president of the Alliance of Advancement Guilds, to report the existence of the spinning wheel. Staring at the gleaming contraption, Ma Qingfeng sneered coldly. This treasure may be valuable, but it's also a ticking time bomb. Jiang Tianhe, trouble is coming your way. Is Grandpa Jiang really this generous? Song Shaohan finally snapped out of her daze, blinking as she turned to Jang Yubai. Jang Yubai remained silent. He quickly understood the true intention behind his grandfather's decision. Everything was for him. The number of participants in the lottery directly impacts the speed of leveling up. For this reason, Jiang Tianhe decided to make the lottery completely open without restrictions. Standing to the side, Jiang Yubai gazed at Ma Qingfeng's back, silently pondering. Grandfather's approach will not only offend Ma Qingfeng, but also invite endless trouble. Since the era of universal job transfers began, 1,000 years have passed, and Blue Star has undergone a massive transformation. Today, Blue Star is jointly governed by the Job Transfer Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenaries. These two powerful factions oversee a varying number of cities, with each city managing its own unique dungeons and secret realms. Want to become the lord of a city? The rule is simple: issue a challenge. Any professional below the divine level who defeats the current city lord can take over the city. The situation in Tianzong City is rather unique. It only has one dungeon, the Tianzong Dungeon, which is limited to professionals below the 5th transfer. The meager profits from it have long discouraged stronger individuals from paying attention. But now, with the news of the lottery wheel spreading, challengers are bound to flock in. Although Jiang Tianhe's strength has greatly improved since acquiring the Holy Sword Judgment, he has yet to reach the level of a top-tier legendary powerhouse. However, Jang Yubai wasn't overly concerned. At worst, they could simply retract the lottery wheel later. He had already considered this possibility before placing the wheel. Besides, as long as he successfully gained admission to the Starry Sky Academy, no one would dare trouble Jiang Tianhe anymore. Let's go. Where to? Back to the city lord's mansion. I need to talk to Grandpa. As the city guards arrived, the lottery event had already begun, and system notifications repeatedly chimed with, "You gained 100 experience points." Jiang Yubai and Song Shaohan immediately teleported out of the dungeon. "Xiaobai, you're back." Seeing his beloved grandson, Jiang Tianhe set down his teacup, his face lighting up with a kind smile. Just as Jiang Yubai sat down, a glow of leveling up radiated from him, catching Jiang Tianhe's attention. "Grandpa, why not share some of the profits with Ma Qingfeng?" Jiang Yubai asked calmly. "My silly child," Jiang Tianhe chuckled and replied. "Do you think giving Ma Qingfeng a share of the profits would stop trouble from coming our way?" Jiang Yubai fell silent. Indeed, with the lottery wheel's extraordinary attributes, unless Jiang Tianhe became an invincible legendary figure, trouble would be inevitable. Even at that level, if someone drew a divine skill, artifact, or beast, divine-level powerhouses might still swarm in. "Don't worry about me, kid. At worst, he'll just give up being the city lord," Jiang Tianhe said with a laugh. "That's easy for you to say. After being the city lord for 2 or 3 decades, can you really just let it go?" Jiang Yubai shook his head. "What's so hard about letting go? The position of city lord is nothing compared to the future of my grandson," Jiang Tianhe said, his priorities clear. With the potential Jang Yubai had shown, he was confident his grandson would lead the Jiang family to a brighter future. Just then, a soft white glow emanated from Jang Yubai. Seeing this, Jiang Tianhe burst into hearty laughter, feeling even more certain of his decision. Jang Yubai stood up and began walking out. Where are you going? To place the lottery wheels in other dungeons. Then I'll go with you. No need. You'd better stay here and deal with Ma Qingfeng. Though worried, Jiang Tianhe didn't dare to send anyone to protect him. If word got out that Jiang Yubai was the one placing the lottery wheels, the consequences would be disastrous. All he could do was watch as Jiang Yubai's figure gradually disappeared. Moments later, he sensed his grandson leaving Tianzong City through the City Lord's Mansion's passage. In Kowloon City, the headquarters of the Career Change Guild Alliance on Blue Star stood tall and imposing. Within a traditionally adorned office, Vice President Yuan Taiyu sat upright, exuding an air of authority. Despite appearing to be in his early 30s, Yuan Taiyu was, in truth, a formidable figure who had lived for over a century. At this moment, however, his face, usually calm and commanding, was filled with shock. A Destiny-class divine vocation has emerged on Tiansong Star. Yuan Taiyu's brows furrowed slightly. Since Luo Qingxian, no one has awakened a divine vocation for 3 whole years, and now this. He took a deep breath, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. A Destiny-class divine vocation, just like Luo Qingxian, is destined to reach high-tier godhood. And I will forever be confined to the lower tiers, he said with a sigh. Even though the Stellar Universe chapter has opened, and anyone can become a god, advancing further still depends on the potential of one's profession. As he pondered which sacred land Bo Feiyang might join in the future, a message from Ma Qingfeng suddenly popped up in front of him. Yuan Taiyu's gaze sharpened as he read through it carefully. A lottery wheel that can grant attribute points in skill books? A dungeon item akin to treasure chests? A mix of doubt and astonishment flickered in Yuan Taiyu's eyes. As he took in the detailed information, his brows knitted tighter. It can't be collected or destroyed, and Jiang Tianhe dared to make it accessible to everyone without any restrictions? Although Ma Qingfeng hadn't mentioned the specific benefits of the wheel, Yuan Taiyu immediately grasped its immense potential value. Several strategies for profiting from the wheel had already formed in his mind. This Jiang Tianhe, such audacity. Does he really think this wheel is his personal property? Without hesitation, he contacted Ma Qingfeng, instructing him to negotiate the transfer of the wheel's control under Yuan Taiyu's name. Once this matter was arranged, Yuan Taiyu shifted his focus back to other official duties. To him, an item from a mere low-tier dungeon was unlikely to be of great importance unless it could produce divine skills or artifacts. But could that really be possible? Meanwhile, at the Tianzong City branch of the Career Change Guild, Ma Qingfeng received Yuan Taiyu's message. A smug smile spread across his face. Elder Ma, did the headquarters bring good news? Huang Hu asked obsequiously, bowing low. Vice President Yuan has instructed me to take control of Jiang Tianhe's lottery wheel. Ma Qingfeng replied, his smile growing wider. Summon the guild members immediately and have them stand by. I'll head to the City Lord's mansion now. He seemed to relish the thought of the grim expression Jiang Tianhe would soon wear. Understood. Huang Hu exclaimed, overjoyed. Although Jiang Tianhe had forbidden anyone from seizing the lottery, Huang Hu and the Zhanshi Guild often had to wait in line behind larger guilds like Bloodshade and Longyun to take their turn. With Elder Ma backing them, the Huang Hu Guild could now enjoy priority access every day, perhaps even stationing their own members to guard the wheel. If that happened, the Zhanshi Guild might not even get a chance to participate. At the same time, in the Crystal Forest, a beginner-level dungeon far less significant than the Tianzong dungeon, Jang Yubai appeared at the entrance. Surveying his surroundings, he saw only newcomers around his age. Placing the lottery wheel in a beginner dungeon like this served one key purpose: to reduce the attention of god-tier powerhouses on the wheel. Unless someone draws a god-tier reward, god-tier powerhouses would not show up in person. Standing at the entrance of the Crystal Forest, Jang Yubai furrowed his brows slightly. As a lottery master with a super-god profession, he wasn't particularly worried about these god-tier powerhouses. Even those equipped with divine artifacts and possessing bizarre abilities could hardly uncover his true identity. As he was lost in thought, a crisp voice interrupted him. Jang Yubai, is that you? Looking up, he saw Long Danny approaching with a delighted smile, followed by 2 other girls. Long Danny had fair skin, a beautiful face, and bright, expressive eyes framed by long lashes, making her especially captivating. Jang Yubai, it really is you. I thought I was mistaken, Long Danny said, blinking her eyes. What brings you to the Crystal Forest? If you can come, why can't I? Jang Yubai replied with a faint smile. Long Danny glanced around and asked excitedly, are you alone? Didn't Song Xiaohan come with you? After receiving Jiang Yubai's negative answer, she clapped her hands and suggested, perfect. Let's team up, the 4 of us. This is Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshanthiri from our school too. The 2 girls looked at Jiang Yubai with admiration in their eyes. Hi, Jiang Yubai. Hello? No. Thanks. Jang Yubai declined flatly and turned to leave. Jang Yubai? Jang Yubai. Long Danny called out twice, but he didn't look back, leaving her stomping her feet in frustration. Danny, what now? Danny, you've always had a crush on Jiang Yubai. You can't miss this chance. Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan urged her anxiously. Clenching her fists, Long Danny declared, "Let's go after him." The three girls gave chase, but within minutes, they were out of breath and had to stop. I can't. I really can't. Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan waved their hands in surrender. He's too fast. Long Danny gritted her teeth. Keep going. We can't let him get away today. With that, she pulled the two along and resumed the pursuit. Jiang Yubai silently thanked his high stats. This encounter couldn't have come at a worse time. He quickly set up the lottery wheel and left the crystal forest, heading straight for the next beginner dungeon. Not long after, the three girls stumbled upon the mysterious lottery wheel. Oh, what's this? A lottery wheel. 8,000 gold coins per spin? You can win skill books, attribute points, and pets. Long Danny took out the gold coins her parents had given her and decided to try her luck. Congratulations. You have won 1,000 experience points. 3 beams of leveling up light suddenly enveloped Long Danny, and she jumped from level 1 to level 4 in an instant. The scene left the three girls utterly stunned, speechless for a long while. Long Danny stared at the profession panel in front of her. The level section clearly displayed LV4 100500. Slowly, she turned her head to look at Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan, who stood beside her. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and her pure, delicate face was etched with disbelief. I really leveled up to 4. Her voice was filled with incredulity, as if she were caught in a dream. Duan Mengfei hesitated before speaking. You did. It seems like you really leveled up. Wei Shanshan nodded blankly, her mind still struggling to process the information. This can't be a dream, right? Long Danny checked the profession panel again, pointing at the shimmering lottery wheel. Her voice grew more excited. This lottery wheel, it's real. This discovery instantly ignited the enthusiasm of Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan. The two shrieked and scrambled through their backpacks, frantically pulling out gold coins. Let me go first. No way. I'm feeling super lucky today. My luck is way better than yours. I should go first. Watching the two argue heatedly over the order of the draw, Long Danny took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. She immediately contacted her father, Long Yun. At that moment, Long Yun was in the first level of the Sky Burial Dungeon, leading his guild members through the lottery. Shuesa stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on the spinning wheel. Brother Shuesa, stop staring, Long Yun said, elegantly fanning himself with a white jade fan. If not for City Lord Zhang's generosity, with just the resources of our guild, we'd have to empty our treasury to let everyone have a chance at the lottery. City Lord Zhang's kindness is something I, Shuesa, will remember forever, Shuesa replied coldly. Naturally, Long Yun's words trailed off as a dialogue box suddenly popped up in front of him. His fan froze midair, and a flash of barely concealed joy crossed his face. Shuesa, ever perceptive, caught Long Yun's unusual reaction and cast him a questioning look. Long Yun struggled to maintain his composure, though his mind was already in turmoil. A lottery wheel has appeared in the Crystal Forest too. This has to be a dungeon item. I need to act quickly before others catch on. With that thought, he snapped his fan shut with a crisp clap, feigning anger. Someone dares to cause trouble on my territory? How audacious. He then rallied nearly 100 guild members and swiftly headed for the Crystal Forest dungeon. Shuesa narrowed his eyes. Though he found the situation suspicious, he noticed that most of the members Long Yun took had already participated in the lottery, so he decided not to question further. Soon, Long Yun led hundreds of guild members to the Crystal Forest. By the time they arrived, other adventurers had already discovered the lottery wheel and started drawing. Long Yun immediately ordered the area cleared and instructed his guild members to draw in an orderly fashion. Dad, you already knew about the lottery wheel? Long Danny asked curiously. Long Yun nodded and explained the situation of the lottery wheel in the Sky Burial Dungeon to his daughter. The Sky Burial Dungeon has a lottery wheel too? What about other dungeons? Long Danny pressed further. I've already sent people to investigate the surrounding dungeons, Long Yun replied, shaking his head. So far, there's no news. For now, this is only the second lottery wheel we've discovered. Long Danny gazed into the distance, a thoughtful expression on her face. Grandpa Jiang is such a kind person. Not long ago, I even ran into Jang Yubai here. The grandson of City Lord Jiang is here too. Long Yun was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but ask. Yes, Long Danny replied, shaking her head slightly in disappointment. But I lost track of him. I have no idea where he is now. Long Yun frowned, his mind turning over the situation. This is unusual. If City Lord Jiang's grandson isn't leveling up in the Heavenly Burial Dungeon, could it have something to do with that lottery wheel? Perhaps City Lord Jiang, worried about his grandson's safety, specifically sent him here to fight monsters and gain experience? Just then, Long Danny's excited voice interrupted his thoughts. Dad, we got a skill book. A skill book just dropped. Long Yun's face immediately lit up with joy as he quickly stepped forward to take the skill book from one of the guild members. Meanwhile, on an island in the middle of Sun Lake within the novice village dungeon, Jang Yubai was carefully setting up a lottery wheel. Once finished, he stood in place, his expression contemplative. After placing the lottery wheel in the crystal forest, he had left, and so far, the matter of the lottery wheels hadn't attracted much attention from the major factions. However, as more wheels were placed, it was inevitable that some professionals would notice patterns and start searching for them in other novice village dungeons. Once this lottery wheel is set up, I should move on to lower-level dungeons, he calculated silently. That would be a safer approach. With my current attributes and skill set, I can dominate in lower-level dungeons. He glanced down at his profession panel. Name, Jang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master Super God Tier. Level, 27546-2800. The basic attributes were prominently displayed. Strength, 35,946. Constitution, 35,946. Intelligence, 35,946. Growth attributes. Health, 359,460. Defense, 359,460. Energy, 359,460. Free attribute points, 2. The skill panel showcased 7 neatly arranged skills. House Edge Passive, level 27. When other players use your lottery wheel, you gain rewards equal to 27 times their winnings. Lottery Wheel Active, level 27. Allows placement of classic circular wheels with multiple reward zones, including experience, equipment, gold, and skills. Can currently place up to 27 wheels simultaneously. Lucky Blind Box Active, level 27. Sets up a blind box machine where players can spend 10,000 gold to open a box. The boxes come in 7 color grades, with probabilities increasing as more are opened. Holy Sword Judgment Active, level 100. Summons a massive sword to deal devastating damage within a 50-meter radius currently unusable. 1/active, level 27. Channels power for a cone-shaped slash, dealing 150 physical damage with a 10 chance to cause bleeding. Blazing Missile Active, level 27. Launches a fire missile with a 20 chance to ignite the target, causing damage over 5 seconds. Extreme Charge Active, level 27. Enters a charging state, enhancing the next attack, granting immunity to control effects, and reducing damage taken by 50. Shadow Shift Active, level 27. Grants invisibility for 12 seconds and allows short-distance teleportation, reducing the chance of being detected. His inventory was well organized, containing 3 pieces of high-grade beast bone armor, a phantom bird staff, a giant bear whip, several low-grade skill books, an epic-grade moonshadow spear, and a mid-grade wild bull greatsword. Jang Yubai stared thoughtfully at his ever-expanding skill bar. As a lottery master, his all-attribute profession made his skill tree increasingly vast, almost rivaling that of a full-class expert. He chuckled softly and shook his head, thinking to himself that he was no jack of all trades. After all, such professions couldn't even master elite-level skills. He carefully examined the items in his inventory, marveling at the intimidating 90, "Thank you for participating" probability. The mere 10 chance of winning something worthwhile was entirely luck-based. There was no such thing as a guaranteed reward after 10 draws. Without the mechanism for designated prizes, even his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, might never have drawn the legendary skill Holy Sword Judgment. That daily designated lottery spin on each will can't go to waste, Jang Yubai calculated to himself. He'll save them all for Grandpa, maybe he can pull something good out of it. After leaving Sun Lake, others gradually discovered the existence of those lottery wheels. By then, Jang Yubai had already arrived at Magnetic Castle, a low-level dungeon suitable for first to third-year professions. The castle was divided into 3 areas: the outer zone, the inner zone, and the core zone, each corresponding to different levels of adventurers. As soon as he reached the entrance to the outer zone, a lazy yet domineering voice rang out, 100 gold coins. Jang Yubai looked expressionlessly at the 2 guards clad in standard city guard gear, then silently tossed them the coins. Though his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, was known as one of the more benevolent city lords and didn't charge dungeon entry fees, for ordinary adventurers, 100 gold coins were still a significant expense. It would take hunting down dozens of monsters just to break even. "Well, aren't you cocky?" one of the guards muttered discontentedly, preparing to take action, but his companion stopped him. "Don't mess with him," the other guard warned in a low voice. "This guy carries himself differently, is not someone to provoke. We're the city lord's guards. With the city lord backing us, what's there to be afraid of?" Despite his bravado, the guard ultimately didn't dare stop Jang Yubai. Venturing 200 or 300 meters into the outer zone, Jang Yubai noticed the distinct lack of other adventurers. This is the result of draining the pond to catch the fish, he thought. Charging 10 gold coins for a low-level dungeon is reasonable, but 100 is outright robbery. Suddenly, a warning sounded. "Alert! A magnetic wolf has spotted you." The magnetic wolf in front of him was twice the size of a regular wolf, its body shrouded in a constantly shifting gray-white magnetic field. Its attributes showed: level 13, HP 1350. Howl! The magnetic wolf roared and lunged toward Jang Yubai. In an instant, a ruggedly designed stone blade appeared in Jang Yubai's hands, the Wild Bull Greatsword. This mid-tier weapon required a warrior-class profession at level 20 or higher to wield. As a two-handed weapon, it provided a 120 attack boost, along with 10 strength and 5 critical hit rate. However, its one downside was its significant weight, which reduced attack speed by 10. As the magnetic wolf leaped to bite him, Jang Yubai gripped the Wild Bull Greatsword tightly with both hands and, without hesitation, unleashed his skill, one slash. Wow! A silvery gray blade light cascaded down like flowing water, enveloping the entire area ahead. The blade swept across the magnetic wolf's body, and the damage number, 414,521, immediately appeared. Jang Yubai stared at the dissipating corpse of the magnetic wolf in a daze. He lowered his gaze to examine the barbarian bull greatsword in his hand, and a sudden realization dawned on him. Since his base and growth attributes lacked an attack power stat, he had completely overlooked his own combat capabilities until now. In truth, with an astonishing growth attribute of 400,000, he could effortlessly defeat the magnetic wolf even without a weapon. Moments earlier, he had merely wanted to test the power of the one-slash skill and casually used the barbarian bull greatsword. The damage output of over 410,000 excited him immensely. At that moment, he finally understood that attack power was closely tied to strength and constitution, much like how health points and defense enjoyed nearly tenfold amplification. With my current output, I can practically walk through this magnetic castle unchallenged. The more Jang Yubai thought about it, the more thrilled he became, and a smile crept onto his lips. It was only the first day of his awakening, and while figures like Song Xiaohan and Long Danny were still in their early stages, he had already reached level 32. From Sun Lake to Magnetic Castle, he had leveled up 5 times. He only needed 18 more levels to reach the threshold for his second-class advancement. My current base attributes, roughly estimated, are equivalent to a level 200 Luo Qingxian. Thinking of this, Jang Yubai couldn't help but gasp. The comparison was simply staggering. After all, Luo Qingxian was a natural divine class holder and one of the top prodigies of the human race. For other potential professions, the level gap would likely double. So this is the terrifying power of a super divine class. Jang Yubai marveled. It's absolutely perfect. And this didn't even account for the additional boosts from equipment and other attributes. After calming his excitement for nearly 5 minutes, Jang Yubai's smile remained. Glancing around to ensure he was alone, he initially considered setting up a prize wheel, but quickly dismissed the idea. Without the prize wheel, entering a dungeon required 100 gold coins. If he added the wheel, ticket prices would undoubtedly soar. He didn't want his prize wheel to become a tool for others' profit except for his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe. After leaving Magnetic Castle, Jang Yubai decided to challenge an elite-level dungeon this time. With his current strength, even an elite-level castle was well within his capabilities. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion of Tianzong City, a tense confrontation was unfolding. Jiang Tianhe, will you hand over the prize wheel's control or not? Ma Qingfeng demanded, his expression dark and menacing. Faced with the furious Ma Qingfeng, Jiang Tianhe remained remarkably calm. Elder Ma, it's not that I don't want to hand it over, it's that I can't. This is Vice President Qi's order. Hearing this, Ma Qingfeng's face darkened, and a complex glint flickered in his eyes. The two vice presidents of the Job Transition Guild Alliance's headquarters on Blue Star, Yuan Taiyu and Shi Yan, are both low-tier divine-level powerhouses, evenly matched in strength. Ever since the former president perished in the Serious Domains Void Rift dungeon, no successor has been appointed. Instead, the headquarters has been planning to promote one of the two vice presidents based on merit. Over the past decade, the two have been locked in a constant battle, both overt and covert, with neither able to gain the upper hand. At this moment, Ma Qingfeng stood in Jiang Tianhe's office, his expression shifting unpredictably. He finally understood why Jiang Tianhe had dared to so boldly offer the lottery wheel for free. Turned out Shi Yan was backing him. Is it truly Vice President Qi's directive? Ma Qingfeng's voice was low, his gaze sharp. City Lord Jiang, you should know the consequences of deceiving a divine-level powerhouse. Jiang Tianhe sat confidently in the main seat, a faint smile playing on his lips. If Elder Ma doesn't believe me, you're welcome to ask Vice President Qi yourself. Seeing Jiang Tianhe's composed demeanor, Ma Qingfeng felt his heart sink. As the de facto controller of the burial dungeon, Jiang Tianhe indeed had the leverage to act this boldly. The command from Yuan Taiyu in Ma Qingfeng's hand now seemed utterly useless. I'll get to the bottom of this, Ma Qingfeng said, leaving those words behind as he turned and departed. Once Ma Qingfeng's figure vanished, Jiang Tianhe let out a soft sigh, his gaze falling on the dialogue box before him. The message from Vice President Qi Yan was clear: I've bought you a few more days. After that, I'll arrange for a peerless legend to take over as the new city lord of Burial City. When the time comes, you'll be reassigned to another city. Meanwhile, within the cosmic secret realm at the Starry Sky Academy, an esteemed institution on par with the Star Universe Academy and Star Sea Academy, located in the Andromeda Galaxy's illusory light secret realm. At the Academy's teleportation plaza, Luo Ziwei, wearing a flowing purple-fringed gown and a veil of the same color, stepped out of the teleportation portal. A man in a flamboyant pink suit immediately approached her with a roguish grin. "Welcome back, Senior Luo." Gu Suifeng. Has the mentor returned from the Mars Scorching Flame Inferno dungeon? Luo Ziwei's starry eyes were filled with concern. Gu Suifeng dropped his casual demeanor and replied seriously, "Not yet. You know how terrifying that dungeon is. Even at the standard difficulty level, the clearance rate is only 27. Seeing the worry deepen in Luo Ziwei's expression, he pressed further. "Did something urgent happen?" Luo Ziwei remained silent for a moment before asking, "Is the headmaster here?" "No, he's not. What about the deputy headmaster?" "It seems only Deputy Headmaster Yu is around." Before Gu Suifeng could finish, Luo Ziwei had already activated an elite-level speed skill, transforming into a purple streak as she sped away. "Wait for me. I know where she is." Gu Suifeng called out, quickly chasing after her. The preliminary participant list for the Supreme Academy Championship has been finalized, pending the final decision upon the return of the headmaster from the Centaurus Star Relic. In the council hall, Yu sat gracefully atop the high platform. Her black gown, adorned with countless stars, seemed to drape the vast cosmos over her figure. Her aura was cold and distant, her expression stern. Just her mere presence imposed an invisible pressure on the Academy deans seated below. "Dean Liu, continue monitoring the auxiliary artifact lottery wheel you mentioned, especially observing the attitudes of Xingyu and Xinghai. Keep a close watch on how the Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky mercenaries respond to this artifact. If this item can produce elite level or higher rewards, our Starry Sky Academy must not miss it." "Understood," someone below immediately responded. During the meeting earlier, Lu Guanyu, the dean of the Support and Auxiliary Academy, had received the latest intelligence regarding the lottery wheel and reported it to Yu. However, the others present did not take it too seriously. In their view, while the lottery wheel was more valuable than an ordinary treasure chest, it didn't warrant the special attention of a god-tier expert. Disciple Luo Ziwei of the Mage Academy requests an audience with Vice Headmaster Yu. A voice suddenly called out from beyond the hall. Yu's gaze shifted toward the entrance, where she spotted Luo Ziwei and Gu Suifeng standing. This year's Supreme Academy Championship will determine the allocation of the Cosmic Instance Starry Sky Secret Realm. This is a matter of utmost importance. Yu's clear and commanding voice brooked no argument. As the acting headmaster in the absence of the Academy's head, all significant matters within the Academy fell under her jurisdiction. One by one, the deans rose and exited the council hall. "Enter." Yu's voice reached the ears of the two waiting outside. Luo Ziwei, who had been anxiously waiting, immediately stepped forward toward the hall. Seeing Gu Suifeng follow behind, she turned and said, "Junior Gu, you should stay here." "Huh?" Gu Suifeng froze in place, confused, as he watched Luo Ziwei enter the hall alone. He thought to himself, Senior Luo seems off. Something's definitely not right. Luo Ziwei greets Vice Headmaster Yu. Luo Ziwei said respectfully, bowing. As a mid-level god-tier expert, Vice Headmaster Yu's presence was undeniably formidable. "Luo Ziwei, I remember you. You're one of Dean Shan's most outstanding students," Yu said, looking down at her while flipping through her student records. "You've taken on the task of awakening new talents. Is your visit related to this?" "That's correct," Luo Ziwei confirmed with a nod. Yu's eyes gleamed. "A divine class has awakened on the celestial star. Has one also emerged on the blue star?" "Not a divine class, but in the eyes of the students, its potential rivals that of a divine class," Luo Ziwei explained. "Oh." A glint of interest flashed through Yu's eyes. "What kind of SS tier class is it?" "It's a new class," Luo Ziwei replied. Yu straightened slightly in her seat, her gaze locking onto Luo Ziwei. "An SS tier new class?" "Yes," Luo Ziwei confirmed, her mind replaying the unbelievable scene when Jiang Tianhe drew a legendary skill book. "The class is called Lottery Master." "Lottery Master?" Vice Headmaster Yu repeated the unfamiliar name, her expression filled with doubt. It was indeed a class she had never heard of before. "Explain the characteristics of this class in detail," Yu said, her piercing gaze fixed on Luo Ziwei. Luo Ziwei immediately described in detail the phenomena that occurred during Jang Yubai's awakening and the Lottery Master's ability to create a lottery wheel. When Yu heard that the lottery wheel was actually a skill effect of Jang Yubai's class, she abruptly stood up from her seat. Yu's expression was filled with shock as she stared at Luo Ziwei, her brows slightly furrowed. "A lottery wheel? Are you referring to the one that appeared in the Tianzong instance? Isn't that a newly introduced instance item?" Luo Ziwei was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Vice Chancellor, you're aware of the lottery wheel? Just now, Dean Liu reported this matter to me. Yu gave a slight nod. As the Vice Chancellor of a prestigious academy, she quickly regained her composed demeanor and slowly sat back down. Luo Ziwei suddenly understood. So, the Academy is already aware of the lottery wheel's existence. Yu's gaze turned sharp, as if it could pierce through someone's soul. Did you witness it yourself? I witnessed it with my own eyes, Luo Ziwei replied seriously. The lottery master, Jang Yubai, can indeed place the lottery wheel by using his skill. Yu was inwardly astonished. The vastness of the world truly held endless wonders. She nodded lightly. Then it's just as Dean Liu reported. The lottery wheel can grant rewards like attribute points and skill books. It can, Luo Ziwei answered firmly. Seeing her confidence, Yu pressed further. Why are you so certain? A faint smile appeared on Luo Ziwei's lips. Because I used the lottery wheel myself and won 500 attribute points. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The value of those 500 attribute points was likely worth several times more than 1,000 gold coins. Unfortunately, the lottery could only be used once a day. If only it could be used infinitely. Yu was deeply shaken. Ever since Lu Guanyu mentioned the lottery wheel, she had harbored doubts. After all, even treasure chests couldn't grant experience points or attribute points. Yet, this suddenly appearing instance item could achieve that, something unheard of since the dawn of the profession era. For this reason, she had instructed Lu Guanyu to keep a close watch on the matter. The emergence of an additional way to gain attribute points and experience meant that professionals could strengthen themselves more rapidly. However, with only one lottery wheel discovered so far, its impact was limited. More importantly, the lottery wheel couldn't be taken away. The Andromeda Galaxy's Phantom Light secret realm was over 2 million light-years away from Blue Star, and even with teleportation channels, the journey would take several hours. But now, the situation was different. A trace of a smile appeared on Yu's face. If the lottery wheel was a skill effect, then recruiting the lottery master as a student of the Starry Sky Academy would solve the issue. This way, the Academy students could use the lottery wheel daily, gaining attribute points, experience, and skill books. Over time, the Starry Sky Academy would undoubtedly surpass the Star Ocean Academy, becoming humanity's #1 sanctuary. This was the dream generations of Starry Sky people had tirelessly pursued. Suddenly, Yu's expression changed, and she asked urgently, "Who else knows about this secret?" Luo Ziwei hesitated for a moment. At the time, only I and Jang Yubai's grandfather, the city lord Jiang, knew about his identity as a lottery master. After discovering that Jang Yubai placed the lottery wheel in the Tianzong instance, I couldn't contact my mentor. Worried about the information leaking, I immediately returned to the academy. Yu frowned slightly. Can you contact Jang Yubai now? I should be able to. I have him as a friend. They'll reach out to him right away. Luo Ziwei nodded slightly. After Jang Yubai awakened, she had proactively added him as a friend. Under the shroud of night, the city of Tianzong on Blue Star was enveloped in silence. Inside the city lord's mansion, Jang Yubai lay on his bed, efficiently leveling up. Every few minutes, his body would be bathed in a radiant glow of advancement, casting the entire room into alternating light and shadow. The system panel continuously displayed his latest stats. Level 47 Super God Tier Lottery Master Jang Yubai had already reached an astonishing 117,000 in base attributes. His health, defense, and energy levels had all surpassed the 1.17 million mark. Additionally, he still had over 20,000 unallocated free attribute points. Among the 7 skills in his skill bar, some stood out prominently. The House Always Wins passive, level 47, allows him to gain 47 times the rewards from other players' lotteries. Lottery Wheel active, level 47, enables the placement of up to 47 lottery wheels simultaneously. Holy Sword Judgment active, max level 100. 1/active, level 47, channels all his strength for a fan-shaped area attack, dealing 170 physical damage with a 15 chance of causing bleed. Blazing Missile active, level 47, has a 25 chance to inflict 15 seconds of burning damage. Extreme Charge active, level 47, increases damage by up to 200 and provides damage reduction and buffs. Shadow Shift active, level 47, grants invisibility and the ability to teleport up to 25 meters within 20 seconds. Jang Yubai silently inspected his inventory, a variety of equipment ranging from the Muddy Spear to the Dark Devourer axe, all neatly arranged. Among them were 3 pet eggs of varying levels, lined up in an orderly fashion. He took out the most striking Onion iridescent spider egg. The egg, about the size of 2 basketballs, had faint luminous patterns flickering across its surface. The quality of high-level pets is still too low, he mused to himself. Although Tsang Xiaohan has pet trainers at her place who can help hatch it, what I really need is a pet with legendary potential. Reflecting on today's lottery results, he realized his earlier judgment was incorrect. The probability of drawing skill books was indeed the lowest. Most people had only obtained experience points and attribute points, with very few managing to get equipment. Without the guaranteed drop mechanism, even his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, would struggle to draw equipment or pet eggs. Just then, a message notification from Luo Ziwei popped up, asking if he had disclosed his identity as a lottery master to others. Jang Yubai thought for a moment and decided to be honest, telling her that Song Xiaohan was already aware of it. The head of the academy had just received detailed information about Song Xiaohan. Less than 3 minutes after Jiang Yubai replied to Luo Ziwei's message, Yu received Lu Guanyu's investigation results. Song Xiaohan was not only Jiang Yubai's classmate, but also his childhood friend with whom he had grown up. After carefully reading through the information, Yu's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. At the same time, Luo Ziwei had also received the same file. All indications suggested that Song Xiaohan was unlikely to reveal the secret of the prize wheel. No, that's not enough, Yu said, shaking her head gravely. What I need is absolute certainty, not just unlikely. At least until Jiang Yubai officially becomes a member of the Starry Sky Academy, this secret must not be exposed. Luo Ziwei nodded solemnly. Indeed. After all, the fact that the prize wheel can produce legendary skill books must never be revealed. Wait. Yu interrupted sharply, her eyes locking onto Luo Ziwei. What did you just say? Huh? Luo Ziwei froze. I said it must not be revealed. Not that part. Yu waved her hand to cut her off. The part before that. The prize wheel can produce legendary skill books. Luo Ziwei's voice faltered slightly. What? Before the words had fully left her mouth, Yu had already teleported in front of Luo Ziwei, startling her into taking an instinctive step back. Grabbing Luo Ziwei's arm, Yu's eyes were filled with shock, her voice trembling. Are you saying the prize wheel can produce legendary skill books? Under Yu's overwhelming presence, Luo Ziwei could only nod obediently. How do you know this? Yu's grip unconsciously tightened. I saw it with my own eyes, Luo Ziwei quickly explained. Jiang Yubai's grandfather drew a legendary skill book, Holy Sword Judgment. Yu's pupils contracted sharply before trembling violently. Holy Sword Judgment, she took a deep breath. Is this true? Absolutely. Luo Ziwei nodded repeatedly. Releasing her grip, Yu teleported back to her main seat, sinking into deep thought. Luo Ziwei dared not disturb her and waited silently. After a long pause, Yu's voice echoed through the hall. You will accompany me to Blue Star immediately. We will bring Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan back to the academy. Luo Ziwei was overjoyed. Her mission was to escort Jiang Yubai to the academy to prevent him from being recruited by Xingyu or Xinghai. However, she was puzzled as to why Song Xiaohan needed to be taken as well. If the prize wheel can produce legendary skill books, it may also yield legendary equipment, legendary potential pets, and other rewards of immeasurable value, Yu said with piercing determination. This individual cannot be allowed to slip away. With that, Yu and Luo Ziwei departed Starry Sky Academy through the teleportation portal. Meanwhile, rumors spread like wildfire across the game world. Prize wheels had been discovered in dungeons such as Crystal Forest, Frog Town, Sun Lake, and Glacier Palace. There were even reports of a bloody conflict between 2 major guilds in Sun City over control of a prize wheel. The battle, which left hundreds dead or injured, was only quelled when a god-tier warrior from the Starry Sky mercenaries intervened. The Glacier Palace dungeon is ridiculously overpriced, a professional player complained angrily. Ever since the lottery wheel appeared, the entry fee for Glacier Palace skyrocketed from 100 gold coins to 1,000, and players had to pay an additional 1,000 gold coins to spin the wheel. In contrast, Jiang Chengzhu of Sky Burial City was much more generous, no entry fees and free lottery spins for everyone. As a result, the Sky Burial dungeon was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder, leaving no room to breathe. In just one day, all 40 lottery wheels set up by Jiang Yubai were discovered. In this era of universal career transitions, information spread faster than ever before. The news spread like wildfire and quickly reached half of Blue Star. Professionals from various cities flocked to the 40 dungeons containing the lottery wheels, eager to try their luck. The 2 major powers on Blue Star quickly took action: the Career Transition Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky mercenaries used every means at their disposal to seize control of all the lottery wheels. In Kowloon City, the Career Transition Guild Alliance was holding a high-level meeting. The deity-level vice presidents, Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin, presided over the discussion. Yuan Taiyu, with a serious expression, issued an order. We must investigate not only the secret realms under our control, but also those in the territory of the Starry Sky mercenaries. His eyes gleamed sharply. These lottery wheels are our opportunity to surpass the Universal Bank. Qi Yin, an older man with a lean face and a high forehead who appeared at least 20 years senior to Yuan Taiyu, nodded in agreement. Headquarters has already issued the directive: secure control of more wheels. With elite-level rewards on the line, both men recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just like the arrival of the Universal Career Transition era 1,000 years ago, and the launch of the Starry Sky Universe chapter centuries ago. This could very well be the third monumental turning point. Meanwhile, in Iron Blood City, the Blue Star headquarters of the Starry Sky Mercenaries was also holding an urgent meeting. Marshal Bai Zhanhai scanned the room with his sharp, eagle-like eyes. His face, as if forged from steel, radiated a chilling aura. Investigate every dungeon and secret realm on Blue Star. We must locate the other wheels as soon as possible. He narrowed his eyes. Even the 7th War Master couldn't deduce the origin of these wheels. Do you know what that means? This is our chance for the Starry Sky Mercenaries to rise. Prepare for battle. The scent of war is already thick in the air. The next morning, Song Xiaohan, beaming with excitement, arrived at Jang Yubai's courtyard. Brother Bai, Daddy Bai, Grandpa Bai, are you up yet? Before his words even finished, Jang Yubai emerged from his room, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes. Whoa, rough night. Song Xiaohan teased. Yeah, Jang Yubai replied with a yawn, looking frustrated. Even though leveling up at night isn't as fast as during the day, getting forcibly woken up every time I level up, how is anyone supposed to sleep? Song Xiaohan, brimming with anticipation, urged, hurry up and wash up. Don't tell me you forgot what day it is today. Jang Yubai looked puzzled. What day? It's the day the school organizes practice runs in the beginner dungeon. Song Xiaohan exclaimed, then scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, right, you didn't participate in the collective awakening, so you wouldn't know that. No, Jang Yubai said lazily, a faint milky white glow emanating from his body as he yawned. I need to catch up on sleep. Song Xiaohan noticed that Jang Yubai had leveled up again, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily, a hint of grievance in his eyes. What level are you at now, kid? Jang Yubai glanced at his level panel of 6-2-1-2-0-6-3-0-0. Only 15 levels up. The progress is a bit slow, Jang Yubai muttered with a frown. Something was clearly off. Using 40 lottery wheels overnight to gain just 15 levels was far too little. He immediately pulled up the records of the 40 lottery wheels, his frown deepening as he reviewed them. 17 of the wheels had less than 50 spins each, and another 12 had fewer than 500 spins. This was completely unreasonable. Considering each spin only took about half an hour, a single lottery wheel should have easily had over 1,000 spins in one night. Noticing Jiang Yubai's silence, Song Xiaohan suddenly realized something and widened his eyes. You're still leveling up? Did you complete your first turn mission? He distinctly remembered Jiang Yubai leveling up several times just yesterday. Yeah, I finished it. My first turn mission was pretty simple, Jiang Yubai replied casually. You monster! Song Xiaohan cried out dramatically. I busted my butt grinding monsters all day yesterday and only gained 4 levels. How is this fair? Alright, stop wailing. I'm going back to sleep now. Hurry up and get lost, Jiang Yubai said with a chuckle. Song Xiaohan pretended to wipe away tears and grabbed Jiang Yubai's arm as he tried to leave. Are you really not going? This time we're heading to Frog Town. A bunch of rookies from different schools will be there. Frog Town? That was one of the beginner dungeons, filled with harmless frogs designed for newcomers to practice their skills and level UPA welfare dungeon, so to speak. Jiang Yubai suddenly remembered that one of the lottery wheels with fewer than 50 spins had been placed in Frog Town. Wait for me. I need to ask my grandfather about something first. After finding Jiang Tianhe, Jiang Yubai got straight to the point. Grandpa, do you know anything about the situation inside the Frog Town dungeon? The Frog Town dungeon. Jiang Tianhe thought for a moment before replying. Today, the schools from Tianzong City and a few surrounding cities are organizing a joint training session there. I set up a lottery wheel in Frog Town, but it only got less than 50 spins overnight. That's normal, Jiang Tianhe replied, catching Jiang Yubai off guard. Frog Town is a small dungeon. The schools probably cleared it out the night before to prepare for today's training. Understanding dawned on Jiang Yubai, though he still had questions. But aside from Frog Town, the lottery wheels in the other dungeons also had very few spins. Why is that? Jiang Tianhe's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. It's one of two things: either someone's treating them as private property, or the cost of spinning has been raised to a level ordinary professionals can't afford. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai narrowed his eyes, his face turning cold as anger surged within him. Someone was exploiting his lottery wheels for profit, just as he had suspected might happen. But he never expected that his own item would become someone else's private possession, prohibiting others from using it for the lottery. Jiang Yubai clenched his fists tightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Jiang Tianhe noticed his grandson's thoughts, concern appearing on his aged face. Grandpa advises you not to act rashly for now. Right now, everyone, including the Career Change Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenary Company, has determined that the lottery wheel is a dungeon item. If you take it back now, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Unless... He paused for a moment. You retrieve all the lottery wheels. But doing so might hinder your leveling up. Then I'll retrieve them all. I can afford to delay leveling up a bit. Jiang Yubai replied coldly, his gaze firm. Jiang Tianhe looked at his beloved grandson and, after a moment, nodded lightly. All right, retrieve them all. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint light flashed over Jiang Yubai's body, indicating that he had just leveled up again. Xiaobai, what level are you now? Jiang Tianhe asked casually. Only level 63, Jiang Yubai replied, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Level 63? Only level 63, Jiang Tianhe's eyes widened. What do you mean, only? You're really not going? Are you sure? Song Xiaohan urged anxiously. I heard that everyone who goes gets a free lottery spin. That's 1,000 gold coins. Why pass that up, especially since it's your lottery wheel? I'm not going, Jiang Yubai sneered. You can go if you want, but don't expect to get a free spin. Why not? You'll find out when you get there. Inside the elite-level dungeon Thunder Tower, on the second floor's endless desert, Lei Junfei, the grandson of Thunder City's lord, was surrounded by a group of cronies and lackeys, occupying the space around the lottery wheel. Following young Master Junfei is the best decision we've ever made, one lackey flattered with a sycophantic smile. There's no need to queue for the lottery who can spin it whenever we want. Just look at the other dungeons with lottery wheels. They're packed with people, and who knows how long you'd have to wait in line. Exactly. Young Master Junfei is a prodigy about to be directly admitted to the Starry Sky Academy. A future god-tier powerhouse, another chimed in. Ask around, only young Master Junfei has the guts to claim a lottery wheel as his own. Who else would dare? No one would dare, the group echoed in unison. Lei Junfei, basking in their flattery, wore a smug smile on his arrogant face. As long as you follow me, young Master Junfei, I'll cover the cost of your daily lottery spins. Young Master Junfei, you're amazing. Thank you, young Master Junfei. Young Master Junfei, you're so generous. Just as the group was cheering and celebrating, the lottery wheel suddenly vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. The lottery wheel. Where is it? Why is it gone? Did it sink into the sand? Quick, dig it out. Meanwhile, in the Frogtown dungeon, several school principals were taking turns spinning the lottery wheel. Principal Zhao, your luck is amazing. 1,000 attribute points. That's like leveling up over 20 times. Oh, not at all. Principal Li's luck is even better. Got an intermediate skill book. My luck's terrible today. I didn't get anything. If you don't win today, just try again tomorrow. This lottery wheel is a fantastic thing. If only we could apply to make it exclusive to our school. The principals were chatting and laughing when, right before their eyes, the lottery wheel suddenly disappeared without a trace, startling them. Similar scenes played out simultaneously in 40 dungeons, and the collective disappearance of the lottery wheels caused an uproar across all the dungeons. Where's the lottery wheel? A player stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the now empty spot. The massive lottery wheel had vanished into thin air just as he was about to spin it. My coins are already in. Another player stomped his feet anxiously. I waited in line all night, and it was finally my turn. Across 40 different dungeons, the sudden disappearance of the lottery wheels caused an uproar. Players frantically searched every corner of the dungeons, but the wheels were nowhere to be found. This shocking news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the headquarters of the Job Change Guild Alliance on Blue Star. What? Yuan Taiyu shot up from his seat, staring incredulously at the subordinate who had come to report. All the lottery wheels have disappeared. After listening to the detailed report, Yuan Taiyu slumped heavily back into his chair, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. How could they just vanish? He murmured to himself. Each wheel is practically a divine artifact. Just then, Qi Yin stormed in, his face dark with anger. The lottery wheels have disappeared. This is something even the highest-ranking leaders at headquarters are paying close attention to, and it's of great importance to the divine-level powerhouses. The Tomb of the Heavens dungeon was the first place where the anomaly was noticed, Qi Yin said through gritted teeth. I'm heading there to investigate. Are you coming? Yuan Taiyu stood up and nodded. Let's go together. Meanwhile, in Ironblood City. Bang! Marshal Bai Zhanhai slammed his palm down on the conference table, shattering it in a fit of rage. Find out what's going on. Search every dungeon. Scour every corner of the planet's dungeons. If we can uncover the reason behind the wheel's disappearance, we'll have an advantage over the Job Change Guild Alliance. In the Tomb of the Heavens, Jiang Tianhe had been waiting outside the teleportation portal for some time. When he saw Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin arrive, he immediately bowed in greeting. Greetings, Vice Presidents. Yuan Taiyu cast him a glance, his expression clouded with displeasure. The three of them quickly entered the Tomb of the Heavens dungeon and arrived at the spot where the lottery wheel had once been. The area had already been cordoned off by the city guards, and the desolate scene left the two vice presidents in silence. The dungeon logs, Yuan Taiyu finally said, his tone grim. Jiang Tianhe had come prepared and promptly handed over the records. He wasn't particularly worried about being reprimanded after all. The disappearance of all 40 wheels had happened simultaneously, leaving Yuan Taiyu with little reason to single him out. After thoroughly reviewing the records, the two vice presidents found no clues or leads, leaving them in an even deeper silence. In the replica dungeon, the treasure chest spawn locations are partly fixed and partly random. Qi Yin stared at the now empty spot where the prize wheel once stood, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Maybe it's just a matter of time. Might have only temporarily disappeared. Yuan Tiyu gave a slight nod and was about to speak when a figure approached briskly from the distance. It was Ma Qingfeng, who bowed respectfully. Greetings, Vice Presidents. He had rushed over after hearing the news in another dungeon that Yuan Taiyu was coming to Tianzong City. Elder Ma. Yuan Taiyu looked directly into Ma Qingfeng's eyes. What's your take on the disappearance of the prize wheel? Ma Qingfeng glanced briefly at Jiang Tianhe before replying respectfully. The prize wheel in this dungeon is under the jurisdiction of City Lord Jiang. I'd like to hear the City Lord's opinion first. His words caused Qi Yin to furrow his brow slightly. Jiang Tianhe, composed and neither servile nor arrogant, cupped his hands in salute. While I am indeed in charge of the prize wheel, this disappearance isn't unique to this one. All the prize wheels we've discovered vanished at the same time. Perhaps they will respawn later. It's worth waiting to see. I disagree with the City Lord's assumption. Ma Qingfeng immediately countered, his tone laced with evident dissatisfaction. The prize wheel is of critical importance. What if it doesn't respawn? Jiang Tianhe's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. This isn't my assumption, it's Vice President Qi's. Ma Qingfeng's expression instantly soured. Oh. Qi Yin's tone turned icy. Elder Ma, are you questioning my assumption? Not at all, not at all. Ma Qingfeng hastily explained, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I would never dare to question you. Yuan Taiyu intervened at the right moment to defuse the tension, but this didn't stop Jiang Tianhe from casting a mocking glance at Ma Qingfeng, further fueling Ma's irritation. I have another theory. Yuan Taiyu suddenly addressed Jiang Tianhe. The prize wheel in the Tianzong dungeon was the first one discovered, and due to your decision, it became the most frequently used. Could its disappearance be due to the exhaustion of its spins? Jiang Tianhe's heart sank at these words. Ma Qingfeng immediately seized the opportunity, echoing fervently. Vice President Yuan is absolutely right. It must have run out of spins, just like treasure chests. The disappearance of the prize wheel in this dungeon must have caused all the others to vanish as well. City Lord Jiang should bear full responsibility. It was under my orders that City Lord Jiang allowed everyone to use the prize wheel. Qi Yin interjected sharply, glaring at Ma Qingfeng. So, Elder Ma, are you implying that I should bear full responsibility? Before Ma Qingfeng could respond, Yuan Taiyu declared decisively. If my theory proves correct, I will report this truthfully to headquarters. In the meantime, I propose temporarily removing Jiang Tianhe from his position as City Lord, with Elder Ma stepping in as acting City Lord. Jiang Tianhe will be reinstated if and when the prize wheels respawn. I disagree. Qi Yin immediately objected. Yuan Taiyu remained composed, meeting Qi Yan's gaze with calm resolve. Headquarters will need an explanation. This statement left Qi Yan's expression shifting between dark and uncertain as he fell into deep thought. Jiang Tianhe stood silently on the side, observing everything with a calm demeanor. Seeing the troubled expression on Qi Yan's face, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yuan Taiyu's move, cutting straight to the heart of the matter, was undoubtedly a masterstroke. The current situation was clear to all the city lords. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu were fiercely competing for the position of president of the Blue Star headquarters. The ownership of the lottery wheel had now become a critical bargaining chip in this power struggle. Although Yuan Taiyu's reasoning was somewhat far-fetched, it wasn't entirely baseless. The lottery wheel did seem like an advanced version of the treasure chest. Treasure chests could only be used once, so by that logic, the lottery wheel might also have a limited number of uses. Jiang Tianhe, however, knew the truth about the lottery wheel was far from Yuan Taiyu's assumptions. It had no usage limit, and its disappearance was due to other hidden reasons. But he couldn't reveal a single word of this. To protect his precious grandson, Jang Yubai, before he entered the Stellar Academy, he absolutely couldn't let any suspicion fall on him. Under the pretext of providing an explanation to headquarters, Yuan Taiyu was pressing Qi Yin step by step, leaving him with no choice but to yield. Jiang Tianhe understood Qi Yin too well. He knew Qi Yin wouldn't dare take the risk. If the lottery wheel reappeared, all would be well, but if it truly disappeared forever, Yuan Taiyu would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to escalate the matter. Even if his reasoning was tenuous, the involvement of an artifact as significant as the lottery wheel would sway more supporters at headquarters to Yuan Taiyu's side. This would make Qi Yan's situation even more precarious. Yuan Taiyu's true intentions were glaringly obvious: to force Qi Yan into sacrificing a pawn to save the king. Even if the lottery wheel reappeared, Yuan Taiyu would have sufficient grounds to strip Jiang Tianhe of his position as the lord of Tianzong City. In this battle for the presidency, the number of cities under one's control carried significant weight. Yuan Taiyu's gaze bore into Qi Yan, silently conveying his message. Tianzong City, I am determined to have it. Meanwhile, Ma Qingfeng's gaze rested on Jiang Tianhe, his face revealing a smug expression. Qi Yan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes dark as he glared at Yuan Taiyu. Over the years, the two had been vying for control over the various cities. The more cities one controlled, the closer one was to the Presidencia fundamental principle. Control over cities meant dominance over the dungeons and secret realms. Although the Tianzong dungeon was only a low-level instance, its annual revenue was considerable. If Qi Yin agreed to temporarily revoke Jiang Tian's position, what would his other city lords think? Yet, he had no choice but to agree, as he couldn't afford to gamble. If Yuan Taiyu's speculation turned out to be correct, the losses would be far greater. Still, even if he had to agree, he was reluctant to be the one to initiate it. Just as Jiang Tianhe discerned Qi Yan's thoughts and prepared to voluntarily resign, a dialogue box suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ma Qingfeng was stunned to see Jiang Tianhe actually smiling. He could hardly believe his eyes about to lose his position as a city lord, and yet he could still smile. Jiang Tianhe quickly suppressed his smile, forcefully restraining the shock and excitement surging within him. Vice Dean Yu Yi, a mid-tier divine-level powerhouse, and an influential deputy dean of Stellar Academy, had personally come to escort Xiaobai. Such an honor was far beyond what Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin could compare to. A visit from a deputy dean was a privilege reserved only for those with innate divine potential. 3 years ago, Luo Qingxian awakened her abilities, and the vice principal of Xingyu Academy personally came to recruit her as a student. This event quickly became widely known. Jiang Tianhe stood inside the Tianzong instance, facing Yuan Taiyu's cold and stern expression. Inwardly, he felt a sense of relief. Letting Xiaobai choose Xingkong Academy was the right decision. He straightened his posture, his gaze firm, and spoke in a steady tone. Vice President Yuan, while Tianzong City is under the jurisdiction of the Transfer Guild Alliance, my position as the city lord was earned fair and square. If it is to be revoked, it should follow the Alliance's rules. Someone must defeat me to take it. A glint of coldness flashed in Yuan Taiyu's eyes as his expression darkened. Standing nearby, Qi Yin looked at Jiang Tianhe in surprise, silently pondering. Jiang Tianhe is indeed quoting the Alliance's rules, but does he realize who Yuan Taiyu is? A god-level powerhouse, a vice president of the Alliance. With several undefeated legendary warriors under his command, any one of them could easily crush Jiang Tianhe. Where does he get his confidence? Watching the scene unfold, Ma Qingfeng felt a surge of glee. This is it. Jiang Tianhe is doomed. How dare he defy a god-level powerhouse? Even Qi Yin won't be able to save him now. Yuan Taiyu stared at Jiang Tianhe for several seconds, his voice icy. Very well, Jiang Tianhe. You're quite something. Jiang Tianhe simply cupped his hands respectfully, his expression remaining calm and composed. Ma Qingfeng. Yuan Taiyu suddenly called out. At your service. Ma Qingfeng immediately straightened his posture. I'll give you an opportunity. Defeat Jiang Tianhe, and the position of city lord will be yours. Understood. Qi Yin frowned as he glanced at Jiang Tianhe, speculating inwardly. Is this meant to restore my standing? Knowing Yuan Taiyu's cautious nature, if he's sending Ma Qingfeng into battle, he must be absolutely confident. He noticed the look of determination on Ma Qingfeng's face. The battle space was promptly activated. On the boundless stage, Jiang Tianhe and Ma Qingfeng stood 100 meters apart, while Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu took their seats in the spectator area. Ma Qingfeng laughed smugly. Jiang Tianhe. Oh Jiang Tianhe. Defying Vice President Yuan's orders is nothing short of courting death. He was inwardly ecstatic because, as soon as Yuan Taiyu had given the command, a legendary-grade defensive skill book had appeared in his inventory, his secret weapon for victory. Enough talk. Face my sword. Jiang Tianhe snorted coldly, gripping his legendary two-handed sword as he launched the first attack. Meanwhile, outside the city lord's mansion, Vice Principal, this is the city lord's mansion of Tianzong City, Luo Zui said respectfully as she introduced the location to Yu Yu. Dressed in a starry black gown, Yu Yu exuded an icy elegance, standing half a head taller than Luo Zui. She surveyed the empty plaza and asked, where are Jiang Tianhe and Jang Yubai? City Lord Jiang is currently in the Tianzong instance, accompanying 2 vice presidents from the Transfer Guild Alliance. As for Jang Yubai, Luo Ziwei's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He hasn't responded to any of my messages, so I'm not sure about his situation. What Luo Ziwei didn't know was that Jiang Yubai was fast asleep in his room, completely oblivious. Ever since Zhang Xiaohan had left, his brain seemed to have shut down, plunging him into a deep slumber. Let's go find Jiang Tianhe first, Yu Yu said as she turned and stepped into the teleportation portal, with Luo Ziwei quickly following behind. In the spectator stands, Qi Yin furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp as a blade as he turned to Yuan Taiyu. Vice President Yuan, you just said that if Ma Qingfeng defeats Jiang Tianhe, the position of City Lord of Tianzong City will be his. Was that a slip of the tongue, or did you just reveal your true thoughts? Yuan Taiyu smirked faintly, unconcerned. A momentary lapse, he replied with a light laugh. Then he countered, what's the matter? Vice President Qi, are you planning to protect Jiang Tianhe? Oh, Vice President Yuan, are you so certain that Ma Qingfeng will win? Qi Yin retorted coldly. Yuan Taiyu's eyes remained fixed on the fierce battle unfolding on the battlefield, his tone resolute. If one Ma Qingfeng can't win, there will be a second, a third. One way or another, Jiang Tianhe will not hold onto the position of city lord of Tianzong City for long. This time, Qi Yin remained silent, his gaze locked on Jiang Tianhe in the midst of the battle, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. To him, Jiang Tianhe was nothing more than a pawn to be discarded when necessary. But Tianzong City? That was something he would never relinquish so easily. Both vice presidents began secretly reaching out to their respective legendary-level subordinates, as an undercurrent of tension surged beneath the surface. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Wild Tiger Guild, a burst of unrestrained laughter echoed through the hall. Wild Tiger, brimming with excitement, read the message from Ma Qingfeng. Ha ha ha, excellent. From this day forward, Tianzong City is ours. He wasted no time issuing orders. Spread the word immediately. Let everyone of importance in the city head to the Tianzong dungeon to witness the battle and show their support for Elder Ma. The news spread like wildfire across Tianzong City, shaking every faction to its core. In the War Lion Guild, the guild leader abruptly stood up, his face darkened. His nemesis, Wild Tiger, was aligned with Ma Qingfeng. If Ma Qingfeng became the city lord, the consequences would be disastrous. Jiang Fei, come with me to the dungeon. Yes, sir. Over at the Blood Guild, their leader scoffed at the news. Ma Qingfeng, there's no way he can defeat City Lord Jiang unless he's acquired a new legendary skill and surpasses Jiang in skill count. His words trailed off as a realization struck him. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly left the guild headquarters in haste. Long Yun, upon receiving the news, fell into deep thought. Although Ma Qingfeng had previously clashed with City Lord Jiang, he had never openly challenged him. Why the sudden change in attitude? Remembering past grievances with Ma Qingfeng, Long Yun grew uneasy and decided to investigate the situation personally. At the entrance to the first level of the Tianzong dungeon, two figures stood silently amidst the crowd. Though the surrounding people were abuzz with speculation, it was as if these two were invisible to them. Who is Ma Qingfeng? Yu asked. Luo Ziwei briefly explained Ma Qingfeng's background. She had encountered him during the awakening ceremony and had some knowledge of him. Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin, vice presidents of the Transfer Guild Alliance's Blue Star headquarters. Yu searched her memory but found no recollection of these two individuals. Deputy Director, City Lord Jiang hasn't responded to my message. Luo Ziwei, unable to reach Jiang Tianhe, decided to venture into the battle space herself. As Yu finished speaking, the stars adorning her black dress suddenly lit up, and a vast, deep void emerged behind her. Through this void, two figures could faintly be seen locked in an intense clash. Let's go, Yu said, taking Luo Ziwei with her as they traversed the space and vanished instantly. Moments later, the guild leaders of War Lion, Crimson, Dragon Cloud, and others arrived at the Tomb of Heaven dungeon. They quickly utilized their guild privileges to enter the battle space. Vice Director, over there are Yuan Taiyu and Vice Leader Qi Yan, Luo Ziwei observed. The two vice leaders were intently focused on the battlefield, seemingly unaware of their presence. In the center of the field, the two figures collided repeatedly, sword energy surging wildly as fierce winds roared, the battle reaching a fever pitch. Without a word, Yu took a seat in the spectator area. Luo Ziwei followed suit and sat down as well. At that moment, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu simultaneously turned toward a particular spot, where several new figures began to appear. It was the newly arrived guild leaders. Recognizing the two god-tier vice leaders on the scene, War Lion and the others immediately fell silent, as if struck by a chilling frost. Wild Tiger regretted his rash decision to spread the news, his remorse evident. Crimson restrained his usual arrogance, and even Dragon Cloud stopped fanning himself. They all obediently took their seats, not daring to make a sound. In the center of the battlefield, Jiang Tianhe's furious roar suddenly echoed. Slash. 100-meter-long arc of sword energy soared into the air, hurtling straight toward Ma Qingfeng. Qingfeng, come gently. Ma Qingfeng responded calmly, summoning layers upon layers of wind barriers. Although the sword energy shattered several barriers, the relentless winds quickly gathered to restore the defenses to their original state. So this is your trump card? Jiang Tianhe stood firmly with his sword in hand, his expression unshaken. Ma Qingfeng, elevated by the winds, looked down at Jiang Tianhe from above, his tone smug. Jiang Tianhe, it's not too late to surrender now. You can't defeat me with defense-based skills. Noticing the crowd in the spectator area, Ma Qingfeng grew even more confident. Jiang Tianhe, even your heavenly sword slash can't break through my wind barriers. Today, your defeat is inevitable. Jiang Tianhe raised his eyes, his voice calm, yet resolute. If the heavenly sword slash can't break your defenses, I wonder if this move will. With that, he plunged his broad sword deep into the ground, kneeling on one knee as he called out in a deep, commanding voice, Holy Sword Judgment. Ma Qingfeng's eyelids twitched as a foreboding sense of danger arose within him. The next moment, the entire battle space trembled violently, resonating with a deafening hum. Above the battlefield, clusters of dazzling golden-white light suddenly converged, forming a massive holy sword. This divine sword, towering over 100 meters high and radiating a brilliance akin to the sun, exuded an overwhelming pressure that shook the entire combat space. Even the spectators in the stands could distinctly feel the tremors. Beneath the crimson mask, a pair of blood-red eyes abruptly narrowed, and the scarlet figure involuntarily trembled. This was none other than the pinnacle of legendary skill's judgment of the Holy Sword. Long Yun's expression changed drastically as he stared at the slowly descending Holy Sword. His body froze, seemingly paralyzed by the sheer force of its aura. If even two epic-tier powerhouses were so affected, there was no need to mention the elite fighters like the Battle Lion or the Wild Tiger. Their faces turned ashen, pupils quivered, and some were left speechless in shock, their breaths caught in their throats. Even among legendary skills, there were varying levels of power, and judgment of the Holy Sword was indisputably one of the strongest, second only to divine abilities. Not only were the spectators shaken, but even Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu's faces turned grim. Yuan Taiyu's expression darkened, finally understanding the source of Jiang Tianhe's audacity to defy him. Qi Yin, on the other hand, showed a rare look of delight, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips as he witnessed Yuan Taiyu's humiliation. Yet, even he inwardly shook his head. Jiang Tianhe defeating Ma Qingfeng was a direct affront to Yuan Taiyu. Unless Jiang could truly achieve invincibility at the legendary level, his position as city lord would be precarious. Luo Ziwei watched the astonishing scene unfold, her long lashes trembling like fluttering fans. Remembering that Jiang Tianhe's judgment of the Holy Sword had been obtained through a lottery wheel, she couldn't help but look forward to the day Jang Yubai entered the Starry Sky Academy, allowing her to draw daily as well. Surely, one day, she too could acquire a legendary skill book. Yu Yu gazed intently at the Holy Sword engulfing Ma Qingfeng, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This was precisely the purpose of her visit to confirm Luo Ziwei's claims firsthand. With this lottery wheel capable of granting legendary skills, the Starry Sky Academy would one day surpass the Star Sea Academy and become the ultimate sacred ground for humanity's academies. No, this can't be happening. Ma Qingfeng's pupils shrank to pinpoints as he screamed in terror. Jiang Tianhe, how could you possibly possess a top-tier legendary skill? As someone who knew Jiang Tianhe better than anyone, he couldn't accept this reality. Faced with the looming crisis of life and death, despair filled his eyes as he hastily summoned a barrier of endless raging winds. Hold the line. Hold it at all costs. Ma Qingfeng roared hoarsely, his voice filled with desperation. Layers of barriers, formed by raging winds, stacked above his head. But when the holy sword descended from the heavens, the wind barriers were pierced as effortlessly as fragile banana leaves. Amid the sharp sounds of penetration, Ma Qingfeng let out a sudden, agonized scream before being completely engulfed by the power of the holy sword. Yuan Taiyu stood at the edge of the battle arena, a trace of frustration flickering in his eyes, yet he could do nothing to intervene. Such was the authority of the heaven's path and the unyielding rules of the dungeon. Even a god-tier powerhouse like him was bound by these rules and could not violate them in a lower-level dungeon. Boom. The holy sword crashed heavily to the ground before dissipating into countless radiant beams of judgment that vanished into the air. Jiang Tianhe swiftly sheathed his broadsword and placed it into his backpack. He cast a calm glance at the now barely breathing Ma Qingfeng, then turned to Yuan Taiyu, offering him a polite bow without uttering a word. Yuan Taiyu's expression darkened as he glared at Jiang Tianhe with an intense gaze. The entire battle arena plunged into a suffocating silence. Blood Shadow, Long Yun, and the others stared at the nearly defeated Ma Qingfeng, their hearts trembling with unease. At this moment, they deeply regretted coming to watch the fight and silently cursed Guanghu, the one who had spread the news. It's over. I'm finished. Guanghu's heart was gripped by terror. Without Ma Qingfeng as his backer, wouldn't he be at the mercy of Zhan Shi in Tianzong City? Without hesitation, he turned and tried to flee the battle arena in a flash. Zhan Shi smirked coldly and followed closely behind. Trying to run, the two figures vanished from everyone's sight in quick succession. Heh. Qi Yan's laughter shattered the oppressive silence. Seeing Yuan Taiyu suffer a setback filled him with satisfaction. This battle belongs to Jiang Tianhe. Jiang Tianhe, you've won. According to the rules, you remain the lord of Tianzong City, Yuan Taiyu said in an even tone. Not for long. The second challenger has arrived. As Yuan Taiyu's words fell, a towering figure appeared within the battle arena. Blood Shadow, Long Yun, and the others gasped sharply, exclaiming in disbelief, Lei Jun. The Thunderwalker, Lei Jun. Lei the Invincible. It was indeed Lei Jun, a man of imposing stature, his short, spiky hair standing upright like steel needles, with arcs of lightning occasionally dancing in between. His arrival even caused Qi Yan's expression to shift. It's actually Lei Jun. It seems Vice President Yuan is determined to. Yuan Taiyu remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Tianhe. Jiang Tianhe's expression turned grave. He understood all too well that against this legendary-level powerhouse who had not only escaped from a starry sky demon god, but had even slain one of equal rank stood no chance of victory. I'll give you time to recover, so you can face me at your peak, Lei Jun said, his voice deep and thunderous. With that, he sat cross-legged, waiting patiently. Just as Jiang Tianhe was about to meditate and restore his strength, his vision blurred, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Lord Jiang, I am Yu, the Vice Dean of the Starry Sky Academy. The figure wore a gentle smile, and their voice echoed directly in Jiang Tianhe's ear. Jiang Tianhe stared at the tall, cold woman before him, a momentary flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He quickly stepped back 2 paces and bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. Jiang Tianhe greets, Vice Dean Yu. It was precisely because he knew of Yu's arrival that he dared to defy the will of a god-level powerhouse. The words of Envoy Luo were not exaggerated. Yu, the Vice Dean, had indeed come in person for Xiaobai. This realization sent waves of shock through Jiang Tianhe's heart. A mid-tier god-level powerhouse, the second-in-command of the Sacred Academy, had personally come for his precious grandson. The members of the guilds, including Shuesa and Long Yun, exchanged bewildered glances, scrutinizing the tall woman who had suddenly appeared. It wasn't until Luo Zue emerged behind Yu that someone recognized her as the envoy present during the awakening ceremony. Long Yun fixed his gaze on Yu's back, noticing Luo standing respectfully behind her, and instantly realized that this woman must be from Shinkong Academy. Shuesa, observing Jiang Tian's reverent demeanor toward Yu, immediately deduced her identity. She was most likely a god-level powerhouse. A surge of regret swept over him as he silently berated himself. How could a mere legendary-level warrior like him meddle in such high-level matters? His cloak fluttered slightly as his figure vanished from the battle space. Meanwhile, in the audience stands, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu suddenly stood up, their pupils trembling as they stared at the tall figure. They recognized Yu and were flooded with questions. Why had the Vice Dean of Shinkong Academy come here? What business did she have with Jiang Tianhe? Could it be related to the disappearance of the lottery wheel? The two of them almost simultaneously teleported to Yu's side and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Vice Dean Yu. Despite being god-level powerhouses themselves, as leaders of the Job Change Guild Alliance on Blue Star, their status was far inferior to hers. Hearing their address, Long Yun and the others were struck as if by lightning, collectively frozen in place. Shinkong Academy and Vice Dean Yu, either title alone was enough to inspire fear. Even Lei Jun turned pale upon hearing the title. He vividly recalled Yu's earlier friendly self-introduction, accompanied by a smile. Now, thinking about how he had come under Yuan Taiyu's orders to challenge Jiang Tianhe and seize the position of city lord, his legs went weak. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, he cursed Yuan Taiyu inwardly. How dare you betray me? Ignoring the greetings from the two, Yu's gaze landed on the kneeling Jiang Tianhe. She gently raised her hand, and a soft yet irresistible force lifted Jiang Tianhe to his feet. Where is Jang Yubai now? Yu asked with a faint smile on her lips. Huh? Jiang Tianhe was startled, his expression flustered as he replied. Tool contact Xiaobai right away. Oh, that's my grandson Jang Yubai. Please wait a moment while I reach out to him. He frantically began trying to contact his grandson, but received no response. That brat. Why isn't he replying? Jiang Tianhe was growing increasingly anxious. Vice Dean Yu has come in person, and you're not even responding. Hurry up and reply. Hearing the name, Jang Yubai, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu exchanged puzzled glances. The two quickly searched their memories for any information about Jang Yubai. Suddenly, a realization struck them, and they simultaneously looked up at Jiang Tianhe. Jiang Tianhe's grandson has awakened a divine vocation. The thought occurred to both low-tier divine-level powerhouses at the same time. They realized that only someone who had awakened a divine vocation could warrant a personal visit from Vice Dean Yu. How is that possible? But soon, they both began to doubt this conclusion. If Jiang Yubai had truly awakened a divine vocation, there was no way they wouldn't have heard about it by now. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu immediately reported the news. For Vice Dean Yu, who had not left the Shinkong Academy for many years, to personally visit someone newly awakened was highly unusual. Seeing Jiang Tianhe sweating profusely, Yu asked, "Can't reach him?" She could have quietly sought out Jiang Tianhe herself, but she chose to make her appearance public to do Jiang Yubai a favor and simultaneously resolve Jiang Tianhe's current predicament. The three sacred grounds had always maintained a stance of neutrality, refraining from interfering in planetary affairs. But without needing further explanation, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu understood her intentions the moment she appeared. Yuan Taiyu immediately gestured to Lei Jun. What are you waiting for? Get out of here if you value your life. Lei Jun, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambled to flee the combat zone. Long Yun and the others also slipped away silently. Before leaving, Long Yun noticed that Shuesa had already disappeared. That sneaky guy? Left without even saying a word. Jiang Tianhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. Haha. Today their school organized a training session in the beginner's village dungeon. Xiaobai is probably there with them. Which dungeon? Frog Town. Then let's go. Understood. Yu Yu and Luo Ziwei left the combat zone. Just as Jiang Tianhe was about to follow, Qi Yin stopped him. Yuan Taiyu remained in place, locking his gaze on Jiang Tianhe. What's going on? Qi Yin asked urgently. Vice Dean Yu came looking for your grandson? Vice Chairman Qi. It's hard to explain in just a few words. I need to accompany Vice Dean Yu to find Xiaobai. He'll report back to you later. With that, Jiang Tianhe hurried off. This ambiguous response only deepened their confusion. Did Jang Yubai really awaken a divine vocation? They quickly reported the news to the Guild Alliance headquarters and then left the combat zone as well. In the city of Sky Burial, within the City Lord's mansion, Yu Yu, Luo Ziwei, and Jiang Tianhe stepped out of the teleportation channel one after another, followed closely by Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew tense, and everyone's gaze instinctively focused on Yu Yu, the deputy dean. Qi Yan's lips curved into a faint, ambiguous smile as he calculated inwardly. So Jiang Tianhe's true backing wasn't the sacred sword of judgment, but this influential figure from the Starry Sky Academy. With the support of a mid-tier divine-level powerhouse, the position of City Lord is practically unshakable. Yuan Taiyu, on the other hand, looked visibly unsettled, with cold sweat faintly appearing on his forehead. He stared intently at Jiang Tianhe, standing beside Yu Yu, his mind churning. Among this batch of newcomers, there's already Bo Feiyang. How could there possibly be another divine vocation? Yet, everything before his eyes seemed to point to only one explanation. Jang Yubai must be naturally gifted with a divine vocation. City Lord Jiang, we should head to Frog Town now, Yu Yu urged softly. She knew that news of her appearance had likely already reached the headquarters of the Job Transfer Guild Alliance. Xingyu and Xinghai would soon find out, leaving little time to spare. Yes, well, Jiang Tianhe barely began to respond when a Long Yan interrupted him. Deputy Dean, that's Jiang Yubai. Luo Ziwei's excited voice rang out. Yu Yu's eyes brightened, and in a flash, her figure disappeared from where she stood. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu exchanged baffled glances, evidently unprepared for this turn of events. At this moment, Jang Yubai stood groggily in the hallway. If not for the call of nature waking him up, he would still be in his dreams. The exhaustion from using the prize well earlier made him want nothing more than to return to his room and catch up on sleep. You're Jang Yubai? A cool, clear voice sounded in front of him. Jiang Yubai struggled to open his drowsy eyes, vaguely making out a figure standing before him. Xiaobai, show some respect. Jiang Tianhe quickly stepped forward, lowering his voice to remind him. This is Deputy Dean Yu Yu from Starry Sky Academy. The words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Jiang Yubai, jolting him awake instantly. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and finally got a clear look at the extraordinary woman before him. Urged by Jiang Tianhe, he immediately performed a respectful bow, befitting a junior. Jiang Yubai greets Deputy Dean Yu Yu. Yu Yu carefully examined the young man before her. His sharp, heroic brows, tall and slender stature, and the natural elegance in his every move made her increasingly pleased the more she looked. He slightly lowered his head, his eyes darting around, while his heart churned with turbulent waves. Vice Dean Yu Yu of the Starry Sky Academy, such a significant figure, had personally come in person. As someone who outwardly appeared to only have SS-level potential as a professional, it shouldn't have warranted the attention of someone of her stature. Could it be she had already discerned the true potential of the lottery master? Jiang Yubai quickly suppressed the surge of doubts in his mind. No matter the reason, this was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. A visit from a vice dean was a rare honor, typically reserved for individuals with innate divine roles. Clearly, the Starry Sky Academy placed extraordinary importance on him. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu instinctively took a few steps closer to Jiang Yubai, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and doubt. At that moment, a deep blue token suddenly appeared in Yu Yu's hand. Here, this is the identification token for students of the Starry Sky Academy, Yu Yu said, holding the token out toward Jiang Yubai. From this moment onward, you are officially a student of our academy. This scene left Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu utterly speechless with shock. After all, most professionals, after awakening in high school, had to pass the vocational assessment to enter a vocational university. Even for the prestigious Starry Sky, Star Universe, and Star Sea Academies, there were only two paths to admission, either through self-qualification, which required an initial potential of at least S level, or through direct recommendation. However, even recommended students would only receive their identification tokens on the day of enrollment. Yet now, here in the remote Blue Stars Tianzong City, far from the Academy's sacred grounds, Yu Yu had gone out of her way to confirm Jiang Yubai's student status. Such an unusual move surely indicated something significant, didn't it? Qi Yin felt a surge of exhilaration in his heart, as if he could already see the guild leader's throne beckoning him. On the other hand, Yuan Taiyu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his pale face a mix of regret and despair. If only he had known Jang Yubai was destined for a divine role, he would never have dared to offend Jiang Tianhe. Yuan Taiyu's mind raced, quickly formulating a plan to salvage the situation. Would inform the Star Universe and Star Sea Academies about this news. A naturally divine role would undoubtedly spark a competition among the three academies. By leaking this information, regardless of which academy Jiang Yubai ultimately chose, Star Universe and Star Sea would owe him a favor. While Yuan Taiyu secretly contacted high-ranking figures in the other two academies, Jang Yubai had already accepted the identification token. The token suddenly transformed into a blue light and directly merged into his body. His professional interface immediately surfaced. Name: Jang Yubai. Profession: Lottery Master Ultra Divine Level. Status: Student of Starry Sky Academy. This token, which resembled a piece of special equipment, took Jang Yubai by surprise. Seeing this, Yu Yu's previously stern expression softened into a smile. Jang Yubai, from this moment forward, you are officially a student of the Starry Sky Academy. Student Jang Yubai greets Vice Dean, Jang Yubai said, bowing respectfully once again. Yu Yu nodded with a smile, but her next words left everyone present utterly stunned. Jang Yubai, would you be willing to become my disciple? Yu Yu gazed at the young man before her, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. She knew well that taking Jang Yubai as her student was not a spuro-themant decision, but one made after careful deliberation. The profession of a lottery master was far too unique. Since the era of universal cultivation began, no one had ever heard of such an extraordinary existence. It was precisely this uniqueness that made Jiang Yubai hard to categorize into any existing academy. The moment he set foot in the Starry Sky Academy, it would undoubtedly spark fierce competition among the 6 major academies, an inevitable outcome. After all, who could resist the allure of a lottery wheel capable of producing legendary-level rewards? Even she, a mid-tier god-level powerhouse, couldn't help but feel a twinge of covetousness. Yu Yu's gaze flickered slightly as she continued to ponder. Instead of allowing the 6 academies to engage in open and covert struggles over him, it would be better for her to take him as her disciple directly. That way, Jiang Yubai's status would surpass that of all academy students, and no one would dare to criticize him if he set up a lottery wheel in any academy in the future. More importantly, given his exceptional abilities, Jiang Yubai was destined to become the most sought-after figure in the entire academy. In Yu Yu's view, Jiang Yubai's potential was in no way inferior to Luo Qingxian of Xingyu Academy, perhaps even greater. No matter how powerful Luo Qingxian was, she was ultimately limited to her individual strength. Jiang Yubai, on the other hand, could, given enough time, nurture countless powerhouses. It was well known that legendary-level skills were a critical factor for breaking through to god-level strength. By that logic, Jiang Yubai was practically a production machine for god-level powerhouses. For this very reason, the Starry Sky Demon God clan would undoubtedly see him as a grave threat and would stop at nothing to eliminate him. If she took Jiang Yubai as her disciple, she could protect him at all times. Jiang Yubai stood frozen in place, clearly unprepared for this turn of events. Although he had anticipated that he might be taken as a disciple by a figure of high rank, being personally chosen by Vice-Chancellor Yu Yu was beyond anything he had imagined. Jiang Yubai, Vice-Chancellor Yu Yu has never taken any students before, Luo Ziwei exclaimed in shock, her eyes filled with envy. In the Starry Sky Academy, Yu Yu might not be the strongest, but she was undoubtedly one of the most influential figures. If Jiang Yubai became her student, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence within the academy, and ordinary people would think twice before provoking him. I, Luo Ziwei, am officially jealous. Behind Jiang Yubai, Jiang Tianhe trembled with excitement, the phrase soaring to great heights, echoing repeatedly in his mind. His grandson was about to take off, and the entire Jiang family would rise with him. What are you standing there for? Jiang Tianhe urged, stomping his feet in anxiety. Hurry up and address your mentor. Jiang Yubai immediately bowed respectfully. Student Jiang Yubai greets my mentor. He knew that Yu Yu's offer was not one to be refused. In the fiercely competitive Starry Sky Academy, he indeed needed a strong backer. Yu Yu possessed both authority and strength, making her an ideal choice for him at this point. Of course, his ultimate goal was to become the student of Liang Tianxia, the strongest human. But who said a person could only have one mentor? Congratulations, Vice-Chancellor Yu Yu, Luo Ziwei said with a smile. Congratulations, Vice-Chancellor Yu Yu, echoed Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, each suppressing their own complex emotions as they offered their congratulations. Yuan Taiyu stood motionless, his arms hanging limply at his sides, his eyes as lifeless as stagnant water. The swiftness of Yu Yu's actions had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had she handed Jiang Yubai an identity token upon their first meeting, but she had also taken him as her disciple without hesitation. The most shocking part was that Jang Yubai had agreed without the slightest reluctance. No chance left. Yuan Taiyu thought bitterly. Unless he eliminated Jang Yubai, now a clearly impractical option, there was no way to change the outcome. Sacrificing his life for the position of president was not a price he was willing to pay. At that moment, his communicator vibrated repeatedly, and two messages popped up one after another. The senders were two high-ranking deans from Xingyu and Xinghai academies. I'm on my way to Blue Star. Brother Taiyu, keep an eye on Yue and that Jiang Yubai for me. As long as Jiang Yubai doesn't make it to Xingkong Academy with Yue, Xinghai must have this student. Yuan Taiyu sighed, replying to both with the same message. It's too late. Yue has already accepted Jiang Yubai as her student. There's no doubt Jiang Yubai has a divine vocation. After sending the message, there was silence on the other end. Clearly, both deans needed time to process this news. Moments later, Zheng Chengkong of Xingyu Academy broke the silence first. Brother Taiyu, do you know the specifics of this young man's vocation? Almost immediately, Lu Qingcong of Xinghai Academy followed up. As expected of Yue, decisive and resolute. Brother Taiyu, please investigate Jiang Yubai thoroughly and provide Xinghai with a detailed report. I owe you a favor. I'll do my best, Yuan Taiyu replied. After sending the message, he felt utterly drained. Catching a glimpse of Qi Yan's smug grin stretching to his ears, Yuan Taiyu's heart grew even heavier. After years of rivalry, he hadn't expected to lose to a mere youth in the end. Fate is cruel, Yuan Taiyu sighed deeply. It's all because of that lottery wheel. Meanwhile, Yo Yue's face lit up with an uncharacteristically warm smile. Since Luo Zihui's enrollment, no one had seen her this cheerful. Well, from today onward, you are my student, me only student, she declared to Jiang Yubai, leaving him deeply moved. Yo Yue's gaze shifted to Qi Yan and Yuan Taiyu, who were still lingering nearby. Her expression quickly reverted to its usual sternness. Why are you two still here? Planning to stay for dinner? Qi Yan chuckled, exchanging a glance with Jiang Tianhe, and cupped his hands in farewell. Then I shall not disturb Vice Dean Yue further. With that, he turned and left. Yuan Taiyu hesitated for a moment before turning to Jiang Tianhe and asking, City Lord Jiang, may I inquire what kind of divine vocation your grandson has awakened? Divine vocation? Both Luo Zihui and Jiang Tianhe looked puzzled. Jiang Yubai immediately understood. They had mistaken him for someone with a divine vocation. It made sense after all, an SS class profession alone wouldn't qualify someone to become a mentor student. That's not a question you should be asking. Yue interjected firmly. And now that Xiaobai is my student, you should know how to proceed from here, especially since City Lord Jiang falls under the jurisdiction of your alliance of career transition guilds. Understood, Yuan Taiyu replied, cupping his hands in resignation before leaving, clearly dejected. Finally, Jiang Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Vice Dean Yue. It was nothing, Yue replied with a slight nod. Her eyes then gleamed as she turned to her new and only disciple. Xiaobai, let me see that lottery wheel of yours. Luo Zihui's eyes widened in surprise. She had already learned that Jiang Yubai could place 40 lottery wheels. Jiang Yubai activated his skill, summoning a single lottery wheel before Yue. So this is the lottery wheel. Yue examined the wheel closely, her special abilities allowing her to see its detailed information. A look of amazement crossed her face. She pulled out 1,000 gold coins from her bag and began to spin the wheel. 1,000 gold coins transformed into streams of golden light, flying into the dazzling, multicolored lottery wheel. The wheel began spinning, and Yue fixed her eyes on the accelerating glow, a trace of anticipation rising in her heart. Beside her, Jiang Tianhe and Luo Zui also stared intently at the wheel, their hands unconsciously reaching into their backpacks. Their previous luck had emboldened them. One had drawn a legendary skill book, while the other had gained 500 attribute points. Better play it safe with a guaranteed draw, Yue thought. Each wheel provided one guaranteed reward per day, and with Jiang Yubai able to place 63 wheels, it would be a waste not to use them. Besides, as Jiang Yubai's mentor, if she could land a yellow or orange reward, it would benefit them both. The wheel began to slow, and their gazes grew even more focused. As the wheel came to a complete stop, the pointer settled on a section that gradually shed all other colors, leaving behind a brilliant yellow glow. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yellow, an epic grade reward. Even more thrilling was the possibility that, with the 63x reward multiplier, it might upgrade to legendary. The system notification sounded. You have received 630,000 gold coins. The anticipation in Yue's eyes faded as she shook her head slightly. For someone of her level, gold coins were just numbers. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Zihui also looked somewhat disappointed. Don't lose heart, mentor. Just try another wheel, Jiang Yubai said with a smile, casually placing a new lottery wheel. With his current energy level of over 1.4 million, the cost of 10,000 energy points per wheel was easily manageable. Can I give it a try? Luo Zihui asked softly, pointing to the wheel Yue had just used. Of course, Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Jiang Tianhe couldn't help but rub his hands together, as if recalling the moment he had drawn the legendary skill book. Xiaobai, US said, mimicking Jiang Tianhe's nickname for him. I heard you already had 40 wheels when I arrived. Is that true? Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe turned to look at Jang Yubai. It was 40 at the time. Jang Yubai confirmed with a nod. At the time, Yo Yue's eyes glimmered. And now, 63. At this, Luo Ziwei's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. Each lottery wheel is equivalent to a divine artifact. 63 divine artifacts. Her voice trembled. And that's just for now. How many can he place in total? 100? 200? Jiang Tianhe's mind raced as he recalled asking Jang Yubai about his level earlier. 63. Could the number of wheels be tied to his level? Yo Yue's eyes flashed with a chilling brilliance, and a faint trace of killing intent quietly arose in her heart. Ye felt a wave of intense killing intent surge within her. It wasn't directed at Jang Yubai, but was aimed squarely at Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu. She regretted letting those two learn about her plans for this trip. Closing her eyes for a moment in contemplation, she reopened them with a sharp gaze fixed on the scene before her. When Ziwei left, you had only set up one prize wheel. It's been no more than 2 days. How has the number of prize wheels increased to this extent? Ye's voice carried a tone of confusion. It was then that she realized the envoy's name was Luo Ziwei. Jiang Yubai glanced at Luo Ziwei nonchalantly and explained, the number of prize wheels increases as my level rises. What level are you now? Luo Ziwei asked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yubai with curiosity shining in her eyes. Level 63, Jiang Yubai replied calmly. Jiang Tianhe, standing nearby, nodded silently, his face betraying a pride he could not conceal. Looking at his treasured grandson, he thought to himself, with a grandson like this, what more could I ask for? 63? Luo Ziwei stammered, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Ye stared at her student in shock. You reached level 63 in just 2 days? Then, as understanding dawned on her, she added, that's right. Your leveling method is indeed unique, requires others to participate in the prize wheel draws to gain experience. The more prize wheels you have, the more participants, and naturally, the faster you level up. This realization left Ye even more astounded. She began to calculate quickly. If the number of prize wheels corresponds to your level, then in the future, her mind raced, and a staggering figure surfaced in her thoughts. 1000. The maximum level of 9 cycles would be level 1000. Ye's gaze toward Jiang Yubai turned fervent, even burning with intensity. She felt fortunate for making the right decision, coming here in person and taking Jiang Yubai as her sole student. 1,000 prize wheels would undoubtedly produce countless powerful individuals, making the dream of the Starry Sky Academy becoming the #1 sacred academy for humanity no longer out of reach. Suddenly, Ye's expression shifted. Wait, have you already completed your first cycle? Her words jolted Jiang Tianhe into realization. He had overlooked this critical detail when asking about Jiang Yubai's level earlier. Luo Ziwei was equally taken aback, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. My first cycle task was to accumulate a certain number of prize draws, and I've already achieved it, Jiang Yubai explained, prepared for the question. The tasks for job advancements were typically personal secrets, impossible for outsiders to verify. Ye accepted the explanation. After all, the job of a prize draw master was so unique that having an unusual advancement task made sense. Since you've completed your first cycle, you should have gained a second skill by now, correct? She asked expectantly. After all, the first skill of a prize draw master setting up prize wheels was already akin to a divine artifact. The second skill was bound to be even more extraordinary. Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe both turned their attention to Jiang Yubai. The former held her breath, while the latter's heart raced with excitement. Jiang Yubai nodded to confirm. My second skill is called the Lucky Blind Box. Lucky Blind Box. The three of them were momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the meaning behind the name. The first skill is the prize wheel, and the second skill is called the Lucky Blind Box. Luo Ziwei murmured softly, as if savoring the unexpected revelation. Jiang Tianhe couldn't help but smile, feeling a deep sense of pride in the uniqueness of his grandson's profession. Ye nodded slightly and pressed further. What does it do? It allows me to place a Lucky Blind Box prize machine, Jang Yubai explained as he activated his newly acquired skill, the Lucky Blind Box. Strands of radiant, multicolored light emerged from the void, painting the surrounding space into a mesmerizing canvas of shifting brilliance. The intertwining lights danced as if an invisible artist were creating a masterpiece in midair. So beautiful, Luo Ziwei murmured in awe. Jiang Tianhe was equally captivated, deeply drawn to the stunning spectacle. As a god-tier expert, you use perspective far surpassed that of Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei. Just from the display of this skill's effects and power, she could accurately assess the potential tier of its associated profession. Such a flashy display, Jiang Yubai muttered in astonishment, staring at the scene before him. This was his first time using the Lucky Blind Box skill, and he had never expected such a dazzling outcome. The multicolored threads weaved and danced, gradually forming the outline of a lucky blind box machine. The machine, standing about 2 meters tall and over 1.5 meters wide, radiated a constant, shifting glow of 7 colors. Its front featured a glass window, while its right side housed 7 neatly arranged glass slots, each as thick as a thumb. Through the glass, rows of blind boxes shimmered in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared before the 3 of them, detailing the machine's features. The first draw required 10,000 gold coins and could yield rewards such as attribute points, skill books, equipment, and pet eggs. The system also noted that the number of draws was unlimited, and the probability of the next blind box's color could be previewed. This probability increased with the number of draws. However, switching participants would reset the probability gauge to 0. Unlimited draws and the ability to see the probability of the next box's color. Luo Ziwei's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly more impressed by this machine than the typical prize wheels. However, she quickly frowned. But the cost for the first draw is way too high, 10 times that of the prize wheel. Jiang Tianhe curiously circled the machine, reaching out to touch it, only to find his hand passing straight through it. Was as if the machine didn't actually exist in their current spatial plane. Even Yu Yu's attempt to retrieve it yielded no results. Is it truly impossible to collect? Yu Yu murmured softly. The intricate starry patterns on her black dress began to glow, and an expanse of a vast, starry sky materialized behind her, enveloping the machine. However, the stars on her dress soon dimmed, and this mid-tier god-tier expert's efforts ultimately failed. My student. Yu Yu's gaze lingered on the contemplative Jang Yubai. Both the prize wheel and this lucky blind box machine carried an unmistakable air of mystery, far exceeding the scope of an SS steer potential profession. They seemed more akin to divine traits. Jang Yubai stared at the enigmatic machine, his lips twitching involuntarily. The lucky blind box lottery machine stood before Jang Yubai as he carefully read the instructions displayed on the machine. This is a permanent lottery machine that cannot be destroyed or removed. The first draw costs 10,000 gold coins, with each subsequent draw increasing by an additional 10,000. Prizes are divided into 7 tiers, ranked from highest to lowest: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The corresponding attribute point rewards are 10, 0005, 0001, 0005, 001, 00101. Additionally, there are items such as skill books, equipment, and pet eggs, each categorized into different qualities such as divine, legendary, and epic. Jiang Yubai's gaze shifted to the 7 probability slots on the right. These slots gradually fill up with each draw. The purple slot increases its winning probability by 1 per draw, and once all 7 slots are filled, a divine blind box is guaranteed. However, switching participants resets the probability slots, and only 1 prize purple tier or higher can be designated per day. This is daylight robbery. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but complain. He quickly did the math. 10 draws would cost 550,000 gold coins, and filling the first purple probability slot would require 100 draws, amounting to a staggering 50.5 million gold coins. However, Jang Yubai also realized the allure of the machine. Getting a divine blind box meant a guaranteed divine tier reward. For professionals, this was an irresistible temptation. Standing nearby, Jiang Tianhe smiled expectantly. Vice Governor Yu Yue, why not give it a try? Luo Ziwei also looked at Yu Yue eagerly, clearly excited. Yu Yue nodded in agreement. All right, let's try it a few times. As 10,000 gold coins dissolved into golden light and were absorbed by the machine, the blind boxes behind the glass began to shimmer in a rainbow of colors. After 7 or 8 seconds, the light settled on one box, which slowly floated out and hovered in front of Yu Yue. At the same time, Jang Yubai noticed a faint purple glow at the bottom of the first probability slot on the right. This brief moment marked the beginning of what promised to be a long and costly lottery journey. A line of text appeared before Jang Yubai's eyes. Next, lucky blind box probability, purple 1. He carefully studied the details of the lucky blind box machine and realized it was fundamentally different from the prize wheel. The prize wheel had fixed probabilities for each reward, whereas the blind box required continuous attempts to increase the chance of winning. He felt a sense of relief. At least the minimum reward each time was a purple blind box, which wasn't too bad. Jang Yubai's gaze shifted to the lucky blind box that Yu Yu had just drawn. The box was glowing with a cyan light. He understood immediately there was no house always wins effect triggered this time. It seemed the effect would only activate when the minter opened the box. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before him. You have gained 100 experience points. Jang Yubai froze, his brows furrowing slightly. This doesn't add up. If the gold coin value is 10 times that of the prize wheel, shouldn't the experience points be 1,000? A cyan lucky blind box. Luo Ziwei said in surprise. When I drew the prize wheel, the cyan reward gave me 500 attribute points. Yu Yu nodded lightly, confirming the information. Would you like to open the blind box? Open it. As the command was issued, the cyan lucky blind box began to expand visibly. With a bang, the box burst open, and cyan lights scattered like fireworks in the air. Pretty flashy, Jiang Tianhe remarked with a smile. The system notification followed promptly. You have obtained a high-level skill book, Magic Inferno 1. It's a skill book, Luo Ziwei exclaimed. At the same time, a new notification appeared in front of Jang Yubai. Lucky blind box triggered, House always wins, and awarded an elite-grade skill book, Azure Dragon's Roar. Azure Dragon's Roar, not bad at all, Jiang Yubai said with a small smile. This was a mage-class skill, considered top-tier among elite-grade skills. Its drop rate in dungeon instances was extremely low, making it highly rare. He immediately chose to learn it. The system displayed, Azure Dragon's Roar active LV63. Upon activation, forms a dragon-shaped flame projectile that burns through all targets along its path, dealing penetrating damage and burn effects, with an added knockback effect. Energy cost, 1,000 points. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Scanning his skill panel, Jiang Yubai calculated silently. Knight, warrior, mage, assassin. I'm one step closer to becoming a multi-class expert. On the other side, Yu glanced at the skill book and handed it to Luo Ziwei. You're a mage. You can learn this. Take it. Vice Dean. This is far too valuable, Luo Ziwei stammered, flustered, as she tried to decline. Yu smiled and looked at Jiang Yubai. Being able to recruit Xiaobai as a student is thanks to your efforts. Take it. There will be additional rewards when we return to the academy. In that case, I'll humbly accept it, Luo Ziwei said, no longer hesitating. She accepted the skill book with delight and immediately began learning it. As a fifth-tier player, this Magic Inferno skill was perfectly suited to her current level. After learning the skill, Luo Ziwei couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Yubai. She thought back to her initial resentment at having to awaken him individually, only to now feel a sense of gratitude. Since Jiang Yubai's awakening, she had already gained attribute points and a skill book, rapidly increasing her power. She calculated to herself that as long as she continued following Jiang Yubai, her strength would surely keep growing. In her heart, Jiang Yubai had already become her lucky star. Yu stood in front of the lottery machine, holding 20,000 gold coins in her hand. However, instead of immediately pressing the draw button, she thoughtfully studied the display screen on the machine. Xiaobai. She turned to Jiang Yubai, pointing at the swirling purple liquid inside the glass compartment. Is this the probability of winning a purple lucky blind box? Her question immediately caught the attention of Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei. As the one who had set up the machine, Jiang Yubai nodded in confirmation. Yes, the glass compartment visually shows the probability of the next lucky blind box being a certain color. The probability of the next box being purple is 1, Yu mused. What about the probabilities for the other blind box colors? Surprisingly, Jiang Yubai shook his head. I don't know. Even you don't know? Jiang Tianhe blurted out. Then this lucky blind box machine is kind of a ripoff. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly coughed to cover up his words. It is kind of a ripoff, Yu calmly agreed, making Jiang Tianhe cough even harder. Deputy Governor, are you still going to draw? Luo Ziwei couldn't help but ask. Yes, Yu replied succinctly before continuing. Xiaobai, how many colors of lucky blind boxes are there? 7. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Finally, someone noticed. Neither Tsang Xiaohan, Luo Ziwei, nor even Jiang Tianhuo had drawn a legendary skill book had realized there were 7 colors on the prize wheel. Yes, 7, he confirmed. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yu's eyes as she turned her attention back to the lottery machine. Cyan represents elite-level skill books. She didn't inquire further about the meanings of the other colors. Instead, she directly inserted the 20,000 gold coins and began the second round of the draw. What happened next was astonishing. Purple blind boxes kept flying out one after another. On the second draw, she got a piece of low-level equipment, a cloth armor. On the third, she received 1 attribute point. The fourth, fifth, sixth, all the way to the 66th draw, every single one yielded a purple blind box. Finally, on the 67th draw, a blue lucky blind box broke the monotony. Yu silently calculated. She had already spent a staggering 22.79 million gold coins. That amount could have bought a decent piece of epic equipment. Calming herself, she opened the blue blind box, and the system notification appeared. You have obtained a mid-level pet egg, Bloodwing Insect X1. Seeing the message, Yu slightly narrowed her eyes, her expression thoughtful. Yu's gaze was fixed intently on the lucky blind box before her, her emotions rippling uncontrollably. A dazzling array of colors shimmered before her eyes, each hue signifying a different tier of rewards. Purple for low tier, blue for mid-tier, and cyan for high tier. As her thoughts deepened, an exhilarating hypothesis emerged in her mind following the sequence of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Green should correspond to elite tier, yellow to epic tier, orange to legendary tier, and the highest, red, Her heart skipped a beat. Divine tier. That shade of red was very likely indicative of a divine tier reward. Suppressing her excitement, Yu kept her expression composed and cast a sidelong glance at Jang Yubai, who stood nearby, but refrained from asking him anything. Instead, she focused on the task at hand and began opening the purple lucky blind boxes one by one. System notifications popped up in rapid succession. You have gained 1 attribute point. You have gained 1 attribute point. You have obtained a low-tier item, Rusty Longsword. These results only solidified her theory. The different colors indeed corresponded to different reward tiers, and the ultimate red tier was most likely the legendary divine tier reward. Taking a deep breath, you shook her head silently. While it was true that a lottery master was an SS tier potential class, even an orange legendary tier reward was already astonishing. Unless the lottery master class was truly divine tier. She couldn't help but recall Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu's speculations about Jiang Yubai's class level divinity. The theory seemed increasingly plausible, but one question lingered in her mind. If the lottery master was indeed a divine tier class, why would Jang Yubai claim it was an SS tier potential class? The privileges of a divine tier class far surpassed those of SS tier classes, so there was no reason to conceal it. Meanwhile, Luo Zihui was silently calculating on the side. Over 22 million. The deputy governor is truly insane. The massive investment even made Jiang Tianhe, who had nearly 1 billion gold coins to his name, feel a twinge of envy. He would never spend 20 million in one go just to gamble, especially when it only resulted in a pile of low-tier rewards. Still, seeing his beloved grandson level up again filled the old man with satisfaction. Jang Yubai observed everything quietly, shaking his head inwardly. He knew full well that he had told Luo Zihui the lottery master was an SS tier class purely for safety reasons. Now, as a student of the Starry Sky Academy and Yu's only student, he would tell her the class was divine tier if she asked, but he would never reveal the truth, that it was actually a super divinity class. Since the advent of the class transition era, he was the first and only super divinity class holder in history. Even the strongest human warrior, Liang Tianxia, had never reached this level. Jiang Yubai understood that if his super divinity potential were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those who had been stuck at the divine tier for years, how many of them wouldn't go to any lengths to surpass it? They would stop at nothing for the chance. Thus, he chose a steady and calculated approach, relying on the lottery wheel and lucky blind box skills to grow stronger incrementally. Jiang Yubai was confident that when he reached level 101 and unlocked his third skill, his leveling speed would accelerate dramatically, and he would undoubtedly become the fastest person in history to ascend to the divine tier. Let's wait. Once the mentor determines that the red glow signifies a god-level reward, they'll be unable to resist asking me about it. I'll explain then. Yu Yu's eyes flickered. Suddenly, she turned to the city lord of Jiang, her voice carrying a hint of probing curiosity. City Lord Jiang, when you drew the legendary skill book, the glow was orange, wasn't it? Jiang Tianhe froze momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly. After carefully recalling, he nodded slowly. I think it was orange. It was orange, Luo Zihui affirmed decisively. I saw it with my own eyes. Jiang Yubai noticed that Yu Yu's fingers unconsciously curled and stretched, as if confirming something. Her breathing gradually quickened. Slowly turning around, she fixed her burning gaze on her student, her eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. The likelihood of Jiang Yubai being god class exceeds 80%. Yu calculated rapidly in her mind. The evidence was overwhelming. First, Jiang Yubai's rapid level progression far surpassed that of Luo Qingxian, who awakened as a god class 3 years ago. Second, the sheer quantity of those lottery wheels, each comparable in value to artifacts. Most importantly, these wheels could yield legendary skill books. Based on the reward mechanism of the lucky blind box lottery machine, it was highly likely that god-level rewards existed. A god class. I've actually taken on a god class student. A mix of excitement, joy, and shock intertwined in Yu Yu's gaze. Luo Zihui and Jiang Tianhe exchanged puzzled looks, bewildered by Yu Yu's unusual behavior. Before they could react, the scene before them abruptly shifted. Yu Yu and Jiang Yubai vanished into thin air. Where's the deputy dean? Deputy Dean Yu Yu? Xiaobai. Urgent calls echoed one after another. In the starlit night sky, where they could not be seen, Jiang Yubai glanced one last time at his anxious grandfather searching for him, then withdrew his gaze. Yu Yu stood in front of him, her eyelids trembling lightly, her face brimming with excitement and anticipation. Xiaobai, are you? Is the lottery master a god-class profession? Looks like I can't hide it from you, mentor. Jiang Yubai admitted with a smile. Yu Yu suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her laughter ringing out with unrestrained joy. The sound carried pure happiness, as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted after years. As her laughter subsided, Yu Yu took a step forward and, to Jiang Yubai's surprise, pulled him into an embrace. Her voice was soft and tender. Child, my good child, don't worry. You are now a student of the Starry Sky Academy and my sole disciple. No one can harm you. I will protect you. The Starry Sky Academy will protect you until you become a god-level powerhouse. This unexpected embrace touched the most tender part of Jang Yubai's heart. Since losing his parents, he had not felt such warmth. While his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, would occasionally hug him, Yu Yu's embrace carried a completely different feeling. He never imagined that the lofty and untouchable Yu could show such a gentle side. Jiang Yubai nodded firmly, basking in the warmth of this embrace and savoring a sense of security he hadn't felt in years. Yu tightly embraced Jiang Yubai for a long time before slowly letting go. She extended her slender fingers, gently brushing across Jiang Yubai's face, a fleeting trace of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Mentor. Jiang Yubai looked at her, puzzled. Yu was momentarily startled but quickly concealed her emotions. She shook her head with a light smile and said, "It's nothing." The hidden starry night dissipated, and the two reappeared in their original location. Jiang Yubai glanced at Yu, lost in thought. He had keenly noticed the unusual expression that had briefly appeared in his mentor's eyes. Seeing Jiang Yubai return safely, Jiang Tianhe finally felt a weight lift off his chest. "Deputy Dean, do you want to continue with the blind box draws?" Luo Ziwei's gaze lingered on Jiang Yubai for a moment before turning to ask Yu. Yu glanced at the purple probability slot in the center. The chance for the next lucky blind box had reached 67. She turned to Jiang Yubai and asked, "Xiaobai, if no one else draws, will the probability reset if you reclaim this item?" "It won't," Jiang Yubai replied confidently. "As long as no one else draws from the lucky blind box, the probability will remain the same even if it's reclaimed and placed again." "That's good." Yu nodded. "We'll continue drawing after we return to the academy, and we can invite the dean and others to join us." Jiang Yubai's heart stirred, instantly understanding Yu's intentions. She planned to draw a divine tier lucky blind box in front of everyone. If the leaders of the Shinkong Academy witnessed such an event, their regard for him would undoubtedly increase significantly. Mentor is truly thoughtful. He silently expressed his gratitude. When he initially agreed to take Yu as his mentor, it was merely to find a reliable backing at Shinkong Academy. But at this moment, he genuinely felt Yu's sincere care for him, making him even more certain that he had made the right choice. "City Lord Jiang," Yu turned to Jiang Tianhe. "I'm afraid you won't be able to draw from the lucky blind box for now. My apologies." Jiang Tianhe quickly responded. "Deputy Dean Yu, there's no need to apologize. You're Xiaobai's mentor now, so of course, you should prioritize him." He understood well that with Yu's status, strength, and position, she had no reason to treat him with such courtesy. This was entirely because of Jiang Yubai. Seeing that Jiang Tianhe didn't mind, Yu sighed in quiet relief. Before learning of Jiang Yubai's divine identity, she had already declared him her only student. Now, Jiang Yubai had become one of the most important people in her life, and she did not want minor matters to create any discord between them. "Ziwei," Yu addressed Luo Ziwei. "After we return to the academy, you can draw any time you like by finding Xiaobai." Luo Ziwei was overjoyed and thanked her repeatedly. "Thank you, Deputy Dean Yu." She calculated in her heart that with Jiang Yubai's demonstrated value, he was undoubtedly a strategic-level figure. While she could ensure opportunities to access the prize wheel for now, the lucky blind box was a different matter. Yu's words had finally opened the door for her to pursue the lucky blind box. Most importantly, it gave her a legitimate reason to approach Jiang Yubai regularly. Looking at Jiang Yubai, who had just advanced to a new realm, yet already possessed the prize wheel and lucky blind box, Luo Ziwei couldn't help but anticipate what heights he might reach in his second or third transformations. She resolved to strengthen her relationship with Jiang Yubai. After all, the prize wheel was destined to become the most sought-after treasure at Shinkong Academy, and Jiang Yubai was fated to become a shining figure not only at Shinkong Academy, but across all three great sacred academies. She could already envision his brilliant future. "It's better to act sooner rather than later. I've already informed the dean about your situation. The dean is on their way back to the academy. We're returning to the Starry Sky Academy," Yu said firmly. Hearing this, Jiang Tianhe's face immediately showed a trace of reluctance. He glanced at his grandson beside him and nodded slowly. The sooner Xiaobai gets to Starry Sky Academy, the sooner he'll be safe. The sudden arrangement caught Jiang Yubai off guard. Over the years, he had never been apart from his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, and now he couldn't hide the sadness in his heart. However, he understood that with his unique status as a divine vocation holder, entering Starry Sky Academy was the safest option. With this realization, he suppressed his emotions and said solemnly, "I'll follow my mentor's arrangements." "By the way, Junior Jiang Yubai, where's Zhang Xiaoan?" Luo Ziwei suddenly asked. "Zhang Xiaoan?" Jiang Yubai was momentarily stunned. "Oh, he went to the Frogtown dungeon." "Senior Ziwei, why do you ask?" Yu smiled and explained, "Since Zhang Xiaoan is aware of your occupational traits, he shouldn't remain outside. I'll grant him a guaranteed admission spot, so he can enter Starry Sky Academy without needing to take the exam." This statement was like dropping a bombshell. Jiang Tianhe looked at Yu Yue and shocked. Starry Sky Academy, as the third sacred institution of humanity, held its guaranteed admission slots in extremely high regard. He had heard of a high-ranking executive from the Universal Bank Corporation spending an astronomical amount just to secure one spot. Now, Yue was offering such a precious slot to Tsang Xiaohan for the sake of Jang Yubai. Luo Ziwei was even more astonished. She understood the weight of this privilege far better than Jiang Tianhe did. Each year, the three sacred academies released only a limited number of these slots for various powers to compete for, with Starry Sky Academy offering just 26 this year. And now, one of these rare opportunities was being given to Tsang Xiaohan. And rank Obsidian Shield Warrior? Mentor you. Jang Yubai was equally stunned. He had assumed Starry Sky Academy would simply ensure Tsang Xiaohan kept their secret, but never expected such a significant opportunity to be offered. On behalf of Tsang Xiaohan, I thank you, mentor, he said respectfully, bowing. Never say such things again. I am your mentor, and you are my student. I am merely doing what I should, Yue replied, her voice gentle, like a spring breeze. Standing to the side, Luo Ziwei suddenly realized that the Yue before her seemed completely different from the stern and imposing vice dean she had always known. She had never seen such a tender side of Yue before. Pressing her lips together, a faint trace of envy arose in Luo Ziwei's heart. Jang Yubai felt a warm surge in his heart. Although he sensed that Yue's words might carry a hint of persuasion, he firmly believed that the mentor would keep her promise. Bring Tsang Xiaohan back to see me. Once we return to the Starry Sky Academy, I will personally select the most suitable mentor for him. Yue's gaze lingered on Jiang Yubai, growing increasingly fond of him. This genuine affection stemmed from her admiration for students born with divine talents. Make sure to use all the prize wheels. Don't waste any chances, she reminded. Compared to the lucky blind box machine that required filling 7 mid-level probability slots to win a divine reward, the prize will costing only 1,000 gold coins per spin seemed like a bargain. Without hesitation, Jiang Yubai placed the remaining 62 prize wheels one by one, confident that his energy reserve of over 1.4 million points was more than sufficient to handle the consumption. Why is there an extra one? Luo Ziwei asked in surprise. Jiang Yubai smiled and explained. When the mentor was spinning the lucky blind box, I happened to level up. Luo Ziwei paused for a moment before responding with a slightly envious tone. Junior Yubai, your way of leveling up really makes people jealous. Hearing this, Yue's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Just as Jiang Tianhe was about to laugh heartily, a series of dialogue boxes suddenly popped up before him, all sent by Qi Yan. City Lord Jiang, what kind of profession did your grandson awaken? The next message followed quickly. For Vice Dean Yue to take him as a student, it must be a divine profession. Haha, congratulations, City Lord Jiang. The Jiang family is about to produce a peerless genius. And the final message, Jiang Yubai hasn't joined a guild yet, has he? Would he be willing to join the Career Advancement Guild Alliance? I can apply to headquarters for a core elite spot for your grandson. This is a rare opportunity, think it over. I'm still in Heavenly Burial City. Contact me anytime once you've decided. Core elite quota? Jiang Tianhe's eyes lit up with a hint of surprise and excitement upon hearing those words. As one of the three major official forces of the human race, the Job Change Guild Alliance wielded immense power. Over 90 of human guilds fell under its jurisdiction. The value of a core elite quota was second only to the guaranteed admission slots offered by the three sacred academies. Securing such a spot meant access to unimaginable resources and privileges. Jiang Tianhe's gaze unconsciously shifted toward Yu, who was focused on her lottery draws. He was well aware that the three sacred academies traditionally allowed their students to join the three major official forces. However, Jiang Yubai's situation was somewhat unique. He was currently Yu's student. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tianhe decided to first communicate privately with his beloved grandson and sent him a message. As long as I join the Job Change Guild Alliance, Qi Yin will help me apply to become a core elite member? Jiang Yubai looked up at Jiang Tianhe, whose face was filled with anticipation, but gently shook his head. Until he had absolute self-preservation capabilities, he wouldn't join any faction other than the Starry Sky Academy. As a lottery master, he understood better than anyone the weight of his identity. While the Job Change Guild Alliance was an official force, it was also a den of hidden dangers who knew how many risks lay beneath the surface. Besides, becoming a core elite was far from a guaranteed outcome. Jiang Tianhe froze. He was about to ask for an explanation, but his fingers, hovering over the chat box, stopped midair. Xiaobai must have his reasons, he thought to himself. Even if this might displease Vice President Qi Yan, so what? Nothing is more important than my grandson. With this in mind, he promptly sent Qi Yan a polite message of refusal. Meanwhile, in a tea house in Tianzong City, Qi Yan stared at his phone screen, his face filled with disbelief. Refused. His brows furrowed deeply. To him, Jang Yubai, as a divine class individual and Yu's student, was destined to become at least a low-tier god-level powerhouse. Joining the Job Change Guild Alliance would only benefit him in countless ways. Moreover, successfully recruiting a naturally divine class individual would be a major achievement for Qi Yin himself. If Jang Yubai joined, the core elite status would be guaranteed, and Qi Yan's position as president would be solidified. Was it Yu interfering? Qi Yin fell into deep thought. In his view, it was impossible, or rather, unthinkable that Jiang Tianhe would refuse such an offer. After all, the Job Change Guild Alliance already had naturally divine class core elites, such as Bo Feiyang, who had recently been accepted as a student by Sang Fanji, the vice dean of Shanghai Academy. Since Plan A failed, it was time to activate Plan B. For a naturally divine class individual, he would not give up so easily. By now, the people sent by the headquarters should be arriving soon. He wondered which council member would come, hopefully not Councillor Zhu Yao. Ever since he reported to headquarters about the possibility of Jang Yubai possessing divine class abilities, the headquarters had immediately dispatched someone to verify the information. For now, this news was confined to internal circles within the Job Change Guild Alliance. Naturally divine class. Ma Qingfeng trembled all over, his face pale as a sheet, and his voice quivered with disbelief. Jiang Taiyan's grandson awakened a divine vocation. Yuan Taiyu sat there, his expression desolate. He let out a bitter chuckle. Why not? Luo Ziwei personally awakened his vocation, and he's even taken as a disciple by Yu Yu. It's said that those capable of awakening divine vocations are already different from ordinary people. Before their awakening, you've been in Tianzong City for so many years and didn't notice a thing. Useless. Ma Qingfeng looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His spirit was on the verge of collapse as he muttered to himself. Impossible, there's already one born with a divine vocation. How could there be a second? Absolutely impossible. Who says there can only be one with a divine vocation? Yuan Taiyu's cold eyes bore into the dazed Ma Qingfeng, his voice laced with disappointment. In your current state, you're no longer fit to serve as the elder of the Tianzong City Sub-Alliance. He'll arrange for someone to replace you. Ma Qingfeng ignored him, still muttering to himself. It must be a mistake, it has to be. Yuan Taiyu turned and walked out of the base, heading toward the teleportation portal. He sighed inwardly. Qi Yin will definitely invite Jiang Yubai to join the alliance. The position of chairman is beyond my reach now. Though unwilling, he understood the reality. Jiang Tianhe was under Qi Yan's jurisdiction, and Jiang Yubai, not only born with a divine vocation but also a disciple of Yu Yu, was someone he could never compete with from any angle. So be it. There's no hope for me to reach mid-level deity status in this life. It's time to step back. His expression was filled with melancholy, and even his face seemed to have aged. Just then, he suddenly halted, staring at the dialogue box that appeared before him. In his dim eyes, a glimmer of hope reignited. Ha ha ha! Tears of excitement streamed down his face. The headquarters actually sent Senator Zhu. Heaven must have mercy on me, still have a chance. I haven't lost yet. Meanwhile, in the Frogtown dungeon, Song Xiaoan held his Xianrock shield, fending off attacks from two frogs as large as adult humans. Behind him, Long Danny, Duan Mengfei, and Wei Shanshan were busy casting their skills. Heal me. Mengfei, heal me now. I can't hold on much longer. Song Xiaoan exaggeratedly yelled, feigning a desperate struggle. The pretty and blushing Duan Mengfei snapped angrily. Song Xiaoan, if you keep shouting like that, we won't team up with you anymore. So shameless. Wei Shanshan said with a look of disgust. Long Dan's face twitched. Idiot. Quick, heal me. I need lots and lots of healing. Song Xiaoan ignored their complaints and continued his dramatic act. Just then, a dialogue box suddenly popped up before him. Jang Yubai, my son, are you ready? Your foster father is about to take you to the skies. What does that mean? Is it asking me to draw a lottery or something? Song Xiaoan was still pondering when a massive frog slammed into his Xianrock shield, making him stumble back. Long Danny and the other two girls' expressions instantly shifted. They had thought he was joking. After all, these giant frogs, though large, weren't particularly damaging and moved quite slowly. The giant frog's attacks were ferocious, causing Song Xiaoan to stagger slightly, clearly reaching his limit. Duan Mingfei reacted quickly, casting a precise healing spell that shimmered with golden light onto him. At the same time, Long Danny and Wei Shanshan coordinated seamlessly, releasing their skills to force the massive frog to retreat. Song Xiaoan, you're such a weakling. Duan Mingfei couldn't resist teasing. Song Xiaoan steadied himself, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. I got distracted just now, and it's all Jiang Yubai's fault. Jiang Yubai. At the mention of the name, Long Danny immediately became tense, her voice filled with concern. What happened to him? Nothing serious, Song Xiaoan explained briefly. He just said he wanted to carry me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already raised his heavy obsidian shield and, with a roar, charged at the giant frog. A few minutes later, the battle was over. However, to the surprise of the three women, Song Xiaoan suddenly disbanded the team. What's going on with you? Wei Shanshan asked in confusion. Duan Mingfei seemed to realize something, her tone a mix of annoyance and incredulity. What? Just because I called you weak, you're being this petty? As in class obsidian shield warrior, Song Xiaohan was not only resilient and strong, but also arguably the best candidate for the front line among the rookies here for training. Sorry, ladies, Song Xiaohan said hurriedly. Jang Yubai told me to head to the city lord's manor immediately. But, with that, he turned and prepared to leave. Wait, why does Jang Yubai need you? Duan Mengfei quickly changed her tone. I take back what I said about you being weak. Go. Song Xiaohan, come back here. Ignoring the calls behind him, Song Xiaohan simply waved a hand dismissively and continued on his way without looking back. Inwardly, he thought to himself, beautiful women are great, but how can they compare to taking flight? 54.6 million kilometers away from Blue Star, a planet engulfed in dark flames floated silently in space. This was Mars, also known in ancient times as Inghua. Since the advent of the cosmic era, the entire planet had been transformed into a planet-sized dungeon, Mars, the Crimson Flame Inferno. It was one of the many god-tier dungeons scattered across the starry universe. At this moment, inside the Crimson Flame Inferno Hall, Shan Wenrui and her team had just experienced a failed attempt to clear the dungeon and were teleported back. Before she could catch her breath, several information windows popped up in front of her. When she saw messages from Luo Ziwei and Yu Yu, her face lit up with both surprise and excitement. A lottery master? A prize wheel? Innate divine vocation? Shan Wenrui exclaimed in disbelief. Aside from Bo Feiyang from Tiansong Star, there's actually a second person with an innate divine vocation? And they've joined my Starry Sky Academy as a student. In the city of Sky Burial, within the city lord's mansion, Luo Ziwei's eyes gleamed with a smile as she looked at the flashing system notification in front of her. Congratulations, you have obtained a low-level skill book, Iron Wall. This defensive skill book had not been easy to acquire, and she had already planned to place it in the guild's treasury for the new students enrolling this year to use. At the Starry Sky Academy, students were free to create their own guilds without being restricted by the professional guild alliances. As she was lost in thought, a dazzling light suddenly enveloped Jang Yubai. Luo Ziwei's long lashes fluttered slightly, and a trace of envy flickered in her eyes. Unlike her, who had to venture into battles and complete quests to level up, Jang Yubai could truly level up effortlessly. You have obtained a mid-level skill book, Steel Bastion 1. The system notification sounded at the perfect moment. Jang Yubai, as always, welcomed any skill book without hesitation and immediately chose to learn it. His attribute panel was updated as follows. Name, Jang Yubai. Class, Lottery Master Supergod Tier. Identity, Student of Starry Sky Academy. Level, LV67280680. Base attributes. Strength, 151,692. Constitution, 151,692. Intelligence, 151,692. Growth attributes. Health points, 151,6920. Defense, 151,6920. Energy, 151,6920. Free attribute points, 1087. Skill slots, 9. Newly acquired skill, Steel Bastion active LV67. Instantly increases physical magical defense by 30 for 8 seconds, with a 20-second cooldown. The privileges of his Super God tier class allowed Jang Yubai to learn skill books of any level, and elite tier skills could be executed directly. This meant that in battles of the same level, his skill strength far surpassed his opponents, ensuring his unrivaled status. Even when challenging opponents of higher levels, he still had a significant chance of victory. Jang Yubai silently calculated that when he reached level 100, he would be able to use the Holy Sword Judgment. At that point, even opponents hundreds of levels higher or with multiple class advancements would no longer pose a threat. He glanced at his energy value, nearly 1.5 million, sufficient to sustain the energy consumption of this legendary skill. Though different professions used varying terms, mana for mages, rage for warriors, energy for assassins, they were essentially the same concept. Compared to the Lucky Blind Box, the lottery wheel was indeed superior, though the 90, better luck next time, rate deterred most people. Even with nearly 200 attempts combined by Yu Yu, Jiang Tianhe, and Luo Ziwei, their total number of successful draws was fewer than 10. Truly worthy of a divine class. Even I can't help but feel a bit envious of this leveling method, Yu Yu remarked with a gentle smile, looking at Jang Yubai. Indeed, Xiao Bei's unique leveling approach allows him to develop safely. Jiang Tianhe chimed in with a hearty laugh. Yu Yu nodded but then let out a sudden sigh, her gaze turning complicated as she looked at Jang Yubai. It's a pity though. A pity? What do you mean? Jiang Tianhe was taken aback. It's a pity that the lottery master doesn't possess any offensive skills, Yu Yu said, a trace of concern flashing in her eyes. In this era of universal class advancement, strength reigns supreme. Without offensive skills, the lottery master is too fragile and lacks the ability to mitigate risks. If caught in a crisis with no one to protect him, he would be almost defenseless. That's true. Jiang Tianhe sighed as well. But soon he smiled again. Still, with the esteemed academy here, I believe Xiaobai will be safe as long as he stays within the Starry Sky Academy. Rest assured, City Lord, Yue said solemnly, her gaze steady as she promised. I assure you, Xiaobai will face no danger at the Shinkong Academy. Just as her words fell, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the teleportation corridor of the City Lord's residence. Moments later, Song Xiaohan burst into the hall with his exaggerated gait, his face brimming with barely contained excitement. Godfather! Godfather! I'm here, he called out loudly, rubbing his hands together. Godfather, how are you going to take me to the top? Hearing Song Xiaohan repeatedly addressing Jang Yubai as Godfather, Luo Ziwei couldn't help but chuckle. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with amusement as she cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yubai. Jiang Tianhe, noticing Yu Yue's puzzled expression, quickly explained, it's that brat Song Xiaohan. These two rascals are always horsing around. Vice Dean Yue, I hope you won't mind. Yue nodded in understanding, her gaze shifting toward the hall's entrance. Meanwhile, Song Xiaohan was still outside, looking around eagerly. Godfather, where are you? Godfa, his voice abruptly cut off as he stepped into the hall, and his eyes landed on the room, filled with lottery wheels. His jaw nearly dropped to the floor. 1, 2, 3. He counted rapidly. 65, 66? Way 66 lottery wheels. Overcome with excitement, Song Xiaohan trembled and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Jackpot. Absolute jackpot. Zayabeno, Godfather. Oh, my dearest Godfather. I love you to death. He spread his arms wide, ready to leap onto Jiang Yubai, but the latter calmly stopped him with one hand against his chest. Jiang Yubai smirked and gestured to the side, prompting Song Xiaohan to finally notice the others in the room. Ah, Special Envoy Luo and Grandpa Jiang are here too, huh? Embarrassment flushed Song Xiaohan's cheeks, and he wished he could disappear into the ground. Jiang Tianhe scolded sternly. You little rascal, hurry up and pay your respects to Vice Dean Yue. Who? Song Xiaohan looked bewildered, his eyes landing on Yue, but failing to process the situation. She should sound familiar, Jang Yubai drawled lazily. The Shinkong Academy, Vice Dean Yue. Realization dawned on Song Xiaohan, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He stammered as he bowed. Seat Song Xiaohan. Greets Vice Dean Yue. Seeing Song Xiaohan's legs trembling in embarrassment, both Jiang Yubai and Luo Ziwei couldn't hold back their laughter. Song Xiaohan discreetly sent a message to Jiang Yubai, grumbling. Why didn't you warn me earlier? This isn't taking me to the top. It's digging a trap. You're the one who's too flashy. How is that my fault? Jiang Yubai replied with a chuckle. I don't care. You owe me 100 lottery draws as compensation. Song Xiaohan glared at Jiang Yubai with a wounded expression. At this moment, Yue spoke, her face expressionless though a faint twitch betrayed her amusement. Song Xiaohan, after you finish the lottery draws, go bid farewell to your family. Then accompany Xiao Bai to Shinkong Academy. Yes, huh? What? Song Xiaohan snapped his head up, staring at Yue in utter shock, completely dumbfounded. Song Xiaohan stood there, completely stunned as if struck by lightning. Every word spoken by Vice Principal Yu made sense individually, but when put together, his brain seemed to stop functioning. What are you standing there for? Jiang Tianhe's stern voice broke the silence. Hurry up and thank Vice Principal Yu properly. Song Xiaohan mechanically turned his head to look at Jiang Tianhe, his eyes still filled with confusion. Seeing this, Luo Ziwei gently explained, Song Xiaohan, because you know Jiang Yubai's professional secret, the Vice Principal has decided to grant you a special admission slot, allowing you to enter the Starry Sky Academy without taking the entrance exam. What? What do you mean, what? Hurry up and show your gratitude. Jiang Tianhe urged again, this time more forcefully. At that moment, Song Xiaohan finally snapped out of his daze. His face lit up with overwhelming joy, and with a loud thud, he dropped to his knees, bowing repeatedly. Song Xiaohan thanks you, Vice Principal. I swear, I will dedicate my future to bringing glory to Starry Sky Academy and will serve you with unwavering loyalty. His voice trembled with emotion. Starry Sky Academy, one of the 3 holy academies of humanity. For in rank Obsidian Shield Warrior, who didn't even qualify to apply for the self-study exams. This was nothing short of a miracle. All right, enough bowing. My mentor has already left, Jiang Yubai said, patting him on the shoulder. Only then did Song Xiaohan realize that Yu and Jiang Tianhe were gone, and Luo Ziwei was standing nearby, smiling at him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly stood up, scratching the back of his head, and gave Luo Ziwei a sheepish grin. Junior Xiaobai, I'm heading off to rest, Luo Ziwei said with a smile. If you want to know more about Starry Sky Academy, feel free to reach out to me anytime. After Luo Ziwei left, Song Xiaohan could no longer contain his excitement. He grabbed Jiang Yubai and spun him around in circles. Put me down, you lunatic. Jiang Yubai yelled angrily. You brat, let me go this instant. Song Xiaohan quickly complied, but couldn't stop grinning as he leaned closer to Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai crossed his arms and gave him a side eye. What are you smiling about? Shouldn't you be bowing to me for this? Though it was meant as a joke, Song Xiaohan immediately made a move to kneel again. Hey, 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 are you seriously going to kneel? Jang Yubai hurriedly pulled him up, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Of course I'm serious. Song Xiaohan's eyes brimmed with tears. I'd bow 100, 1,000 times if I had to. Without you, I'd never have had the chance to become a student at Starry Sky Academy. You've given me the opportunity to change my life. Why are your eyes getting all teary? Jang Yubai waved dismissively. Don't get all sentimental. You're my good son after all. This is what any proper godfather would do. Thank you for your guidance, godfather. Song Xiaohan said cheekily, grinning from ear to ear. Song Xiaohan, Song Xiaohan. Jang Yubai sighed, shaking his head. You really have the shamelessness of a born businessman. Thanks for the compliment. Song Xiaohan replied smugly, showing no shame whatsoever. By the way, godfather, can I draw my reward now? Go ahead, draw it and get it over with. Then hurry home. Jang Yubai waved his hand helplessly, and this simple gesture immediately sent Song Xiaohan darting toward the prize wheel like an excited puppy. 10 minutes later, Song Xiaohan sat slumped on the ground, looking utterly dejected. He glanced around, had tried every single prize wheel, and the results were always the same. Thank you for participating. His eyes filled with grievance as he looked at Jang Yubai, his expression more pitiful than a heartbroken maiden. Jang Yubai, these prize wheels of yours are a total scam. Song Xiaohan couldn't help but complain. Jang Yubai squinted his eyes. What did you just call me? Song Xiaohan froze, hesitating for 2 seconds before reluctantly muttering in a low voice, Godfather. Jang Yubai finally smiled. Remember, if you want to spin the prize wheel, you have to call me Godfather. 66 prize wheels, a total of 66,000 coins. Song Xiaohan's voice cracked with despair. I blew all of my allowance this month and got absolutely nothing. Jang Yubai chuckled at his misery. Maybe you should reflect on yourself. Why is it that my mentor, my grandfather, and Senior Luo all managed to win something, but you didn't? Did you forget to wash your face? Or maybe your spinning technique is all wrong. What does washing my face have to do with wait a minute? Song Xiaohan's head shot up, his eyes wide. You said what? Your mentor? Who's your mentor? Take a guess. In a flash, Song Xiaohan jumped to his feet, staring in disbelief. Why, you mean Vice Director Yue? That's right. Jang Yubai raised an eyebrow. No way. Meanwhile, in another space, a meaningful conversation was unfolding. Uncle Zhu, you have to help me this time. Yuan Taiyu pleaded anxiously. If you don't, I won't stand a chance at becoming the Blue Star Guild president. Sitting across from him was an older man in his 50s, Zhu Yao. His hair was jet black and glossy, his round face and square nose exuded a sense of authority, and his meticulously neat attire complemented the ever-present smile on his face. You're not a young man anymore. Why so impatient? Zhu Yao replied calmly. Uncle, Yuan Taiyu drew out the word, his tone tinged with desperation. I've spent over 40 years in Blue Star for this position. I can't give up now. You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment. Zhu Yao sipped his tea leisurely. That Jang Yubai may not necessarily support Qi Yan. Yuan Taiyu paused, momentarily stunned. Zhu Yao set his teacup down and elaborated. When Ma Qingfeng challenged Jiang Tianhe, didn't Qi Yan refrain from intervening? And when you sent Lei Jun to challenge Jiang Tianhe, Qi Yan's so-called invincible legend professionals didn't step in either. Yuan Taiyu's expression shifted as he began to process Zhu Yao's words. Uncle Zhu, are you suggesting Jiang Tianhe might hold a grudge against Qi Yan because of this? That's human nature. Zhu Yao nodded with a faint smile. If you were Jiang Tianhe, wouldn't you feel the same? Yuan Taiyu frowned. But Tianzong City is still under Qi Yan's jurisdiction. If Jiang Tianhe wants to remain the city lord, he'll have to support Qi Yan. Zhu Yao didn't directly refute him. Instead, he offered a pointed reminder. The first prize wheel was discovered in the Tianzong dungeon. Headquarters views these prize wheels as equivalent to divine artifacts. With so many missing artifacts, do you think Qi Yan bears no responsibility? A spark of realization lit up in Yuan Taiyu's eyes. Zhu Yao continued. Your speculation isn't baseless. Some council members share your perspective. That's why I've already submitted an application to headquarters. If approved, Tianzong City will be placed under your management. Yuan Taiyu's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Uncle Zhu. Thank you so much. Don't celebrate just yet. Zhu Yao's words quickly tempered Yuan Taiyu's excitement. If Jang Yubai isn't a divine class professional, even as Yu's student, his future contributions to your cause may be limited. I understand, Uncle. Have you finished compiling the entry and exit records for the 40 dungeons with prize wheels? Yes, it's all been sorted. Yuan Taiyu promptly sent the records to Zhu Yao, cautiously asking. Uncle Zhu, I've already investigated the dungeon records, but I found nothing. Those prize wheels that grant attribute points and experience clearly seem like dungeon items. Zhu Yao's smile deepened as he looked at Yuan Taiyu, his tone laden with meaning. Who says the prize wheels must be dungeon items? Not necessarily a dungeon prop? Yuan Taiyu's eyes widened, his body leaning slightly forward as he stared intently at Zhu Yao. Uncle Zhu, are you saying that the lottery props are related to a professional? His voice was filled with disbelief. This can't be right. Zhu Yao's fingers lightly brushed over the dungeon records, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. The world is vast, and nothing is impossible. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Too much of a coincidence? What do you mean? Yuan Taiyu looked utterly confused. Zhu Yao calmly began to analyze. The first lottery wheel was discovered in the Heaven Burial Dungeon. Jiang Tianhe's grandson is highly likely to be a natural divine professional, and Yue personally came to take him as her apprentice. These words hit Yuan Taiyu like a heavy blow to the heart. He trembled all over, his voice shaking. You mean the lottery wheel is connected to that kid? How is that possible? It can even grant attribute points and experience. Natural divine professionals are individuals favored by the heavens. Zhu Yao explained while searching through the records for Jang Yubai's name. They possess unique, extraordinary qualities far beyond ordinary professionals. More importantly, the Grand President once said that if a natural divine professional reaches the peak of the divine level, they have a high chance of receiving a super divine advancement quest. What? Yuan Taiyu shot to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. Since the dawn of the era of professions, no one had ever surpassed the divine level. Even though natural divine professionals began awakening after the Starry Cosmos chapter was unlocked, the earliest awakened one had yet to achieve the peak of the divine level. The human race has a few peak divine level powerhouses, but none of them have ever received a super divine advancement quest. Zhu Yao's gaze fell on the search results, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. It seems my hypothesis was correct. In the entry and exit records for the 40 dungeons where lottery wheels were found, Jang Yubai's name appeared in every single one. What did this mean? It meant that the lottery wheels were very likely placed there by Jang Yubai. Uncle Zhu, do you have the results? Yuan Taiyu asked urgently. Yes. Zhu Yao stood up. Let's go. We're heading to the City Lord's mansion to meet Yue. Meanwhile, at the Blue Planet headquarters of the Starry Cosmos mercenaries in Jiulong City, Bai Zhanhai suddenly leaped to his feet. His rugged and fierce face was filled with shock after hours of investigation. His think tank had finally uncovered some clues about the lottery wheels. Marshal, before and after the discovery of the 40 lottery wheels, only one person entered and exited all of those dungeons. That person is Jang Yubai, the grandson of Jiang Tianhe, the city lord of Heaven Burial City. He's a newcomer. Based on our analysis, there's an over 84 probability that the appearance and disappearance of the lottery wheels are connected to this individual. Upon hearing the subordinate's report, Bai Zhanhai's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. His gaze was sharp as a blade as he commanded in a deep voice. Send someone to Tianzong City immediately. At all costs, bring Jiang Yubai to me. He paused for a moment, then added decisively, wait. To ensure success, I will go personally. Notify the 7th Army to prepare to depart with me immediately. At the teleportation square in Tianzong City, a figure in white emerged from the teleportation array. The man, dressed in a flowing moon-white scholar's robe, held a feather fan in hand, and his attire swayed gently in the wind. Since the advent of the career-changing era, the diverse equipment of professionals had made their appearances increasingly varied, yet his elegant and refined style stood out strikingly. Zheng Qingkong, I never thought even a pretentious scholar like you would show up. Is Xingyu Academy part bloodhound? Your nose is absurdly sharp. A mocking voice came from behind. Zheng Qingkong's feather fan froze midair. He frowned slightly but didn't turn around as he retorted, Lu Qingtsong, why is it that wherever I go, you show up too? Honestly, you should stop calling yourself the Starsea Overlord Spear and just go with Starsea Tagalong. You. Lu Qingkang's dark eyebrows shot up as he angrily pointed at him. You what? Zheng Qingkong interrupted. I've got important matters to attend to. Once I'm done, if you're still itching for a scolding, I promise to insult you for 3 days straight without repeating myself. Before his words had fully landed, his figure disappeared, leaving only a single feather drifting slowly to the ground. That damn scholar. If you've got the guts, fight me for 3 days and nights. Lu Qingtsong roared furiously, vanishing on the spot as well. Outside the city lord's mansion, Song Xiaohan and Jiang Yubai sat on the steps in front of the hall. Song Xiaohan scratched the back of his head, his face still filled with disbelief. It still doesn't feel real to me. I actually got a direct recommendation to Shinkong Academy. It's like a dream. Want me to slap you so you can see if it hurts? Jiang Yubai teased with a grin. No need for that. Song Xiaohan chuckled, throwing an arm around Jiang Yubai's shoulders. With his other hand, he thumped his chest confidently. Once we get into Shinkong Academy, that place is going to be ours. Father and son, Jiang Yubai corrected, gently removing his arm. And where do you get that confidence from? Of course, from you, my dear foster father. Song Xiaohan lowered his voice conspiratorially. With the prize well on our side, you think we won't make waves at Shinkong Academy? By then, people will be lining up to curry favor with you. That's true. Jiang Yubai nodded thoughtfully, then smirked. But what's that got to do with you? Everything. Song Xiaohan sat up straight, looking solemn. You're my incredible foster father, after all. All right, Jang Yubai said, laughing. Hurry home and say goodbye to your parents. Stop wasting time here. Song Shaoan was just about to get up when Yu suddenly appeared beside Jang Yubai. The two of them immediately stood, noticing her intense gaze fixed on the area outside the city lord's mansion. Mentor, what's wrong? Jang Yubai asked, puzzled. Someone's coming. You should. Yu's words were cut off by a voice laced with amusement. Well, Vice Principal Yu, it's been a while. Two figures appeared before them in an instant, Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. A flicker of caution crossed Yu's eyes as her expression turned serious. So it's Counselor Zhu. Counselor? A counselor from the Career Change Guild Alliance. Jiang Yubai's heart skipped a beat as he became instantly alert. The Starry Sky Mercenaries and the Cosmic Bank did not have a council system. The Job Change Guild Alliance was the only organization with a council. Jiang Yubai stood still, his gaze falling on Zhu Yao before sweeping over Yuan Taiyu beside him. He had already formed some guesses in his mind. Xiaobai. Song Shaohan tugged at Jiang Yubai's sleeve, his voice laced with palpable unease. Although he didn't recognize Zhu Yao, Yuan Taiyu's face was all too familiar. This prominent figure, a public personality like Qi Yin, often appeared across various media platforms. How about we leave for now? Just as Jiang Yubai was about to nod and leave, Zhu Yao's voice rang out with a meaningful chuckle. This must be little friend Jiang Yubai, correct? Clearly, he had already memorized everything about Jiang Yubai. You should go home first. Jiang Yubai turned at Song Shaohan, his tone firm. Xiaobai I. Song Shaohan hesitated, words caught in his throat. My mentor is here. He'll be fine. Jiang Yubai gave him a light push, then turned to face the visitors. Song Shaohan bit his lip, realizing that his presence was indeed inappropriate, and quickly left the scene. Yuan Taiyu's gaze lingered on Song Shaohan's departing figure for a moment before shifting to Jiang Yubai. A flicker of astonishment and eagerness crossed his eyes. If Uncle Zhu's suspicions were correct, and the lottery wheel was truly Jiang Yubai's creation, the value of this young man was immeasurable. No wonder Yu personally stepped in to make him her direct disciple. A glimmer of greed flashed in Yuan Taiyu's eyes. If not for Yu's swift action, he would have been willing to go to any lengths to claim the boy for himself. Zhu Yao suppressed the restlessness in his heart, a genial smile on his face as he sized up Jiang Yubai. Yu immediately stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her student. What brings Counselor Zhu here today? She asked. Vice Dean Yu, surely you know the answer to that. Zhu Yao replied, gesturing toward Jiang Yubai behind her. Naturally, I've come for your disciple. Yu's eyes flickered slightly as she thought to herself, as expected of Zhu Yao, the smiling ghost. He figured it out so quickly. But even so, with me here, no one will lay a finger on Xiaobai. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Jiang Yubai appeared remarkably composed. From the moment he decided to place the lottery wheel in the dungeon, he had anticipated this day would come. After all, his entry and exit records from the dungeon were traceable. Anyone determined enough to compare the appearance of the lottery wheel with the timeline of his awakening could easily draw conclusions. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Fortunately, his initial judgment had not been wrong. With Senior Luo's assistance, his mentor was able to arrive ahead of them. Even if they had been late, he had already prepared a contingency plan. Against a god-tier powerhouse, there was indeed no chance of resistance for those below their level. Even legendary invincible professionals would stand no chance. However, his backup plan was enough to ensure his safety. His identity as an omni-talented prodigy could sever any connection between him and the lottery wheel. Simply demonstrating skills from various professions would be enough to dispel suspicion. What's more, the 40 lottery wheels he had placed were negligible compared to the over 200 dungeons he had visited, far from constituting substantial evidence. These two factors were enough to ensure his safe retreat, at the very least guaranteeing his own safety. Yu's gaze was as cold and deep as a still pond as she cast a fleeting glance at Yuan Taiyu. The latter immediately understood and responded with a polite smile. What business does Senator Zhu have with my student? Yu asked straightforwardly. Zhu Yao clasped his hands together, his face adorned with a courteous smile. Tianzong City falls under the jurisdiction of our Career Transition Guild Alliance. Since Jiang Yubai has awakened a divine vocation, as a senator of the Alliance, it is naturally my duty to verify this matter. Who told you my student has awakened a divine vocation? Yue shook her head slowly, her tone firm. Senator Zhu, you must be mistaken. Xiaobai is not a divine vocation holder. Yuan Taiyu was about to speak when Zhu Yao suddenly turned around. Jiang Yubai noticed Yu's gaze shift toward the entrance of the city lord's manor. His heart stirred, and he followed her line of sight. Another god-level powerhouse was arriving. Yue, deputy director of the city lord's manor, Senator Zhu Yao, and Vice President Yuan. What a lively little Tianzong city this is. A voice, laced with amusement, rang out. Holding a feathered fan, Zhang Chenkong materialized beside Zhu Yao, as if stepping out from a void. Xingyu Academy's refined fox, Zhang Chenkong. Yu's expression grew solemn as she quietly identified the newcomer. Jiang Yubai's heart skipped a beat. Why was a god-level powerhouse from Xingyu Academy here? He glanced at Yuan Taiyu. If anyone had leaked the news, it could only have been Yuan Taiyu or Qi Yan. Typical lapdogs. For dogs run faster than any man. A cold snort suddenly echoed, causing Jang Yubai to feel a sharp pain between his brows, as if pierced by a blade. Zhu Yao's smile froze instantly. Yuan Taiyu's expression shifted dramatically, and Zheng Qinkong responded with a disdainful smirk. Meanwhile, the hem of Yu Yue's black dress fluttered despite the absence of wind, her expression growing even graver. On Zhu Yao's other side, a figure appeared out of thin air. The man stood tall and imposing, his demeanor exuding arrogance. His neatly trimmed beard accentuated his sharp, penetrating gaze, and the overwhelming aura he emitted was suffocating. Like a towering spear, he radiated an unrestrained edge. This man was none other than Lu Qingcong, the head of the Warrior Academy at Shanghai Academy. Whatever happens, don't stray from my side. Yue whispered a warning into Jang Yubai's ear. Jang Yubai narrowed his eyes. He had long heard of Lu Qingcong's reputation, not just as the head of the academy, but also for his remarkable feat of single-handedly slaying 7 stellar demons. As his gaze flitted between the 4 powerhouses, he thought to himself, this is trouble. Though Yue was a mid-tier god-level powerhouse, she was still just one person. Against such odds, even the strongest could falter. He hadn't anticipated that his situation would attract such significant attention. So it's Principal Lu, Zhu Yao said, his smile unchanged. It's been over a decade since our last meeting at Shanghai Academy. Principal Lu, you are as impressive as ever. And Principal Zhang, it's been far too long. It has been many years, and yet Senator Zhu is still so fond of smiling. Zheng Qinkong replied with a slight nod. Zhu Yao's smile stiffened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lu Qingcong first clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu, then gave a curt snort in Zheng Qinkong's direction before finally turning to Yue. Lu Qingcong greets Deputy Director Yue. His gaze then shifted past her, landing directly on Jang Yubai. As Zheng Qinkong and Zhu Yao's eyes also focused on Jang Yubai, the stars embedded in Yue's black dress suddenly shimmered. In an instant, Jang Yubai's figure vanished from the sight of the 3 powerhouses. Zheng Qinkong seemed unperturbed, continuing to fan himself leisurely. Zhu Yao maintained his usual smile. Only Lu Qingcong's brows furrowed slightly, showing a trace of dissatisfaction. Deputy Director Yue, your student isn't someone who can't be seen. What is the meaning of this? The moment Lu Qingcong spoke, the atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. Zheng Qinkong's lips curved into a mocking smile, his eyes filled with even greater disdain. Zhu Yao's expression turned playful, as if he had already anticipated the drama about to unfold. Yuan Taiyu widened his eyes in shock, clearly not expecting Lu Qingcong to dare such an affront. Even Jang Yubai, who stood quietly behind Yue, couldn't help but feel astonished. Was this heir to the Starsea sky-piercing spear truly unafraid of a beating? Yue's face turned as cold as ice, and a dangerous fury surged in her eyes. She spoke in a chilling tone. Lu Qingcong, who gave you the audacity to address the deputy governor in such a manner? Is this how your Starsea Academy's Governor Chu teaches his subordinates? She stepped forward, and the intricate constellation patterns on her dark gown suddenly lit up. Or is it that your Starsea Academy has always conducted itself so arrogantly, not even placing this deputy governor in your eyes? A wave of pressure belonging to a mid-tier god-level powerhouse erupted from Yue, crashing toward Lu Qingcong like a tidal wave. Zheng Qinkong quietly retreated at the sight, while Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu remained motionless, one watching with an amused smirk, the other forcing a facade of composure. Lu Qingcong grunted in pain, his face turning pale, yet he stubbornly straightened his back, releasing his own aura in an attempt to resist. You call Starsea Academy overbearing? All I did was voice my dissatisfaction, and Deputy Governor Yue resorts to oppression through sheer force. Who, then, is truly overbearing? His voice was firm, but a faint tremor betrayed his resolve. Dissatisfaction. Yue took another step forward, her eyes as deep and cold as an abyss. What dissatisfaction do you have? As her oppressive force intensified, Lu Qingcong was forced to slide backward, the screech of his shoes against the floor piercing the air. Yet he remained defiant. All we wanted was to meet Jang Yubai, but you sought to obscure. Are you teaching the deputy governor how to do her job? With a sharp rebuke, Yue flicked her hand, and Lu Qingcong was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing through 2 walls before coming to a halt. He coughed up a trace of blood, glaring at Yue in fury but no longer daring to utter a single word. Retracting her aura, Yue warned coldly. Consider this a lesson. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to teach you on behalf of Governor Chu. Jang Yubai watched with a surging heart. This was the absolute suppression of rank. Though Lu Qingcong was among the best of the lower-tier god-level individuals, he stood powerless before Yue. Zhu Yao narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. With her being so protective, Persuading Jang Yubai to join the guild alliance today would be difficult. But no matter what, he couldn't allow Jiang to side with the Starsea mercenaries or the Cosmic Banking Corporation. Meanwhile, Yuan Taiyu felt nothing but sheer terror, not daring to even breathe too loudly. As a lower-ranked deity-level expert, Zheng Qingkong was well aware that his strength was far inferior to Lu Qingsong's. At this moment, he stood to the side, gently fanning himself, his eyes flickering with a trace of solemnity. The scene of Yu reprimanding Lu Qingsong earlier still lingered in his mind, forcing him to choose his words carefully. Observing Yu's protective demeanor, Zheng Qingkong's suspicions grew stronger. This mysterious lottery wheel must be connected to this young man. Scanning the crowd, his gaze fell on Zhu Yao, a mid-ranked deity-level expert, who had personally come to the scene. This further solidified his conjecture. Without delay, Zheng Qingkong sent an inquiry to Yuan Taiyu. When he received the reply, his hand holding the feather fan froze abruptly, and his gaze involuntarily shifted behind Yu, struggling to suppress the shock within him. Jiang Yubai, what kind of divine role had this young man awakened to be capable of creating a lottery wheel comparable to an artifact? Just as Zheng Qingkong lamented his missed opportunity, a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Qi Yan, whose eyes darted between the ruins where Lu Qingsong, Zhu Yao, and Zheng Qingkong stood, his heart filled with astonishment. As someone stationed in Tianzong City, the news of Zhu Yao's arrival from headquarters had already unsettled him, prompting him to rush over. However, the lineup before him exceeded all expectations. Not only was Zhu Yao present, but even the deans of Xinghai and Xingyu academies had also arrived. Qi Yan quickly bowed in respect, fully aware that he could not afford to offend anyone present. Zhu Yao, however, didn't even glance at him, instead turning to Yu with a warm smile. Deputy Dean Yu, there's no need for anger. Lu Qingsong has always been straightforward and blunt. Hearing this, Lu Qingsong restrained his hostility and silently stepped back to his original position, avoiding Yu's gaze entirely. This scene nearly made Jiang Yubai laugh aloud. This usually domineering dean was actually showing restraint for once. Yu remained silent throughout. Zhu Yao's smile gradually stiffened. As a mid-ranked deity-level expert, he was not only ignored by Yu, but also given the cold shoulder by Zheng Qingkong and Lu Qingsong. The supreme status of the three sacred academies left him no choice but to endure the humiliation. Zhu Yao chuckled awkwardly to mask his discomfort before continuing. By the order of the Grand Guild Master, I am here to invite Jiang Yubai to join the Professional Guild Alliance. If Jiang Yubai agrees, he will immediately become a core elite disciple of the Alliance and enjoy the highest privileges. Grand Guild Master Fu's kind gesture is appreciated, but I must decline on behalf of Jiang Yubai. Yu replied coldly, rejecting the offer without hesitation. My student has no intention of joining any factions or organizations before graduation. This response surprised both Zheng Qingkong and Lu Qingsong. After all, becoming a core elite member of the Professional Guild Alliance was a rare opportunity, even for students of the three sacred academies. Qi Yan, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was Jiang Yubai accepting the invitation and aligning himself with Zhu Yao's faction. Zhu Yao's smile vanished entirely, his gaze turning sharp and calculating. Yu had publicly rejected an invitation backed by the deity-level Grand Guild Master Fu. Narrowing his eyes, Zhu Yao's tone was calm, but laced with menace. Since the Grand Guild Master's succession, this is the first time he has personally ordered an invitation. Deputy Dean Yu, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? If I fail to fulfill the Grand Guild Master's command, I'll have no way to report back. Hearing this, Yu's expression turned icy, and she let out a cold snort. Don't try to use your Grand Guild Master Fu to pressure me. What if I simply refuse? What then? Do you plan to take him by force? The atmosphere grew tense once again. Yuan Taiyu stood beside Zhu Yao, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as his complexion turned increasingly pale. He wanted to send Zhu Yao a discreet warning after all. The cautionary tale of Lu Qingsong was right before them, but he dared not act rashly. As the 11th counselor of the Alliance, Zhu Yao, notorious for his nickname, the Smiling Demon, was known for his cunning, ruthlessness, and deep scheming. His actions at this moment surely carried a profound purpose. Yuan Taiyu understood all too well that if he angered this powerful figure, not only would his position as president of the Blue Star chapter be in jeopardy, but even his role as vice president might be lost. Zheng Qingkong twirled the feather fan in his hand, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. To him, it was hardly unusual for a brute like Lu Qingsong to clash with Yu. After all, the Xinghai Academy had long been the premier institution of the human race, renowned for its arrogance and domineering ways. But for Zhu Yao, the Smiling Demon, who typically avoided offending the three major academies, to be so insistent at this moment clearly indicated his determination to recruit Jiang Yubai into the Transfer Guild Alliance. Zheng Qingkong's gaze drifted past the crowd, settling behind Yu. His thoughts churned as he sighed inwardly. If this young talent remained at Xingkong Academy, It might take less than a decade, perhaps even just 5 years for Xingkong Academy to surpass Xingyu Academy. Lu Qingsong must have realized this as well, which explained his urgency in opposing Yu Yu. Lu Qingsong fixed his intense gaze on the space behind Yu Yu, his clenched fists betraying his inner anxiety. He knew he couldn't allow Xingkong Academy to dominate. He had to uncover that young talent's class traits. While each of the three harbored their own intentions, none were willing to back down, even at the risk of offending Yu Yu. Zhu Yao maintained his ever-present smile and said, "Deputy Headmaster Yu Yu, what are you suggesting?" The Transfer Guild Alliance would never resort to forceful measures. Before he could finish, Yu Yu let out a cold snort, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Zhu Yao's expression suddenly shifted, his trademark smile vanishing for the first time. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "The Transfer Guild Alliance approaches this with utmost sincerity. President Fu himself places great importance on this matter. If Deputy Headmaster Yu Yu continues to refuse, it might harm the cordial relations between us." Zheng Chengkong halted his fan mid-motion, his gaze flitting between the two men. Internally, he couldn't help but admire Zhu Yao's strategy, a masterful blend of soft and hard tactics. Zhu Yao first denied any intention of coercion, adopting a seemingly humble stance to avoid directly provoking Yu Yu. Then, he invoked the authority of President Fu, leveraging his influence to imply that rejecting this minor request might escalate into offending the entire Transfer Guild Alliance and its leader. Finally, the phrase, "harm the cordial relations," appeared polite, but carried an implicit warning. In just a few sentences, Zhu Yao employed a three-pronged approach, feigning weakness, asserting authority, and issuing veiled threats to pressure Yu Yu into weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately conceding. This method was far more sophisticated and imposing than Lu Qingsong's blunt defiance, perfectly embodying the smiling demon reputation, outwardly amiable, yet brimming with hidden menace. Zheng Chengkong observed Yu Yu closely, awaiting his decision. Though Xingkong Academy held a lofty position, the Transfer Guild Alliance was one of the three major official forces, and their relationship with the Academy was deeply intertwined and complex. A continued refusal from Yu Yu would not only offend the Alliance, but could also stir dissatisfaction among some within Xingkong Academy itself. For Zheng Qingkong, Yu Yu's concession would be an ideal outcome. While the exact number of prize wheels this young talent could generate remained unclear, it was unlikely to exceed 50 at most. Zheng Qingkong's eyes gleamed with calculation as he began to consider the distribution of benefits in his mind. If Yu Yu doesn't refuse, the Guild Alliance can take a portion, then Xingyu and Xinghai can split the rest. That way, everyone can accept the arrangement. As I have said before, Yu Yu stood straight, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Until my student graduates, I will not join any faction, including your Guild Alliance. If your President Fu has any objections, he is welcome to come to the Starry Sky Academy and discuss it with me personally." These words landed like a heavy blow, leaving Zhu Yao's face dark with anger. Yu Yu's statement was nothing short of a public humiliation not just to Zhu Yao himself, but to President Fu, and by extension, the entire Guild Alliance. The reactions of those present varied greatly. Zheng Qingkong and Lu Qingsong stared at Yu Yu in astonishment, while Yuan Taiyu looked equally stunned. Zhu Yao had already laid everything out, yet Yu Yu still dared to refuse. Mentor Jang Yubai gazed at Yu Yu's upright figure, feeling a surge of emotion. He understood very well that despite the protection of his status as a Starry Sky Academy student, joining the Guild Alliance would bring more harm than good. Once he joined, he would face numerous restrictions, especially as a core elite disciple. After all, the Starry Sky Academy, as a sacred academy, was fundamentally different from the three major official factions. Heh. Zhu Yao let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing darkly at Yu Yu. "Deputy Dean Yu Yu, have you forgotten? Tianzong City is my domain, and half of Blue Star is under the Guild Alliance's control. What if I, as a counselor, insist on Jang Yubai joining?" Hearing this blatant threat, Jang Yubai's heart skipped a beat, and he grew wary. Yu Yu stared back at Zhu Yao, his gaze growing colder and more profound as a palpable pressure began to emanate from him. Zhu Yao responded in kind, releasing an equally formidable aura to counter Yu Yu's. "Today, no matter the cost, even if it means offending the Starry Sky Academy, I must ensure this kid becomes one of us." Zhu Yao thought to himself grimly. Afterward, President Fu can handle the fallout. As the tension reached a breaking point, the reactions of Zheng Qingkong and Lu Qingsong could not have been more different. Zheng Qingkong leisurely fanned himself, secretly pleased. "Go on, fight. The bigger the fight, the better. He'll just side with whoever wins. If I can't secure the person, he'll at least get something to bring back to the academy." Lu Qingsong, however, furrowed his thick brows in disapproval and cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Yao. "Counselor Zhu, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" The moment these words left his mouth, Zheng Qingkong stopped fanning and widened his eyes in disbelief. Lu Qingsong was siding with Yu Yu? Was this some kind of joke? Yu Yu had just beaten him up earlier. This idiot. Zheng Qingkong nearly jumped in frustration, his plans for reaping the benefits instantly dashed. It wasn't just Sung Qingkong who was shocked, the entire audience was stunned. Jang Yubai blinked, wondering if he had misheard. Even Yue turned to Lu Qingcong in surprise. Yuan Taiyu was utterly baffled, tempted to ask, "Dude, whose side are you on?" Zhu Yao's eye twitched a few times, clearly unable to make sense of Lu Qingkang's actions either. But Lu Qingkang's expression remained stern, his gaze sharp as lightning as he stared at Zhu Yao. "Do you have no regard for the three sacred academies? The three academies are united. If you dare to force Jiang Yubai into the guild alliance, I, Lu Qingcong, will be the first to oppose it." Zhu Yao silently cursed in anger. "Lu Qingcong, what the hell is wrong with you? I just saved your skin earlier." Jiang Yubai glanced at Lu Qingcong, who stood tall with unwavering determination and seemed to finally understand why he had made this choice. Even when faced with the mid-tier divine power of Yu Yu, he dared to withstand the oppressive aura Hedona boldness that drew astonished gazes. Lu Qingcong, though brash by nature, carried himself with the dignity befitting a dean of Xinghai Academy. His upright posture and sharp gaze unmistakably conveyed his determination to uphold the honor of the three great sacred academies. Zhu Yao's use of official authority to pressure Yu Yu was nothing short of a challenge to the authority of the three great sacred academies. Lu Qingcong's brows furrowed deeply, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eye. She had no tolerance for such insidious and underhanded tactics. Jiang Yubai, observing this, couldn't help but silently praise him. What a steadfast Xinghai spear! This unyielding integrity stood in stark contrast to Zheng Qingkong, who remained silent and aloof, watching from the sidelines. Known as the gentleman fox of the starry universe, Zheng Qingkong seemed to be calculating his next move in secret. Zhu Yao clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Just as he was about to force Yu Yu into submission, Lu Qingcong's interference threw his plans into disarray, stoking his inner fury. Offending Xingkong Academy was one thing, but crossing Xinghai Academy as well was a risk he could hardly afford to take. Lu Qingcong's declaration, "The three great sacred academies stand as one," was like a hammer blow, cornering Zheng Qingkong. Inwardly, Zheng cursed Lu Qingcong as a reckless fool, but he had no choice but to align himself with Yu Yu. "Counselor Zhu," Zheng said with a displeased expression, "your actions are blatantly disregarding the authority of the three great sacred academies. I will report this matter to the academy and demand an explanation from the Job Transition Guild Alliance." Yu Yu cast a cold glance at Zheng Qingkong, the corner of her lips curling into a mocking smirk. Zhu Yao now found himself in an impossible predicament, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as his face darkened ominously. Yuan Taiyu, meanwhile, stood dumbfounded, watching the situation spiral out of control, utterly at a loss. From her commanding stance, Yu Yu spoke with a voice as frigid as ice. "Zhu Yao, if you dare lay a finger on my student today, the three great sacred academies will raise your Job Transition Guild Alliance to the ground." Zhu Yao gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Should he maintain his hardline stance? With Lu Qingcong and Zheng Qingkong present, he and Yuan Taiyu were no match for them. But if he claimed it was merely a joke, Jang Yubai would never join the Job Transition Guild Alliance. A drop of cold sweat slid down his temple as he found himself caught in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Qi Yin, though wearing a grim expression, was laughing inwardly. "Yuan Taiyu. Oh, Yuan Taiyu. Did you really think relying on Zhu Yao would turn the tide? Now you've lost everything, what will you do now?" Amidst this tense impasse, a piercing alarm suddenly blared across the skies of Tianzong City. The sharp blare of an alarm suddenly pierced the sky, causing every professional in Sky Burial City to look up. "This is bad. It's the enemy attack alarm," one of them exclaimed, his face paling in shock. In an instant, the entire city was thrown into chaos. Yuan Taiyu snapped his head up, his brows furrowed tightly. An enemy attack alarm? Could someone actually dare to attack the city? Attack the city? Zhu Yao scoffed with disdain. On Blue Star, who would have the guts to invade the territory of the Job Change Guild Alliance? That would be a death wish. Despite his confident words, he secretly felt relieved that the alarm had temporarily shifted attention away from his current predicament. Zheng Qingkong gracefully waved his feather fan, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. "Counselor Zhu, you're mistaken. There are indeed those on Blue Star bold enough to attack Sky Burial City." Yuan Taiyu immediately grasped the underlying implication, his expression darkening further. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky to assess the situation. Zhu Yao's smug demeanor faltered as he narrowed his eyes toward the heavens, his gaze instinctively darting to the space behind Yu Yu. His fists clenched subconsciously. "I hate it when people don't finish their sentences." Lu Qingcong snapped angrily, glaring at Zheng Qingkong. Zheng Qingkong shook his head mockingly. Lu Qingcong, how did someone with your intellect become the head of the Warrior Academy?" "Of course, it's the Starry Sky Mercenaries. Who else could it be?" He looked up again, his tone grave. "It seems the Starry Sky Mercenaries have caught wind of the news as well." Jang Yubai turned his gaze toward the teleportation plaza, his brows knitted in concern. The The Starry Sky Mercenaries, as one of the three major official factions, operated under a strict military regime, known for their swift and decisive actions. They never wasted words when they could act. He cast a worried glance at Yu, wondering if their mentor could handle the situation. Still, considering the long-standing animosity between the Job Change Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenaries, Zhu Yao would likely intervene to block their advance. Yu's expression was somber, her crescent-shaped brows tightly drawn as she silently watched the sky. Above the teleportation plaza, Bai Zhanhai led thousands of warriors clad in uniform black armor, hovering in midair. Their faces were hidden beneath helmets, their presence radiating an oppressive aura that struck fear into all who beheld them. They can all fly. These are elite 7th-rank powerhouses. How are there so many elite powerhouses? It's the Starry Sky Mercenaries. They're attacking the city. Run for your lives. Bai Zhanhai's hawk-like eyes surveyed the entire city below, his expression cold and unyielding as he issued his command. Seal off all teleportation channels within Sky Burial City. Today, not even a fly leaves this place. A low-ranking divine general immediately stepped forward, leading his troops into the city. Soon, dark red beams of light rose from all directions, intertwining in the sky to form a massive net. The city's defensive forces, with an average strength of only 4th rank, stood no chance against the 9th Legion's elite soldiers. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu arrived above the teleportation plaza, standing 100 meters away from Bai Zhanhai in a tense standoff. Yuan Taiyu was livid. Marshal Bai Zhan, what is the meaning of this? Qi Yin fixed Bai Zhanhai with a piercing stare, his voice low and steady. Marshal Bai Zhan, what are you trying to accomplish here? Are you intending to provoke a war between our factions? Bai Zhanhai's eyes flickered with surprise and astonishment when he saw the two figures. Without a word, he simply waved his hand. The two generals immediately flew toward Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, while Bai Zhanhai clasped his hands behind his back and flew in the direction of the city lord's mansion, his figure quickly disappearing into the horizon. Bai Zhanhai, blocking Tianzong City, without reason are you trying to provoke a war between the two major factions? Can you bear the consequences? There's still time to stop this. Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yan's expressions darkened as they shouted sternly. They both understood that the marshal's target on this mission was none other than the prize Whelan Jang Yubai himself. However, Bai Zhanhai ignored their questioning and threats, thinking to himself, this is the opportunity for my Starry Sky Mercenaries to rise. War? Haha, I couldn't love it more. Meanwhile, Zhu Yao suddenly looked up toward the direction of the teleportation square, his eyes narrowing into slits. Bai Zhanhai, you're decisive, I'll give you that. To risk inciting war just to capture this boy. Upon receiving Yuan Taiyu's message, Zhu Yao instinctively wanted to intervene, but abruptly stopped in his tracks. Yu is unyielding, and I've already offended her. Convincing Jang Yubai to join us in the future will be even more difficult, and I might even face punishment from the alliance. Zhu Yao pondered for a moment before quickly making up his mind. Better to join forces with Bai Zhanhai. With that thought, he immediately took to the skies. Lu Qingsong and Zheng Qingkong exchanged glances and tacitly chose to remain where they were. At that moment, Jiang Tianhe descended from the sky, landing in front of Yu with a worried expression. Deputy Director Yu, we've got a problem. Marshal Bai Zhanhai has led thousands of elite soldiers to blockade the entire Tianzong city. The teleportation channels are no longer functional. It's almost certain they're after Xiaobai. Grandfather, Jang Yubai stepped out from behind Yu. Yu remained composed, her tone calm. City Lord Jiang, there's no need to worry. With me here, nothing will happen to Xiaobai. Jiang Tianhe nodded, though his eyes were still filled with concern. Bai Zhanhai hadn't only brought thousands of elite mercenaries, he also had several god-level powerhouses in his ranks. It was clear he wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. Impressive. Lu Qingsong sneered. Zhu Yao tries both soft and hard tactics, and Bai Zhanhai surrounds the city with his forces. The two factions are certainly throwing their weight around. Do they think our three great academies are nothing? He turned to Yu and Jiang Tianhe. Rest assured, I, Lu Qingsong, will not sit idly by and let this happen. Jiang Tianhe quickly nodded gratefully. Thank you, Dean Lu and Dean Zun. He had refrained from showing himself earlier following Yu's instructions, as he understood the significance of Lu Qingsong and Zheng Qingkong's presence. Zheng Qingkong didn't speak, his gaze fixed on the sky, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Jiang Yubai stood before Yu, his brows slightly furrowed, and sent a message telepathically. Mentor, it seems that Bai Zhanhai, like Zhu Yao and the others, has come for me. If this puts you in a difficult position, we can consider making some concessions. What they want is nothing more than the lottery wheels. Giving them a few won't matter. These are inexhaustible for me, and it doesn't make a difference where they're placed. There was a trace of concern in his voice. The pressure from two mid-tier divine-level powerhouses was immense, even with Lu Qingsong's assistance. As for Xingyu's Zheng Qingkong, a faint sneer tugged at the corner of Jiang Yubai's lips. In the face of interests, so-called rivalries were nothing but a joke. He wouldn't even be surprised if Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai joined forces. Jang Yubai's considerations were straightforward. First, to ensure his own safety, and second, to accelerate his level progression. He was acutely aware that the number of lottery wheels he could currently provide far exceeded the capacity of the Starry Sky Academy to utilize. With his level increasing, this number would only grow. Placing the wheels outside the academy was an inevitable choice, something that sharp-minded Yu must have already realized. He recalled his previous experiences placing lottery wheels in 40 instances, including the Sky Burial instance. Those locations were essentially within the domains of the Job Change Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenaries. Within human territories, apart from the three major sacred academies, these three official factions held dominance. From planets to instances, from secret realms to various resources, everything had been divided among them. Meanwhile, the three sacred academies controlled the most precious universe-level secret realms and planet-level instances. To maximize his leveling speed, it was impossible to avoid dealing with these factions. The retrieval of the 40 lottery wheels before had been a response to someone crossing his bottom line, trying to claim them for personal profit. However, with a strong enough backing, such problems could be avoided. Now, as a student of the Starry Sky Academy, he was qualified to negotiate with these powers. At that moment, Yu turned to face Jang Yubai directly, her gaze sharp as a blade. Xiaobai, remember this compromise does not exist in your mentor's vocabulary. Jang Yubai nodded solemnly. Understood, mentor. Silently, he added to himself, want the lottery wheels? That depends on whether the price you pay is sufficient. Dreaming of getting something for nothing? Keep dreaming. Nearby, Zheng Qinkong glanced at Yu from the corner of his eye and shook his head inwardly. Is this a warning to me and Lu Qingsong? Let's see how long you can keep this tough stance once Bai Zhanhai and Zhu Yao join forces. Lu Qingsong, however, seemed oblivious to the implied sarcasm and nodded in agreement instead. Indeed, our three sacred academies will never bow to threats. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in the air near the city lord's mansion, Bai Zhanhai withdrew his hands from behind his back. A flicker of gravity and wariness flashed in his hawk-like eyes. The moment he saw Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, he had sensed something. If they could trace the lottery wheels back to Jang Yubai, then it was inevitable that the Job Change Guild Alliance would figure it out too. The appearance of Zhu Yao made Bai Zhanhai feel that the situation was slipping out of his control. This sense of losing command deeply unsettled the seasoned general. Zhu Yao's gaze swept over the four low-tier, divine-level warriors standing behind Bai Zhanhai. Though he felt a sense of heaviness in his heart, his usual smile remained on his face. Bai Zhanhai, I know your purpose here, but without my help, you won't be able to take that little one with you today. Won't be able to take him? Bai Zhanhai's eyes narrowed sharply, clearly confirming Jiang Yubai's location from that statement. So, he's still in the city lord's mansion. As he spoke, a fierce and oppressive aura spread from him, and a battle-hardened determination flared in his eyes. What? Do you intend to stop me? Zhu Yao gently shook his head, still smiling warmly. It's not me stopping you. Even I am being obstructed. Oh, Bai Zhanhai's expression turned skeptical. This is your territory, Tianzong City. With your strength, who could possibly stop you? The three great holy academies, Zhu Yao replied succinctly. Bai Zhanhai's face instantly grew stern, his steel-like features tightening further. In a deep voice, he asked, who exactly? Yue, Zheng Qinkong, and Lu Qingsong. Zhu Yao stated plainly, listing the three names. Moreover, Jang Yubai is now Yu's personal disciple. That deputy dean has made it very clear Jang Yubai cannot join any other faction or organization before he graduates. This revelation plunged Bai Zhanhai into deep thought. While Zhu Yao's intervention was within his expectations, the involvement of the three great academies had completely disrupted his plans. Acting rashly would mean offending all three academies at once, a risk even he couldn't afford to take. After a moment, Bai Zhanhai raised his hand, rubbing his chin, and spoke. Tell me your real purpose. Zhu Yao squinted slightly, his smile unwavering. We can't take the person, but we must get something out of this. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to report back to our superiors. After a brief pause, Bai Zhanhai nodded in agreement. Zhu Yao immediately produced a divine-level contract scroll, and the two signed it on the spot. Once the details were confirmed, they flew toward the city lord's mansion together. Meanwhile, at the teleportation plaza, two divine-level generals, Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin, each received messages from their superiors and also turned toward the city lord's mansion. Yuan Taiyu glanced at Qi Yin's darkened expression and felt a surge of satisfaction. Didn't expect the tables to turn again, did you? He thought smugly. Qi Yin, on the other hand, internally cursed Zhu Yao's cunning. He had initially believed that with Yue rejecting Zhu Yao, the guild leader position was as good as his. But to his dismay, Zhu Yao had teamed up with Bai Zhanhai. At the same time, in the fiery abyss dungeon on Mars, the massive gates of the infernal abyss hall slowly creaked open. Shan Wenrui led 6 others out of the hall, anger flashing in her eyes. Everyone, follow me to Blue Star. Someone has dared to provoke our Shinkong Academy. I owe you all a favor for this. The others reassured her that it was no trouble and boarded the interstellar ship together, setting course for Blue Star. The army of the Starry Sky mercenaries? By Zhanhai himself leading the troops. Ma Qingfeng abruptly sat up in bed. The sudden movement pulled at his injuries, causing him to gasp in pain, his face instantly turning pale. They've completely locked down Tianzong City. Even the teleportation channels are unusable, Kuang Hu said anxiously beside him, his voice trembling with fear. Ma Qingfeng furrowed his brows tightly, unease churning within him. As a discarded pawn abandoned by Yuan Taiyu, dying here would be a bitter fate he could not accept. He muttered to himself, how dare Bai Zhanhai provoke a war between two major powers? Wait, the prize wheel. A realization struck him. He must be here for the prize wheel. But it's already disappeared. Why would he still come? Bai Zhanhai is currently at the City Lord's mansion, Kuang Hu replied in a low voice. This statement seemed to trigger something in Ma Qingfeng's mind. He suddenly burst into laughter, even though the exertion made him cough violently. He didn't stop. Ha! Jiang Tianhai, you're finished. Bai Zhanhai will definitely kill you. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed other parts of Tianzong City. At the headquarters of the Starry Sky Guild, Jiang Fei looked anxiously at Zhan Shi. Guildmaster, what did City Lord Jiang say? Zhan Shi gazed gravely at the City Lord's mansion, now surrounded on all sides, and shook his head. City Lord Jiang has not responded. Could something have happened to City Lord Jiang? Jiang Fei's heart sank as he recalled the sight of Bai Zhanhai leading troops into the City Lord's mansion, followed by elite 9th Army experts encircling it. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the atmosphere was even more tense. When Jang Yubai saw Zhu Yao walking in alongside Bai Zhanhai, his heart sank. Zheng Changkong shook his head subtly, his gaze falling on Yu Yu. He knew the situation had grown extremely dire. Yu Yu's expression was cold and stern as he silently observed the newcomers. Beside him, Lu Qingcong gripped a long spear glowing with a blend of gold and blue light, standing alert and ready. Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin descended shortly after, the former wearing a smug smile, while the latter could only watch helplessly. Finally, Bai Zhanhai spoke, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Vice Governor Yu Yu, it has been many years, but your elegance hasn't faded. His words echoed through the City Lord's mansion, signaling the prelude to a monumental clash. The entire city of Tianzong held its breath, its collective gaze fixed on this place, awaiting the outcome of life and death decisions. The sound of Bai Zhanhai's laughter rang out, clear and resonant, as his divine-grade armor shimmered coldly under the sunlight. He strode forward with a commanding presence, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present like an eagle surveying its prey. Deans, I trust you've been well, he said in a booming voice. Zheng Chengkong gently waved his feathered fan, smiling faintly. Marshal Bai Zhan, it's been a while. I hope you've been well too. In contrast, Lu Qingcong let out a disdainful snort. Marshal Bai Zhan, it's been years, and yet your grandeur seems to have only increased. Yu Yu's expression remained icy as she addressed the heart of the matter directly. May I ask why you've surrounded the City Lord's mansion? Naturally, I've come for your new student, Bai Zhanhai replied, raising a hand to point at Jang Yubai, who stood behind Yu Yu. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Jiang Tian's face darkened instantly. He quickly pulled Jiang Yubai behind him, casting a pleading look toward Yu Yu. Grandfather, don't worry. Our mentor is here. Nothing will happen. Jiang Yubai reassured him with a calm smile. Internally, however, he weighed the situation carefully. With representatives from the three great sanctuaries present, even with the guild alliance on their side, Bai Zhanhai and Zhu Yao wouldn't dare act recklessly. The wrath of the three sanctuaries was not something the Starry Sky mercenaries could withstand. Yu Yu's voice turned frigid. You know this is my personal disciple, yet you still dare harbor such thoughts. The matter of the prize wheel is of utmost importance. I must take him today, Bai Zhanhai declared resolutely. We. Zhu Yao interjected with a sly smile. Vice Dean Yu Yu, rest assured. The marshal, and I mean no harm to your student. Oh, so you've teamed up, have you? Lu Qingcong sneered, his anger barely concealed. You two have truly outdone yourselves. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Bai Zhanhai's face twisted in fury at the remark, his eyes blazing with anger. Zhu Yao, however, maintained his ever-present smile, as if the insult hadn't reached him. Stop glaring. Lu Qingcong barked, stepping forward with his spear in hand. Bai Zhanhai, Zhu Yao, think carefully. If you act, the consequences will be far beyond what you can bear. Zheng Changkong sighed inwardly, realizing he had been dragged into this by Lu Qingcong. At this point, there was no chance of playing the neutral party or switching sides. Resigned, he stepped forward, silently signaling his stance. Seeing this, Bai Zhanhai's sharp eyes swept over the three of them. You're making this very difficult for me. The warlord has issued a direct order to have Jang Yubai join the Starry Sky mercenaries. As his words fell, the 6 generals behind him simultaneously drew their weapons, their killing intent palpable. In response, starlight flared around Yu Yu. her black skirt billowing despite the absence of wind. The profound power of the cosmos swirled around her. Zheng Qinkong discreetly took half a step back. Meanwhile, Lu Qingkang's spear let out a thunderous cry, his fighting spirit surging. Let's stay calm, everyone, Zhu Yao said with a genial laugh, trying to mediate. If things escalate, the entire Tianzong city could be reduced to ruins. Let's talk this out, shall we? Jang Yubai exhaled quietly in relief. As expected, they're hesitant to make the first move. He'll say this one more time, Yu said coldly. My student will not join any faction before graduation. You two should stop wasting your breath. If words are useless, then let's settle this with action. Bai Zhanhai suddenly erupted with the overwhelming aura of a mid-tier divine powerhouse, freezing the very air around them. This sudden turn of events left Zhu Yao stunned, his face pale with disbelief as he stared at Bai Zhanhai. This wasn't part of their plan. Jang Yubai's eyes flickered with a trace of disbelief. In an instant, the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically, and he found himself standing amidst an endless starry sky. In the depths of the vast void, Yu Yue and Bai Zhanhai stood not far away, locked in a tense standoff. This is the divine domain of my mentor. Jiang Yubai's heart trembled as he recalled Jiang Tian's teachings. God-level powerhouses not only master the laws of the universe, but can also transform their skills into domains. However, to Jiang Yubai's surprise, just as he braced himself for a fierce battle, Bai Zhanhai suddenly withdrew all his overwhelming pressure and fighting intent. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Yue, how was my performance? Not bad. Zhu Yao and the others shouldn't have noticed any flaws. Yue nodded in approval. Seeing Jiang Yubai's bewildered expression, Yue turned to him with a gentle smile and explained, Xiaobai, Marshal Baizhan, and I are actually old acquaintances. 100 years ago, we trained together on the battlefield beyond the domain. Very few people know about this. It turned out that when Bai Zhanhai learned that Yue had taken Jiang Yubai as her personal disciple, he immediately reached out to her, leading to the elaborate act they had just performed. Kid, Bai Zhanhai's hearty laughter echoed. Your mentor promised me 5 lottery spin wheels. You don't have any objections, do you? Jiang Yubai thought to himself that 5 seemed like too few, but on the surface, he respectfully replied, I'll leave everything to my mentor's discretion. This response made Yue even more satisfied. Huh. Bai Zhanhai laughed heartily. With these 5 spin wheels, I'll be able to report back to the army commander without any issues. 5 spots for the secret realm of the Elven Island, Yue reminded at the right moment. The secret realm of the Elven Island. Jiang Yubai's eyes lit up. As the only place where one could form contracts with elves, its value far surpassed that of ordinary petrolated opportunities. Bai Zhanhai waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. These spin wheels can grant legendary skills, so the army commander won't refuse. Even this was part of Mentor's plan. Jiang Yubai looked at Yue in astonishment. Bai Zhanhai gave a meaningful smile and said, to coordinate with your mentor's performance, I even signed a god-level contract with Zhu Yao. Without the allure of those spin wheels containing legendary rewards, why would I offer up spots for the Elven Island secret realm? Yue raised an elegant brow. You signed a contract with Zhu Yao? That smiling fox isn't easy to fool. The terms were simple, Bai Zhanhai replied with a sly glint in his eyes. The agreement was for mutual alliance and support. Doesn't this mean you violated the contract? Jiang Yubai blurted out in confusion. Bai Zhanhai burst into laughter. I haven't violated anything. Seeing Jiang Yubai's puzzled expression, Yue explained. Marshal Baizhan possesses a rare skill void contract. It completely nullifies the binding effects of any contract. This unheard-of skill left Jiang Yubai utterly astonished. Yue, using void contract doesn't come without a price, Bai Zhanhai said, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Yubai. Suddenly, he proposed, how about letting this kid join my Starry Sky mercenaries? Outside, Jiang Tian's face turned deathly pale the moment he realized Jiang Yubai, Yu, and Bai Zhanhai had all disappeared without a trace. His aged hands trembled involuntarily, his eyes filled with worry and urgency. Lu Qingsong's divine spear quivered slightly as battle intent surged through him. His sharp gaze locked onto Zhu Yao and his group. Beside him, Zheng Qinkong kept a vigilant eye on the situation, though a sense of unease stirred within him had Bai Zhanhai lost his mind. Jiang Yubai was a student of the Xingkong Academy. Would Bai Zhanhai really dare to act against him? Zhu Yao squinted, his gaze lingering on the spot where the 3 had vanished, his expression unreadable. At this moment, Yuan Taiyu sent a message via voice transmission. Uncle Zhu, should we take action? His eyes glinted maliciously as he glanced at Lu Qingsong and Zheng Qinkong. Something feels off. Let's wait until they return, Zhu Yao replied calmly. This is a golden opportunity, Yuan Taiyu remarked, shifting his gaze to Jiang Tianhe. If we capture Jiang Tianhe, Jiang Yubai will have no choice but to comply. Capturing Jiang Tianhe is pointless, Zhu Yao said, his eyes gleaming with insight. Besides, didn't you notice that Bai Zhanhai's subordinates haven't made a single move? It was only then that Yuan Taiyu realized the oddity of the situation, and he couldn't help but feel something was amiss. Not far away, Luo Ziwei waited anxiously, murmuring to herself, "Why hasn't Instructor Shan arrived yet?" 3 or 4 minutes later, the space suddenly rippled, and a figure was thrown backward. It was Bai Zhanhai. He barely managed to stabilize himself midair, his face pale, as he glared at Yu Yu. "With acting skills like that, you'd be wasted as a general," Jang Yubai remarked with genuine admiration. Seeing his grandson safe and sound, Jiang Tianhe finally let out a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to check on him. "Grandfather, I'm fine," Jiang Yubai reassured him with a smile. Only after thoroughly confirming this did Jiang Tianhe truly relax. "Marshal," 2 generals hurried to Bai Zhanhai's side. Bai Zhanhai raised a hand to indicate he was fine, while Xing Qingkong's gaze flickered back and forth between him and Yu Yu, his suspicions deepening. Lu Qingcong, observing the scene, allowed a cold smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. "You've lost. Marshal Bai Zhan, I trust you'll honor your word," Yu Yu said in an icy tone. No need for your reminder. I always keep my promises." Bai Zhanhai growled, suppressing his anger. "Retreat." Yuan Taiyu's expression darkened at those words, and just as he was about to look to Zhu Yao for guidance, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Well, Zhu Yao said, clapping slowly as he chuckled. "I suspected something was off from the start. What a performance." Yu Yu's and Bai Zhanhai's expressions shifted almost imperceptibly. This entire act had been Yu Yu's idea to prevent the 2 major factions from joining forces. Although she and Bai Zhanhai had trained together before, this didn't mean Bai Zhanhai would willingly give up the lottery wheels. Moreover, the 2 commanders of the Xingkong mercenaries would never agree to such a concession. Instead of outright rejecting Bai Zhanhai and risking the mercenaries sending someone else, it was more advantageous to cooperate. Trading 5 lottery wheels for 5 spots on Spirit Island wasn't a bad deal. This way, not only could Bai Zhanhai fulfill his obligations, but they could also intimidate Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao's unusual behavior aroused everyone's suspicion. Suspended in midair, Bai Zhanhai looked down at Zhu Yao, whose face bore a faint smile. His tone carried a distinct irritation. "Counselor Zhu, what is the meaning of this? Who's acting? Are you referring to me, the marshal?" "It doesn't matter," Zhu Yao replied with the same smile, shaking his head slightly. "I had a feeling something was off back then. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Otherwise, I might have really fallen for your little trick." Just as Yu Yu was about to speak, the entire city of Tianzong suddenly trembled violently. The dark red barrier enveloping the city abruptly shifted to a dark yellow hue. This unexpected change caused Bai Zhanhai and his 6 generals to instantly turn pale with alarm. "Be careful. Marshal Bai Zhan's barrier has been replaced. It must be the allied forces of the Guild Union." Yu Yu whispered a warning to Jang Yubai. Jang Yubai fixed his gaze on Zhu Yao, who was still smiling, and sighed inwardly. As expected, he truly lives up to his nickname, the Smiling Ghost. Within the teleportation portal of the City Lord's mansion, a dense stream of figures began to pour out, quickly occupying the skies. These allied soldiers, clad in deep blue armor, were each no weaker than the mercenaries of Bai Zhanhai's 9th Army. Among them were over a dozen individuals radiating a divine-level aura. Confronted with this sudden turn of events, Bai Zhanhai roared in anger. "Zhu Yao, are you tearing up the contract? Are you declaring war on the Starry Sky mercenaries?" Zhu Yao's smile faded as he adopted a look of feigned confusion. "Marshal Bai, what are you talking about? Wasn't it you who first violated the agreement? Wasn't it you who mobilized your troops first? I'm merely defending myself." Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Zhu Yao turned his attention to Yu Yu, casually toying with a divine-level contract scroll in his hand. "Deputy Governor Yu Yu, I need 10 lottery wheels to fulfill my obligations. If you agree, I'll let you all go. What do you say? It shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Faced with Yu Yu's silence, Zhu Yao sighed. "In that case, I'll have no choice but to capture your student and force him to sign the contract." Just as the allied forces were about to make their move, a cold voice rang out, cutting through the air. The sky suddenly darkened, and thunderclouds rolled in, crackling with lightning. A terrifying field of electrical energy spread across the ground of Tianzong City. A divine-level lightning spell. Zhu Yao looked up at the sky and saw a figure standing within the storm clouds, her entire form wreathed in arcs of lightning Shan Wenrui. When the thunder god is enraged, the heavens are torn asunder, and all creation is reduced to ashes. Behold the divine technique Thunder Prison Cataclysm. Boom. Crack. Above Tianzong City, the sky was as dark as ink, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring incessantly. Shan Wenrui stood proudly atop the clouds, her moon-white mage robe billowing in the wind. Beneath her pointed soft hat of the same color, her eyes crackled with lightning, and countless serpents of electricity coiled around her, making her appear like the incarnation of a thunder deity. The terrifying celestial power sent shivers through everyone present. Ma Qingfeng trembled uncontrollably, while Kuang Hu, eyes vacant, collapsed to his knees under the overwhelming pressure. A divine technique. and it's lightning elemental. Zhang Shi's pupils contracted to pinpoints, while Jiang Fei and the other senior guild members beside him turned ashen. How did things escalate to this point? Is it really worth triggering a battle of divine-level powers? The same question arose in everyone's mind. It's worth it. Shuesa spoke hoarsely, his eyes trembling beneath his mask. Bai Zhanhai was willing to risk a clash between two major factions to take control of Tianzong City, and Zhu Yao even mobilized the alliance army. The value of this lottery wheel must far exceed our imagination. No matter how precious it is, it's still just a dungeon item. Since it has vanished without a trace, why go to such extremes? Are they really willing to sacrifice an entire city? Long Yun inwardly cried out in frustration. Shuesa looked up at the swirling storm clouds above and murmured, Pray that a full-scale battle doesn't break out. Otherwise, everyone in Tianzong City, including you and me, will perish here." Zheng Qinkong frowned as he gazed at the sky. "It's Shan Wenrui. How did she arrive so quickly? Could she have traveled with Yu? Is this why Yu has been so confident?" He glanced at Yu, whose aura was growing more oppressive by the second, his frown deepening further. But Shan Wenrui alone isn't enough. Before he could finish, 6 figures suddenly appeared behind Shan Wenrui, each exuding the overwhelming presence of a divine-level powerhouse. Zhu Yao's face darkened instantly. 3 mid-tier divine-level experts. Yuan Taiyu's atoms apple bobbed as his expression turned grim. Qi Yin watched Yuan Taiyu's pale face and silently smirked. No wonder Deputy Head Yu repeatedly rejected Zhu Yao. It turns out the stronghold of Shinkong Academy had already been lying in wait. Zhu Yao's schemes have failed miserably. Yuan Taiyu, where's your smugness now? Lu Qingcong lowered his divine spear and thought to himself, with Shan Wenrui, the head of the Mage Academy, personally present, and 3 mid-tier divine-level powerhouses backing her, Zhu Yao will have no choice but to retreat. Jang Yubai gazed up at the heavens, seeing only the roiling black thunderclouds above. As he pondered the identity of this divine-level figure, Luo Ziwei's message arrived just in time. "Junior Xiaobai, the one casting the divine technique, is my mentor, Shan Wenrui. Although she's only a low-tier divine-level expert, her strength rivals that of mid-tier powerhouses. With her here, Zhu Yao is bound to back down. You can rest assured." Jiang Yubai's eyes lit up. As the Dean of the Mage Academy, Dean Shan possessed the profession of a grand elemental envoy, which explained his ability to unleash such a powerful lightning-based mage technique. Among those present, the 3 mid-tier god-level professionals provided by Zhanhai with a sense of relief. He looked at Zhu Yao with interest and asked, "What will you do in this situation?" At that moment, Zhu Yao's message appeared before Bai Zhanhai. "Brother Bai Zhan, you and I have signed a pact to advance and retreat together. Why not join forces? We both understand the value of the lottery wheel. If we miss this opportunity, it will be even harder to obtain it in the future." Zhu Yao stared at the roiling thunderclouds above, his heart filled with doubt. Since the powerful figures from the Shinkong Academy were present, why would you still stage this act with Bai Zhanhai? With 3 mid-tier god-level professionals overseeing the situation, Zhu Yao dared not act recklessly. "I've already offended Shinkong Academy. At this point, there's no turning back." Zhu Yao thought to himself. With the pact in place, Bai Zhanhai might still join forces with me. This is my last chance. However, Bai Zhanhai's response struck him like a cold shower. "Zhu Yao, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. This marshal hasn't had enough of being in command yet." Bai Zhanhai sneered inwardly, utterly disdainful of Zhu Yao's attempt to involve him at this moment. "Bai Zhanhai." Zhu Yao turned abruptly, his eyes blazing with fury. "You're breaking the pact. Aren't you afraid I'll destroy the scroll?" "This marshal isn't easily intimidated." Bai Zhanhai retorted fearlessly. "If the situation is hopeless, it's not considered breaking the pact. If you want to destroy the scroll, go ahead and try." A venomous glint flashed in Zhu Yao's eyes as he willed the contract scroll in his inventory to be destroyed. But when he saw that Bai Zhanhai remained unharmed, he was shocked. How is this possible? At that moment, Yu Yu's cold voice rang out. "Zhu Yao, as the deputy head of Shinkong Academy, I'll give you 10 seconds. Either leave with the Alliance Army, or come back to Shinkong Academy with me." Boom. Thunder rumbled across the sky. 10. As soon as Yu finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck the dark yellow barrier, sending countless silver sparks flying and rippling across the shield's surface. Yuan Taiyu's face turned pale. "Uncle Zhu, we should retreat." 9. 2 more thick bolts of lightning crashed down, causing the barrier to flicker violently. "Uncle Zhu." Yuan Taiyu stomped anxiously. "They have 4 mid-tier god-level professionals out in the open, and who knows how many others in the shadows. We can't afford to completely sever ties with Shinkong Academy." Yet Zhu Yao remained motionless, his gaze locked onto Yu as if consumed by a dangerous obsession. Victory was within reach, yet he missed by a single move. Sitting in the council chamber, Zhu Yao's face was heavy with regret. He had believed his plan to mobilize the alliance forces, join forces with Bai Zhanhai, and seal off Tianzong City was flawless, yet it still fell short. The Shinkong Academy was deep within the illusory light secret realm in the Andromeda Galaxy, requiring nearly half a day just for teleportation. By all logic, Yu shouldn't have been able to anticipate his plan in advance. At that moment, silver lightning tore through the sky, and 3 bolts of thunder crashed down. With a crackling sound, the dim yellow barrier surrounding the area began to fracture with countless cracks spreading across it. Uncle Zhu, we have to go. Yuan Taiyu stomped his feet anxiously as he witnessed the scene. He knew all too well that if a fight broke out, they would stand no chance of winning. Taiyu, you are still too young, Zhu Yao replied, leaving Yuan Taiyu stunned. Immediately, a message appeared before his eyes. Do you really think you can leave today? Yuan Taiyu's pupils trembled violently as a chill surged through his heart. Zhu Yao stared coldly at Yu, fully aware of this deceptive smiling devil's cunning nature. There was no way Yu would let them leave so easily. 7. Yu spoke again as 4 lightning trees materialized on the barrier. In an instant, they shattered the Alliance forces' defenses. As the barrier crumbled, the stars on Yu's black dress burst into dazzling brilliance, and 4 beams of starlight transformed into a cage, trapping Zhu Yao inside. Counselor Zhu, Yuan Taiyu stepped forward, only to feel a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Bai Zhanhai had appeared silently behind him and said calmly, if you value your life, don't move. The unfolding chaos left Zheng Chengkong and Lu Qingcong deep in thought. As the elite forces of the Alliance in the skies prepared to intervene, a wave of earthy yellow energy swept across. Instantly, everyone felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire, immobilized, including the dozen or so god-level warriors. 3 mid-tier god-level experts descended from the heavens, joining the now revealed Yu to encircle the starlight cage. Yu sneered coldly. Smiling devil, you're as cunning as ever. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Yao simply sat cross-legged, his expression calm. There's no escaping anyway. I never do anything meaningless, he said, his tone composed. Then, he cast a meaningful glance at Jang Yubai, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even if I lost this move, it doesn't mean I came away empty-handed. Heh. Yu's brows furrowed at his words. Jang Yubai was momentarily stunned before realization dawned upon him. The Sacred Land Academy would not tolerate provocation, and Zhu Yao's actions were a grave affront. There was no way Yu would let him leave unscathed. As Jiang Yubai pondered the situation, his vision suddenly blurred. A stunning woman with pale, flawless skin appeared before him out of nowhere. Call me sister. The sudden appearance of a fair-skinned beauty with a sweet, soft voice left Jiang Yubai momentarily stunned. She was dressed in a moon-white mage's robe, with a matching mage's hat on her head. In her hand, she held a staff about a meter long, its tip adorned with a gemstone that shimmered with a dazzling array of rainbow hues. Her delicate oval face was exquisitely sculpted, her bright eyes full of charm. When her red lips curved into a slight smile, a dimple appeared, and her every gesture radiated elegance. Shan Wenrui lightly tapped Jiang Yubai's forehead with her staff, smiling as she said, "What are you standing there for? Call me your lovely elder sister." Jiang Yubai took 2 steps back and bowed slightly with his head lowered. Student Jiang Yubai greets Dean Shan. He deliberately suppressed the twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, you recognize me?" Shan Wenrui crossed her arms and looked at him with interest. "I recognize the dean's voice," Jiang Yubai replied. "Stop calling me dean, it makes me sound old. Call me your lovely elder sister." Shan Wenrui pouted in dissatisfaction. "My lovely elder sister? I wouldn't dare," Jiang Yubai responded. "Why not?" Shan Wenrui asked. "I'm afraid my mentor would kill me if she heard," Jiang Yubai said with a straight face. Puffed. Shan Wenrui burst into laughter. "You're quite amusing, kid. It's a pity the old witch got to you first. Otherwise, you'd be my student." Hearing this, Jiang Yubai lowered his head even further, his teeth aching from the inside out. He thought to himself, this Dean Shan is so casual and irreverent, how could she speak of my mentor with such disrespect? Who are you calling an old witch? A cool, clear voice suddenly came from behind Shan Wenrui. Shan Wenrui turned around, stiffening slightly. "Me," she admitted. Yua nodded. "That's right. Over 100 years old, and still making students call you sister. Only an old witch would do something like that." It was only then that Shan Wenrui realized she had been played. She pointed at Yue with her hands on her hips and said in mock anger, "You're messing with me. I'm not in the mood to bicker with you," Yue said, her expression turning serious. Zhu Yao has likely already realized that Xiao Bai's lottery wheel can yield rewards beyond the elite level. He may have other plans in motion. I must take Xiao Bai back to the Shinkong Academy immediately before anything else happens. Shan Wenrui dropped her playful demeanor, turning to look at Zhu Yao within the starry cage with a murderous glint in her eyes. "To dare provoke Shinkong Academy, if it weren't for you stopping me, I'd strike him down with lightning." Jiang Yubai was secretly taken aback. This Dean Shan really is unpredictable. "Don't act recklessly," Yue said with a shake of her head. "Zhu Yao is the 11th counselor of the Guild Alliance and cannot be killed so easily. But rest assured, he won't escape the consequences he deserves." "Fine. I'll take care of a few farewells, Shan Wenrui said. Yue turned to Jang Yubai. Xiaobai, contact Song Xiaohan and have him come over now. Understood, I'll contact him immediately, Jiang Yubai responded, sending out a message without delay. Yue nodded, and then shifted her gaze to Jiang Tianhe. City Lord Jiang, the academy has strict rules prohibiting students' relatives from entering. However, given Xiao Bai's unique circumstances, you may visit him periodically. Jiang Tianhe looked at his grandson with reluctance, but finally nodded in silence. Jiang Yubai, concerned, said, Minter, leaving my grandfather here is too dangerous. I'm worried someone might harm him because of me. Yu pondered for a moment after hearing this, her expression serious as she analyzed. This conflict with the Transfer Guild Alliance will inevitably lead to someone targeting your grandfather in the aftermath. However, as long as we leave a lottery wheel in the City Lord's mansion, it will deter any troublemakers. The Transfer Guild Alliance won't stand idly by if anyone threatens City Lord Jiang because of that wheel. Besides, Zhu Yao is still in our hands. When they come to the academy to demand his release, I will handle them. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai finally relaxed his tense nerves. He knew full well that Zhu Yao's entire scheme revolved around the lottery wheel. By leaving the wheel, Yu was not only showing his stance to the Transfer Guild Alliance, but also providing them with a way to de-escalate. Jiang Tianhe sighed and shook his head. I never expected things to escalate so much. There will be even bigger movements to come. Yu said softly, her tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Soon, the vast army of the Alliance, led by Qi Yin, withdrew from Tianzong City. Originally, Yuan Taiyu was supposed to lead the troops away, but Yu stopped him with a single sentence. This man has acted against City Lord Jiang before. As the deputy dean, I cannot overlook this. Let him return to Shinkong Academy with me to address the matter. This statement nearly caused Yuan Taiyu to collapse in fear. In truth, this wasn't Yu's intention, but rather Jiang Yubai's unwillingness to let Yuan Taiyu off the hook so easily. From Luo Ziwei, Jiang Yubai had learned that after Ma Qingfeng's battle with Jiang Tianhe, it was Yuan Taiyu who summoned the legendary warrior Lei Jun to challenge his grandfather again. I hold grudges, Jiang Yubai said coldly, his icy gaze fixed on the ashen-faced Yuan Taiyu. This scene was also meant as a message to the Transfer Guild Alliance, a clear warning. Anyone who dares to harm Jiang Tianhe will meet the same fate as Yuan Taiyu. Qi Yin, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh heartily, leaving with a satisfied expression. After bidding farewell to a few other friends, Shan Wenrui approached Zhu Yao, arms crossed, glaring at him angrily. Zhu Yao, do you have a death wish? You even dared to target a student from Shinkong Academy. Are you tired of living? Seated cross-legged on the ground, Zhu Yao smiled faintly with his eyes closed. I was merely following orders. Besides, Jiang Yubai's lottery wheel is indeed worth such efforts, wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Zheng Qingkong and Lu Qingsong exchanged thoughtful glances. Zhu Yao's earlier remark, though I lost this round, it wasn't without gains, began to take on more significance in their minds. Zheng Qingkong tightened his grip on his feather fan, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. Moments later, regret washed over him for not stepping up to assist Yu earlier. When his gaze landed on Lu Qingsong, he felt a surge of frustration. What a stroke of dumb luck, this brute managed to do the right thing purely by accident. Meanwhile, Lu Qingkang's eyes remained fixed on Zhu Yao, his thoughts turning over. Could that lottery will really grant elite-level rewards, or higher? As the headmaster of the Warrior Academy, Lu Qingsong's understanding of the lottery wheel went far beyond its surface mechanics. From what he, Zheng Qingkong, and others knew, the wheel indeed had the potential to grant elite-level rewards. While they had speculated about the possibility of even higher-tier prizes, the odds were so negligible that they were nearly dismissible. After all, not even divine interventions could defy logic to an absurd extent. Xiaobai, make sure to take good care of yourself at the Shinkong Academy, Jiang Tianhe said, gently ruffling his grandson's hair as he used to do when Jiang Yubai was a child. A kind smile spread across his face, though his eyes were filled with reluctant sadness. With Deputy Headmaster Yu as your mentor, I can rest assured. Grandpa, Jiang Yubai's throat tightened. Ever since his parents passed away, he had been living with his grandfather, never having been apart for such a long distance. Now, as their parting drew near, a wave of melancholy surged in his heart. A man doesn't shed tears easily, and it's not as if you'll never see your grandpa again, Jiang Tianhe said, forcing back the tears welling up in his own eyes. His voice grew hoarse despite himself. I'll visit you every now and then. Focus on leveling up at the academy, and aim to reach divine rank as soon as possible. That way, our Jiang family can also become a divine-ranked household. Yes, Grandpa. I promise I will. Jiang Yubai nodded firmly. I believe in you, Jiang Tianhe said, patting his grandson's shoulder. At that moment, 5 figures approached. Yue spoke, Xiaobai, the 100 Battles Marshal wants to spin the lottery wheel one last time before he leaves. You can refuse if you want, this is entirely up to you. Bai Zhanjai looked at Jiang Yubai expectantly, while Zheng Qingkong and Lu Qingsong wore similar expressions of anticipation. For them, Witnessing the lottery wheel in action was the real objective. Jang Yubai's gaze briefly met Zhu Yao's through the Shinkong cage. Seeing Zhu Yao return a meaningful smile, he withdrew his gaze and nodded. That's fine. Haha, I knew you'd repay kindness with kindness. I like that. Bai Zhanjai laughed heartily. Here, or shall we move to another place? Jiang Yubai asked Yu Yue, his tone carrying a subtle implication. Shan Wenrui scoffed. That old fox Zhu Yao is watching, no doubt about it. A flicker of something unreadable passed through Yu Yue's eyes. We'll do it here sooner or later, he'll see it anyway. He may have already witnessed it firsthand. Jiang Yubai caught the subtle meaning in his mentor's gaze. This wasn't just about showing Zhu Yao. It was also about proving something to Zheng Qinkong and Lu Qingcang. With that, the lottery wheel materialized under Jiang Yubai's control. Seeing this, the last traces of doubt in everyone's eyes vanished, replaced by eager anticipation. Shan Wenrui's eyes lit up as if she were beholding a priceless treasure. All right then, I won't hold back. Bai Zhanjai stepped forward, taking out 1,000 gold coins and placing them into the wheel. The coins transformed into golden light and disappeared instantly. Jiang Yubai deliberated for a moment and decided to activate the daily guarantee. Bai Zhanjai had left a good impression on him, and besides, the marshal was a close friend of his mentor. If Bai Zhanjai could draw a high-tier prize, it would not only benefit Jiang Yubai, but also demonstrate the true value of the lottery wheel to everyone present. His mentor's earlier hints seemed to align with this, using this opportunity to let the crowd witness the wheel's potential, thereby gaining leverage for future negotiations. As the system prompt announced, guaranteed win activated. Participant is guaranteed to win. Prize purple tier, the wheel began to spin. After about 10 seconds, it slowed to a stop, and a golden glow illuminated the scene. Bai Zhanjai, 1 spin and a jackpot epic tier reward. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow slightly, a trace of undisguisable astonishment flashing in his eyes. The striking yellow glow on the spinning wheel commanded the attention of everyone present, holding their breaths in suspense. Having used the guaranteed win mechanism hundreds of times, he deeply understood how rare it was to encounter a reward surpassing the elite level. Reflecting on his past experiences, he had only seen it happen twice, once when his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, drew the legendary skill book, Holy Sword Judgment, and now, Bai Zhanjai had created the second miracle, an epic level reward, with a probability of only 0.001. Jiang Yubai calculated silently, his excitement barely contained. Since his awakening, Bai Zhanjai was the second person, after Jiang Tianhe, to receive such a high-level reward. Yu Yu stared at the dazzling yellow light on the wheel, unable to hide her shock. She had tried dozens of times herself, and her best result was only a mid-tier reward. Yet, Bai Zhanjai had created a miracle on his very first attempt. Zheng Qinkong's eyes gleamed sharply as he fixed his gaze on the wheel. According to the information gathered by the 3 major academies, yellow represented an unprecedented epic-level reward, something that had never before appeared in the history of the spinning wheel. Lu Qingcang instinctively held his breath. Even the deputy headmaster, Sang Fanzi, had been unable to calculate the probabilities of this enigmatic spinning wheel, and yet today, it had produced such an astonishing outcome. He subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yubai, recalling how even the destiny-related deity, Bo Feiyang, had some of his fate deciphered by Sang Fanji, while Jiang Yubai's future remained completely veiled in mystery. Shan Wenrui watched the wheel with curiosity. Although she didn't fully understand the significance of the reward levels, she could sense the gravity of the atmosphere. Not far away, within the starry prison, Zhu Yao abruptly stood up, pressing against the edge of the cage, his intense gaze fixed on the yellow glow. Bai Zhanjai was momentarily stunned before his eyes gradually lit up. As someone who had studied the think tank's analysis reports on the spinning wheel in depth, he knew that each color corresponded to a fixed reward tier. Since it wasn't low, mid, or high level, nor the green elite level, what could this yellow signify? Could it be a rare pet egg? Previously, he had little expectation for this 41st spin of the wheel. At his level, even elite rewards barely piqued his interest. But now, he couldn't suppress the surge of excitement in his heart. I've never encountered such extraordinary professions and skills before. This unprecedented sense of novelty made Jiang Yubai's heart race uncontrollably. His eyes were fixed on the lottery wheel before him, a wheel as valuable as a divine artifact, and his fingers trembled slightly. This wasn't just any ordinary lottery-winning attribute points, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He vividly remembered that someone had won attribute points before Luo Ziwei had even drawn 500 points in one go. In the long run, this lottery will significantly boosted the growth rate of mid to low-level job changers. Although Bai Zhanjai wasn't lacking in skills or equipment below divine level, who would ever complain about having too many attribute points? Under the watchful and breathless gaze of the crowd, a line of golden text suddenly appeared above the lottery wheel. Congratulations, you have won 1,000 attribute points. The scene fell into an instant silence. Bai Zhanjai, Yu Yu, Zhu Yao, and the others all widened their eyes in unison, their expressions filled with shock. Then, another even more astonishing message appeared. You have won 67,000 attribute points. Jang Yubai looked at this number and shook his head slightly, feeling a tinge of regret. He had hoped to see if rewards for elite-level equipment or skills would double. After all, aside from Jiang Tianhe, no one else had ever drawn elite-level items. Those two pieces of epic equipment, the Moonshadow Spear and the Dark Devourer Axe, had both been obtained after Jiang Tianhe drew elite-level gear. He quickly glanced at his attribute panel. Base attributes: Strength 172,692 22,000, Constitution 172,692 22,000, Intelligence 172,692 22,000. Growth attributes: Health 1,726,920 220,000, Defense 1,726,920 220,000, Energy 1,726,920 220,000. Free attribute points 1,787 66,000. With stats like these, even Song Shaoan would probably be left speechless with shock, and their mentor might just drop their jaw in disbelief. The terrifying power of a lottery master was evident in this moment. Just as Jang Yubai was pondering the number of attribute points gained per level after ascending to god level, Jiang Tian's astonished voice interrupted his thoughts. 1,000 attribute points? The elderly man's eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. But Marshal Baijian is god level. Shouldn't 1,000 attribute points be no big deal for him? Jang Yubai asked curiously. No big deal. Jiang Tian's shock quickly turned into exhilaration. That's a huge amount. Seeing his grandson's puzzled expression, he explained. For us, who aren't naturally born divine class professionals, ascending to god level is equivalent to obtaining a postnatal divine class. At that point, the free attribute points gained per level increase to 1,000 points. Jiang Tianhe looked at his grandson, his hands trembling with excitement. 1,000 attribute points. This was equivalent to raising 100 war marshals level by an entire tier. Does a god tier profession gain 1,000 attribute points with each level? Jang Yubai was momentarily stunned, silently calculating how many points he could gain after reaching level 1,000. His tone carried an air of nonchalance as he muttered, "It's just one level." "What do you mean, just one level?" Jiang Tianhe suddenly stood up, his face flushing red with anger. His abrupt outburst startled Jang Yubai. Breathing heavily, Jiang Tianhe's voice was filled with uncontrollable emotion. "You have no idea how difficult it is for a god-tier professional to level up. It requires an astronomical amount of experience and takes an incredibly long time. On Blue Planet, while there are many low-tier god-tier professionals, how many can truly reach mid-tier god-tier?" These words hit Jiang Yubai like a wake-up call. His eyes widened as he finally understood how shallow his perception of god-tier professionals had been. No wonder his mentor, the academy headmaster, and the 100 war marshal had been so astonished. So, leveling up as a god-tier professional is really this challenging? Jiang Yubai murmured to himself. But soon, his thoughts shifted, and a confident grin appeared on his face. Still, once I reach god tier, my leveling speed should also be much faster. The prize will can yield up to 1 million experience points after all. With the level of his house always wins skill increasing, the speed of gaining experience would only accelerate. Moreover, the prize will profession had plenty of other skills waiting to be explored. Jiang Tianhe cautiously sent a message. "Xiaobai, can your prize will grant even more attribute points?" "It can." Jiang Yubai nodded calmly. "The prize wheel's maximum reward for attribute points is 10,000. This number made Jiang Tianhe's hands tremble uncontrollably, his breathing quickening. Staring at his grandson with a mixture of shock and awe, he finally found the right word after 2 seconds of thought. "Monstrous. Yes, this prize will profession is absolutely monstrous." The 100 war marshal took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and seemed to release all his inner shock. His iron-hard expression softened, and a smile blossomed on his face like spring flowers. Staring at the attribute bar that had suddenly gained 1,000 points, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. His laughter startled everyone around him. Yu stared at the prize wheel, her heartbeat quickening. Above the yellow rewards were orange and red tiers. She couldn't help but wonder how many attribute points those tiers might grant. Forcing herself to look away, she glanced at her student, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. She had truly accepted an extraordinary disciple. Zheng Chengkong suppressed his curiosity about the prize wheel and instead focused his astonished gaze on the handsome young man in the distance. Thoughts raced through his mind. What kind of god-tier profession does Jiang Yubai possess? How could it be this overpowered? Inside the starry prison, Zhu Yao stared intently at Jiang Yubai, struggling to contain his desire to destroy the cage. His hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly. "Uncle Zhu, did we make a mistake?" Yuan Taiyu's message popped up in Zhu Yao's vision, regret evident in his tone. "If we had known this kid's prize will could grant higher level rewards, we should have taken a softer approach." There's no use regretting it now, Zhu Yao sighed as he replied. I've already reported this to headquarters. This kid's profession is unlike any ordinary god tier. I fear that only President Fu himself might be able to resolve this by personally apologizing. At that moment, a sharp voice broke the silence. Lu Qingsong, what are you trying to do? Shan Wenrui instantly stepped in front of Jang Yubai, her stance defensive as she glared warily at the approaching Lu Qingsong. Yu Yu's eyes turned razor-sharp, her black dress billowing despite the absence of wind. Just a moment of excitement, just excitement. Lu Qingsong hurriedly waved his hands to explain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Don't misunderstand. I truly mean no harm to Jang Yubai. I was just overly excited. His eyes shimmered with an undeniable yearning. He had originally thought that 500 attribute points were the highest reward on the prize wheel, but to his astonishment, a 1,000-point reward existed, a reward of unimaginable value. As the Dean of the Warrior Academy, his pursuit of strength had never wavered, and after ascending to the divine level, this desire burned within him like an erupting volcano. The others present each harbored their own thoughts. A flicker of disdain crossed Zheng Qingkong's eye. She had always looked down on Lu Qingsong, the most reckless of the 6 deans. At this moment, he secretly hoped for a conflict to arise, giving him an excuse to reluctantly intervene and teach Lu Qingsong a lesson. It would be a perfect opportunity to curry favor with Yu Yu and the others while completing the task assigned by Deputy Governor Li. Simultaneously, he pondered. If there were rewards even higher than the yellow tier, what unimaginable treasures could they hold? Yu Yu and Shan Wenrui stood like 2 imposing guardians, ready to subdue Lu Qingsong at any moment. Bai Zhanhai, on the other hand, stared coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. After witnessing the overwhelming power of those 1,000 attribute points firsthand, his attitude toward Jang Yubai had shifted from simple regard to treating him as a priceless treasure. To Bai Zhanhai, someone who could grant such immense attribute gains without arduous leveling was a gem that must be fiercely protected. I just want to ask, is it possible for me to take a turn at the prize wheel? Lu Qingsong's voice cracked with anxiety, terrified that his actions might land him in the same dire situation as Zhu Yao, who was still trapped in the Starry Sky prison. Hearing his explanation, Yu Yu and Shan Wenrui slightly relaxed their guard. Meanwhile, Zhu Yao, standing to the side, sighed inwardly. He had hoped to exploit any ensuing chaos to spirit Jang Yubai away, but it now seemed impossible. Zheng Qingkong, on the other hand, sneered internally at Lu Qingsong's naive wish, convinced that Jang Yubai would never agree to let him take a turn. However, to everyone's astonishment, Jang Yubai nodded and said, sure. This simple response left Zheng Qingkong momentarily stunned, unable to believe what he'd just heard. After all, Lu Qingsong was the very person who had publicly disrespected Yu Yu in the past. How could Jang Yubai agree so easily? Jang Yubai, considering Lu Qingsong's assistance to Yu Yu in dealing with Zhu Yao, agreed to let him participate in the lottery. Although Lu Qingsong's tone towards Yu Yu was disrespectful, it did not affect Jang Yubai's decision. At this moment, Jang Yubai also understood why Yu Yu had insisted on having Bai Zhanhai draw in front of everyone. It was to allow the 2 major official forces and the 2 sacred academies to witness the value of the lottery wheel firsthand. Of course, it was also a gamble, as even Yu Yu couldn't predict what reward Bai Zhanhai would win. Lu Qingsong gave Jang Yubai a deep bow, his eyes filled with sincerity. Thank you. In his heart, Jang Yubai's status had far surpassed that of other naturally gifted divine beings. Watching this scene, Zheng Qingkong gritted his teeth. That guy's luck is ridiculously good today. While the exact odds of winning were unclear, he knew the chance of getting a better luck next time result was over 50%. Thinking this, he sneered. Bai Zhanhai getting a yellow reward was pure luck. There's no way this guy will be so lucky again. Meanwhile, Shan Wenrui leaned in close to Yu Yu and whispered, hey, old hag, is this lottery will rigged to guarantee a win? You're so disrespectful. I see you're asking for trouble. Yu Yu scolded with a stern face. No sense of hierarchy at all. All right. I was just joking, Shan Wenrui said, blinking playfully and speaking in a coquettish tone. Dear Vice Dean, my lovely Vice Dean, can you tell me now? Shaking her head helplessly, Yu Yu revealed the truth. No, the chance of getting better luck next time is over 50%. That's so unfair. Shan Wenrui's beautiful eyes widened with disbelief as she glanced toward Jang Yubai. All right then, they'll tell Jang Yubai not to let you participate in the lottery anymore, Yu Yu said with mock seriousness. No, don't. Shan Wenrui panicked immediately, grabbing Yu Yu's arm and shaking it. If Bai Zhanhai can win 1,000 attribute points, this young lady can too. Please, Vice Dean, I take back what I said, okay? Seeing Shan Wenrui's innocent and lively demeanor, Jang Yubai couldn't help but doubt whether she was truly the dean of the Mage Academy at Shinkong Academy. When Shan Wenrui noticed his gaze, she playfully said, Little brother Yubai, does big sister look good? If so, keep looking, I don't mind. Jang Yubai quickly averted his gaze to Lu Qingsong. who was already standing in front of the lottery wheel. Lu Qingsong solemnly bowed to the wheel, a gesture that immediately drew a sneer from Zhang Qingkong. It's a lottery, not a prayer ritual. Bowing and clasping your hands. Do you really think you're going to win? Lu Qingsong ignored the mockery, focusing instead on retrieving 1,000 gold coins from his backpack. Holding the coins as if they were the most precious treasures, he carefully placed them into the lottery wheel. The wheel began spinning rapidly. Zhang Qingkong's feather fan slowed in its motion as his eyes betrayed a mix of disdain and nervousness. Meanwhile, Zhu Yao, still trapped in the Shinkong cage, stared intently at the wheel like a tiger ready to pounce. Jang Yubai watched the wheel gradually slow down, silently thinking, if today's guaranteed winning chances hadn't already been used up, I might have given Lu Qingsong a shot out of respect for his sincerity. Let's hope it's not better luck next time. As the wheel slowed to a halt, all other sections dimmed, leaving only the small segment indicated by the rainbow-colored pointer glowing with a brilliant orange light. A legendary reward. The moment the orange-yellow light burst forth on the lottery wheel, Jang Yubai's eyebrows lifted slightly. A flicker of surprise flashed through his eyes. Getting the yellow reward was already considered incredible luck for Bai Zanhai. But how on earth did Lu Qingsong manage this? Could it be that this so-called mystical lottery method actually worked? He couldn't help but fall into deep thought, contemplating whether he should let his adopted son try this mystical lottery technique after returning to the Starry Sky Academy. As a feature of the super divine skill, the probabilities for rewards on the lottery wheel were fixed, unaffected by any luck-enhancing equipment. Simply put, it all came down to pure chance. Just thinking about Yo Yue's previous lottery results was enough proof despite countless attempts. Her outcomes couldn't compare to Luo Ziwei's one-time jackpot of 500 attribute points. And now, the legendary orange reward had fallen into Lu Qingsong's hands. Zhang Yubai's heartbeat quickened, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Hopefully, it wouldn't just be experience points, coins, or attribute points this time. With the current 67x house advantage effect, any reward below elite level would receive an upgrade. If it turned out to be a skill, equipment, or pet egg, a doubled legendary reward could only mean one thing: a divine level reward. Yo Yue's reaction was just as intense. She instinctively stepped forward half a pace, her clenched fists and shallow breaths betraying her excitement. This moment validated her earlier hypothesis. After discovering that the lucky blind box could yield divine level items, she had speculated that the lottery wheel might also contain divine level rewards. Now, with Lu Qingsong hitting orange, her belief was solidified. She turned to her student, her eyes filled with both joy and disbelief, a radiant smile lighting up her face. 2 divine level rewards from 2 skills. This student's future was simply unimaginable. Nearby, Shan Wenrui noticed Yu Yue's unusual expression. The normally stern and reserved old witch was now smiling with uncharacteristic delight. Could it be that the orange reward was even more valuable than yellow? She stared at the lottery wheel in astonishment, her eyes brimming with curiosity. The most intense reaction, however, came from Zhu Yao. His pupils contracted, his eyes widened, and it was as if someone had seized his heart in a vice. He looked at Zhang Yubai in utter shock, his mind roiling with disbelief. There really existed an orange reward that surpassed yellow. This completely upended his understanding of reality. Even for someone with innate divine abilities, this was beyond outrageous. He had encountered plenty of individuals with innate divine abilities before. Several of them were core elites within the Transfer Guild Alliance. Such talents excelled in skill power and growth speed. But the power of Jiang Yubai's abilities had already far exceeded anything he had ever seen, as if breaking through into an entirely different dimension. Zhu Yao took a deep breath, but couldn't calm his wildly beating heart. A more earth-shattering thought surfaced in his mind. Above orange, could there possibly exist a red reward? His body trembled violently, and a delicate feather fan slipped from his fingers, drifting lightly to the ground. Zheng Qinkong's hand remained frozen in the motion of fanning, his eyes wide open as he stared intently at the spinning prize wheel, as if witnessing something utterly unimaginable. Impossible. Lu Qingsong actually drew a higher-level reward? Could this mystical lottery really work? Countless gazes turned toward him simultaneously, each one like a resounding slap across his face. The mocking words he had directed at Lu Qingsong earlier now felt like sharp blades piercing his heart. A trace of venom flickered in Zheng Qinkong's eyes as his face turned ashen. With a subtle gesture, the feather fan on the ground flew back into his hand. Watching the unabashed joy on Lu Qingsong's face, he gritted his teeth, trying to console himself. Humph. So what if he drew something? The prizes on this wheel are a mixed bag. What could a brute like him possibly get? Probably just some gold coins or experience points. Before he could finish his thought, a line of text suddenly appeared above the prize wheel. Congratulations. You have drawn a legendary skill book, Shadow Eclipse Eternal Nightfall 1. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Shan Wenrui's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she finally understood why Yu Yue was grinning so gleefully. She clenched her teeth in frustration. Yue, you thief! How dare you steal away my precious student? Luo Ziwei had already suggested I take Jang Yubai as my personal disciple. Just wait until we return to the academy. I'll challenge you to a duel for this. Even Bai Zhanhai couldn't remain composed. The battle-hardened marshal, who had just been reveling in drawing 1,000 attribute points, now found it impossible to smile. So Xingyu Academy has this kind of buff? His gaze toward Jiang Yubai grew intense, like a hungry wolf eyeing a plump lamb. If I could recruit this young man into the Starry Sky mercenaries, our army would surely thrive for another millennium. The thought flashed through his mind, but his rationality quickly prevailed. No, Xingyu Academy isn't to be trifled with. If I try to forcefully recruit him, the great elders of the world might come knocking on my door today. In the end, Bai Zhanhai began to consider another plan. Perhaps I could reach out to the two military chiefs and see if one of them might be willing to step down. With this boy's talent, he'd likely be more than happy to take on the role of chief of the Starry Sky mercenaries. Staring at the spinning prize wheel, Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, he grabbed his arm as an inexplicable chill swept over him. He glanced around in confusion. Weird, why did I suddenly get goosebumps? He quickly brushed off the strange feeling and locked his gaze back onto the wheel. Moments earlier, Lu Qingsong had drawn a skill book, causing Jiang Yubai's heart to race uncontrollably. A legendary skill book. Maybe I can draw a divine skill. Just then, 2 lines of text flashed before his eyes. You gained 100 experience points. You obtained legendary skill book, Shadow Eclipse Eternal Nights, Void 67. Jiang Yubai's smile froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stared at his inventory, which now contained 67 identical skill books, and let out a long sigh. No divine skill yet. Looks like the multiplier still isn't high enough. This result wasn't entirely unexpected. Based on his past experiences, lower tier to elite tier rewards purple, blue, cyan, or green would only multiply when the house always wins bonus reached tenfold. Clearly, the threshold for legendary rewards was much higher, likely requiring a 100-fold multiplier, if not more. Though slightly disappointed, Jiang Yubai quickly adjusted his mindset. As a lottery master with a super god-tier profession, it's a pity I don't have a divine skill yet. But once I enter the Starry Sky Academy, he'll quickly reach level 100. By then, epic tier rewards should start to multiply, and I can unlock my 3rd skill. Thinking about the limitless growth potential of the house always wins skill reignited his hope. If a 10-fold multiplier could double elite tier rewards, what about a 100-fold? A 1,000-fold? If he managed to draw a god tier reward, could it evolve into a super god tier? No wonder it's a super god tier skill. Its effects are practically a cheat code, Jiang Yubai mused, then started to study Shadow Eclipse Eternal Nights Void. The skill panel displayed. Primary passive active skill, level 100. Active effect. Upon activation, the assassin transforms into a void shadow for 10 seconds, becoming immune to all physical and magical attacks. While moving, they leave behind a dark corrosion field that lasts for 15 seconds. Enemies entering the field are silenced and take continuous damage, proportional to their lost health. Enemies who die within the field trigger a corpse explosion, dealing area true damage. Passive effect. Successfully assassinating a target resets the cooldown of all movement skills. Beneath the skill description was an additional note. Shadows are not merely veils that obscure light, they are abysses that devour existence. The final inscription of the ancient Shadowkin. This technique requires the caster's soul as a medium. It is said that those who master it to its peak once plunged an entire royal city into eternal darkness. Dark corrosion field, Jiang Yubai exclaimed in delight, realizing this was a top-tier legendary skill. He knew that once a legendary skill was upgraded to divine tier, it would involve mastery over laws, transforming the skill into a domain. Although it, like the sacred sword of judgment, required level 100 to be used, with his rapid leveling speed, that milestone was just around the corner. I remember Grandpa once mentioned that assassin-type legendary skills with domain effects are called the ultimate assassin's secrets. Jiang Yubai's lips curved into a satisfied smile as his gaze swept over the 66 skill books glowing with golden light in his backpack. This astonishing haul, however, left him slightly troubled. What should he do with 66 identical skill books? Letting them gather dust in his backpack was clearly not a wise choice. He chuckled softly, having too many of the same skill book turned out to be a rather sweet dilemma. Meanwhile, Lu Qingsong was staring intently at the skill book in his backpack, which radiated a faint, eerie glow. Shadow Eclipse, Eternal Night. His hands trembled slightly. Though it wasn't a warrior class skill book, its value was enough to make his blood boil. This was the ultimate assassin's secrets. As a powerhouse with 30 legendary skills, he didn't even possess a single domain effect skill. Even after advancing to the divine rank, such rare skills remained unattainable. With this Shadow Eclipse, Eternal Night, I can definitely trade it for a warrior class domain effect legendary skill. Lu Qingsong's eyes glistened with excitement. This meant not only a significant boost in his power, but also a greater chance of advancing to mid-tier godhood. Even a slight increase in the success rate was enough to make lower-tier divine professionals fight tooth and nail for it. He turned to Jang Yubai and, under the gaze of everyone present, bowed solemnly. Young friend Jiang, my deepest thanks. I, Lu Qingsong, owe you a great favor. If there's anything I can help with in the future, I will give it my all. Jang Yubai nodded with a smile. A promise from a top-tier lower-tier divine powerhouse was indeed invaluable. Dean Lu, your luck is truly enviable, Bai Zhanhai remarked with a sigh. The domain effect of shadow eclipse, eternal night, is something even I, as a marshal, can't help but admire. He glanced at the 1,000 attribute points he had received and suddenly found them underwhelming. Yu nodded slightly in agreement. Even for these mid-tier divine powerhouses, domain effect legendary skills were exceptionally rare. Once enhanced by profession and divine power, their effects could rival low-tier divine abilities. Bai Zhanhai cleared his throat deliberately and looked at Jiang Yubai with a genial smile. Young Jiang, would you consider letting me draw again? Name your price. Jiang Yubai didn't respond immediately, but instead turned to his mentor. No. Yu replied flatly, rejecting Bai Zhanhai without hesitation. At that moment, Zhang Chengkong strolled over, fanning himself leisurely. With a warm smile, he said, Young friend Jiang, since Marshal Bai and Dean Lu have already had their turn, might I have the chance to try as well? All eyes turned to Yu once again. However, this time, before Yu could speak, Jiang Yubai, expressionless, gave his answer directly, no. The reason for not letting Zhang Chengkong participate in the draw was crystal clear, had ulterior motives from the very beginning. Jiang Yubai looked at the starry universe scholarly fox in front of him and sneered inwardly. From the start, this man had been scheming to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, with his cunning calculations practically written all over his face. Even when he stepped in to assist during the confrontation with Zhu Yao, it was merely because Lu Qingkang's phrase, the three great sanctuaries are united, left him no choice. Want to draw a prize? Jiang Yubai scoffed in his heart. Keep dreaming. Zheng Qingkong's smile faded away, like the receding tide. A wave of humiliation and anger surged from the depths of his being, threatening to explode. His grip on the feather fan tightened, his knuckles turning pale, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged prominently. Yet, he dared not lash out, nor even reveal a trace of his fury. After all, a prize well capable of yielding legendary rewards might very well contain divine-level rewards. Such an opportunity was beyond his ability to offend or provoke. If his actions caused the Starry Universe Academy to lose its chance at the prize wheel, the blame would be unbearable. Bai Zhanhai noticed Zheng Qingkong's subtle movements and shook his head discreetly. For all his reputation as the scholarly fox, his cleverness has backfired on him. Yu's icy gaze bore into Zheng Qingkong, as if she could see straight through his thoughts. In her view, his ambitions extended far beyond merely reaping the benefits. With Jiang Yubai's rise, it was inevitable that the Starry Sky Academy would surpass the Starry Universe Academy. The rivalry among the three great sanctuaries carried immense weight, involving the allocation of cosmic secret realms and Starry Sky instances, with stakes too significant to ignore. She understood well that Zheng Qingkong might harbor a destroy it if I can't have it mindset. This was precisely why she had brought Jiang Yubai into the starry domain with her vigilance extended not only to Zhu Yao but also to this so-called ally, Zheng Qingkong. Without her presence, Zheng Qingkong might have already made his move against Jiang Yubai. Lu Qingsong watched Zheng Qingkong's stiffened smile with undisguised satisfaction. He sneered, Dean Zheng, having trouble hearing? Shall I repeat myself for you? Zheng Qingkong slowly retracted his smile, a cold and venomous glint flashing in his eyes. No need, my hearing is just fine, he replied icily, stepping back a few paces. Shan Wenrui pursed her lips and muttered under her breath. What a pretentious act. Standing behind Jiang Yubai, Jiang Tianhe quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Despite Yu and the others being present, he couldn't help but worry that Zheng Qingkong might harm his precious grandson in a fit of rage. At that moment, the starry prison suddenly trembled, and the originally steady flow of starlight abruptly grew intense and dazzling. The prison swelled violently at a visible speed, emitting ominous cracking sounds. A sudden change occurred. Zhu Yao's figure vanished from within the prison, replaced by a terrifying red-faced ghostly deity. With sharp fangs and an overwhelming aura of menace, its body continued to expand, pushing the starry prison to the brink of collapse. It's the ghost deity Shui Yanluo. Jiang Yubai's expression changed dramatically as he immediately recognized this fearsome presence. Just as Yu and Bai Zhanhai were about to take action, Shan Wenrui stepped forward first, snapping her fingers coldly. In an instant, a layer of radiant, seven-colored light appeared outside the starry prison, stabilizing the swelling structure once more. Umph. Zhu Yao, you sly old fox, did you really think this dean wouldn't see through your tricks? Trying to escape? Stay put, Shan Wenrui sneered. Yu Yu and Bai Zhanhai instantly positioned themselves on either side of the prison, vigilantly watching Zhu Yao, who had transformed into the ghost deity. Amidst the red mist, Zhu Yao's raspy voice questioned, "When did you set this up? Was approaching earlier just to cast a second layer of sealing magic? What else? This Dean has been keeping an eye on you the whole time." Shan Wenrui retorted, hands on her hips, glaring angrily. As the red mist dissipated, Zhu Yao reverted to his human form, sitting down expressionlessly as if nothing had happened. "It seems I underestimated Dean Shan. So that's what smiling ghost means," Jang Yubai murmured thoughtfully. Zhu Yao's profession turns out to be ghost deity-based. In this world of universal class transitions, ghost deities, as a special warrior class, were not uncommon. Yu Yu glanced at Yuan Taiyu, who recoiled in fear, retreating repeatedly. Flustered and annoyed, he regretted that Zhu Yao had not informed him beforehand. He quickly sent a message. "Uncle Zhu, don't you always avoid doing pointless things?" Zhu Yao responded with a cold glare, causing Yuan Taiyu to shrink back nervously. Just as Yu Yu was about to reinforce the prison, Shan Wenrui muttered, "Unnecessary." Bai Zhanhai also moved to intervene, but Yu Yu stopped him. "Marshal Bai, are you planning to come back to the Starry Academy with us?" "This marshal is merely concerned about Zhang's safety," Bai Zhanhai admitted with a sheepish smile, rubbing his brow after his intentions were seen through. "No need to trouble Marshal Bai. Director Helion has already urged us to return," Yu Yu replied, shaking her head. At the mention of Director Helion, Bai Zhanhai nodded solemnly. "Very well then. I'll see you all back at the academy." Yu Yu summoned a deep, starry void, absorbing the prison and Yuan Taiyu into its starlight. Just before stepping into the starry domain, Zhu Yao cast a meaningful glance at Jang Yubai. "Xiao Bai, get ready to leave," Yu Yu said, nodding at Jang Yubai. As Jang Yubai turned around, he cast a reluctant glance at his grandfather. Jiang Tian's face softened into a kind smile as he gently ruffled his grandson's hair and said softly, "Go on." Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together and turned to Yu Yue, saying, "Mentor, Song Xiaohan hasn't arrived yet." "He's already here," Luo Ziwei interjected at the right moment, pointing to her side. Following her gesture, Jiang Yubai finally noticed Song Xiaohan, who was watching him with an excited expression. After a brief farewell, Yu Yue and Shan Wenrui led Jiang Yubai, Song Xiaohan, and Luo Ziwei into the teleportation portal. Their figures vanished from sight. As soon as the farewell party departed, Lu Qingsong bowed to Jiang Tianhe and said, "City Lord Jiang, I must return to the academy to report back. I'll take my leave now." "Safe travels, Dean Lu," Jiang Tianhe replied hastily, with a slightly flustered tone of respect. Lu Qingsong nodded lightly, glanced briefly at Zheng Qinkong, and then stepped into the teleportation portal, disappearing as well. Bai Zhanhai's gaze shifted back and forth between the lottery wheel left behind by Jiang Yubai and Zheng Qinkong, who was staring at it intently. In a cold voice, he said, "Dean Zheng, are you staying for dinner?" Zheng Qinkong let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with displeasure. It was clear he was reluctant to leave because he couldn't stop thinking about the lottery. "Dean Zheng," Bai Zhanhai remarked indifferently, "if you dare to use the lottery, I will personally inform Jiang Xiaoyu." Both he and Lu Qingsong had already added Jiang Yubai as a friend. Zheng Qinkong's expression shifted unpredictably. With his status, he normally wouldn't care about Bai Zhanhai's threats. However, angering Jiang Yubai could jeopardize the future distribution of lottery wheels from Xingyu. After a moment of hesitation, he turned and left without a word. Seeing this, Jiang Tianhe breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in gratitude toward Bai Zhanhai. "Thank you, Marshal Bai." "It was nothing," Bai Zhanhai said with a wave of his hand and a smile. "Zheng Qinkong likely won't come back, so you can rest assured." As he spoke, his gaze occasionally flickered toward the lottery wheel in front of him, as if he had something to say but hesitated. Jiang Tianhe immediately understood and smiled. "Marshal Bai, are you hoping to let your subordinates try the lottery?" "Haha, that's right. Would that be all right?" "Of course, Marshal. Please go ahead." Hearing this, Bai Zhanhai laughed heartily and promptly summoned the Ninth Army and other troops, who had temporarily withdrawn from the city lord's manor, to line up and enter the manor. Meanwhile, outside the city, the members of the War Lion Guild finally let out a collective sigh of relief. "Guild leader, do you think we're safe now?" Jiang Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he watched the Alliance Army and the Ninth Army gradually retreat into the distance. His previously tense heart finally settled. The War Lion Guild leader unclenched his fists, his palms damp with sweat. Exhaling deeply, he said, "It seems like it's over. Thank goodness, we made it out alive. I was scared half to death, but it turns out it was just a false alarm. I thought we were done for, but thankfully, we're safe now." The senior members of the War Lion Guild all expressed their relief, with some even collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Shuesa gazed at the departing Ninth Army. His blood-red cloak, which had remained still for some time, fluttered lightly in the wind once again. "It's over," he murmured. "Yes, the crisis in Tianzong City has finally passed," Long Yun said, his face still showing traces of lingering fear. When gods fight, mortals suffer. If those god-level powerhouses had truly clashed, even the aftermath could have easily wiped out us so-called epic-level figures. Thankfully, a god-level battle didn't break out. The blood-red eyes swirled, fixating on the direction of the city lord's manor. Although Long Yun was eager to uncover what had transpired within, he ultimately suppressed his impulses and decided to visit city lord Jiang tomorrow. Then let's go together tomorrow, the blood-red figure remarked before vanishing into the sky in a flash. Long Yun remained rooted in place, his gaze never leaving the city lord's manor as his brows furrowed deeply. The crisis at the manor was clearly tied to the mysterious lottery wheel, but why had it appeared in Tianzong City and not elsewhere? This question lingered in his mind. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the celestial mercenaries in the Ursa Major constellation star maze, an unusual elder sat fishing alone. Draped in a straw raincoat and wearing a conical hat, his weathered face still bore a certain fullness. Seated cross-legged in the boundless void, he held an ordinary bamboo fishing rod, its red silk line extending deep into the infinite expanse. The elder appeared to be dozing off. Suddenly, his ancient, profound eyes snapped open as a dialogue box materialized before him. It was a detailed report from Baijianhai, recounting every detail of the events that had unfolded within Tianzong City Lord's Manor. The message concluded with the words, Commander Gong Yang, I have a strong premonition that Jang Yubai's emergence signals the dawn of a prosperous era for humanity. He who gains this young man will gain the world. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gong Yang Ruiyu's gaze. As he pondered the possibility that Lu Qingkang's acquisition of a legendary skill book hinted at the existence of divine rewards, his fishing rod suddenly shuddered violently. Got one, the elder murmured, lifting the rod gently. The void rippled like a vast, colorless ocean. Moments later, a Void Clan creature of commander rank was pulled out. Gong Yang Ryu smiled with satisfaction. Perfect for a gift today is truly a day of double blessings. Stowing the fishing rod, he turned toward the star maze's teleportation portal, musing to himself, 5 lottery wheels are far too few. It's time to pay Hellion, that old rascal, a visit. At the same time, in the Starsea illusion of the Vega star system, the senior leadership of the Starsea Academy, those at the dean level and above, had gathered in the Grand Starsea Hall. Presiding over the meeting, Vice President Sang Fanji sat solemnly, his fingers lightly brushing over the celestial compass on his chest. The compass bore 2 conspicuous, fractured marks. The group engaged in an intense discussion over the information relayed by Dean Liu, with many agreeing they should vie for ownership of the lottery wheels. Some proposed splitting the resources, while others advocated recruiting Jang Yubai into Starsea Academy. However, when Sang Fanji mentioned, Dean Shu is currently within the sky-piercing tower and won't return anytime soon. If we move to compete for Jang Yubai, who can stop Liang Tianxia? A heavy silence fell over the room. After all, as the strongest human at the peak of divine-level mastery, Liang Tianxia was not someone anyone dared provoke lightly. Seeing the silence among the group, Sang Fanji slowly put away the celestial compass, his expression serious as he stood up and said, I will personally handle this. Dean Liu has already received the message and is on his way to the Shinkong Academy. The attending deans all rose to their feet. One of them spoke urgently. Vice Director, we must secure as many of those lottery wheels as possible. Among the 3 sacred lands and the 3 official factions, we need to claim at least 10 out of the 40 wheels. The Cosmic Bank is still unaware of this, another dean quickly added. Vice Director, we must secure those 10 wheels. It would be even better if we could persuade Jiang Yubai to join our Shinkong Academy Guild. Sang Fanji did not respond. He simply turned and walked away in silence, his figure soon vanishing from their sight. Beside the passageway of the teleportation plaza, a young man dressed in a silver-patterned star robe stood with his hands behind his back. A golden divine mark glowed on his forehead, the symbol of a Destiny Apostle's innate divine role. This proud and aloof youth was this year's born divine role holder Bo Feiyang. When Sang Fanji arrived, Bo Feiyang merely nodded slightly and greeted him indifferently. Mentor. Sang Fanji gazed at Bo Feiyang, his eyes seeming to pierce through time and space. You will accompany me to Shinkong Academy on this trip. Try to discern Jiang Yubai's professional characteristics, it's crucial. Bo Feiyang's lips curved into a faint smirk, and a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. In the Cosmic Starry chapter, only one born divine role holder would appear each time. Yet this time, apart from him, there was another, reportedly with a profession even stronger than his. This made Bo Feiyang feel threatened, and he thought to himself, they'll see who truly stands above the other. Meanwhile, in the secret realm atop the skies of the Pegasus Galaxy, within a garden blooming with countless flowers at the Xingyu Academy, the projection of Zheng Qingkong was reporting to a noble woman pruning flower branches. This woman, dressed in a dark gown adorned with golden star patterns, was Li Zhaoli. Her dress bore intricate star maps, and her every movement seemed to mirror the flow of the night sky. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, with nearly translucent skin and lips as vivid as fire. Her sharp, blade-like features exuded an air of authority and severity. After hearing the report, Li Zhaoli sneered coldly. You, that little schemer, always acts so swiftly. She snapped a bleeding blue flower stem with her silver scissors and said icily. And she thinks she's qualified to mentor a born divine role holder? As she spoke, she crushed the fallen petals between her fingers, the crimson sap trailing down her porcelain wrist. Zheng Qingkong's projection stiffened, bowing his head even lower. Li Zhaoli suddenly raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting the explosive phenomena of a collapsing galaxy. Go to the Cosmic Bank headquarters and personally inform Bai Jin about Jang Yubai. Remind him that I once saved him on the battlefield beyond the domain. It's time for him to repay that debt. Tell him I'll be waiting for him outside Xingyu Academy. Understood. Zheng Qingkong replied respectfully. The petals of the netherworld shadow I slowly closed, and the phantom of Zheng Qingkong dissipated into nothingness. Li Zhaoli gently raised her jade-like hand and tossed the withered flower into the air. Before the petals could touch the ground, they transformed into a wisp of cyan smoke. She sneered coldly. Yue, do you think you can step over me, the deputy headmaster, with just one student? Dream on. I will always keep you beneath my feet. Inside the misty, shimmering teleportation tunnel, Jang Yubai, Yue, and the others were seated on the ground. Shan Wenrui scooted closer to Jang Yubai, her eyes fixated on the handsome young man. In a syrupy tone, she said, Little Bai, don't stick with Yue. Why not follow your good sister instead? I'm about to ascend to mid-level god rank. Think about it, won't you? Then let me congratulate Dean Shan in advance, Jiang Yubai replied, suppressing the helplessness in his heart. Ever since they entered the teleportation tunnel, Shan Wenrui had been clinging to him, persistently trying to persuade him to become her personal student. With a serious expression, he said, However, since I've already become my mentor's only personal student, I naturally cannot follow Dean Shan anymore. Hearing this, Yue, who was resting with her eyes closed at the front, allowed a faint smile to curl her lips. Shan Wenrui, though rejected again, was not upset. Instead, her eyes gleamed, clearly plotting something new. Nearby, Song Xiaohan watched with envy, muttering to himself, Jang Yubai must have nerves of steel. How can he not be tempted? If it were me, I'd definitely choose Shan Wenrui as my mentor. Who could say no to a sweet-voiced female mentor? Ziwei, Shan Wenrui suddenly called out. Mentor, I'm here. Luo Ziwei immediately stepped forward to respond. Shan Wenrui cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yubai and said lazily, I'm feeling hungry. Make some delicious dishes for anything too elaborate. Just 10 or 8 dishes will do. Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan exchanged curious glances and turned their attention to Luo Ziwei. Luo Ziwei can cook, they wondered. Understood. Luo Ziwei nodded and closed her eyes to focus. Seeing Jiang Yubai's interest piqued, Shan Wenrui smirked smugly. Ziwei isn't just an exceptional magesh, also a brilliant gourmet chef. A gourmet chef. Jiang Yubai was stunned. A second profession? Song Xiaohan exclaimed in astonishment. Shan Wenrui nodded with satisfaction. That's right. You're not much to look at, but your little brain works well. Ziwei's second profession is indeed that of a gourmet chef. Song Xiaohan drew a sharp breath. Senior Sister Luo is actually one of those extremely rare dual profession awakeners. Jiang Yubai now took a closer look at Luo Ziwei. As someone born with a divine vocation, he deeply understood the rarity of dual profession awakeners, second only to himself. He never expected Luo Ziwei to also be an artisan of sorts. Soon, Luo Ziwei presented 10 exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses. Shan Wenrui waved her hand, summoning a small round table and 3 chairs. She sat down first and said, Ziwei, little Bai, have a seat. Jiang Yubai was about to seek Yue's opinion when his mentor's calm voice rang out. Go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry. Ziwei's culinary skills are one of the Academy's 3 great treasures, you should savor them. Nodding, Jiang Yubai agreed and sat down with Luo Ziwei, anticipation evident on his face. Although Song Xiaohan inwardly lamented, what about me? He could only watch enviously as Luo Ziwei placed the dishes on the table one by one. Shan Wenrui's eyes sparkled as she introduced the dishes enthusiastically. The first dish is my favorite, Starfire Grilled Dragon Ribs. These are ribs from a Scarlet Flame Star Dragon. The mention of Crimson Flame Star Dragon made Song Xiaohan's eyes widen in shock. As the young master of the Tsang Trading Guild, he was all too familiar with the name of this legendary creature. Even Jiang Yubai looked surprised, but soon, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Shan Wenrui's eyes sparkled as she excitedly counted the delicacies laid out before her, exclaiming, Ice Soul Nectar Soup, Void Stir-Fried Stardust Shrimp, Golden Honeyed Phoenix Wings, Emerald Spirit Vegetable Salad, and my favorite Dreamy Sweet Star Cake. Ziwei, let your master give you a kiss. Luo Ziwei's face flushed at these words. Before she could react, Shan Wenrui's voice rose again in delight. Oh, this is Nether Ghost Mushroom Bone Soup. Even Thundercrest Sky Rock Claws are here. You wouldn't make these for me before, no matter how much I begged. Ziwei, my darling, let your dear sister take a bite. Your master adores you. Luo Ziwei stole a glance at Jang Yubai before lowering her gaze. These 10 dishes had cost her nearly all her stock of premium ingredients. But if it could help her grow closer to Jang Yubai and increase her chances in the lottery, it was worth it. She thought to herself, first Jiang Tianhe, now Lu Qingqing, surely my skilled hands can draw a legendary skill book. As for divine level rewards, I want dare to dream for now. Jiang Yubai's attention was completely captured by the feast before him. The flames on the star flame roasted dragon ribs danced without burning, while the frost on the rim of the ice soul nectar soup bowl formed intricate, beautiful patterns. Song Xiaohan stared, drooling, but could only watch helplessly. Shan Wenrui picked up a piece of golden honeyed phoenix wing and, smiling, offered it to Jiang Yubai. Little white, try this, it'll leave you savoring it for days. As Jiang Yubai took a bite, a warm sensation spread through his body, leaving him feeling lighter and more energized. Luo Ziwei sat quietly, a confident smile playing on her lips. Nearby, Yue remained with her eyes closed, seemingly meditating, but the slight twitch of her nose betrayed her. The aroma had clearly tempted her, though her earlier words made it inappropriate for her to join in. She silently regretted her remarks. Had she known Luo Ziwei would be so generous, she wouldn't have spoken as she did. Suddenly, a notification popped up in Yuya's vision. As she read the message, her expression shifted, her lips tightening into a cold line. The speed at which the Cosmic Bank responded suggested that someone had leaked the news. Her mind quickly sifted through possible suspects: Lu Qingcong, Zheng Qingkong, Qi Yan. Finally, she settled her suspicion on Zheng Qingkong. Li Zhaoli. A glint of frost flickered in her eyes as she became convinced that this venomous woman had tipped off the Cosmic Bank. Over the next hour, Yuya's notification panel lit up incessantly. Some messages were probing, others congratulatory, and many inquired about the lottery wheel. From the 3 major official organizations to the 3 holy academies, from secondary power groups to the deans of the Starry Sky Academy, messages poured in from all directions. When she finally read the last message, personally sent by Helion, the head of the academy, Yu's expression grew even more solemn. The involvement of figures like Vice Dean of Shanghai Sanfan, Bai Jin, head of the Bai family and largest shareholder of the Cosmic Bank, Gong Yang Ryu, commander of the military, and Fu, president of the Career Change Guild Alliance, had pushed Jang Yubai into the spotlight. The situation had escalated to a point where even the Starry Sky Academy had to take it seriously. Her earlier remark, "There's an even bigger storm coming," had now become an uncanny prophecy. The Shinkong Academy consists of 5 major faculties, encompassing 6 professional systems for career transitioners. After enjoying a delicious meal, Jiang Yubai sat upright, attentively listening to Luo Ziwei's introduction of the academy. Luo Ziwei, noticing the presence of Yu and Shan Wenrui, initially hesitated to approach Jiang Yubai directly. However, she seized this opportunity to build rapport with him, answering all his questions without reservation. The dean of the warrior faculty is Dean In Haiji, Luo Ziwei began, but she was quickly interrupted by Shan Wenrui, who was reclining on a soft bed. Ziwei. Shan Wenrui turned to her side, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Our mage faculty is the top faculty at Shinkong Academy. Why would you start by introducing that gambler Yin's warrior faculty? Are you trying to boost others' morale while undermining our own? Luo Ziwei pursed her lips and, under Shan Wenrui's stern gaze, had no choice but to start over. Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan exchanged a glance and nodded silently. This scene made Song Xiaohan feel secretly relieved. At least Jiang Yubai had chosen Yu as his mentor, who wouldn't interfere in everything like this. The dean of the mage faculty is my mentor. Luo Ziwei resumed her introduction. She then continued. The assassin faculty is led by Dean Dongfang Yingyu, the defense faculty by Dean Shi Wanchuan, and finally, the support and lifestyle faculty is under the leadership of Dean Lu Guanyu. Wow, Song Xiaohan couldn't help but exclaim. Mage faculty, warrior faculty, assassin faculty, defense faculty, and support and lifestyle faculty, these names are so straightforward. Jiang Yubai nodded slightly in agreement. Shan Wenrui rolled over lazily on the bed and said, "It wasn't always like this. The mage faculty used to be called the Academy of the Flame of Truth, the warrior faculty was the Forge of War Souls, and the assassin faculty was the Blade of Shadows." Helion Huangsheng said those names were too obscure and students couldn't remember them, so they made them simpler. Don't address the chancellor by name. Yu, who was sitting cross-legged, immediately reprimanded her. You're becoming increasingly disrespectful. What does it matter? Shan Wenrui scoffed. I call him that even to his face. Yu's forehead instantly creased with lines of frustration. Song Xiaohan discreetly wiped away imaginary sweat, grateful that his godfather hadn't apprenticed under Shan Wenrui. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai was quietly puzzled. Not only did Shan Wenrui dare to call her mentor an old hag, but she also addressed the chancellor directly by name. and her mentor didn't seem to mind. What was going on? In a few days, the academy will hold its internal exams, Luo Ziwei continued explaining. There's still about a month until the new students officially enroll. Song Xiaohan, you might be assigned to the dorms of either the warrior faculty or the defense faculty. As in rank obsidian shield warrior, Song Xiaohan nodded. His profession straddled the line between warrior and defender, but if he had to choose, he would undoubtedly pick the warrior faculty between offense and defense. He would always choose the proactive side. Luo Ziwei then turned to Jang Yubai, her dark, almond-shaped eyes filled with hesitation. As for you, Junior Jiang, the Chancellor has already made arrangements. Yu interrupted. Jiang will be staying in the Ziwei No. 1 residence. The Ziwei No. 1 residence. Shan Wenrui abruptly sat up on the bed, staring at Jang Yubai in disbelief. Luo Ziwei's eyes also trembled slightly, clearly shocked by the news. What? Yu asked calmly. Do you think Jiang isn't qualified to live in the Ziwei No. 1 residence? Don't dig a hole for me, old hag. Shan Wenrui shot back immediately. Shan Wenrui lay back down, a hint of contemplation flashing in her eyes. Little Bai's qualifications are certainly sufficient, but historically, those who have been able to move into the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard were always the top talents of the Shinkong Academy. Even those born with divine abilities had to fight tooth and nail for it. If Little Bai just moves in like this, those people are bound to be dissatisfied. Not convinced. Yu's lips curved into a sly smile. Once the lottery wheel shows up, they'll naturally fall in line. True. Shan Wenrui nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she sat up with a radiant smile, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yubai. Little Bai, when we get to the academy, make sure to place more lottery wheels in our mage academy, okay? Jiang Yubai nodded and agreed. Of course, when you've taken someone's favor, you can't refuse their request. Adding a few more lottery wheels is no problem. Little Bai, you're the best. Shan Wenrui beamed, dimples showing as she contentedly lay back down. On the side, Song Xiaohan couldn't suppress his curiosity and whispered, Senior Sister Luo, what exactly is the backstory of this Ziwei No. 1 courtyard? Luo Ziwei glanced at Jiang Yubai with a smile and explained, apart from the dormitories for students in the 5 major academies of Shinkong Academy, there are also 8 independent residences, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaoguang, and Ziwei. Only the absolute top professionals of Shinkong Academy get to live in these courtyards. The annual Academy ranking battle offers this as one of its greatest rewards. It's a symbol of both strength and honor. She looked at the young man in front of her with a sense of awe. Junior Bai, now you understand the value of Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, right? The effort other students put in to earn a place in these 8 residences is unimaginable. And you? You haven't even set foot in the academy, and you're already moving into the residence that represents the pinnacle of Shinkong. Jang Yubai nodded thoughtfully, calculating in his mind. Director Helion must have a deeper purpose behind this. According to Luo Ziwei and Shan Wenrui, the 8 independent courtyards symbolize power and status, and they are earned through strength. Moving in directly like this would undoubtedly raise questions about legitimacy. Once the news spreads, it's bound to stir up trouble. But he wasn't worried. With the lottery wheel in his hands, who would dare cause problems? Besides, Yu had already spent 22.79 million gold coins to fill the purple probability slot to 67. Once they returned to the academy and drew a god-tier lucky blind box under Director Huyen's supervision, who would have the nerve to criticize? At this moment, Song Xiaohan muttered, honestly, names like Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, or Universe, Infinity, Grand Cosmos would have sounded better. They actually used to be called Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, and Universe, Infinity, Grand Cosmos. Luo Ziwei's words left both Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan momentarily stunned. Director Helion thought it was too classic, too catchy, and lacked depth, so he changed it to the current names. Jiang Yubai, Song Xiaohan. Jiang Yubai noticed a message flash before his eyes. He glanced meaningfully at Song Xiaohan, who immediately shrank his neck like a startled rabbit and forced a sheepish grin. When he saw his foster father nod slightly, he couldn't help but let out a sly chuckle. What are you laughing at? Shan Wenrui's sharp gaze landed on him at some point. Song Xiaohan's laughter froze, and he stammered. If I tell you, will it make you laugh too, headmistress? Seeing Shan Wenrui still eyeing him suspiciously, he quickly changed the subject. Senior Sister Luo, why don't we talk about the guilds in the academy? Why do you want to know about the guilds? Jiang Yubai looked at his foster son with interest. Are you planning to join one? Not join. Song Xiaohan rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I want to create one. You want to create a guild? Luo Ziwei asked in surprise. Song Xiaohan quickly waved his hands and pointed to Jiang Yubai. Not me, but you, Brother Bai. Me? Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow. Yes. Song Xiaohan's excitement grew. With the prize will you have, Brother Bai, as long as you create a guild, and with my management, I guarantee that within half a year, we'll be the top guild in the academy. Luo Ziwei's long lashes fluttered like fans, a glimmer of admiration flashing through her eyes. Little brother Bai, if you create a guild, your good sister will be the first to join. Shan Wenrui also looked at Jang Yubai with interest, but Yu's calm voice poured cold water over the moment like a bucket of ice. Instructors aren't allowed to join any academy guilds, let alone you, the headmaster. Old witch, do you have to ruin everything? Shan Wenrui's smile disappeared instantly as she snapped in frustration. Yu ignored her and continued. It's a rule of the academy, and no one is allowed to break it. Foster father, I've already drafted a complete plan for guild operations. Take a look. Song Xiaohan quickly sent Jiang Yubai the details. Jiang Yubai glanced at it, surprise flickering in his eyes. When did you prepare this? Ever since you brought me here and got me admitted to Shinkong Academy, I started researching it. That's when the idea and plans came to me. Song Xiaohan scratched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. Well done, my foster son. Hee, just the basics, just the basics. Jiang Yubai nodded in approval. As the son of the president of the Tsang Merchant Guild, the top guild in Tianzong City, Song Xiaohan had been immersed in business strategies from a young age and was well-versed in guild management. Little brother Bai, are you seriously considering creating a guild? Luo Ziwei asked expectantly. Beside her, Song Xiaohan nodded vigorously, as if he could already see himself thriving in the guild. Well, I suppose it's not a bad idea. Jiang Yubai began, but Luo Ziwei interrupted eagerly. Then can I join, little brother Bai? Shan Wenrui, who was still sulking over Yu's words, suddenly had a bright idea and felt a surge of joy. That's right. Even if I can't join, I can have my students join. Why not have all the students from the Mage Academy join Little Bai's guild? Then, everyone will be guild members, and Little Bai will surely let us all participate in the prize we'll draws. My Mage Academy will undoubtedly become the top academy in Shinkong. Shan Wenrui's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she was convinced this was a brilliant idea. At this moment, faced with Luo Ziwei's request, Jang Yubai fell into a brief moment of contemplation. His gaze flickered slightly as he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind if they established a guild based on the lottery wheel, and with Song Xiaohan's assistance, they might not just dominate the three sacred academies, but could certainly reign supreme within the Shinkong Academy. However, a question quickly surfaced in his mind. Would the academy tolerate a monopoly? After all, the guild system was originally designed to promote healthy competition among students. As he pondered, Yo Yue's voice came at the perfect time. Xiaobai, do whatever you want without any concerns. This is also the dean's intention. The dean's intention? Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself. If even Song Xiaohan could foresee this, how could the dean not? These words clearly conveyed the academy's stance. The advantages of creating a guild were obvious at the very least. They could fully control the lottery wheel, avoiding repeating the mistakes of Magnetic Castle and Thunder Tower, and preventing other students from taking advantage of it to hinder his progress. After all, wealth could tempt people, especially when it came to a powerful tool like the lottery wheel. This guild can be created. Jiang Yubai quickly made up his mind. That's right, Xiaobai, go ahead and do it boldly. If anything happens, your big sister will back you up, Shan Wenrui eagerly chimed in, her eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Yubai nodded with a smile. All right, let's create a guild. If Senior Luo wants to join, I definitely won't refuse, especially since I haven't had enough of your delicious food yet. Even though Luo Ziwei's face was covered by a purple veil, her radiant smile was still unmistakable. That's fantastic, Song Xiaohan exclaimed excitedly, thumping his chest. Leave the operations to me. I promise I won't let you down, brother Bai. With that, he sent Jiang Yubai an identical message, only replacing brother Bai with godfather. Watching this, Jiang Yubai smiled with satisfaction. A young man with potential. While Luo Ziwei was considering when to contact Lei Hongxian about leaving the Lei Yin Guild, a chat window suddenly popped up. It was a message from Gu Suifeng. Senior Luo, why has the Ziwei number 1 courtyard suddenly been marked? Do you know what's going on? Luo Ziwei frowned and instinctively looked at Jiang Yubai. When did this happen? About an hour ago, Gu Suifeng quickly replied. There's a rumor that a newcomer has moved in. The entire academy is in an uproar, and students from all 5 courtyards are flocking to the Ziwei courtyard. The news got out. Luo Ziwei was a bit startled and looked at Jiang Yubai again. Who leaked it? There shouldn't be many people who know about this. Noticing Luo Ziwei's gaze, Jiang Yubai asked curiously. Senior Luo, what's going on? Gu Suifeng sent another message. Senior Luo, does this have anything to do with you and Vice Dean Yue? I heard that apart from Bo Feiyang from Tiansong Star, there's another individual with an innate divine role this year. Luo Ziwei was slightly taken aback. How do you know about this? This is what I do, Gu Suifeng replied. So it's true then. It seems someone deliberately spread the word. But for now, only a very small number of people know about it. Someone deliberately spread it? Who could it be? Luo Ziwei fell into deep thought. Gu Suifeng quickly sent a warning. Senior Luo, Lei Hongxian is very upset about this. He was determined to claim Ziwei number 1 courtyard this year. I also heard that his brother, Lei Junfei, had his guaranteed spot taken by someone else this year. With these two incidents combined, he's already declared that whoever dares to move into Ziwei number 1 courtyard will be an enemy of the Lei Yin Guild. You'd better warn this new student to be careful. You know how bad his temper can be. Senior Luo, is the person moving into Ziwei number 1 courtyard the second individual with an innate divine role? Luo Ziwei stood there, her delicate brows furrowed. Her gaze lingered on Jang Yubai for a few extra seconds. As one of the vice presidents of the Lei Yin Guild, she had just realized a crucial issue: Lei Hongshuan's presence. The Starry Sky Academy, one of the 3 sacred academies of humanity, was renowned for its fierce internal competition. The academy not only tolerated but actively encouraged this competitive atmosphere, rarely intervening in disputes among students. This meant that if Lei Hongxian wanted to trouble Jang Yubai within the bounds of the academy's rules, even you would find it inappropriate to interfere. But as this thought crossed her mind, Luo Ziwei's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a faint, bitter smile appeared on her lips. She suddenly realized she was overthinking. Considering Jang Yubai's current importance, if Lei Hongxian dared to provoke him, it would be tantamount to seeking his own doom. Even Zhu Yao, a counselor of the Transfer Guild Alliance, had been personally subdued by the vice dean. What was a mere Lei Hongxian in comparison? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luo Ziwei's mind. She abruptly turned at Song Xiaohan, her lips slightly parted. Wait a moment, Lei Hongshuan's younger brother. What's his name again? I think it's Lei Junfei. At that moment, Jang Yubai noticed Luo Ziwei glancing at him repeatedly. He sent a message to Song Xiaohan. Godfather, is there something on my face? Song Xiaohan gave Jang Yubai a serious once-over before replying. Just an overwhelming amount of handsomeness. Jang Yubai. Meanwhile, outside the Ziwei number 1 courtyard, Gu Suifeng, dressed in a flamboyant pink suit, was waiting idly for Luo Ziwei's response. Watching the tightly packed crowd blocking the courtyard gates, he absent-mindedly flipped a gold coin between his fingers with effortless precision. No wonder even Vice Dean Yu got involved, Gu Suifeng mused to himself. That natural-born divine class. Senior Luo must have gone to Blue Star. The coin suddenly froze between his fingers as a sharp gleam appeared in his eyes. The lottery wheel. He focused on the bustling crowd, analyzing the situation. Historically, all natural-born divine class students at Starry Sky Academy earned their place in the Ziwei number 1 courtyard through their own strength. But this time, it's a newcomer, directly moving in, completely breaking tradition. Just as Gu Suifeng was lost in thought, a familiar voice pulled him back to reality. Looking up, he saw that Shi Yufan, president of the Bronze Left-Hand Guild, and Ying Yaozong, president of the Angel Guild, had somehow appeared in front of him. Gu Suifeng raised an eyebrow and whistled. Well, if it isn't the 2 esteemed presidents. What kind of wind has brought you both here together today? Shi Yufan, with his bronze-toned skin and calm demeanor, cut straight to the point. Cut the small talk. We're here to buy information. Among the 3 sacred grounds of the Starry Sky Academy, Gu Suifeng's information network had always been the most reliable. At this moment, Ying Yaozong, with his long hair flowing, stood before him, a warm smile gracing his face. We want to know who moved into Ziwei courtyard number 1. Ying Yaozong got straight to the point. We're both your old customers. How about cutting us a deal this time? Gu Suifeng twirled a gold coin between his fingers and shook his head firmly. A discount? Not happening. You. Ying Yaozong chuckled helplessly. All right, just name your price. How much? Gu Suifeng raised 5 fingers. Standing nearby, Shi Yufan's face darkened instantly. 50,000 gold coins? That's outrageous. Shi Yufan. Do the members of the Golden Left Hand know how stingy you are? Gu Suifeng smirked mockingly. I'm not stingy. Shi Yufan retorted with emphasis. All right, 50,000 it is, Ying Yaozong said as he prepared to take out the coins. But Gu Suifeng raised a finger and wagged it lightly. Not 50,000, 500,000. Ying Yaozong froze mid-action. 500,000? Have you lost your mind? Shi Yufan scoffed and turned to leave. Take care, President Shi, Gu Suifeng called out lazily. Ying Yaozong stared at him. Gu Suifeng, you're not joking, are you? I never joke about prices. The gold coin danced nimbly between Gu Suifeng's fingers. After a moment of silence, Ying Yaozong nodded. Fine. 500,000 it is. Refreshing. As expected of the heir to the human race's top merchant guild. I love your extravagant style. Gu Suifeng laughed heartily, snatching the gold coins. Once the 500,000 gold coins were transferred, Gu Suifeng revealed the truth. Ying Yaozong was stunned. A second divine office? And from Blue Star? You're not joking, are you? Didn't you already suspect it? Gu Suifeng asked meaningfully. Indeed, Ying Yaozong had his suspicions. For a new student to directly move into Ziwei courtyard number 1, only someone with an innate divine office could enjoy such privileges. He had come to Gu Suifeng precisely to confirm this. What's their name? Ying Yaozong pressed urgently. Gu Suifeng resumed, playing with the coin. That'll cost extra. How much? Gu Suifeng raised 5 fingers again. This time, Ying Yaozong turned and left without hesitation. What a pity, Missed out on another fortune, Gu Suifeng sighed regretfully. Meanwhile, outside Ziwei Courtyard Number 1, a commotion had erupted. Why does a newcomer get to live in Ziwei Courtyard Number 1? That's a place reserved for champions only. A thunderous voice boomed across the area. Ziwei Courtyard Number 1 represents the highest honor of the academy. I, Lei Hongxian, will wait right here and see who this newcomer really is. Members of the Thunderflame Guild chimed in one after another. A newcomer wants to live in Ziwei Courtyard Number 1? Not without our approval. They'll have to get past Boss Lei first. If that newcomer moves in, we're all going to lose face. This is an insult to every senior student here. We must stop it. At that moment, inside the teleportation tunnel. We've arrived, said Yu Yu's voice. Jang Yubai opened his eyes, looking toward the tunnel's exit with a glimmer of anticipation. Compared to his calm demeanor, Song Xiaohan was practically bouncing with excitement. Finally, I'm about to become a student of the Starry Sky Academy. Shan Wenrui stretched lazily, waved her hand to pack up her fragrant, soft bed, and walked over to Yu Yu. She asked in a low voice, "Did that old ghost cause any trouble?" No. Yu Yu shook her head. She had remained seated in meditation the entire journey to guard against Zhu Yao stirring up trouble. Thankfully, Zhu Yao had behaved himself. "Xiaobai, let's go," Yu Yu said as she stood up, smiling as she gestured for Jang Yubai to follow. Jang Yubai walked over to her side, with Shan Wenrui taking her place on his other side. Song Xiaohan and Luo Ziwei followed closely behind. As the five of them stepped out of the teleportation tunnel, simultaneous exclamations burst forth from Yu Yu and Shan Wenrui, the headmaster, and the four deans. Before the two women had finished speaking, Jiang Yubai's vision blurred, and a figure abruptly appeared in front of him. Before he could make out the person's face, a hand had already grabbed his arm firmly. "Let's go? I, the dean, will take you to shine in front of every Anino. I mean, to display your brilliance," the newcomer said eagerly. "Jiang Yubai? Yu Yu? Song Xiaohan?" "Old man." Shan Wenrui immediately grabbed Jiang Yubai's other arm with excitement and said, "Count me in." This scene made Yu Yu roll her eyes involuntarily. The dean wanted to take Jiang Yubai to shine in front of everyone? Luo Ziwei's eyes flickered with understanding before widening in realization she finally knew who had spread the news about Jiang Yubai moving into Ziwei Courtyard Number 1. It was only now that Jiang Yubai could see the person in front of him clearly. The dean of the Starry Sky Academy was an extraordinarily handsome young man who appeared no older than 20. He wore a luxurious divine robe, and 3 black chess pieces hovered in front of his chest, their surfaces shimmering with starlight as they slowly rotated. The dean of Starry Sky Academy looked so young? But why does Shan Wenrui call him old man? Jiang Yubai wondered. He then thought, where exactly is he taking me to display my brilliance? And how is he planning to do so? Helian Huangxing shook his head and said, "This stage is specially prepared for Jiang, the kid. No room for you. Add me in." "Fine." Yu Yu couldn't help but laugh while feeling exasperated. "Dean, Xiaobai just arrived at the academy. If you keep this up, you'll scare him." "Will I?" Helian Huangxing turned to Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. This was far from how he'd imagined the beginning of his journey, being personally escorted by the dean of a sacred academy to display his brilliance. It all felt rather absurd. After a moment of consideration, Helian Huangxing nodded. "All right, then let those little rascals wait a bit longer outside Ziwei Courtyard Number 1. Ziwei Courtyard Number 1. Jiang Yubai was momentarily stunned before realization dawned. So the news of him moving into Ziwei Courtyard Number 1 had already spread. Glancing at Helian Huangxing, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wow, this dean really went all out just to help me shine in front of everyone. Just then, another figure appeared suddenly beside Helian Huangxing. It was a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, with a lean build. He was dressed in a wrinkled, deep gray robe covered in stains and burn holes. His disheveled gray-white hair framed a face with a scruffy chin that hadn't seen a razor in 3 days. What stood out most was the nearly burned-out cigarette in his right hand and the half-empty bottle of amber-colored liquor in his left. Hold on. No need to rush the whole display your brilliance thing," the scruffy-looking man said urgently. "We should check out the prize wheel and the lucky blind box machine first. Everyone's waiting for that." Jiang Yubai's mouth twitched again. While he had no idea who this man was, the aura he exuded clearly marked him as someone of dean-level authority. Shan Wenrui's eccentric personality was well known, and the governor wanted to parade him in public. Yet, here stood the academy's president, indulging in both alcohol and cigarettes. Jiang Yubai stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by a jarring sense of incongruity. Was this disheveled, bloodshot-eyed, alcohol-reeking middle-aged man truly the renowned president of the Warrior Academy, in Haiji? "President Dean." Shan Wenrui cast a frosty glance at the man guzzling down alcohol. "You're the one in a rush, aren't you? Could it be that your gambling addiction is acting up again?" These words left Jiang Yubai and the man behind him, Song Xiaohan, utterly stunned. Who would have thought that the famed president of the Warrior Academy was actually a booze-loving gambler? This image was worlds apart from what they had imagined. Haiji chuckled nonchalantly, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Jang Yubai with a gaze even sharper than Bai Zhanhai's had been. Shan Wenrui scoffed. Humph, old gambling addict. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted. Governor, President Yin is right. It's better to focus on the task at hand. Jang Yubai turned toward the voice and saw a tall, burly man standing nearby, carrying a hoe on his shoulder. This was Shi Wanchuan, the president of the Defense Academy. In sharp contrast to Haiji, Shi's appearance perfectly matched the image of a defense master, towering, solid, and unyielding. However, his overly kind demeanor came as an unexpected surprise. Looks like everyone's eager. Helian Huangxing nodded and turned to Yue, who was dressed in an intricate black gown. Let's head straight to Ziwei Courtyard number 1. The stars shimmered on Yue's gown, quickly forming a starlit pathway. Helian Huangxing led Jiang Yubai through first, with Haiji and the others following closely behind. Before leaving, he instructed, Ziwei, take Song Shaoan to wait outside Ziwei Courtyard number 1. Passing through the starry corridor, the group arrived at a rosewood pavilion within Ziwei Courtyard number 1. Outside, angry protests could be heard. This is outrageous. Ziwei Courtyard number 1 has always been reserved for the top student. Why should it be given to some newcomer? Not bad. Helian Huangxing nodded in satisfaction. The stronger the emotions, the better the impact when we reveal ourselves. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but silently admire the governor's cunning. Before the proceedings began, Helian Huangxing had one more matter to address. He gestured for Yue to release Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. The moment the two saw Helian Huangxing, their faces turned ashen with fear. How dare you provoke a student of the Starry Sky Academy? Helian Huangxing's voice was cold as ice. Have you forgotten what it means to die? Get out and kneel. The black chess piece on his chest glimmered faintly, and the two men vanished instantly. The commotion outside fell silent just as abruptly. Outside the Ziwei number 1 courtyard, the crowd was seething with anger, united against a common enemy. Lei Hongxian stood tall and imposing, his deep blue armor gleaming coldly under the sunlight, while his black cape flapped sharply in the wind. His towering figure was as steadfast as an iron pillar, surrounded by hundreds of Lei Yan guild members standing in tight formation, shielding him at the center. Lei Hongshuan's gaze was locked onto the gates of the Ziwei number 1 courtyard, his fists clenched so tightly that they audibly cracked. The academy ranking competition is approaching, and I am the strongest. This Ziwei number 1 courtyard rightfully belongs to me. His chest heaved with rage, his eyes practically ablaze. Why should a newcomer who hasn't even enrolled yet get to live there? Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong are no match for me. I am the true leader of this academy. With a low growl, he issued a command in the guild channel, and the uproar among the members grew even louder. This is the stance of us senior students. Lei Hongshuan's eyes burned with unwavering determination. Not far away, Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong stood side by side. Lei Hongxian is such a fool, Ying Yaozong said, shaking his head, his long hair draping over his shoulders. The ownership of the Ziwei number 1 courtyard is decided solely by the headmaster. Even the deputy headmaster has no say in it. What can he possibly do about it? What did Gu Suifeng say? Who is that newcomer? Shi Yufan asked. Ying Yaozong smirked. Wanna know? That'll be 250,000 gold coins. I don't have money, Shi Yufan replied, his face darkening. You're the grandson of Dean Shi, and you can't even come up with 250,000. My grandfather doesn't give me gold coins, Shi Yufan muttered sullenly. The stinginess of your Shi family really runs deep, Ying Yaozong teased. But before he could continue, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. At the gates, two figures had appeared out of nowhere, kneeling motionless with their backs to the crowd. Outside the gathering, Gu Suifeng, who had been sending a message to Luo Ziwei, also noticed Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu's presence. Who are these two? How did they suddenly appear? The crowd murmured among themselves. Lei Hongshuan's eyes fixed on the back of the figure to the right, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. He immediately gestured for his subordinates to stay quiet. Shi Yufan, Ying Yaozong, and Gu Suifeng pushed their way to the front. Ying Yaozong let out a soft feeling an odd sense of recognition toward the figure on the left. Gu Suifeng narrowed his phoenix eyes and murmured, "Why does this feel so familiar?" A shadow moved toward the two kneeling figures. As the distance closed, the familiarity gnawing at Lei Hongxian grew even stronger. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked to the side of the man on the right and looked down. Lei Hongxian sharply drew in a breath, instinctively retreating several steps as his eyes widened in disbelief, fixed on the kneeling figure before him. His exaggerated reaction immediately drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Yuan, Vice President Yuan. Lei Hongxian stammered, his voice brimming with shock. There was no mistaking if this man was Yuan Taiyu, the invincible powerhouse who served under his grandfather, Lei Jun. Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong exchanged a glance before quickly striding over to the two kneeling figures. Meanwhile, Gu Suifeng, who had been standing still, opened his previously narrowed eyes, staring at the scene in astonishment. Ing Yaozong approached the man on the left, and when he lowered his head to see the man's face clearly, his expression froze. He stared at Zhu Yao as if he had seen a ghost, his disbelief written all over his face. Who are these two? Sure, Yufan couldn't help but ask when he saw Ing Yaozong's extreme reaction. At that moment, Lei Hongxian cautiously moved closer to Yuan Taiyu and asked in a low voice, "Vice President Yuan, why are you here?" Yuan Taiyu's heart sank. There was no escaping recognition now. Slowly, he turned his head and forced a smile that was more painful than crying. "Yeah, so it's you, Hongxian." On the other side, Ing Yaozong was just about to help Zhu Yao up, but before his hand could touch him, an invisible force repelled him. "You little brat from the Ying family." Zhu Yao painfully closed his eyes, his heart filled with despair. At this moment, both mighty figures wished they could disappear into thin air. Helian Huangxing's methods were ruthless, forcing them to kneel outside the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard in front of so many students from the Starry Sky Academy was an unambiguous humiliation. "Counselor Zhu, why are you here?" Ing Yaozong asked carefully, choosing his words with caution. Zhu Yao kept his eyes tightly shut, his face contorted in agony, refusing to utter a single word. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd. "Isn't that Counselor Zhu Yao? And the one on the right is Yuan Taiyu, Vice President of the Transfer Guild Alliance's Blue Star headquarters." The revelation sent the scene into an uproar. "Zhu Yao, the 11th Counselor of the Transfer Guild Alliance? That's right. I'm from Blue Star. I recognize Vice President Yuan. My God, why are two god-level powerhouses kneeling here?" Hearing the growing buzz of discussion behind them, Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu were consumed with humiliation and rage. Now aware of their identities, Shi Yufan, Ing Yaozong, and Lei Hongxian simultaneously raised their heads to look at the plaque above the gate, which bore the words Ziwei No. 1 Courtyard. Ing Yaozong's eyes were filled with shock and confusion, while Lei Hongxuan's face was a mask of terror and despair. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as his body stiffened, paralyzed with dread. One question echoed endlessly in his mind. Who on earth is this newcomer? Inside Ziwei Courtyard, Helian Huangxing dropped his usual cold demeanor, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he turned to Jang Yubai. The surrounding figures, including Yin Haiji, Shi Wanchuan, and others, fixed their intense gazes on him, their expressions a mix of eagerness and anticipation. At that moment, a milky white glow suddenly emanated from Jang Yubai's body. A system notification flashed in his mind. Upgrade notification. Current level, 77. Name, Jang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master Super Divine Level. Identity, Student of the Starry Sky Academy. Level, LV 77550-7800. Base attributes. Strength, 185,692 13,000. Constitution, 185,692 13,000. Intelligence, 185,692 13,000. Growth attributes. Health, 1,856,920 130,000. Defense, 1,856,920 130,000. Energy, 1,856,920 130,000. Free attribute points, 2,787 9,000. This marked the 10th time he had leveled up today. On his way to the academy, he had already leveled up 9 times, and now he had broken through another level. Clearly, the lottery wheel at the City Lord's mansion was being used intensively. Jiang Yubai understood that Bai Zhanhai and Qi Yin must be leading their teams in a frenzy of lottery attempts. Unfortunately, despite the large number of participants, few had hit the jackpot, and as a result, he had not obtained any new skill books. Helian Huangxing's eyes flickered with a trace of surprise at the sight. Meanwhile, Yin Haiji and Shi Wanchuan looked puzzled, unaware of the peculiar mechanics behind Jiang Yubai's leveling system. Deputy Headmaster, how did your student level up so suddenly? Lu Guanyu, a 60-year-old man with a neatly trimmed goatee, asked curiously. Dressed in the uniform of Starry Sky Academy, his expression was filled with intrigue. A proud smile appeared on Yu Yu's face. It's the unique trait of a lottery master. As long as someone participates in the lottery, he gains experience. Ah, I see. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Lu Guanyu exclaimed in amazement. A natural divine profession. This method of leveling up is unheard of. Simply incredible. Yin Haiji downed a large gulp of wine and couldn't contain his excitement. Enough talk. Jiang, bring out the lottery wheels and let us have a look. Old gamblers getting impatient. Shan Wenrui teased with a playful smirk. Jiang Yubai hesitated briefly. How many should I summon? Helian Huangxing chuckled. As many as you can. Let everyone have their fun. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Yubai summoned 76 dazzling beams of multicolored light. The radiant glow forced everyone to squint. The light quickly coalesced into 76 lottery wheels, floating before the group. This many? Lu Guanyu was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be 63? Shi Wanchuan scanned the wheels and turned to Jang Yubai in confusion. According to his information, Jang Yubai should only have 63 lottery wheels. Yu sighed inwardly but smiled as she explained. On the way here, Xiaobai leveled up several more times. The sight of the wheels left Haiji trembling with excitement. The more, the better. I can't hold back anymore, I'm drawing first. Wait. Shan Wenrui stopped Haiji abruptly, her bright eyes locking onto Jang Yubai. Xiaobai, can the number of your lottery wheels actually increase? Her question caught everyone's attention. Haiji, Shi Wanchuan, Lu Guanyu, and even the usually silent Dongfang Yingyu all turned their gazes toward Jiang Yubai. Under their questioning stares, Jiang Yubai glanced at Yu in confusion, but she simply said softly, "The deputy headmaster only confided in me." He Lian Wangxing's voice resonated through the hall as he fixed his burning gaze on Jiang Yubai and announced an important piece of news. The number of lottery wheels will increase as Jiang's level rises. The words hit like a thunderclap, instantly lighting up the eyes of everyone present. The four deans and Shan Wenrui's expressions turned to excitement almost simultaneously. Haiji let out a hearty laugh, slapping his thigh in exhilaration. Ha ha ha, excellent. I was just worried that the few lottery wheels we have wouldn't be enough fun. This means my defense academy can secure more lottery wheels, Shi Wanchuan said, grinning from ear to ear. Lu Guanyu and Dongfang Yingyu were also beaming with joy. As everyone began to imagine the possibilities, He Lian Wangxing raised his hand to signal for attention and said in a deep voice, "Regarding the allocation of the lottery wheels, I have discussed this with the deputy dean and decided that Jiang will have full authority over their distribution." The hall fell silent in an instant. Shan Wenrui and the four deans froze, staring at He Lian Wangxing in disbelief. Jiang Yubai was stunned, unsure if he had misheard. He instinctively turned to his mentor, Yu, who gave him a reassuring nod and smile. A mix of emotions surged through Jiang Yubai, causing his breath to tremble slightly. He Lian Wangxing continued, "Not just the lottery wheels, but also the lucky blind box machine, and any skills you acquire in the future will be entirely under your control. The academy will not interfere." Jiang Yubai's hands involuntarily clenched and relaxed repeatedly. He was deeply moved by He Lian Wangxing's sincerity. Considering the immeasurable value of the lottery wheels, this level of trust carried immense weight. Originally, he had prepared himself to relinquish at least 2/3 or even more off the allocation rights regardless of which sacred academy he chose. But even if he had to give up everything, it didn't matter because he still held his ultimate trump card. The house always wins. As long as someone participated in the lottery, he could grow infinitely stronger. Yet now, the Shinkong Academy had granted him complete autonomy. This decision reassured him that he had made the right choice. If he had chosen Xingyu or Xinghai Academy, they would undoubtedly have sought to directly or indirectly control most of the lottery wheels. He Lian Wangxing's gaze at Jiang Yubai was filled with anticipation. He understood clearly that Jiang Yubai was the key to Shinkong Academy's rise. As long as they kept him, the lottery wheels and lucky blind box machine would remain with the academy. His strategy was simple: treat Jiang Yubai as a treasure, provide him with the best accommodations in Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, grant him full autonomy, and create a platform for him to shine, cultivating his sense of belonging to Shinkong Academy. The five deans stared intently at Jiang Yubai, but He Lian Wangxing quickly reminded them, "Start the lottery now. Those eyeing the lottery wheels will arrive soon." His words momentarily suppressed the dean's competitive thoughts about recruiting Jiang Yubai. After all, given Jiang Yubai's unique profession, he could potentially join any academy. He Lian Wangxing exchanged a meaningful glance with Yu, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Xiaobai, release the lucky blind box machine," she said. Jiang Yubai nodded, and, with a casual wave of his hand, summoned the lucky blind box machine in front of everyone. He Lian Wangxing circled it a few times, unable to contain his excitement at the thought of drawing a god-level lucky blind box. Even someone as powerful as him, a second-tier human powerhouse, couldn't help but feel thrilled. A god-level lucky blind box could yield divine skills, artifacts, or companions, any of which would be worth investing an endless amount of gold. With Jiang here, how could Shinkong Academy not become the top sacred academy for humankind? He Lian Wangxing calmed his excitement and said to Yu, "Deputy Dean, let's begin." Yu took a deep breath and retrieved a large amount of gold coins from her bag, pouring them into the lucky blind box machine like a tidal wave. The number of draws accumulated rapidly. The 68th draw, with a purple probability of 68. The 99th draw, with a purple probability of 99, and finally, the 100th draw. On the 100th draw, the prize amount had increased to 1 million gold coins. The display screen of the lucky blind box machine showed the first probability slot completely filled with a purple glow, while the other 6 slots remained empty. The system immediately issued a prompt. Next lucky blind box probability, purple 100. UF fixed her gaze on the machine with a serious expression. It was only when she saw that the next draw required 1.01 million gold coins that her tense demeanor slightly eased. Jang Yubai keenly noticed his mentor's anxiety. Are you worried the pattern of the prize increase might change? He asked. The prize increment pattern of the lucky blind box machine is currently consistent, he analyzed while continuing, but unlike the prize wheel, this machine has operated solo from when I was level 11 to now at level 77. Even its skill description hasn't changed. While it reliably produces god-tier rewards, overall, the skill strength seems to be inferior to that of the prize wheel. Before he could finish, a glowing light of level up suddenly enveloped Jang Yubai. Level 78, just 23 levels away from unlocking the third skill. Yue initiated the 101st draw. This time, a faint blue glow appeared at the bottom of the second probability slot. The system prompt updated, purple 0, blue 1. Great, Hylian Wang exclaimed with a broad smile. The probabilities increased steadily with each draw, without any decrease. Yue nodded in agreement, her eyes scanning the 5 remaining empty slots. If the probabilities remain consistent, we could save billions. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shan Wenrui was holding onto Dongfang Yingyu's arm, curiously inquiring about her draw results. Dressed in vibrant theatrical attire, Dongfang Yingyu shook her head, indicating no success. Why not try what Lu Qingsong does? He bows before drawing, Shan Wenrui suggested. He managed to win the legendary assassin skill, Ultimate Shadow Eclipse, Eternal Night. Dongfang Yingyu was taken aback and quickly used sign language to ask if the skill had been traded. Upon learning that Lu Qingsong was about to visit the Starry Sky Academy with Vice Dean Sang, she looked delighted. She then solemnly bowed to the prize wheel before inserting 1,000 gold coins to start her draw. Shan Wenrui watched the slowly spinning wheel with great anticipation. However, after several seconds, the screen displayed only the words, "Thank you for participating." Dongfang Yingyu shook her head in disappointment. Could it be that the bowing gesture was wrong? Shan Wenrui murmured to herself, a thoughtful gleam flashing in her eyes. Dongfang Yingyu looked at her with a face full of puzzlement. Think about it, Lu Qingsong is a warrior, and we aren't, Shan Wenrui analyzed seriously. Seeing Dongfang Yingyu nod thoughtfully, her gaze suddenly landed on the costume Dongfang was wearing, and her eyes lit up. Why don't you perform a short skit for the prize wheel, and then try spinning it again? Doesn't sound very reliable. Dongfang Yingyu hesitated, gesturing uncertainly. You won't know until you try, Shan Wenrui encouraged with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Dongfang Yingyu nodded in agreement and walked over to another prize wheel, beginning a dramatic performance. Not far away, In Haiji was staring at the "thank you for participating" message that had appeared yet again on his prize wheel, his face growing darker by the second. In a short span of time, he had tried dozens of times, only to receive the same frustrating result over and over. Old In, what's Director Dongfang doing over there? Lu Guanyu strolled over, stroking his goatee as he asked in confusion. In Haiji followed the sound of his voice and saw Dongfang Yingyu performing theatrics. He froze in place. At that moment, Shi Wanchuan, carrying a hoe, joined them. If I'm not mistaken, Director Dongfang is performing for the prize wheel. Performing for the prize wheel? Lu Guanyu's hand paused mid-stroke of his beard, his face full of shock. Huh. In Haiji exhaled a puff of smoke and glanced at Shan Wenrui. This has to be Director Shan's idea. She's always been unreliable. Does Director Dongfang really think performing for that thing will get her a reward? As the three of them conversed, Dongfang Yingyu finished her performance and began spinning the wheel. Meanwhile, Jang Yubai, observing from the shadows, couldn't help but laugh. Performing for the prize wheel? Seriously? As the host of the event, he knew very well that the prize wheel was purely based on luck. Any extra antics were pointless. However, to everyone's astonishment, the system notification suddenly chimed. You have gained 100 experience points. You have obtained an elite skill book, Life Link Totem 1. It actually worked. Shan Wenrui cheered excitedly, more thrilled than Dongfang Yingyu herself, completely forgetting her status as a director. Dongfang Yingyu stared at the high-level skill book in her inventory, still in disbelief. Yingyu, quick. Go to the next one, urged Shan Wenrui. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Yingyu hurried over to another prize wheel to continue her performance. Uft. In Haiji spat out a mouthful of wine, his eyes wide. No way, that actually works? Lu Guanyu and Shi Wanchuan exchanged looks before dashing off to untried prize wheels. In Haiji stared at the wheel in front of him, his expression shifting between uncertainty and determination. He wanted to perform, but he had no talents to showcase. After a few seconds, a bold idea popped into his mind. What if I just bow to it? In Haiji shook his head vigorously, dispelling the absurd thought from his mind. Standing by the window, he took a deep drag of his cigarette, his gaze drifting through the smoke to the courtyard outside. As the dean of the Warrior Academy at the prestigious Shinkom Academy, how could I possibly kneel before a lottery wheel? Kneeling to the wheel would be the same as kneeling to Jang Yubai, he muttered to himself, his brows tightly furrowed. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. What if I make Lei Hongxian bow instead? His eyes turned in the direction of Jiang Yubai, a calculating look on his face. Lately, Lei Hongxian had been acting out of line, not only coveting Ziwei #1 courtyard, but also openly defying the academy head. Such behavior was bound to displease Jang Yubai. This realization only added to Haiji's frustration. Even Headmaster Helian treated Jang Yubai with utmost respect, yet a student from his own academy dared to offend him? He couldn't forget that Jang Yubai controlled the allocation of the lottery wheels. If Jiang became upset and decided to exclude the Warrior Academy from the lottery, the consequences would be dire. Haiji glanced at the distant starry sky. At this moment, the headmaster and vice-headmaster were undoubtedly drawing from the lucky mystery box. Yue had long used her domain of starlight to obscure the surroundings, ensuring that while the major factions knew of the lottery wheels, they remained unaware of the lucky mystery box machine. Until a god-tier mystery box was drawn, this secret had to be kept. No kneeling, but maybe Lei Hongxian can bow and apologize first. Haiji calculated silently before heading toward the nearest lottery wheel. A few seconds later, the words "better luck next time" appeared once again, leaving him in silent frustration. Just then, Shan Wenrui's excited voice rang out. "I got it. I drew 100 attribute points." Haiji glanced at his legs, took a deep breath, and strode toward the next lottery wheel. "I refuse to believe this. With so many wheels, I can't miss every time." Not far away, Lu Guanyu and Shi Wanchuan watched Shan Wenrui with envy. "The odds of landing on better luck next time are ridiculously high." Lu Guanyu sighed, shaking his head. 30 tries, and they were all misses. Could it be rigged? "Dean Lu, watch your words," Shi Wanchuan whispered cautiously, glancing nervously at Jang Yubai. "It's best not to say things like that, it might upset him. If the vice-headmaster really manages to draw a god-tier mystery box, Zhang's influence won't just reshape the rankings of the 3 great sacred academies. It will affect the standing of our human race among the countless starry clans," Shi Wanchuan remarked, gazing at the distant stars with a hint of awe. The countless starry clans. Lu Guanyu's eyes flashed with hatred and a thirst for vengeance. Meanwhile, Jang Yubai stood before the row of lottery wheels, shaking his head lightly. It must be a coincidence, he thought. So many wheels, and none of the earlier draws hit. How did it happen right after performing a talent? Without hesitation, he immediately learned the newly acquired elite-level skill. Jang Yubai examined the newly acquired skill in his ability list, the Life Link Totem. It was an active skill unlocked at level 78. He carefully read through its description. Summon a healing totem lasting 30 seconds, which restores 1.5 of maximum health per second to allies within a 20-meter radius. Additionally, 10 of incoming damage is evenly distributed among all linked allies. The skill has a cooldown of 90 seconds, and only one totem can exist at a time. Any overhealing will convert into a temporary shield, capped at 5 of maximum health. Finally, a decent support skill, Jang Yubai said with satisfaction as he glanced over his skill list. The warrior abilities 1/ and Holy Sword Judgment, the mage spells Blazing Missile and Azure Dragon Roar, the assassin techniques Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night and Shadow Shuttle, the defensive skill Iron Fortress, and now, the support skill Life Link Totem. All I need now are some life profession skills, he mused to himself. Once I have those, I'll truly be a jack of all trades. A glint of ambition flashed in his eyes. If I can find gear to alter my appearance, I can venture out as a true multi-role expert. He had no intention of being confined to the Starry Sky Academy forever. The vast starry universe and the mysterious extra-dimensional battlefields were places he longed to explore, of course, only after ensuring he had the strength to protect himself. Shaking off his thoughts, Jang Yubai refocused on the scene before him. Hundreds of lucky blind boxes floated in front of Yu, their contents a mystery until opened. Just then, the blue probability bar was about to fill when a radiant light suddenly enveloped Jang Yubai, had leveled up to 79. "That kid's leveling method is truly enviable," Helian Huangxing remarked as he watched. "Among all the divine professions I know, I've never seen anyone upgrade as effortlessly as Jang Yubai, just lying back and drawing prizes." "Dean, the probability has decreased," Yu's voice suddenly broke in. Helian Huangxing turned to the lottery machine's display. The next lucky blind box probabilities were purple 0, blue 0, and cyan 0.5. He calmly said, "No matter. This was expected. You can buy elite, epic, or even legendary-grade equipment, skill books, and pets with gold coins, but divine-grade items are absolutely unattainable through purchase. As long as we can draw a divine-grade blind box, it's worth any price." Decreased by 0.5? Jang Yubai stared at the numbers in surprise. This seemingly small reduction meant filling the cyan probability bar would require 100 additional draws, costing billions of gold coins. He couldn't help but click his tongue. This lucky blind box machine was a veritable gold-devouring beast. If the probabilities continued to drop, he could barely fathom the astronomical amount of gold coins required. It was no wonder the Starry Sky Academy had only one such machine. The cost would bankrupt even legendary-grade powerhouses, let alone lower-tier divine ones. just to obtain a divine-grade blind box. 2 minutes later, the cyan probability bar was filled, revealing the new probabilities: purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0, and yellow 0.5. By this time, Jang Yubai had leveled up to 83. Another 2 minutes passed, and when the fifth probability bar was filled, the display unexpectedly changed: purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0, green 0, yellow 95, and orange 0.5. The next draw required 5.01 million gold coins. According to the previous trend, the probability of drawing a yellow lucky blind box should have dropped to 0. Yet now, it had only decreased by 0.5, leaving the odds of obtaining a yellow blind box at a staggering 95, while the orange blind box remained at a mere 0.5. This unexpected shift surprised not only Yu Yu and Helian Huangsheng, but also Jang Yubai, who hadn't anticipated such a change. In the city of Tianzong, under the cover of night, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit. Inside the ornately decorated reception hall, the clinking of glasses and cheerful laughter filled the air, with Qi Yan's hearty laugh standing out the most. In my lifetime, becoming the president is entirely thanks to you, brother Jiang. You are my lucky star. Qi Yan's face glowed with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with pride. As his gaze swept across the room, the nobles of Tianzong City Long Yun, Shuese, Zhan Shi, and others sat upright and serious. Yet, the absence of Ma Qingfeng and Kuang, who was conspicuous. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned toward the hall's entrance, silently speculating. Why had that mysterious lottery wheel appeared at the city lord's mansion? Jiang Tianhe's lips curled into a faint smile, and a trace of pride flickered in his eyes. At that moment, a private message from Qi Yan reached him. Rest assured, brother Jiang. Ma Qingfeng has been discreetly dealt with. From now on, Tianzong City will be entirely under your control. Thank you, President Qi. Jiang Tianhe replied succinctly. The others in the hall, observing Qi Yan's deference toward Jiang Tianhe, exchanged puzzled glances. A mere lottery will hardly seemed enough to warrant such humility from Qi Yan. There had to be more to the story. Why aren't you all thanking City Lord Jiang? Qi Yan remarked with a smile, noticing their hesitation. If it were anyone else, would you be drawing lots for free? Long Yun and the other nobles quickly stood and bowed respectfully. Thank you, City Lord Jiang. Jiang Tianhe's gaze swept over the crowd, but soon drifted into the distance, his thoughts already with his grandson far away. Meanwhile, outside the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, hundreds of members of the Thunder Flame Guild had fled in disarray, and even Lei Hongxian was nowhere to be seen. Zhu Yao, the 11th counselor of the Professional Guild Alliance, and a genuine mid-tier god-level powerhouse, was kneeling motionless at the courtyard gate. The sight left everyone present deeply shaken. Before Lei Hongxian left, his legs had gone weak, and he quickly pieced together the connection. Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu must have offended that mysterious new tenant. In mere moments, the Thunder Flame Guild had lost over 100 members. Only a handful of students remained outside the courtyard. Among them, Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong continued to stare intently at the scene. Who on earth is this newcomer? Ying Yaozong murmured in disbelief. Could he be the dean's illegitimate son? Shi Yufan immediately shook his head. The dean is far too old to have such a young, illegitimate child. Don't bring up such things again, or you'll bring trouble upon yourself. You should ask your grandfather. He must know, Ying Yaozong said, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, eager to uncover the identity of the new resident at Ziwei Courtyard No. 1. Shi Yufan replied calmly. I already asked him. What did Dean Shi say? Ying Yaozong pressed. After a brief pause, Shi Yufan responded indifferently. My grandfather said not to ask about things you shouldn't. This answer left Ying Yaozong stunned. He gazed solemnly toward Ziwei Courtyard No. 1. Before he could dwell on it, Shi Yufan turned to leave. Where are you going? Ying Yaozong quickly asked. To find Gu Suifeng. He might know who lives there. He won't tell you without gold coins, Ying Yaozong warned. But Shi Yufan was already striding away. Glancing at Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu, who were still kneeling on the ground, Ying Yaozong hurried to catch up. Not far away, Gu Suifeng was toying with a gold coin, his expression playful and his eyes glinting. Who else could it be but the governor's illegitimate child? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Gu Suifeng, what are you doing here? Gu Suifeng quickly clenched the coin in his hand and turned around, feigning surprise and delight. Ziwei Sr., you're finally back. His gaze then shifted to the stranger beside Luo Ziwei, and he asked curiously, who's this? This year's new junior, Luo Ziwei introduced briefly. Her words struck like a thunderclap. Gu Suifeng's pupils contracted as he stared intently at Song Xiaohan. At that moment, Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong arrived, and upon hearing the exchange, they too looked at Song Xiaohan in astonishment. Song Xiaohan, feeling the unusual gazes from the three, couldn't help but grow suspicious. It's not him, Luo Ziwei said, shaking her head. Before she could continue, her eyes fell on Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu, still kneeling at the courtyard gate. She exclaimed in surprise, the governor is really kind to Junior Bai. Even Zhu Yao, a a council member of the Job Change Guild Alliance, has to kneel. This is what happens when you offend my godfather. Humph, this is your punishment. Godfather? The three echoed in unison. Who's godfather? At the same moment, Jang Yubai was deep in thought, analyzing the probability mechanics of the lucky blind box. After the sixth probability slot began to fill, the chance of drawing a yellow lucky blind box only decreased by 0.5. This led him to a critical realization. Once the fifth probability slot was filled, the system was already profitable. Every draw guaranteed at least an epic-level reward, and as the sixth slot probability increased, the chances of obtaining a legendary level reward grew as well. Yu was aware of this too, pouring in gold coins without hesitation. What appeared to be a gold-devouring blind box system was, in reality, a treasure trove for those with ample funds. As the value of the sixth probability slot continued to rise, Yue watched the data panel before her. The probability for the yellow lucky blind box was dropping at a pace visible to the naked eye, eventually hitting 0. She exchanged a knowing glance with Helian Huangsheng, confirming their suspicions. The data panel flashed with an update. Orange 99.9, crimson 0.1, all other colors reduced to 0. This astonishing probability distribution brought a faint smile to Yue's lips. Every draw now guaranteed at least a legendary orange lucky blind box. At that moment, Yue finally understood why Jiang Yubai's lottery machine could only have one in existence. Her gaze flitted between the spinning wheel and the blind box machine. This seemingly ordinary device held unimaginable power. With each successive draw, Yue's expression grew increasingly fascinating. The initial calm turned into a stoic indifference, then to a slightly pained hesitation, and finally blossomed into a radiant smile. This progression silently illustrated the ever-growing value of the lottery master profession. As Yue continued drawing, Jiang Yubai's level steadily increased. When the seventh probability slot was completely filled, he was just one step away from reaching level 101. Meanwhile, the spinning wheel at the City Lord's mansion in Tianzong City continued to channel energy without pause. Suddenly, all 7 probability slots lit up with a brilliant rainbow glow. The light grew more intense, eventually enveloping the entire lucky blind box machine and bursting into a dazzling beam that shot skyward, painting the surrounding space into a breathtaking masterpiece. Fortunately, Yue was prepared and promptly activated her Starry Sky domain to conceal the phenomenon. The data panel updated once more. Divine Lucky Blind Box, 100. This number made Yue's breath hitch, and even the usually composed Helian Huangxing couldn't suppress his accelerating heartbeat. At this critical moment, Jiang Yubai's calm voice broke the tension. Mentor, what would you like to draw? A divine artifact, divine skill, or divine pet? Yue hesitated briefly, her voice trembling slightly. A divine pet, I think. You'll get what you wish for, Jiang Yubai assured her with a smile. Beside him, Helian Huangsheng's weathered eyes flickered with a trace of contemplation. Taking a deep breath, Yue initiated the final draw. The radiant rainbow beam seemed to respond to her call, plunging back into the machine in an instant. Moments later, the machine produced a cluster of shimmering rainbow light before disappearing without a trace. The glowing orb floated toward Yue, eventually stopping in front of her. Congratulations. You've drawn a divine lucky blind box. Almost simultaneously, a soft white light surged from Jiang Yubai's body. You've leveled up. Current level, 101. In front of Jiang Yubai, a semi-transparent blue screen quietly appeared. It was the familiar professional attribute panel, displaying a detailed list of all his information. Basic information. Name, Jang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master Super God level. Identity, student of Starry Sky Academy. Level, LV 10-102-0000. Basic attributes. Strength, 221,192 6,000 available points. Constitution, 221,192 6,000 available points. Intelligence, 221,192 6,000 available points. Growth attributes. Health points, 2,211,920 Defense, 2,211,920 Energy points, 2,211,920 Free attribute points, 99. Skill list total, 11. 1. House always wins passive, LV 101. Effect. When others use your lottery wheel, you receive 101 times the rewards. 2. Lottery wheel active, LV 101. Effect. Allows placement of up to 101 lottery wheels simultaneously. Each wheel can designate one winning result of blue quality or higher per day. Usage restriction. The user cannot participate in the lottery. 3. Lucky blind box active, LV 101. Effect. Allows designation of one winning prize of blue quality or higher per day. Usage restriction. The user cannot participate. Currently in a 7-day cooldown. 4. Holy Sword Judgment active, LV 101. 5. Shadow corrosion. Eternal Night passive, LV101. 6. 1/active, LV101. Effect. Unleashes a fan-shaped attack with full strength, dealing 23,010 physical damage and a 303 chance of causing a bleeding effect. 7. Flaming Missile active, LV101. Effect. Launches a flaming missile with a 405 chance to ignite the target, lasting 305 seconds and dealing 20 attack power as fire damage per second. 8. Extreme Charging active, LV101. Effect. 1 second charge. Increases damage by 7010. 2 second charge. Increases damage by 12010. 3 second charge. Increases damage by 23010. During charging, reduces damage taken by 6510. After charging, grants a 233-second buff attack speed and movement speed 555. 9. Shadow Shift active, LV101. Effect. Enters stealth mode, increasing movement speed by 110. Allows short-distance teleportation within 35 meters for 30 seconds. Regular monsters cannot detect the user, and detection by bosses and hyperception enemies is greatly reduced. Cooldown, 15 seconds. 10. Azure Flame Dragon Roar active, LV101. Effect. Releases a dragon-shaped flame projectile, dealing penetrating burn damage and knocking back enemies. Energy cost, 1,000 energy points. Cooldown, 185 seconds. 11. Iron Fortress active, LV101. Effect. Instantly increases physical magic defense by 433 for 102 seconds. Cooldown, 173 seconds. The skill description of the Life Link Totem active, level 101, unfolded slowly before Jang Yubai's eyes. Summons a healing totem lasting 30 seconds. Allies within a 20-meter radius recover 2.5, one of their maximum health per second, and 73 of the damage they receive is shared equally among all linked allies. Cooldown time, 86 seconds 4 seconds. Only one totem can exist at a time. Excess healing is converted into a temporary shield, capped at 7/2 of maximum health. Jang Yubai's gaze moved downward, and when he saw the experience points required to level up to 102, he froze. 20,000 experience. He frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Based on previous patterns, each level only required an additional 100 experience points, meaning level 102 should only need 10,200 points. This sudden spike in required experience left him momentarily baffled. After a moment of thought, Jang Yubai chuckled with understanding. Makes sense. After all, it's a super god-tier potential class. Higher experience requirements are normal. He shook his head lightly. Once the prize wheel is fully unlocked, this amount of experience will feel like nothing. His gaze continued across the attribute panel. His base stats had broken through 210,000, while his growth stats had reached an astonishing 2.1 million. A confident smile curled at the corner of Jang Yubai's lips. With 2.1 million growth stats, even sub-transcend professionals probably can't penetrate my defenses. Without legendary tier skills, dealing damage to me is practically impossible. Although each job advancement typically signifies a significant boost in power for professionals, Jang Yubai's base stats didn't increase during his first or second advancements. This wasn't an anomaly. It was a unique trait of the Super God-tier class. The lottery Masterno job advancements were needed. By simply leveling up, he could directly reach the Super God realm. The minor stat boosts from advancements were trivial compared to the benefits of a few more spins of the prize wheel. Level 101. Finally, I can use legendary tier skills. Jang Yubai recalled his earlier doubts. Other classes required completing 9 advancements and reaching level 900 to unlock legendary tier skills. But he could do so at just level 100. Now he finally understood this wasn't early, it was actually delayed. With his current stats, the power of his level 100 legendary tier skills would undoubtedly surpass most others at the same level. As he scanned through his other skills, he noted that aside from Holy Sword Judgment and Shadow Eclipse, Eternal Night's Darkness, the enhancements to ordinary skills had become negligible. This was the limitation of sub-epic tier skills. As levels increased, their damage output could no longer keep up. However, Jang Yubai's case was unique. Take the most basic skill, Single Slash, for instance. Without accounting for defense, the sheer damage from his terrifying 2.1 million base stats was enough to strike fear into anyone. Legendary tier professionals were generally divided into 3 categories. The ordinary tier, with 5 or fewer legendary tier skills. The king tier, with more than 5. And the legendary invincible tier, like Lei Jun, who not only possessed over 10 legendary tier skills, but also mastered legendary tier domain effects. Yet none of this was what caught Jang Yubai's attention the most. When he saw the name of his third super god-tier skill, he couldn't help but rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Smash, smash golden eggs? He shook his head with a wry smile. Prize wheels, lucky blind boxes, and now smashing golden eggs. This class really embodies the spirit of a lottery master. The details of the skill, Colorful Golden Egg Smash, at level 101 unfolded gradually before Jang Yubai's eyes. This unique skill allows the user to summon a mysterious and extravagant lottery machine at any location. Inside the machine are 7 golden eggs, each shimmering with a different color, corresponding to 7 reward tiers: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Jang Yubai carefully reviewed the skill description and discovered that the colorful egg smash machine also features 2 modes: random rewards and combo rewards, which are available on a weekly basis. While the specifics of these modes could only be viewed after summoning the machine, the enticing descriptions such as a gambler's carnival and a lucky emperor's feast were enough to make him itch with excitement and eager to give it a try. Nearby, Yue and Helian Huangsheng were fully engrossed, their eyes fixed on the god-tier lucky blind box enveloped in a radiant multicolored glow. Helian Huangsheng couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, his weathered eyes locked unwaveringly on the dazzling light. On the human-inhabited planet dungeons, anything labeled with God is extremely rare. Be it divine artifacts, god-tier skills, or divine pets, they usually require completing arduous quests to obtain. Even after the Starry Universe chapter unlocked, bringing new planetary dungeons and cosmic secret realms, the chances of acquiring god-tier items increased slightly, but still came with life-threatening risks. For this reason, most low-tier god-ranked experts were still equipped with legendary-level gear. But now, the prospect of obtaining god-tier items simply by spending coins overturned Helian Huangsheng's understanding entirely. Previously, both he and Yue had only speculated that the lucky blind box lottery machine might yield god-tier items, as no one had ever drawn such rewards from the lottery wheel. Witnessing it firsthand now, they still found it hard to believe. This goes beyond the boundaries of divine professions. Helian Huangsheng marveled inwardly. The profession of a lottery master completely shattered their understanding of innate versus acquired divine roles. If the lucky blind box machine could produce god-tier blind boxes, then the lottery will surely could yield god-tier rewards as well. This realization skyrocketed the perceived value of the lottery master profession. Yue's gaze swept over the other colored lucky blind boxes, her excitement growing uncontrollably. Even after spending tens of billions in coins, the rewards alone were astonishing even without obtaining a god-tier blind box. There were 30 purple blind boxes, 102 blue blind boxes, 101 cyan blind boxes, 158 green blind boxes, 103 yellow blind boxes, and an incredible 139 precious orange blind boxes. She looked at her personal student, her breath trembling with shock. What kind of heaven-defying student have I taken under my wing? What even is the lottery master profession? The Lucky Mystery Box machine is practically a stable source of equipment, skills, pets, and all kinds of items. Open it. Helian Huangsheng's voice carried a rare tremor. Standing before the mystery box, Yue took a deep breath, her fingers slowly reaching toward the divine-grade Lucky Mystery Box. She silently prayed to draw a divine pet. The moment her fingertips touched the box, it was as if the entire space had paused. A cascade of multicolored light surged from the box's surface, weaving into a dazzling aurora in midair. With a faint click, a thin crack appeared on the box's surface, and a blinding crimson light burst forth. Yue squinted her eyes but kept them fixed on the box, watching its transformation. Helian Huangsheng held his breath, his gaze unbroken. Suddenly, there was a resounding boom. The crimson light instantly converged, condensing into a half-human-sized giant egg floating in the air. Yue's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze filled with disbelief. It was really a pet egg. Helian Huangsheng's pupils constricted slightly as he sharply turned to look at Jang Yubai. A system notification immediately followed. House Advantage passive triggered. You have obtained the divine-grade pet egg Moonshadow Cocoon. Jang Yubai froze for a moment. Wasn't House Advantage supposed to multiply rewards by 101 times? Why was there only one pet egg instead of 101? His eyes shifted to the Moonshadow Cocoon in his inventory, then back to the divine pet egg Yue had drawn. The two were completely different. Yue's egg was a 1.5-meter obsidian giant egg, its surface etched with dark gold magma-like patterns and natural mountain motifs. Meanwhile, the egg in Jang Yubai's inventory was a semi-transparent silver-white shell. Jang Yubai inspected the detailed information of the Moonshadow Cocoon. Name: Moonshadow Cocoon. Hatch outcome: Moonlit Flowing Light Cat. Potential rating: Low tier, mid tier 20. Attributes: Light Space, Moonlight Void. Hatch conditions: Full Moon Night or Astral Altar. Material requirements: 1 Void Essence daily or 5-star dew. Hatch time: 21 days reduced to 3 days with a divine grade space crystal core. He quickly approached Yue's pet egg and saw the following information. Name: Titan Core. Hatch outcome: Mountain Titan Ape. Potential rating: Low tier, mid tier 10. Attributes: Earth Fire, Geomancy Lava. Hatch conditions: Earth node with 90 Earth element concentration. Material requirements: 1 Starfall Iron daily or 3 core crystals. Hatch time: 30 days reduced to 7 days with a mythic grade Earth crystal core. Realization dawned on Jang Yubai as he understood the meaning of the 101 times multiplier. Though both eggs were low-tier in potential, their chances of advancing to mid-tier differed. Yet, a question surfaced in his mind. Why could he see the detailed information of the divine pet eggs? According to the rules of the world, without learning the universal skill and spect, this should have been impossible. Was it because the lottery master was a transcendent profession? Or because both pet eggs originated from the lottery master profession? Helian Huangxing seemed deep in thought as he observed Jiang Yubai, his gaze flickering. Titan core, Yu Yue exclaimed softly. This is the pet egg of the low-tier divine pet, the mountain titan ape. Congratulations, mentor. Your wish has come true. I honestly didn't expect you'd actually draw a divine pet, Jiang Yubai said with a smile. Yu Yue's face broke into a radiant, gentle smile. You've apprenticed under me, and I haven't given you a gift yet. In truth, I wanted to draw a divine pet, so I could gift it to you. So this pet egg is yours now. Jiang Yubai froze, staring at Yu Yu in disbelief. For me? His voice trembled slightly. This was a god-tier pet egg worth a fortune. He Lian Wangxing's handsome face flickered with a trace of surprise, but it vanished in an instant. In his heart, no god-tier pet egg could compare to Jiang Yubai. Within just 2 minutes, his attitude toward Jiang Yubai had elevated from reverence to near worship. Forget about a mere god-tier pet egg. Even if he had to give up his position as the head of the Starry Sky Academy, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. A gift from your mentor can't be refused, He Lian Huangxing said with a cheerful smile. Yu Yu nodded gently, her eyes full of expectation as she gazed at her one and only direct disciple. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, mentor. A smile blossomed on Jiang Yubai's face. He Lian Huangxing and Yu Yu exchanged glances and breathed a silent sigh of relief. They had been most worried that Jiang Yubai might refuse, which would signal a lingering distance between him and Yu Yu, and by extension, the entire Starry Sky Academy. But Jiang Yubai truly had no reason to refuse. After all, one could never have too many divine pets. Jiang Yubai reached out and touched the titan core. The egg shell began to tremble slightly, as if something alive inside was breathing. The surface of the egg revealed natural mountain-like patterns, glowing with a fiery radiance. Mentor, did you just say this is the mountain giant ape? Jiang Yubai asked, feigning ignorance. Armored by mountains, with molten lava as its blood, this titan beast can shake the heavens and the earth. At its peak, it can become a walking disaster, capable of shattering the earth's crust with a single punch. Yu Yu nodded slightly. This is the mountain giant ape. Although it's a lower-tier god pet, its combat power rivals that of mid-tier god-class professionals. Kid Jiang, this titan core needs to be incubated, He Lian Huangxing said, fixing his gaze on Jiang Yubai. Leave it to me for now. I'll notify you when it hatches so you can form the contract. Thank you, headmaster. Jiang Yubai, who had been worrying about this very issue, quickly agreed. He Lian Huangxing nodded and put away the titan core. His eyes swept over the now empty ground. Kid Jiang, where's the lucky blind box machine? Why is it gone? Yu Yu also looked concerned. To her, that machine was a crucial strategic Asita Meganstanza-level treasure that could help Starry Sky Academy win the strongest academy championship. Losing it was unthinkable. It's on cooldown for 7 days, Jiang Yubai explained. After producing a god-tier lucky blind box, the machine had entered a cooldown period, something even he hadn't anticipated. But in hindsight, it seemed more reasonable this way. Compared to the lucky blind box machine, the regular prize wheel was utterly lackluster, with abysmal odds of winning. Hearing this, He Lian Huangxing and Yu Yu visibly relaxed. By the way, mentor, what about those lucky blind boxes? Jiang Yubai asked. He was still waiting for Yu Yu to open them all so he could replenish his stock. The academy ranking competition is approaching. The headmaster and I have decided to use the lucky blind boxes as rewards for the competition, Yu Yu replied. Jiang Yubai suddenly understood. He glanced down at the moonshadow cocoon in his inventory, pondering whether to take it out now. The moonshadow cocoon would need to be incubated eventually, but unfortunately, he still couldn't meet the requirements for hatching it. Jiang Yubai stood there, his expression hesitant. Yu Yue exchanged a glance with Helian Huangxing before softly asking, Xiaobai, is something wrong? I also got a pet egg earlier and wanted to ask my mentor and the dean to take a look at it, Jiang Yubai said as he carefully retrieved the moonshadow cocoon from his backpack. The silver-white eggshell shimmered with a star-like glow, and a gentle moonlight halo rippled around it. Through the translucent shell, a curled-up feline silhouette could faintly be seen. This is the moonshadow cocoon. Helian Huangxing and Yu Yue exclaimed in unison, their gazes locking onto Jiang Yubai. Kid, are you saying you really pulled this? Helian Huangxing asked in disbelief. When Jiang Yubai nodded, Yu Yue immediately followed up. How many times did you try? She knew full well that Jiang Yubai couldn't possibly have enough gold coins to fill all 7 probability slots. 10. 10 times, Jiang Yubai admitted, holding up his right index finger. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. He saw his mentor's facial muscles twitch noticeably, while Helian Huangxing's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Yu Yue clutched her chest slowly. As if her heart had just been pierced, she had spent over 100 billion gold coins to pull a god-tier lucky blind box, and her student had succeeded with just 550,000. Things always work better when they're your own. Helian Huangxing sighed deeply. Tin tries to get a divine pet. This dean is feeling exhausted. Jang Yubai scratched his eyebrow, secretly relieved that he hadn't mentioned he got it on the first try. Well, one egg needs hatching. Two eggs need hatching, might as well do them together, Helian Huangxing said as he placed the moonshadow cocoon into his backpack. Jang Yubai thanked him again. Just then, Helian Huangxing's brow furrowed, and his expression shifted slightly. What's wrong? Yue noticed the change immediately. Gong Yang Ryu is here, Helian Huangxing said tersely. Yu's expression turned serious in an instant. Seeing Jang Yubai's confused look, she explained gravely, one of the two commanders of the Starry Sky mercenaries. Jang Yubai's heart tightened. If Gong Yang Ryu had arrived, the others weren't far behind. He'll go handle Gong Yang Ryu, Helian Huangxing said as he looked at Yue. The chess piece on his chest emitted a flash of starlight, and in the next moment, he disappeared from sight. Xiaobai, Yue said sternly, stay here in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Don't go anywhere. After Jang Yubai nodded solemnly to confirm his promise, Yue waved her hand, and the starry sky that had enveloped them vanished. They reappeared in the view of Shan Wenrui and the other 4 deans. By this time, the 5 deans had already tried every prize wheel. Aside from Haiji, the other 4 had managed to win some rewards, albeit to varying degrees. Haiji, however, was sulking with a dark expression, drinking in frustration. He couldn't figure out why he was the only one who came up empty-handed, Devon failing to win the most basic 1 attribute point. To a seasoned gambler like him, this was nothing short of humiliating. When Jiang Yubai and Yue appeared, the other 4 deans immediately gathered around, with Haiji reluctantly perking up and joining them. They eagerly asked, Vice Dean, how did it go? What about the lucky blind box machine? Did you get the god-tier lucky blind box? Yue nodded, but before they could react, her expression turned solemn. Representatives from the major factions are arriving one after another. I have some matters to attend to. The 5 of you stay here and wait for instructions from me or the dean. With that, she quickly constructed a starry sky passage and disappeared in an instant. The 5 deans immediately surrounded Jiang Yubai. Is what the vice dean said true? Shan Wenrui asked eagerly, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yubai's face. Jiang Yubai nodded slightly, but before he could speak, he felt his arms gripped tightly. On his left, Shan Wenrui's slender but strong fingers held on, while on his right, it was Dongfang Yingyu's hands. He silently thanked his luck that it wasn't the other 3 older deans who had grabbed him. Is it really possible to draw a god-tier lucky blind box? Lu Guanyu asked excitedly, tugging at his beard so hard that he didn't even notice he had pulled some out. His eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Jiang Yubai. Did the vice dean open the box? Jiang Yubai nodded again. What came out? Haiji couldn't wait to ask. A divine weapon? Lu Guanyu blurted out. Or a divine skill? Shi Wanchuan followed up immediately. A divine pet, Jiang Yubai said calmly. The moment he spoke, the room fell into stunned silence. Haiji, who had just lit a cigarette, inhaled so deeply in shock that it burned down to the filter, causing him to cough violently. The reactions of the others varied. Lu Guanyu's eyes widened. Shan Wenrui was too stunned to speak. Dongfang Yingyu looked utterly incredulous, and Shi Wanchuan wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Jiang boy. Lu Guanyu was the first to recover, his eyes gleaming with determination. Did the vice dean mention which academy you should join? This question was like a bomb going off. The expressions of the other 4 deans instantly became serious, and their wary gazes darted between one another. What had initially been a competition for the lucky draw prize had now turned into a battle for Jiang Yubai himself. Come to my academy of support and life skills, Lu Guanyu said with a beaming smile. With a profession as unique as yours, you belong in my academy. Rubbish. Shan Wenrui erupted in anger, pointing directly at Lu Guanyu's nose. Who says a unique profession has to go to the Academy of Support and Life Skills? Little Bai is one of mine. What do you mean, one of yours? Lu Guanyu fumed, his beard bristling with fury. Jiang boy is the vice dean's personal protege. He's mine. He's mine. Shan Wenrui shouted back, unwilling to back down. Let's not argue. Shi Wanchuan interjected with a kindly smile. I feel a strong connection with Jiang. Why not join my Academy of Defense? Jiang Yubai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At least Lu Guanyu had a somewhat reasonable argument. Shi Wanchuan's strong connection felt entirely baseless. Dean Shi, you defense folks sure have thick skin, huh? Dongfang Yingyu signed rapidly, then tightened his grip on Jiang Yubai's arm for emphasis. Shi Wanchuan's smile froze. Exactly thick-skinned. Shan Wenrui chimed in loudly. Jiang Yubai glanced at Dongfang Yingyu, thinking to himself that the silent jab was somehow even sharper than Shan Wenrui's outright insults. Jiang boy's profession has nothing to do with the Academy of Defense, Haiji said. unable to suppress a chuckle. So stay out of it, sure. Sure, Wanchuan shot a cold glare at In Haiji. And what makes you think it has anything to do with the Academy of Combat? In Haiji's smile stiffened. It has nothing to do with either of you. Lu Guanyu scoffed, stroking his goatee. Jiang Boy belongs in my Academy of Support and Life Skills. It does. In Haiji suddenly took a swig of alcohol and raised his voice. It absolutely does. Oh really? Lu Guanyu sneered. And just how does it? Jang Yubai's gaze fell on In Haiji, waiting for him to provide an explanation. In Haiji tucked the strong liquor into his backpack, straightened his posture, and wore an expression of pride. Jiang, you're as weak as a kitten. Someone's got to protect you. Every single one of us in the Combat Academy is a tough guy. He pounded his chest emphatically. Including me, the dean, all my students will be your bodyguards. Tough guys? No thanks, Jang Yubai muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Old gambler, shut your mouth already. Shan Wenrui exclaimed, ready for a war of words. You think your Combat Academy can protect little Bai? Tough guys? My Mage Academy is full of beauties, while they be a better choice to protect him? Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. In Haiji opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. Got nothing to say now, huh? Shan Wenrui smirked triumphantly. Just zip it, you old gambler. If we're talking protection, our Defense Academy is undoubtedly #1. No one here dares claim second place, right? Sure, Wanchuan chimed in calmly. Shan Wenrui's smugness instantly faded indeed. When it came to defensive capabilities, no one could rival the defense profession. Let's not get carried away, Lu Guanyu interjected, shaking his head. This is the Starry Sky Academy. What kind of danger could Jiang possibly face here? Exactly, Shan Wenrui quickly agreed. So little Bai is mine. I saw him first. He must join my Mage Academy. Seniority doesn't count here, Dongfang Yingyu said sharply, grabbing Jiang Yubai's arm and refusing to let go. Dongfang Yingyu. After I even taught you how to win at the lottery? Shan Wenrui fumed. None of the deans asked Jiang Yubai for his opinion. For one, his profession was too unique to fit neatly into any single academy, and none of them would allow him to join a rival academy without a fight. Secondly, according to the rules of the Starry Sky Academy, Jiang had to choose an academy. Rather than leaving the decision to him, the deans preferred to take matters into their own hands and win him over. Since no one is willing to back down, let's settle this with a fight. In Haiji's battle spirit surged. Whoever wins, Jiang joins their academy. Old gambler, you really have no shame. Lu Guanyu huffed, his beard bristling. I, too, am as weak as a kitten. Sorry, that means you're out, In Haiji replied, his face expressionless. Lu Guanyu was left speechless. Shan Wenrui immediately summoned her staff. Bring it on. You think I'm scared of you? Sure, Wanchuan quietly cast 10 defensive shields on himself. I'm ready. Deans, fighting will only harm our camaraderie. How about a fair and fun alternative? Jang Yubai quickly stepped in to mediate. If this continued, they might just tear down the entire Ziwei #1 courtyard. While he had no intention of joining any academy, he thought he might as well use this chance to try out the 7-colored golden egg smash. Exactly. Jiang, you're absolutely right. Lu Guanyu's eyes lit up as he nodded enthusiastically. A fair alternative, great minds think alike. In Haiji reigned in his aura. What kind of alternative? Please, deans, take a few steps back, Jiang Yubai said with a smile. The 5 deans exchanged glances but remained rooted in place. I can't fly, so there's no way I can escape. Relax, Jiang Yubai said, half laughing, half exasperated. Finally, the deans reluctantly stepped back. Deans, watch closely. Jiang Yubai snapped his fingers, activating the 7-colored golden egg smash. In an instant, 7 radiant beams of rainbow light descended from the sky, intertwining to form a dazzling lottery platform. The base of the platform was supported by 7 dark golden pillars, each carved with intricate reliefs of the goddess of fate. At the top of each pillar floated a gemstone in a corresponding colored orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The gemstones emitted dreamy light trails, and at the center of a 7-sided crystal display, 7 golden eggs, each the size of a human head, hovered within a halo of shimmering rainbow light. The golden eggs glimmered like liquid rainbows, red like blazing flames, orange like the morning sun, yellow like golden sand, green like emeralds, cyan like the clear sky, blue like the deep ocean, and purple like twilight. Above the platform, a massive bronze balance scale floated, one side holding gold coins and the other side a skull. 2 lines of text appeared on the holographic screen above the scale. 7 eggs hang by fate. 1 strike seals destiny. Bet it all, or lose everything. Inside the Eastern Star Hall, a seemingly ordinary but subtly tense meeting was taking place. Gong Yang Ryu, clad in a straw raincoat and a conical hat, appeared old and gaunt, standing in stark contrast to the elegant and youthful Hellion Huangxing, who was dressed in a lavish ceremonial robe. 3 black chess pieces slowly rotated in front of Hellion Huangxing's chest, adding an air of mystery to his demeanor. It's been 4 or 5 years since we last parted at the Tongtian Tower, and you're still obsessed with pretending to be young, Gong Yang Ryu remarked with a mocking glint in his eyes. Helian Huangxing adjusted his sleeve gracefully. I call it having a youthful mindset, he replied, casting a sidelong glance at the old man. But you old fool, by the looks of it TSK, I say you don't have much time left. Don't worry, he'll make sure to outlive you. Gong Yang Ryu replied with an indifferent smile. Old fool, you'll definitely die first, probably on some battlefield beyond the realm. Helian Huangxing retorted. At least it'd be an honorable death, Gong Yang Ryu said as he adjusted his hat, his tone turning more deliberate. But before I die, you'll need to find a successor to rest easy. Helian Huangxing immediately grew cautious, his expression darkening. Who you choose as your successor is none of my business. But don't you dare set your sights on the students of my Starry Sky Academy. My days are numbered, and now Jang Yubai has appeared at this crucial time its destiny, Gong Yang Ryu said, narrowing his eyes and getting straight to the point. Destiny, my foot. Helian Huangxing sat upright and sneered. You've already picked your successor long ago. Don't think I don't know. Qing Xian might be talented, but compared to young Jiang, she still falls short. Gong Yang Ryu sighed and shook his head. Helian Huangxing let out a cold snort, finally realizing that the old man's true purpose in coming here wasn't about the lottery wheels, but about recruiting someone. The Starry Sky mercenaries need this young man far more than the Starry Sky Academy does, Director Helian. You know this as well as I do, Gong Yang Ryu said with piercing eyes. With young Jiang leading us, the Starry Sky mercenaries will grow stronger. I firmly believe that under his leadership, one day our human army will sweep through the myriad races of the outer battlefield. Seeing Helian Huangxing remain silent, Gong Yang Ryu softened his tone. It's not just the Starry Sky mercenaries that need him, the human race needs him. As the director of the academy, you must have the human race's best interests at heart. Don't try to flatter me. I'm not buying it. Helian Huangxing sneered. Young Jiang is already slated to be the next director of the Starry Sky Academy. You don't have much time left either? Gong Yang Ryu blurted out in surprise. Let's get back to the topic at hand, Helian Huangxing said coldly. Since I've agreed to give your Starry Sky mercenaries 5 lottery wheels, the Starry Sky Academy will honor that promise. Once you've chosen the locations, I'll personally take young Jiang to place them. 5 isn't enough? At least 10, Gong Yang Ryu said, shaking his head. Helian Huangxing chuckled in exasperation. Old fool, you don't sound like you're here to negotiate, you sound like you're here to rob me. Come now, Director Helian, don't be upset. I promise you won't suffer any losses, Gong Yang Ryu said with a chuckle as he pulled out a transparent bundle of fishing line the size of a baby's fist from his bag. Entwined within it was a miniature, deep purple creature, which he casually tossed over. Helian Huangxing raised an eyebrow. A Void Clan commander-level creature. Well, what do you think? Gong Yang Ryu confidently pulled out a fishing line, his eyes gleaming with determination. However, Helian Huangxing, with an expressionless face, tossed the fishing line back. This unexpected reaction left Gong Yang Ryu momentarily stunned. Not enough. Gong Yang Ryu frowned and asked. Helian Huangxing remained silent. In his eyes, after witnessing the god-tier Lucky Blind box himself, this offer was indeed insignificant. Forget 5 prize wheels, even one wouldn't be enough to exchange for it. A flicker of complexity passed through Gong Yang Ryu's aged eyes. He softened his tone and said, the first person to slay a commander-level monster can obtain a void beacon. How about 3 prize wheels? Just a commander-level monster? Do you really think I, the head of the academy, couldn't capture one? Helian Huangxing replied disdainfully. 2. Gong Yang Ryu gritted his teeth. Surely, 2 would suffice. Helian Huangxing leisurely picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, and even smacked his lips deliberately. 1. Gong Yang Ryu finally squeezed out, clenching his fists and suppressing his heartache. Just 1 prize wheel. Helian Huangxing set down his teacup and slowly shook his head. It's not that I disagree, but this decision isn't mine to make. This statement froze Gong Yang Ryu on the spot. After a moment, he furrowed his brows tightly. You're the head of the Shinkong Academy. Is there really something here you can't decide? The allocation of the prize wheels is entirely in Jiang's hands. This was a collective decision of everyone at Shinkong Academy, Helian Huangxing calmly revealed, delivering a shocking truth to Gong Yang Ryu. It took Gong Yang Ryu a full 20 seconds to process this astonishing news. He cautiously changed his tone and said, May I meet with Jiang Xiaoyu? His address shifted from the previous Jiang Kid to the more respectful Jiang Xiaoyu. Helian Huangxing cast a meaningful glance at the fishing line. Gong Yang Ryu understood immediately and handed it over without hesitation. Smart move. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Jiang, you old rascal, Helian Huangxing said with a faint smile as he accepted the fishing line. This was meant to be a meeting gift for Jiang Xiaoyu, Gong Yang Ryu blurted out, then quickly coughed to cover his slip. I'd like to meet Jiang Xiaoyu. In a few days. Helian Huangxing snorted coldly before getting up and walking away. Left alone, Gong Yang Ryu fell into deep thought. For Hellion to make such a decision, that kid's divine role is probably far beyond what we imagined. Perhaps there really is a crimson reward. His gaze followed the direction Hellion Huangsheng had left, his mind clear. This was a hint if he wanted more prize wheels, he'd have to negotiate directly with Jang Yubai. Xinghai, Xingyu, the Transfer Guild Alliance, and the Cosmic Bank. Gong Yang Ryu tapped his fingers lightly on the table. It seems Hellion plans to wait for all parties to arrive before bringing Jiang into the picture. Could he really be considering stepping down and passing the position on? I'd better prepare some more substantial bargaining chips. In the courtyard of Ziwei No. 1 residence, an unusually designed 7-colored golden egg smashing lottery machine quietly appeared. Its dazzling, radiant exterior, paired with a mysterious bronze balance scale, instantly captured the attention of the 5 deans. They instinctively moved closer to examine it. Soon, an information panel for the lottery machine became clearly visible in front of the 5 deans. 7-colored golden egg smashing lottery machine, random reward mode. 7 eggs, 1 prize. Among 7 golden eggs, 1 contains a reward, while the others are empty. Reward probability. Purple basic, 32.5. Blue intermediate, 30. Cyan advanced, 20. Green elite, 10. Yellow epic, 5. Orange legendary, 2. Red divine, 0.5 inch. Cost per draw, 100,000 gold coins. Reward types, skill books, sets, pet eggs, secret realm passes, attribute points, experience points, gold coins, and more. Special note, no limit on the number of draws. A guaranteed reward is given every 100 draws calculated independently. A collective hiss of sharp intakes of breath echoed in unison as Shan Wenrui, Dongfang Yingyu, In Haiji, Lu Guanyu, and Shi Wanchuan 5 well-informed, lower-level divine tier professionals stared wide-eyed in stunned silence. Jang Yubai was equally taken aback. Unlike the previous prize wheels or lucky blind boxes, this time the reward probabilities were openly displayed on the information panel. He muttered to himself, how am I supposed to stay a Blackheart businessman now? But these probabilities are insane, just look. Even the lowest tier purple reward has a 32.5 chance, which is so much higher than the previous 10. And the red tier divine reward is at 0.5. This is going all out. Despite his thoughts, as the owner of the machine, he secretly felt delighted. After all, the house always wins. Just then, a new information panel appeared before Jiang Yubai's eyes. Mode selection, random reward mode, permanent combo mode, limited time event. Special rules for random mode. After a reward is won by the same player, the probability for that reward color will decrease. Players may designate 1 egg position daily for a guaranteed reward of blue tier or higher. Jiang Yubai's eyelid twitched slightly. Interesting, so it works like this, he mused. How much does the probability decrease after each win? If someone keeps hitting the same color, will it eventually drop to 0? The displayed probabilities might just be a smokescreen. Like the prize wheel and blind boxes, there must be some hidden mechanism at play. This was a high-stakes gamble, one that could lead to either unimaginable gains or total loss. Jiang Yubai stared intently at the data in front of him and instantly grasped the profound meaning behind it. Such an astonishing winning probability was enough to drive anyone mad. Especially the 0.5 chance of obtaining a god-tier reward. It felt like a key capable of unlocking the gates to immense wealth. He continued poring over the rules of the combo mode. It was available only for 1 hour, from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. Among 7 golden eggs, 3 contained rewards. Each successful smash would upgrade the reward quality by 1 tier from purple to red, in ascending order. However, if an empty egg was struck, all progress would be reset, and the rewards would revert to the lowest tier. The system also included a safety mechanism. For every failed combo, players would earn 1 luck point. Accumulating 5 points would guarantee the continuation of the combo, though the reward tier might still be low. The overall winning probability was fixed at 42.86. The cost escalation in combo mode was staggering. First strike, free. Second strike, 1 million gold coins. Third strike, 1 elite-level piece of equipment or item. Fourth strike, 10,000 experience points. Fifth strike, a reduction of 300 points in all base attributes. Sixth strike, randomly forgetting a skill. Seventh strike, facing a fateful decision. In addition, players could designate 1 guaranteed reward egg per day, visible only to themselves. Hiss. Jiang Yubai drew in a sharp breath, finally comprehending the terrifying nature of this system. If the random mode was akin to a gambler's lottery, then combo mode was a madman's roulette. The costs were enormous, but the allure was equally immense. The key factor was the current prize pool, which included a set of gear and secret realm entry passes. This was precisely why Yu was willing to share 5 lottery spins with the Starry Sky mercenaries. By Zhanhai had promised 5 entry slots to the Elven Island secret realm. Unlike regular dungeons, secret realms required entry passes to access. These passes were exceedingly rare, obtainable only through defeating bosses, completing quests, or opening treasure chests, each with a very low probability. Now, the 7-colored golden egg event presented players with a new opportunity. The allure of gear sets was equally undeniable. For professionals, the difference between having a set and not having one was like night and day. Their amplification effects could turn the tide of battle. One egg brings poverty, one egg brings wealth. 7-colored eggs can alter fate. Jang Yubai marveled at the terrifying nature of this lottery system. At this moment, the 5 deans, including Haiji, could no longer restrain themselves. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their breaths grew heavy. The 0.5 chance of a red tier reward was like a fuse, igniting their desires in an instant. Move aside, you old gambling addicts. Make way for this dean. Anyone who dares to fight me for it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The 5 deans charged toward the 7-colored golden egg lottery machine, their competition spiraling into utter chaos. The 5 deans had completely lost their minds. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the entire Zuwei No. 1 courtyard shook violently. Jang Yubai steadied himself, only to see 4 of the deans retreat like startled birds, while Shi Wanchuan remained unmoved. Shi Wanchuan lightly tapped the ground with the hoe in his hand, causing ripples of earthy brown energy to spread outward like waves. He calmly took out 100,000 gold coins and placed them on the heptagonal crystal display platform. As the golden light flickered, the coins dissolved into a stream of light and disappeared into the left side of the ancient bronze balance above. My apologies, everyone, Shi Wanchuan said with a simple, honest smile. Haiji let out an angry snort, grabbed a bottle of strong liquor from his backpack, and took a long swig, as if suppressing the gambling urge stirring within him. Shan Wenrui pointed at Shi Wanchuan, her face flushed. You old stoneblock. That was a sneak attack completely dishonorable. Exactly. Dongfang Yingyu protested, gesturing animatedly with her hands. How could you use a skill like that? Dean Shi, your usual kind and gentle demeanor is all an act, isn't it? Humph. Lu Guanyu blew on his beard and said coldly, say what you will. Shi Wanchuan remained unfazed, hoisting the hoe onto his shoulder once more as he cheerfully watched another round of gold coins vanish into the crystal platform. The other 4 deans, though fuming, had no choice but to temporarily suppress their dissatisfaction and gather around again. Jang Yubai, curious, squeezed into the crowd as well. Suddenly, a deep, maniacal laugh erupted from the holographic screen above the bronze balance. Hehehe, 7 eggs to decide fate. 1 strike to seal destiny. Participants, welcome. Let's have some fun smashing golden eggs together, hehehe. This thing even has sound effects? Jang Yubai exclaimed in surprise. The 5 deans were equally stunned. As the laughter faded, 7 gemstones shot beams of light that converged in front of Shi Wanchuan, forming a dazzling, multicolored hammer. Without hesitation, Shi Wanchuan reached out to grab it. Hold on. Haiji's bloodshot eyes stared intently as he panted heavily. Dean Shi, how many times do you plan to smash? The other 3 deans snapped out of their daze. This thing allows unlimited egg smashing, and it has a guaranteed reward system. They realized that with Shi Wanchuan's wealth, he could smash the sand snow tens of thousands soft times. Old stone block, what if you never stop smashing? Shan Wenrui asked urgently. Lu Guanyu immediately suggested, we can't let him smash endlessly. Let's take turns, the 5 of us. Dongfang Yingyu nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Fine, Shi Wanchuan agreed with a nod. Then he'll smash 5,000 times first. How many? Dongfang Yingyu cried out in shock, grabbing Shi Wanchuan's shoulder. No way. Are you insane? Jang Yubai quickly did the math in his head and couldn't help but gasp 5,000 times meant a staggering 5 billion gold coins. This was a surefire way to go bankrupt. 5,000 isn't that much, Shi Wanchuan said with his usual cheerful grin. Not that much. Lu Guanyu's eyes widened. You're going to smash until you've spent every last coin in your coffin. 5,000 times though you plan to keep smashing until the end of time. Shan Wenrui shook her head furiously. No way. 10 times. No, 5 times at most. 10 is too few. How about 1,000? Shi Wanchuan countered. 100. The other deans shouted in unison. Haiji spoke firmly. I'll give you 1 guaranteed chance. Shi Wanchuan waved his hand in refusal, frowning slightly. As the dean, I'll make 1 more concession. 500 attempts. That's still too many. 100 attempts, just 100. Dongfang Yingyu gestured rapidly in the air, her tone resolute. Shi Wanchuan's smile faded, and he replied with a serious expression. Everything should be done in order. How long would we have to wait for 500 attempts? The prefect and vice prefect could call on us at any time to entertain guests. We can't wait that long, Haiji said with a frown, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. If you can't wait, then try smashing them next time, Shi Wanchuan said with unwavering determination. Why should it be us waiting until next time? Shan Wenrui snapped, her eyebrows furrowed sharply. It was you who shamelessly ambushed us in the first place. Sensing the rising tension, Jang Yubai stepped in to mediate. Deans, may I offer a suggestion? All 5 deans turned their attention to Jang Yubai. Smiling, he continued. Dean, sure, there's plenty of time ahead. Let's not let smashing golden eggs damage our camaraderie. Sure, Wanchuan was silent for a few seconds before nodding. While he could disregard the opinions of the other 4 deans, Jang Yubai's advice warranted serious consideration. Offending Jang Yubai could mean not even a single chance at smashing the golden eggs, let alone 100 attempts. Given the time constraints, how about this? Each person gets to smash until they hit a prize, then it's the next person's turn. What do you say? Jang Yubai suggested thoughtfully. With a 1 in 7 chance of winning, it's not as easy as it seems. You can have a proper go at it next time. The deans were momentarily speechless. Lu Guanyu stroked his goatee and asked, what if no one hits a prize after a long time? Then we keep smashing until someone does, Jang Yubai replied with a smile. There's a guaranteed win, it's impossible to miss forever, and at most, ITLL take 100 attempts. Alright, I agree with Little Bai's suggestion. Shan Wenrui suddenly broke into a smile. Young Zhang's proposal is as fair as it gets. Lu Guanyu quickly followed. Dongfang Yingyu and Yin Haiji also nodded in agreement. Fine, we'll go with what Jiang suggested, smash until someone wins, then switch, Shi Wanchuan finally said with a smile. Jang Yubai let out a silent sigh of relief, already planning ahead. For now, this works. Once the combo mode is activated, things are bound to get heated. I'd better mention this to my mentor later. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Shi Wanchuan picked up the small multicolored hammer, his eyes scanning the 7 golden eggs shimmering with radiant hues. The eggs appeared identical, with no discernible differences. Suddenly, a white light glimmered in Shi Wanchuan's eyes. Jang Yubai's heart stirred as he noticed this. A detection skill? He then observed that the other 4 deans' eyes also glimmered with lights in varying colors. Jang Yubai shook his head internally. What a waste of effort. The 7-colored golden egg is enhanced by a super divine level skill. Its rank is far too high. Without strength at the super divine level, there's no way to discern anything. Lu Guanyu glanced at Jang Yubai in confusion. As someone with divine authority, I can't see through this golden egg at all. How strange. Dongfang Yingyu also pondered silently. There really is a gap between acquired divine authority and innate divine authority. Those who ascend to divine status after becoming professionals are categorized as acquired divine authority. After a few seconds, Shi Wanchuan finally settled on the 3rd golden egg from the left. He raised the multicolored hammer and struck decisively. Everyone, including Jang Yubai, held their breath in anticipation. The moment the multicolored hammer landed, the other 6 golden eggs dissolved into particles of light. The golden egg that was struck developed a web of golden cracks on its surface, before bursting into a dazzling, blinding light. Brilliant blue light, resembling deep-sea whirlpools, radiated from the golden cracks. Jang Yubai raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Shi Wanchuan had actually hit the target in one strike and directly obtained the blue reward. Such luck was indeed extraordinary. However, Shi Wanchuan showed no trace of joy at his win. His gaze remained fixed on the blue light, and he shook his head in disappointment. In his heart, what he truly desired was not the blue reward but the far more precious red reward. The golden cracks continued to expand, accompanied by crisp cracking sounds, until they finally shattered into countless golden light particles that dissipated into the air. A line of blue text then appeared. Congratulations. You've hit the mark. You've obtained a blue reward, intermediate thorn set 1. Seeing the reward, the disappointment on Shi Wanchuan's face lessened slightly. Meanwhile, in front of Jang Yubai, an additional notification appeared. You've gained 100 experience points. Passive banker's jackpot triggered. You've obtained the Elite Thornlord Set 1 intermediate set upgraded directly to Elite Set. Jang Yubai chuckled to himself and thought, 100-fold boost, and the reward jumped 2 levels. The other 4 deans quickly offered their congratulations. Lu Guanyu, with his gaunt face and goatee, stroked his beard and said with feigned envy, Dean, sure, such good luck. 1 strike, and you hit the mark. This thorn set is worth at least 100,000 gold coins. You've just made a fortune of 20,000 or more. Yin Haiji couldn't hide his excitement as he cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, Dean, sure, congratulations. Shan Wenrui squinted and smiled. Old stone, not bad luck at all. Dongfang Yingyu gave a thumbs up in approval. Shi Wanchuan, expressionless, set down the multicolored hammer and said, No need to envy me. I wish you all the same luck. Yin Haiji waved his hand with a bitter smile. Luck has never been on my side. I'm probably heading straight for the consolation prize. Just then, a disdainful voice emanated from the overhead holographic screen. TSKSK, barely enough to fill the gaps between teeth. The biting sarcasm left Jang Yubai, and the 5 deans momentarily stunned. It was a remark that cut quite deep. Jang Yubai noticed that the lottery machine's information panel now displayed a reduced probability for intermediate blue rewards, dropping from 30 to 29, though the publicly displayed probability remained at 30. The 7 gemstones lit up again. glowing in various colors before converging into 7 golden eggs once more. All right, old stone, time to step aside, Shan Wenrui said, patting Shi Wanchuan's shoulder. Suppressing the urge to take another turn, Shi Wanchuan moved aside. But just as Shan Wenrui was about to step forward, In Haiji, his hands trembling, asked, Dean Shan, why are you going second? Lu Guanyu quickly chimed in, exactly. Don't tell me it's some lady's first excuse. That won't fly here. As another female dean, Dongfang Ingyu silently nodded in agreement, clearly unwilling to waste words on the matter. Shan Wenrui crossed her arms over her chest, tilted her chin slightly upward, and her eyes sparkled with pride. Just because I, your auntie, saved little Bai from Zhu Yao's hands. As soon as she said this, the 3 deans present fell silent as if struck by a chill. Lu Guanyu and In Haiji remained mute, and even the usually lively Dongfang Ingyu stopped whatever hand gestures he was making. Shan Wenrui turned her gaze to Lu Guanyu, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Can I smash it? Lu Guanyu glanced at Jang Yubai, who was standing not far away, and quickly forced a smile, nodding repeatedly. Yes, of course you can. Having received his approval, Shan Wenrui shifted her gaze to Dongfang Ingyu, who immediately made a pleased gesture, not daring to hesitate for even a second. Finally, her eyes landed on In Haiji. Her voice carried a trace of arrogance. Dean, may I smash it? In Haiji's hands trembled slightly as he instinctively avoided her gaze. Shan Wenrui raised her voice. Look me in the eye and answer me. She enunciated each word clearly. May ismash it. Taking a deep breath, In Haiji forced himself to meet her gaze. Of course you may, he replied, his voice a little hoarse. With unanimous approval, Shan Wenrui withdrew her gaze, strutted confidently to the spot designated for smashing golden eggs, and turned to wink at Jang Yubai. He could only shake his head in resignation. The scene of her flaunting her borrowed authority made Shi Wanchuan, watching from the side, shake his head repeatedly, though he couldn't help but envy the closeness between Shan Wenrui and Jang Yubai. Shan Wenrui's fiery gaze swept across the 7 golden eggs. She then placed a pile of 100,000 gold coins on the crystal platform. The coins transformed into a golden stream, flowing into the left side of a scale and vanishing. Jang Yubai noticed that the blue probability counter reset to 30. As the sound of gongs echoed, the holographic screen displayed a wave of sound effects. 1 egg for poverty, 1 egg for wealth, 7 golden eggs to change your fate. What are you waiting for? Smash it. Shan Wenrui picked up the rainbow-colored hammer, her gaze wandering among the golden eggs without making a move. Unable to hold back, In Haiji spoke up. Just smash it already. You can't tell which one has the prize anyway. I know you're anxious, but calm down, Shan Wenrui retorted. Before she could finish her sentence, she swiftly swung the hammer at the 7th golden egg. With a dull thud, the 7th golden egg instantly turned gray, its shell revealing a golden character. Empty. The holographic screen's voice mocked. Oh, so close, then added. Actually, not even close. Seeing Shan Wenrui miss, In Haiji showed a look of regret, his right hand unconsciously reaching forward before his left hand quickly restrained it. Lu Guanyu and Dongfang Ingyu both shook their heads, pressing their lips together. The 7 gemstones emitted beams of light, restoring the 7th golden egg to its original rainbow hue. Missed it, Shan Wenrui muttered. Without hesitation, she pulled out another stack of 100,000 gold coins and aimed at the first golden egg. Another dull thud sounded as the egg faded to gray, revealing the word empty. The holographic screen released a piercing laugh. The taste of air refreshing, isn't it? Shan Wenrui puffed her cheeks in anger. At this moment, In Haiji let out a deep sigh. You old gambling addict. I missed, so why are you sighing? Shan Wenrui glared at him. In Haiji tried to maintain an air of wisdom, though his trembling hands betrayed him. Hesitation leads to defeat, and decisiveness leads to loss. Haven't you heard this saying, Dean Shan? I haven't. In Haiji continued to feign profundity. This kind of roulette gamble depends on following your instincts. Your first swing was too hesitant, and your second swing was too rushed. Neither approach aligns with the utter nonsense. Shan Wenrui cut him off sharply, slamming the rainbow hammer onto the crystal platform. You think I need your advice on smashing eggs? Stop showing off your ridiculous gambling wisdom. In Haiji's hands trembled uncontrollably, his knuckles white and veins bulging. His gaze was locked firmly on the 7 golden eggs that shimmered with a tempting glow, his breathing growing heavier with each passing moment, his throat dry as if scorched by fire. Every time Shan Wenrui lifted the multicolored hammer, the familiar pang of gambling addiction coiled around his nerves like a venomous snake, climbing from his spine to his heart, sparking a shiver of exhilaration. His right hand instinctively reached forward, desperate to snatch the multicolored hammer. This time he had to hit the jackpot. His left hand gripped his right wrist tightly, his nails nearly digging into the flesh, yet he still couldn't suppress the overwhelming urge. For an old gambler like him, a roulette game with the chance to draw a divine-level reward was an irresistible temptation. Jang Yubai watched Yin Haiji's abnormal behavior with confusion. The dignified dean of the Warrior Academy at the prestigious Shinkong Academy, a god-level powerhouse, was a gambler? And judging by his state, he clearly indulged in smoking and drinking as well. Jiang's gaze shifted to Dongfang Yingyu, a god-level assassin who was not only mute, but also dressed in flamboyant opera attire. These peculiarities were baffling. When Shan Wenrui prepared to strike the golden egg for the third time, the hearts of the other deans were in their throats. They didn't want her to fail, but also feared she might hit the crimson reward. Shan Wenrui hesitated, holding the hammer as if pondering Yin Haiji's earlier advice. Dean Shan. Yin Haiji's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against wood. Trust me this once. The third one, it must be. Shan Wenrui sneered. Trust you? I'd rather trust my own luck. Yin Haiji's mouth twitched as he closed it in resignation. Lu Guanyu, growing impatient, interjected. Old man here and Dean Dongfang are still waiting. Shan Wenrui turned to Jang Yubai, her voice suddenly soft. Little Bai, what do you think? Which one should your good sister hit? The other deans immediately directed their attention to Jang Yubai. Sure, Wanchuan scoffed. If none of us can see any clues, there's no way young Jiang can figure it out. Stop wasting time. But Lu Guanyu's eyes lit up. Dean, sure, you're mistaken. This seven-colored golden egg machine is young Jiang's skill. Maybe he really can see something. Dongfang Yingyu nodded repeatedly in agreement. The same thought crossed the minds of the other deans. If Jang Yubai could truly discern which golden egg held the reward, why hadn't he spoken up earlier? Yin Haiji stared at Jang Yubai, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, Jang Yubai might be able to discern which golden egg contained a reward when he broke them himself, but it was impossible for him to determine the outcome when others did it. If he truly could, it would mean unlimited rewards, which clearly violated the rules of the heavenly order. Noticing the doubtful gazes from the crowd, Jang Yubai understood immediately and responded with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Although this lottery machine is a result of my skill, I can't tell which golden egg contains a reward either. The anticipation in the eyes of the five deans instantly turned into disappointment. Shan Wenrui blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke in a playful, coaxing tone. Good little brother, it's okay. Just pick one randomly for us. Jang Yubai thought for a moment and pointed to the fourth golden egg. How about this one? The eyes of the other four deans immediately locked onto the selected golden egg. Without hesitation, Shan Wenrui swung the hammer down empty. The five deans completely gave up hope. Jang Yubai's explanation had evidently convinced them. He feigned a helpless shake of his head. Seems like my luck isn't great today. In truth, he hadn't used his daily ability to designate a golden egg. This secret, he planned to keep hidden for as long as possible. After all, the ability could only be used once per day, far from enough to go around. Just as Shan Wenrui was about to pay the fourth round of 100,000 gold coins, a knock came at the door. Minter, junior brother Xiaobai, are you inside? It was Luo Ziwei's voice. Shan Wenrui remained silent, exchanging glances with the other four deans before collectively looking at Jang Yubai. After all, this was Ziwei Academy's #1 courtyard, and Jang Yubai was its rightful master. Outside the courtyard gate, Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu were still kneeling, one with closed eyes and a calm demeanor, the other filled with shame and anger. Behind them stood Shi Yufan, Gu Suifeng, and Ying Yaozong, all curiously observing Luo Ziwei and Song Xiaohan at the entrance, eager to see what was going on. Luo Ziwei knocked lightly on the door again. Junior brother Xiaobai, I've come to cook for you. Song Xiaohan, on the other hand, shouted loudly. Godfather, it's me. Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu reacted differently, while Shi Yufan and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Ying Yaozong joked. President Shi, it seems this person's shamelessness surpasses even yours. Shi Yufan's face darkened at the remark. Just as Gu Suifeng was about to step forward, Jang Yubai's voice came from inside the courtyard. Senior sister Ziwei, you two can come in. The door opened immediately, and Luo Ziwei and Song Xiaohan entered one after the other. Seeing this, Gu Suifeng quickened his pace, intending to follow them in, with Ying Yaozong and Shi Yufan close on his heels. Without that kid's permission, you'd better not go in, Zhu Yao said with his eyes still closed, his tone calm, but carrying a hint of warning. That kid isn't someone even I, a counselor, would dare provoke. You'd best not upset him. The three of them stopped in their tracks. Ying Yaozong leaned closer to Zhu Yao, lowering his voice. Counselor Zhu, who exactly is he? What's his background? He is now a freshman at your Shinkong Academy. Sooner or later, you'll all know who he is, Zhu Yao said with a meaningful tone. After that, he pressed his lips together and refused to say more. Even when faced with Ying Yaozong's persistent questioning, he simply shook his head silently. If it weren't for the other's status, he wouldn't have even uttered this reminder. Ying Yaozong and Shi Yufan exchanged uneasy glances, cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Zhu Yao's words were tantamount to admitting that the reason he was kneeling here was because he had offended the mysterious new student from Ziwei #1 courtyard. A storm raged in their hearts, and at that moment, both made a firm decision. Such a person could only be befriended, never crossed. Gu Suifeng stood in place, his gaze fixed intently on the gates of Ziwei number 1 courtyard, as if trying to pierce through the heavy doors. A remarkable freshman has arrived at Xingkong Academy. If any of the 3 major guilds can recruit this student. He left the sentence unfinished, turned, and walked away. There was no point in lingering. As Zhu Yao had said, within just a few days, the true identity of this junior would come to light. Though spoken casually, his words set Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong's minds racing. Lei Hongxian had already made an enemy of this freshman. Ying Yaozong's eyes shone with calculation as he thought to himself, Lei Yin Guild is out of the running. Compared to Golden Left Hand Guild, my Angel Guild not only has greater financial resources, but also the support of the Warrior Academy. As long as we offer enticing enough terms, there's at least a 70% chance of success. Fortunately, I didn't join Lei Hongxian in causing trouble. Shi Yufan was secretly pleased. Lei Hongxuan's actions had not only ruined the future of Lei Yin Guild, but had also led to Vice President Luo Ziwei's departure. Glancing at Ying Yaozong, he clenched his fists. If I can secure this junior, my Golden Left Hand Guild will undoubtedly surpass Angel Guild to become the number 1 guild at Xingkong Academy. Both had learned from their earlier conversation with Luo Ziwei that she had left Lei Yin Guild. Though the reason wasn't explicitly stated, it was clearly related to this freshman. Luo Ziwei's culinary skills were one of the top 3 highlights of Xingkong Academy. If they could recruit this newcomer into their guild, Luo Ziwei would likely follow. With their own plans in mind, the two immediately began organizing their guild members to prepare. Meanwhile, outside Xingkong Academy's teleportation portal, Yu Yu, dressed in a flowing black gown, waited with a solemn expression. Moments later, 3 figures emerged one after another from the portal. Leading the group was Lu Qingcong, whose brows carried an air of arrogance, further emphasized by his short, stubbly beard. Vice Dean Yu Yu, we meet again. Lu Qingcong greeted with a polite fist salute and a smile. Yu Yu gave a slight nod, her gaze moving past him to the 2 figures behind. One was Sang Fanji, whose solemn demeanor was complemented by the high-tier artifact, the celestial compass, hanging on his chest. Behind him stood a young man in a silver robe. Yu Yu's eyes lingered briefly on the golden divine mark at Bo Feiyang's brow. Born with divine ordination, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and each appearance inevitably sparked fierce competition among the 3 major academies. However, most ultimately chose the first sacred land, Xinghai Academy. 3 years ago, Luo Qingxian had been an exception. After awakening her divine ordination, she bypassed Xinghai Academy and joined the Xingyu Academy under Vice Dean Li Zhaoli. This time, Bo Feiyang had just awakened his divine ordination, and before Xingkong or Xingyu Academies could make a move, Sang Fanji had already taken the lead. Among the senior members of Xinghai Academy, there existed an unspoken consensus. Whoever could attain an innate divine role would have the power to dominate the strongest academy tournament over the next 3 to 5 years, overshadowing the other 2 sacred academies. Outside the Eastern Star Hall, Deputy Dean Yue awaited the arrival of the Xinghai Academy delegation. As Sang Fanji approached, neither side engaged in pleasantries, merely exchanging a simple nod of acknowledgement. Deputy Dean Yue, Bo Feiyang remarked with an air of arrogance, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Why isn't your personal disciple here? Hearing this, Lu Qingcong frowned and instinctively glanced at Sang Fanji. In his opinion, Bo Feiyang's lack of decorum was inappropriate, yet Sang Fanji remained calm, idly rubbing the celestial compass in his hand without any intention of intervening. Such disrespect, Lu Qingcong barked sharply. Show your courtesy to Deputy Dean Yue at once. Sang Fanzi's fingers paused on the compass as he cast a displeased glance at Lu Qingcong. Bo Feiyang's expression darkened immediately. Realizing the tension, Lu Qingcong swiftly sent a private transmission to Sang Fanji, warning him, Deputy Dean Sang, Bo Feiyang represents the reputation of Xinghai Academy at this moment. We're here to request the lottery turntable from Xingkong Academy. If we offend Yue, we might return empty-handed. Don't forget, Jang Yubai is Yu's personal disciple. How will we explain this to Dean Chu? Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Sang Fanji replied curtly before continuing to toy with the celestial compass. Finally, he spoke aloud. Feiyang, don't be rude. Apologize to Deputy Dean Yue immediately. Reluctantly, Bo Feiyang cupped his hands in a perfunctory gesture. Deputy Dean, I was out of line. I wouldn't stoop to the level of a mere student. Yue said coldly before turning to Sang Fanji. Wouldn't you agree, Deputy Dean Sang? Sang Fanji nodded impassively. That's how it should be. Now, thank Deputy Dean Yue. Bo Feiyang gave another half-hearted gesture of respect, remaining silent, while Lu Qingcang's frown deepened further. Under Yu's guidance, the group was led to the exterior of the Eastern Star Hall. The dean just called for me. Please wait here for a moment, Yue said before turning and leaving. Mentor, how could it be such a coincidence? She's clearly leaving us here on purpose, Bo Feiyang grumbled. Silence. Lu Qingcong snapped, glaring at him. Although Bo Feiyang's face was filled with frustration, he ultimately dared not retort. Lu Qingcang withdrew his gaze and turned to Sang Fanji with a mix of confusion and anger. He knew that Bo Fiang's audacity stemmed from Sang Fanzi's tacit approval. In the past, Shanghai Academy had indeed been known for its domineering attitude. Even Lu Qingcang himself had once been reprimanded by Yu Yue for his careless words. But things were different now. Shinhong Academy had Jang Yubai. This time, Shanghai Academy was here to request the lottery turntable. If they maintained their usual arrogance, they might not even secure a single turntable. Deputy Dean sang. Lu Qingcang couldn't help but remind him once more. I must emphasize this again. Lu Qingcang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unrest in his heart. That lottery will could grant legendary skill books, and might even contain divine rewards. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Sang Fanji release his fingers from the friction of the celestial compass. Dean Lu, mark my words, Sang Fanji's voice was as sharp as clashing steel. The celestial compass on his chest emitted a faint glow of causality. The prestige of Shanghai Academy has never been built on servility. 3 years ago, when Luo Qingxian chose Xingyu Academy, did Li Zhaoli spare us even a shred of respect? Hearing this, Bo Feiyang immediately straightened his back, glaring at Lu Qingcang with an air of defiance. Lu Qingcang was about to argue, but Sang Fanji's stern rebuke cut him off. No buts. Sang Fanji raised his head to gaze at the Eastern Star Palace, his eyes resolute. The lottery wheel may be important, but the integrity and dignity of our academy, the first sacred ground of humanity, are far more significant. Just as Lu Qingcang opened his mouth to respond, a voice laced with schadenfreude echoed from within the palace. Oh dear, why are you all arguing? Gong Yang Ryu leaned against the doorframe, looking at them with an amused smirk. Shall I, the Grand Marshal, mediate for you? Sang Fanji walked into the hall unhurriedly and took a seat across from Gong Yang Ryu. As Vice Dean, I've heard that Yu Yue has already promised you 5 lottery wheels. Gong Yang Ryu's pupils constricted sharply. This was the highest-level secret of the Star Mercenaries, known to only a select few. How had Sang Fanji discovered this? He instinctively glanced at the celestial compass on Sang Fanzi's chest and probed. Vice Dean Sang, who did you hear that from? He quickly shook his head in denial. That's completely untrue. Sang Fanji simply stared at him calmly, clearly unconvinced. Realizing the futility of denial, Gong Yang Ryu picked up his teacup and began sipping leisurely, though a glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the Starry Sky Sacred Hall, Sang Fanji has become increasingly dismissive of our Starry Sky Academy since advancing to high-tier divine rank. Helian Huangxing snorted angrily after hearing Yu Yue's report. Yu Yue replied coldly. In the last Ultimate Academy Championship, he relied on his breakthrough to high-tier divine rank to speak disrespectfully to you. It seems he's forgotten the lesson from last time. If Tianxia hadn't intervened, Chu Qingkong would have long been hunted down and killed by the Star Demon God in the Tongtian Tower. This so-called Dean of Shanghai Academy would have perished at the hands of the Star Demon God clan long ago. The more Helian Huangxing thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his armrest heavily. This time, he'll make sure that bald fraud learns his lesson. Without Sang Fanzi's backing, no mere junior, even one with a divine birthright, would dare show me such disrespect. In my opinion, we shouldn't give Shanghai Academy even a single lottery wheel this time, Yu Yue suggested, her expression cold and calculating. Noticing Helian Huangxing's hesitation, Yu Yue pressed on. Didn't you say the allocation of the lottery wheels would be left to Xiaobai? Once everyone is gathered, let Xiaobai decide. He can distribute them however he sees fit. A cold smile curved her lips. If their divine-born students can disrespect our Starry Sky Academy, why can't ours do the same to Shanghai Academy? Helian Huangxing frowned. If we proceed like this, Shanghai Academy might join forces with Xingyu Academy and the 7 top-tier academies to target us in this year's championship. It doesn't matter, Yu Yue replied indifferently. Yu spoke confidently. There's still some time before the competition. Once this matter is settled, he'll have Xiaobai set up the lucky spin wheel at the 5 academies of the institute. There's plenty of time. Helian Huangxing pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes as he abruptly stood up. We don't need to wait until this is over. Have Jiang set up the spin wheel right now. Right now? Yes, right now. Helian Huangxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. And not just set it up, but place it in the most prominent spot. Let Sang Fanji watch as the students draw amazing rewards. Not just our institute students, anyone coming for the spin will can participate. He sneered coldly. That fake Tu Zong dares to cause trouble at Shinhong Academy? Watch how I drive him mad. Meanwhile, Luo Ziwei and Song Shaoan entered Ziwei courtyard number 1 one after another. As soon as they stepped into the yard, they saw Jang Yubai surrounded by the 5 deans. A green glow suddenly lit up as Shan Wenrui, holding a colorful hammer, complained in frustration. Another green reward? Elite-level rewards are useless to me. The two quickly crossed the pond in the courtyard and approached the Rosewood Pavilion. Suddenly, a comically high-pitched voice rang out. Oh, Lady Luck has glanced your way. Foster father. Song Xiaohan pointed at the colorful golden egg-smashing lottery machine, astonished. What is this? This is the colorful golden egg smasher. Jang Yubai replied with a playful scolding tone. As Luo Ziwei curiously examined the machine, Song Xiaohan suddenly let out a strange cry and grabbed Jang Yubai's arm excitedly. Foster father, this is your second skill, isn't it? Before the words fully left his mouth, Shan Wenrui also exclaimed, Xiaobai, are you already at level 101? How much? Song Xiaohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Only then did the four deans realize lucky spin wheels, mystery boxes, colorful golden egg smashers. Jang Yubai had mastered 3 lottery-type skills. This wasn't something that could come from skill books. It signified that Jiang Yubai had already completed his second-class advancement, level 101, in less than 3 days after awakening. Lu Guanyu was so shocked that a few strands of his beard fell out. 3 days to level 101. It's all right, I guess, Jiang Yubai replied thoughtfully. What do you mean all right? Dongfang Yingyu gestured animatedly. Luo Qinxian took a full 14 days to reach level 101, and that was already the fastest record. Shan Wenrui threw her arms around Jiang Yubai. Xiaobai, you're incredible. Be my personal apprentice, okay? He'll let you have 2 mentors at the same time. Just as Jiang Yubai was caught between laughter and tears, Lu Guanyu's angry roar pierced the air. You old gambler, put down the hammer. In Haiji stared excitedly as the bronze balance swallowed his gold coins. He grabbed the colorful hammer and declared, too late. Watch closely, everyone. This dean is about to show you what real egg smashing looks like. In Haiji stood there, his hands steady, his back straight, and his demeanor completely transformed. His eyes gleamed with an unusual brilliance, and his entire being seemed rejuvenated. Gone was the tormented figure consumed by gambling addiction, now exuded an air of confidence and vigor, embodying the commanding presence of a starry sky Academy Warrior Institute dean. This sight ignited Lu Guanyu's fury. His finger trembled as he pointed at In Haiji, yet he was powerless to intervene. As the closest pursuer of Shan Wenrui's affections, he could do nothing. In Haiji had already paid the gold coins, and the rules were the rules. Dongfang Yingyu remained expressionless, but made a dismissive, shameless gesture. Shi Wanchuan shifted his hoe to the other shoulder, pressed a hand to his forehead, and shook his head in exasperation. Shan Wenrui muttered, old gambling addict, under her breath as she reluctantly let go of Jiang Yubai. Song Xiaohan stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. In his heart, his perception of In Haiji was once again overturned, further solidifying his resolve to join the Defense Academy. Luo Ziwei, however, looked unfazed, clearly accustomed to In Haiji's antics. Nonetheless, she found it difficult to watch directly, and instead turned her gaze to the multicolored golden egg lottery machine. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. As the gold coins were swallowed by the bronze balance, a sinister laugh suddenly echoed from the holographic screen above. Betting on luck? Or betting on life? In Haiji's bloodshot eyes sparkled with excitement as he burst into laughter. Luck or life, this gambling god is all in. Hee hee, a blurred face appeared on the holographic screen, sneering mockingly. What are you waiting for? Let's begin. Remember, greed is the best fuel for the golden eggs. With those words, the face gradually faded away. The unexpected interaction left Jiang Yubai stunned. What's the trigger condition for this? Being an old gambling addict. Interesting. I like it. In Haiji became even more exhilarated, but before he could finish his sentence, Dongfang Yingyu kicked him, causing him to stagger a few steps. Dongfang Yingyu gestured angrily. Stop rambling. Smash it already. Old gambling addict. May you hit the jackpot in one go. In Haiji steadied himself, unfazed by the kick. Closing his eyes, he struck a bizarre pose. His left hand pinched his right earlobe, while his hammer-wielding right hand pointed skyward. Then, he began spinning in place. First spin. The scene left everyone dumbstruck. Jiang Yubai let out a huh. Song Xiaohan gasped an ah. Luo Ziwei murmured and the 5 deans were so shocked they could only stare in silence. Shan Wenrui's eyes widened, her expression twitching. Old gambling addict, what are you doing? After spinning 3 full circles, In Haiji wobbled to a stop, pointing his hammer at a golden egg. He finally replied, this is a mystical technique, Destiny's choice. Seeing the bewildered looks on their faces, he declared with utmost seriousness, probability is cold, but choice is burning. You wouldn't understand. Before anyone could respond, the multicolored hammer came crashing down on the destined golden egg. With a dull thud, the egg lost its color, revealing a single golden word. Empty. Clap, clap, clap. Dongfang Yingyu clapped with an expressionless face, yet this indifferent reaction surprisingly had an unexpected effect. Shan Wenrui could no longer hold back, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I just can't stop laughing. Lu Guanyu gave In Haiji a thumbs up, a teasing glint in his eyes. Dean, impressive. That was some wild maneuvering. Shi Wanchuan silently shook his head. while Song Xiaohan looked completely baffled who knew smashing golden eggs could turn into such a mystical operation. Faced with the ridicule of the others, Haiji remained composed. He fixed his gaze on the golden egg that had regained its color, a faint smile playing on his lips. Missed again? Interesting. With that, he turned his attention to the first golden egg and decisively swung his hammer down. A dull thud followed, and the second strike also missed the mark. Shan Wenrui stopped laughing and sneered. Didn't you say being decisive leads to failure? Yet you're still so determined. Serves you right for missing again. Haiji said nothing, pulling out another 100,000 gold coins. Once the balance scale absorbed the coins, he picked up the multicolored hammer and aimed it once more at the first golden egg. Golden characters in ancient script appeared on the eggshell, but it was still empty. Surprisingly, instead of disappointment, Haiji's eyes lit up with excitement. What followed was a seamless sequence of actions. The fourth strike hit the second golden egg, empty. The fifth strike landed on the third golden egg, still empty. The sixth strike targeted the fifth golden egg, yet again empty. From the first to the sixth strike, the entire process took just 10 seconds. Jang Yubai noticed the growing excitement in Haiji's eyes. Just as he was about to continue, Lu Guanyu stopped him. Is there some kind of logic to your method? Haiji nodded, a confident grin spreading across his unkempt face. This is one of the strategies I've developed over a century of gambling, the 7 luminaries sequential method. By smashing the eggs in the order of 1 1 2 3 5 8 1 3, the winning probability for the 7th egg is over 99. Remember, golden eggs may deceive, but numbers never lie. Huh. As if smashing eggs needs such a grand theory, Shan Wenrui scoffed. Sure, Wanchuan chuckled. Only you could turn gambling into a philosophy, you old betting pro. Dongfang and you made a please proceed gesture. Enough theatrics, get on with it. Haiji swung the 7th strike, aiming once more at the first golden egg. Still empty? Could this method really work? Song Xiaohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jang Yubai chuckled softly. When it comes to lotteries, no strategy matters, luck is the only real thing. Huh. Haiji laughed even more excitedly, his eyes shining like beacons. Based on past experiences, if the first 6 attempts fail, the last one is bound to succeed. The other 4 deans exchanged uncertain glances. Sure, Wanchuan had succeeded with 1 strike. Shan Wenrui had needed 4, but Haiji was already on his 7th attempt. Stroking his sparse goatee, Lu Guanyu mused. Could it be that this next strike will actually hit? Even if it does, it's probably just a purple tire reward, Shan Wenrui said dismissively. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Haiji swung the multicolored hammer for the final strike in his 7 luminaries sequential method. And then he froze. With a muffled thud, golden characters in a calligraphic style slowly emerged in the void empty. Haiji's hand, which was gripping the multicolored hammer, trembled slightly as he stared at the result in disbelief. Suddenly, a grotesque clown face popped up on the holographic screen, letting out a piercing, mocking laugh. Ha ha ha! Clap, clap, clap. Dongfang Yingyu was the first to applaud, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Shan Wenrui followed suit, clapping as she shook her head, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery as she observed Haiji's performance. Haha, so much for a 99 success rate, Shi Wanchuan said, his face wearing an innocent smile, though his tone was dripping with sarcasm. Lu Guanyu stepped forward and patted Haiji on the shoulder. Dean, 8 swings and not a single hit. Are you aiming for the pity prize? Song Xiaohan's shoulders shook as he struggled to hold back his laughter. Even the usually stern Luo Ziwei couldn't help but crack a smile. Meanwhile, Jang Yubai stood silently, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the holographic screen as the clown face slowly faded away. Ignoring everyone's teasing, Haiji remained silent. After a moment, a mysterious smile appeared on his face as he deftly switched the hammer to his left hand. Looks like it's time to take this seriously. Such misplaced confidence. Dongfang Yingyu chuckled, shaking her head as she made an exaggerated gesture. After spending 900,000 gold coins, Haiji caught Shi Wanchuan off guard and swiftly rubbed his right hand against Shi's. The scene made Song Xiaohan gasp audibly, while Shi Wanchuan recoiled in disgust, shaking his hand as if to rid it of something. Lu Guanyu stepped back several paces, visibly unnerved. You don't tell me this is another gambling technique. Haiji calmly switched the multicolored hammer back to his right hand, unfazed by the disdainful looks around him. That's right. It's called luck transfer. Since Dean Shi hit the jackpot earlier, it's clear he's having a lucky day. In the gamblinga, probability studies world, it's well known that you can borrow luck from a lucky person. Nothing wrong with hedging my bets. That's oddly impressive, Luo Ziwei remarked in astonishment. Enough with the theories, just swing already, Lu Guanyu urged. We might have to go greet the governor and vice-governor soon. Haiji's eyes locked onto the 4th golden egg, the only one among the 7 he hadn't tried yet. Come on, give me something. He swung the hammer down. Empty. The room fell silent. Haiji said nothing. Jang Yubai said nothing. No one said a word. You missed again? Wow, this is getting intense, Shan Wenrui remarked, crossing her arms. Her tone was dripping with sarcasm. Dineen, looks like the so-called gambling god isn't living up to his name. Taking a deep breath, Haiji maintained his composure. Don't rush me. The first 3 techniques were just warm-ups. Now that I'm warmed up, it's time to show you what I can really do. Shi Wanchuan chuckled softly. Dongfang Yingyu mimicked Shan Wenrui's crossed-arm stance, adding a disdainful pout, for good measure. You guys just don't get it. Haiji sighed, shaking his head. You're not part of the probability studies world, so you can't appreciate the expertise behind those first 3 techniques. Right, right, we wouldn't understand. Lu Guanyu replied with a laugh. Please, continue your performance. As 10,000 gold coins transformed into a stream of golden light, Song Xiaohan couldn't help wiping the corner of his mouth. 1,000,000 gold coins, and he doesn't even blink. What a legend. After paying, Haiji closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and began muttering solemnly. This time, let it be empty. This time, let it be empty. This time, let it be empty. Reverse jinxing? Song Xiaohan blurted out instinctively. Haiji opened his eyes, lowered his hands, and looked at Song Xiaohan in surprise. You actually know about reverse jinxing? It seems we share a common interest, Luo Zue said with a smile. Introducing, Dineen, this is Song Xiaohan, a new student this year and a good friend of junior Jang Yubai. They came together. Jang Yubai's friend. Lu Guanyu's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Shi Wanchuan immediately began sizing up the young man, while Dongfang Yingyu quietly committed the name to memory. Haiji looked at Song Xiaohan with growing curiosity. Being simultaneously scrutinized by 5 deity-level figures, Song Xiaohan felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. He quickly bowed and greeted them. Student Song Xiaohan greets the esteemed deans. Previously, everyone's attention had been focused on Shan Wenrui's lottery draws. Now, aside from Shan Wenrui, who already knew Song Xiaohan's profession, the other 4 deans had a glimmer of interest in their eyes. They thought to themselves, even if they couldn't win over Jang Yubai, recruiting his friend Song Xiaohan would be a worthy consolation. After all, this Shinrock Shield warrior was not only skilled in defense, but also adept in combat. More importantly, if not for Song Xiaohan himself, then for his connection to Jang Yubai, who might be inclined to offer a few extra lottery spins for his close friend in the future. Jang Yubai's gaze shifted between Haiji and Shi Wanchuan. I have a feeling my adopted son will most likely choose the Warrior Academy. Old gambler, stop hesitating and hit it already. Shan Wenrui's remark drew everyone's attention back to the golden eggs. Haiji retracted his assessing gaze and struck the first golden egg with a heavy 10th blow. Still empty. He 10 strikes, all misses. Might as well go home and sell fish ponds. The clown's sharp, electronic voice carried a mocking, drawn-out tone, while a glaring 0 points sign flashed on the holographic screen. Haiji clenched his lips tightly, the lines on his face growing deeper. Dineen, stop relying on your mystical methods. Shan Wenrui shook her head and said, just put your gambling theories aside. I think Dean Shan has a point, Shi Wanchuan chimed in with a laugh. Dineen, your gambling theories don't seem to work well on this lottery machine. The phrase, doesn't work well, made Haiji's brow twitch. He forced a stiff smile and replied, what do you know? The odds of hitting on the first reverse jinx attempt are naturally low. There are still 6 more chances I'm sure I'll hit it. Lu Guanyu scoffed at this, while Dongfang Yingyu teased. Your mouth is tougher than a divine weapon, Dineen. Did you learn some kind of divine skill to enhance it? Jang Yubai remained silent, unable to interject. Haiji continued smashing golden eggs. The second attempt empty. The third still empty. The fourth another miss. His left eye began twitching uncontrollably as his repeated failures only fueled his determination. I refuse to believe this, he growled in a hoarse voice. The 5th attempt empty. The 6th attempt Haiji raised the hammer high above his head as if praying to some deity, then struck down hard still empty. One more? This time for sure. But the result remained the same empty. After 7 consecutive misses, Haiji's legs started shaking uncontrollably, as if he were operating a sewing machine. Impossible. I've dominated casinos for a century. A reverse jinx is supposed to hit at least once after 7 tries. How can this be? Watching Haiji's outburst, Song Xiaohan quietly whispered to Jang Yubai, he's really lost himself in this. Jang Yubai nodded in agreement. Absolutely and completely. Old gambler, stop saying it's impossible. Shan Wenrui lightly patted Jang Yubai on the shoulder, a smug smile tugging at the corners of her lips. This is Xiaobai's 7-colored golden egg lottery machine. Your old tricks won't work here. Lu Guanyu eagerly chimed in. That's right. Dineen, your luck is really bad today. Why don't Dean Dongfang and I give it a try? I'm sure our luck will be better than yours. By the second round, your luck might turn around. Dongfang Yingyu nodded repeatedly, gesturing with her fingers. If you can't hit the mark, don't force it. You'll only embarrass yourself. Exactly. You've already smashed 17 times in a row. It's time to take a break, Shi Wanchuan advised. But Haiji had fully succumbed to a gambler's frenzy. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the 7 golden eggs. Reverse jinxing isn't working? This gambling god has other ways. I refuse to believe I can't hit it. Again. With a low growl, 100,000 gold coins vanished into the balance. Haiji grabbed his final coin, tossed it into the air, and muttered, "True randomness is the key to breaking the pattern. Chaos is the ultimate order. Heads for the first egg, tails for the 7th. Everyone's eyes followed the coin's trajectory. When it landed back in his hand, tails up. Without hesitation, he swung his hammer at the 7th golden egg. The 7-colored glow faded, and the egg lost its luster, revealing a hollow, empty interior. Haiji clenched his fist, the coin turning to dust and slipping through his fingers. Jang Yubai could see Haiji was on the verge of completely losing control. Before Shan Wenrui or the others could intervene, Haiji had already paid more coins and made a move that made Jang Yubai's temple throw bit into his right index finger. "Can't hit it, huh?" Haiji extended his bleeding finger toward the 3rd golden egg, letting the blood drip freely. Even as it seeped through the egg and onto the ground, he seemed unfazed, growling. "Forcing me to use the blood sacrifice luck opening method, huh? Blood must be shed to summon fortune. I refuse to believe I can't hit it this time." Lu Guanyu's eyes widened as he exchanged a disbelieving glance with Shirwanchuan. This old gambler had truly lost it. After a full minute of bloodletting, Haiji grabbed the 7-colored hammer, his gaze fierce as he smashed it down. With a dull thud, a clown's face popped up on the holographic screen. "Even after bleeding yourself dry, you still can't hit it? Your luck must be cursed for generations." A mechanical voice taunted mockingly, as an animation of a Grand Chief of Bad Luck certification floated across the screen. "Give it up, loser." Jang Yubai and the others exchanged stunned looks, while Haiji suddenly let out a hysterical roar. "Give up? Never. I'm going to turn this around." A complete comeback. Before his words even finished, a golden mountain suddenly surged up behind him. Countless gold coins transformed into a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the 7-colored golden egg lottery machine. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Haiji stared intently at the colorful golden egg smashing machine, a suppressed and maniacal chuckle escaping his lips. His fingers brushed over the multicolored hammer in his hand, his eyes gleaming with the obsessive light unique to gamblers. "Method? Huh. It's nothing more than an excuse gamblers make for themselves," he said, his voice low and mocking. Slowly, he raised the vibrant hammer high above his head. "A real winner only ever believes in one thing." Suddenly, the hammer came crashing down. Fate. Bang, bang, bang. Haiji descended into a frenzied rhythm of smashing. Again and again, the sound of shattering golden eggs echoed, yet no valuable reward appeared. 10 times, 20 times still, nothing. Lu Guanyu's eyes widened. This old gambler is really going all in for the guaranteed prize, huh? That luck. Sure, Wanchuan frowned, shaking his head. How many days has it been since he last washed his hands? Shan Wenrui watched Haiji's mechanical, repetitive movements, murmuring under her breath, "Gamblers, they're truly insane." Song Shaoan and Luo Zuwei stood there, dumbfounded, while Jang Yubai, shocked as well, couldn't help but think to himself, "This so-called gambling god is having the unluckiest streak imaginable today. 7 eggs, 1 gold, and dozens of attempts all for nothing." Again, Haiji's raspy voice squeezed through clenched teeth, his lips twitching uncontrollably into a near-maniacal grin. On the 50th strike, the holographic screen suddenly displayed. Golden egg smashing machine mode. Random rewards. This round's cost, 5 million coins. Guaranteed progress, 50100. Haiji seemed oblivious to the information and continued his frenzied smashing. The guaranteed progress climbed steadily. 60,100. 73,100. It was then that Shirwanchuan noticed something and turned to bow. "Governor." Lu Guanyu quickly followed suit, realizing Helian Huangsheng had arrived, and greeted him respectfully. Helian Huangsheng waved a hand to dismiss the formalities. His curiosity piqued as he examined the lottery machine. Upon learning it was a skill Jang Yubai had unlocked after reaching level 101, he praised his exceptionally talented disciple with delight. But when his eyes landed on the information panel, showing a 0.5 probability for a divine tier reward, his gaze sharpened with astonishment. "What?" he exclaimed, then asked about Haiji's results. Upon hearing that he had won nothing so far, Helian couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. By now, Haiji was on his 99th strike. He licked his dry, cracked lips, his eyes alight with a mad glint. Well, this is just Fing perfect." Seeing this, Jang Yubai quietly resolved to use his daily guaranteed win ability to help him. The final strike. With veins bulging, Haiji raised his right hand high, letting out a hoarse roar. "Give me red, damn it." Just before the hammer came down, Jang Yubai discreetly activated the guaranteed win. Crack, crack, crack. Golden cracks spread across the surface of the egg, and an intense, blood-red glow burst forth. Jang Yubai's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared intently at the burst of crimson light. This ways it couldn't be gaudier reward. He stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Inhaiji's golden egg had turned red on its guaranteed attempt. The surface of the golden egg was instantly covered in fine golden cracks, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. Each crack glowed with a deep crimson light, as if a blood-red sun was sealed within, ready to erupt. As the first fragment of the eggshell shattered and flew off, a deafening roar followed, and a blinding crimson beam shot skyward like a volcanic eruption, tearing the golden egg into countless shimmering fragments. The beam surged with streams of crimson light, its immense energy causing the surrounding air to hum under the strain. The scene was frozen in a deathly silence as everyone was stunned by this breathtaking spectacle. Inhaiji stood rigid, his bloodshot eyes bulging as though they might pop out of their sockets. His lips quivered, but no words came out. Beside him, Lu Guanyu's beard was blown straight by the chaotic energy currents. His face flushed red as he muttered in disbelief. Damn it. Did this old gambler really hit the god-tier reward? Sure, Wanchuan's usually honest face twisted into a look of utter astonishment, his heavy step cracking the ground beneath him into a web of fractures. Shan Wenrui and Luo Zui were equally speechless, one widening her beautiful eyes, the other covering her mouth with a delicate hand. 99 failed attempts, and on the 100th guaranteed try, a god-tier reward appears. This completely shattered their understanding of probability. Song Xiaohan's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, exclaiming in amazement, Godfather, this isn't a lottery machine, this is a god-making machine. Jang Yubai silently nodded in agreement. Whether it was a prize wheel, mystery box, or the golden egg smash, weren't they all god-making machines in essence? The crimson beam, as thick as an adult's waist, pierced through the clouds, churning the heavens and triggering strange phenomena. Above, the holographic screen exploded with a thunderous crack, the mocking clown face obliterated in an instant. In its place, golden red streams of light gathered to form massive gilded characters. Congratulations, lucky emperor. God-tier reward unveiled. At the base of the beam, the completely shattered golden egg revealed a slowly rotating orb of crimson light. The orb's surface rippled with energy like liquid flames, distorting the surrounding space within a radius of 3 inches. At that moment, Helian Huangxing shot into the sky, his expression grave. He never expected the perpetually unlucky Inhaiji to score a god-tier reward on the guaranteed attempt, let alone that the reward would trigger such an extraordinary phenomenon. With energy fluctuations this intense, Gong Yang Ryu and Sang Fanji would undoubtedly have sensed if this was going to cause trouble. Suspended midair, Helian Huangsheng extended his hand, and 3 black chess pieces flew out from his chest, circling the crimson beam as they spiraled upward. 3 chess pieces shot out, growing rapidly as they soared through the air. In an instant, they transformed into 3 massive black stars, radiating dazzling brilliance as they pierced through the clouds. In the sky above, a faint, ethereal image of a chessboard emerged. At the same time, the crimson pillar of light connecting the heavens and the earth abruptly vanished. Inside the Eastern Yang Star Hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. With the Void Clan unsealed and a new battlefield opened beyond our domain, the pressure on our star mercenaries at the front lines has doubled, Gong Yang Ryu said, his sharp gaze fixed on Sang Fanji. When will the students from your academy who are enlisting this year depart? Sang Fanji closed his eyes, his fingers continuously rubbing the celestial compass in his hand. His voice was steady as he replied, They will depart when the time comes. Nearby, Lu Qingcong keenly caught the underlying meaning. General Gong Yang, are you suggesting that the graduating students from the Human Academy heading to the outer battlefield should leave earlier than planned? Gong Yang Ryu placed one foot on a chair, his expression grim as he nodded. The Star Demon Clan and the Void Monsters appear to be forming an alliance. The 2 battlefields are not far apart, and we cannot afford to be unprepared. Are you saying these young ones will be directly thrown into the war? Sang Fanji half opened his eyes, staring directly at Gong Yang Ryu. The outer battlefield is the first line of defense for our human territory, and the most critical one. It cannot. Gong Yang Ryu's words were abruptly cut off as he turned sharply to look outside the hall. Not far beyond the hall, a crimson pillar of light suddenly connected the heavens and the earth. Sang Fanji's eyes widened, and Lu Qingcong stood up in astonishment. Such intense energy fluctuations that must be. Gong Yang Ryu's figure flashed as he rushed outside, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the blood-red pillar of light, his gaze sharp and calculating. Sang Fanji and Lu Qingcong followed closely behind. A young man dressed in a silver robe, with a golden divine mark on his forehead, also stepped out of the hall, gazing into the distance at the strange phenomenon. Meanwhile, at the teleportation square, it's coming from the direction of Ziwei Courtyard 1. Yu exclaimed, her expression shifting as she stared at the crimson pillar of light in the distance. Crimson. that signifies a divine level reward. At that moment, a figure emerged from the teleportation portal. It was a tall, middle-aged man clad in a black and gold battle robe, with a five-clawed golden dragon embroidered on his chest. Every movement he made exuded an aura of commanding authority and concealed divine-level energy. The stern-faced man, Fu Jiuxuan, glanced up at the crimson pillar of light, raising an eyebrow as he thought to himself. To think Helian Huangxing, the celestial strategist, would deploy the starry sky veil. What exactly does that crimson light signify? You noticed the intensity in Fu Jiuxuan's gaze, her expression betraying a fleeting trace of unease. President Fu. Vice Dean Yu. Where is Dean Helian? Fu Jiuxuan withdrew his gaze, his cold demeanor softening slightly with a faint smile. The dean is occupied and asked me to wait here, Yu explained. President Fu, please follow me to the Eastern Yangstar Hall. General Gong Yang and Vice Dean Sang are already there. Oh, Fu Jiuxuan nodded. They got here rather quickly. He cast one last glance in the direction where the crimson light had disappeared, then strode forward to follow. Helian Huangxing descended slowly from the sky and walked toward the dazzling rainbow-colored prize egg machine. Through the machine's refracted brilliance, he fixed his gaze on the slowly rotating crimson orb, his pupils contracting with an expression of undeniable shock. He glanced sideways at Enhaiji, still struggling to believe what he had just witnessed had the famously unlucky Dean, known for losing 9 out of 10 bets, really hit the jackpot with a mere 0.5 chance? As the extraordinary phenomenon gradually dissipated, the crowd's eyes remained locked on the crimson orb, as if the air itself had frozen. Suddenly, a burst of hysterical laughter shattered the silence. It's real? Ha ha ha! Enhaiji's entire body trembled violently, his bloodshot eyes blazing with unrestrained fervor. I actually hit the god-tier reward. He whipped around, pointing a trembling finger at the onlookers, his voice hoarse and cracking with excitement. Did you see that? What did I tell you? Fate. This is fate. A guaranteed red drop. A god-tier reward. This is what a comeback looks like. Ecstasy, relief, and a twisted sense of obsession contorted his face. The frustration of 99 failures erupted all at once, transforming into warped delight. He roughly wiped the sweat and tears off his face, his voice rasping. I only need to win once. Just then, a familiar maniacal laugh echoed. On the screen, the distorted face of a clown appeared, pressing unervingly close, its stark white teeth gleaming against its blood-red eyes. Congratulations, loser, it drawled mockingly. 99 swings at nothing, and the last one gets a god-tier prize? Fireworks of ridicule exploded around the clown as it abruptly lowered its voice. But that's not the limit. Random mode only bets gold coins. Combo mode. That bets lives. Every Saturday and Sunday at noon, combo mode opens for a limited time. The clown cackled wildly. Are you ready to stake your life? Before the words had fully settled, Enhaiji's head snapped up, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with unhinged determination. Bet my life? Fine. This gambling god will take you on. Nearby, Lu Guanyu looked utterly bewildered. Instinctively, he reached up to stroke his beard, only to find himself clutching a handful of hair. Looking down, he saw that his once thick goatee had become patchy. His lips quivered. Had managed to pluck his own beard bald just by watching someone smash prize eggs, and he hadn't even touched the hammer. Meanwhile, Shirwanshuan seemed deep in thought. If you can hit a god-tier reward in random mode just using coins, then in combo mode, betting lives, the odds of a red drop must be even higher. Jang Yubai's appearance set his heart ablaze with excitement. This human-shaped god-making machine never failed to bring surprises. Stop wailing like a ghost, and check the reward already. Helian Huangxing's sharp command immediately snapped Enhaiji out of his gambling days, restoring him to his dignified role as the dean of the academy. Enhaiji reached out to touch the crimson orb of light, and everyone around instinctively held their breath. The instant his fingertip made contact, the orb shattered with a resounding burst, and the system notification rang out. Congratulations! You have obtained the auxiliary low-tier divine skill Shadow of 1,000 Faces. At the same moment, another notification appeared before Jang Yubai. Passive skill, House Always Wins, activated, granting you the auxiliary mid-tier divine skill, 1,000 Forms of Illusion. A divine skill. Jang Yubai's eyes lit up with excitement, unable to hide his delight. For him, equipment, weapons, and pets were never an issue. What he lacked most were divine-level skills. He had already learned that divine skills, like divine-level professions, were divided into 4 tiers: low, mid, high, and perfect. However, he was slightly puzzled as to why the 100-fold reward only upgraded the skill by 1 tier, while his divine pet didn't level up. That mystery, however, could wait for future exploration. Eagerly, he immediately learned the divine skill from the skill book in his inventory. With a flash of white light, the skill book vanished, and new skill details appeared on his profession panel. 1,000 Forms of Illusion active skill, level 101. Allows free adjustment of height, physique, appearance, racial traits, and even simulation of non-human entities. Perfectly replicates fingerprints, irises, energy fluctuations, and other intricate details. Deceives all detection skills below super divine level, including prophecy, divination, eye of truth, and fate-based abilities. Added effect, faces of the multitude. Stores up to 9 complete identity templates for instant switching. Seamless mimicry. Temporarily simulates another skill effects for 9 seconds. Intimidation, use only, no actual damage. Energy consumption, 50 points per second in normal state, 100 points per second in combat state. Full functionality unlocked at level 300. A disguise-type divine skill. Jang Yubai was overjoyed once again. This was exactly the kind of ability he had been dreaming of. Though it was auxiliary and lacked offensive power, it was an absolute godsend for him. On the other hand, Haiji's expression fell. An auxiliary divine skill? Ha ha ha, that's great. Lu Guanyu laughed heartily from the back. Din, this guaranteed reward is perfect. His earlier disappointment vanished, and he beamed as he said, Din, since you're a fallen marauder and can't use an auxiliary divine skill, why not sell it to me? Name your price gold coins or other items, you choose. Sure Wanchuan, Dongfang Yingyu, and Shan Wenrui exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy as they fixed their gaze on Lu Guanyu. Not for trade. Haiji refused resolutely, his face full of frustration as he grabbed his multicolored hammer, ready to smash another golden egg. You old gambler. Shan Wenrui shouted sternly. Put that hammer down right now. Sure Wanchuan, Haiji, stop it. Lu Guanyu, no cheating, it's my turn. Several urgent shouts echoed in the air. Dongfang Yingyu's gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, she kicked Haiji aside. The crowd's eyes gleamed with greed as they stared at the divine-level reward Haiji had just won, their expressions frenzied like seasoned gamblers. If even an old gambler could guarantee a top-tier prize, why couldn't they? Enough! Helian Huangxing's stern voice instantly silenced the restless crowd. He scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. The deputy governor is currently hosting President Fu of the Career Transition Guild Alliance. He then turned to 2 individuals. Dean Liu, Dean Shi, head to the teleportation plaza. Vice Dean Li from Xingyu Academy and Director Bai from the Cosmic Bank are about to arrive. Shi Wanchuan responded immediately. Although Lu Guanyu's longing to smash the golden egg was almost unbearable, he understood the importance of prioritization and nodded in agreement. The 2 quickly left the courtyard. Helian Huangxing then turned to Shan Wenrui and Dongfang Yingyu. Dean Shan, Dean Dongfang, take Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu to the Donyang Star Palace and have them kneel outside the hall. The 2 deans exchanged a glance and promptly accepted the order before leaving with the 2 individuals. Finally, his gaze landed on Haiji. Representatives from the 7 top-tier Academy Starfall, Starshine, Star Eclipse, Star Abyss, Star Nexus, Stardust, and Star River will arrive shortly. Get ready and lead them to the Moonview Hall. The 7 great academies? Haiji froze for a moment. Why are they coming? Naturally, for the prize wheel. Helian Huangxing's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. Someone must have deliberately leaked the news. Now go. Understood. Haiji smiled at Jang Yubai before turning and leaving. The scene quieted, leaving only Jang Yubai, Helian Huangxing, Song Xiaohan, and Luo Ziwei. Song Xiaohan appeared visibly uneasy in front of this high-ranking divine-level professional, while Luo Ziwei maintained her composure, offering a graceful bow and greeting. Just as Jang Yubai was about to speak, Helian Huangxing dropped his stern demeanor and strode toward the golden egg machine. He eagerly pulled out 100,000 gold coins from his bag, gripping the multicolored hammer tightly. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Ziwei's beautiful eyes before she smiled faintly. Song Xiaohan widened his eyes, staring intently at the machine capable of producing divine-level skill books. After all, this was his godfather's prized machine. Helian Huangxing raised the hammer and smashed it decisively into the 3rd golden egg. The egg shell cracked instantly, radiating streaks of yellow light. Luo Ziwei and Song Xiaohan were stunned, and even Jang Yubai was caught off guard. The 3 exchanged a silent moment of sympathy for Haiji. Even Helian Huangxing hadn't expected to win on his first try. The system notification sounded. Congratulations. You have won an epic-level Secret Realm Illusionary Desert Pass 1. Looking at the pass in his bag, a delighted smile lit up his handsome face as he burst into laughter. At the same time, a violet mask-shaped pass appeared in Jang Yubai's bag, accompanied by another system message. You have obtained a legendary-level Secret Realm Immortal Realm Pass 1. Helian Huangxing glanced at Jang Yubai. The earlier joy from Haiji's divine-level skill book, now fully unleashed, was entirely convinced that this prize will could indeed yield divine-level rewards. Helian Huangxing burst into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with uncontrollable joy. Haha! The goal pursued by every head of the academy, the dream of generations of student Stowe, make the starry sky the ultimate sacred ground for humanity. It is finally going to be realized during my tenure. His laughter echoed through the grand hall, and Luo Ziwei, watching the scene, felt her eyes well up. As the laughter gradually subsided, Helian Huangxing's gaze shifted to Jang Yubai, who was taking an item out of his backpack. This is a gift from one of the two commanders of the Starry Sky mercenaries, Commander Gong Yang, a void creature of the commander level. Its strength comparable to a low-tier god-level human warrior. Helian explained as he tossed a bundle of transparent fishing lines to Jang Yubai. Jang Yubai caught it and examined it closely. Within the layers of fishing lines lay a small, purple creature curled up quietly. Its body was grotesquely twisted, and its dozen or so eyes were tightly shut, as if in a deep slumber. A commander-level void creature. Luo Ziwei exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan's faces, she quickly explained, when you kill a commander-level void creature for the first time, the slayer receives a void beacon. Activating it opens a portal to the outer battlefield. Its value is equal to that of a mid-tier artifact. A mid-tier artifact? Song Xiaohan's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Yubai, too, showed a hint of surprise as he scrutinized the miniature creature in his hand. The world truly is full of wonders, he remarked. Helian Huangxing set down the multicolored hammer in his hand and smiled warmly. Commander Gong Yang probably assumed you would, like other academy students, head to the outer battlefield for training and thus sent this gift. He shook his head. But why would you go to the outer battlefield? Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't allow it. Junior Zhang has no combat skills whatsoever. He definitely shouldn't go to the outer battlefield, Luo Ziwei agreed. Song Xiaohan nodded repeatedly. Father, you mustn't stand in harm's way. Jiang Yubai remained silent, simply putting the bundle of fishing lines into his backpack. Helian Huangxing noticed this and offered a reminder. Although this void creature has been sealed by Commander Gong Yang, it would take at least a legendary level skill to kill it. The implication was clear. Even if the creature were defenseless, Jiang Yubai wouldn't be able to defeat it. Jiang Yubai smiled faintly. This thing is as valuable as a mid-tier artifact. I'll hold on to it for now. Seeing this, Helian Huangxing said no more and instead changed the subject. Jiang, come with me. Where to? The prize wheel. Jiang Yubai immediately nodded. He was well aware that to utilize the 1,000 Faces of Illusion, he needed to reach level 300 or the 4th transformation realm. It was indeed time to focus on leveling up. While he could avoid going to the outer battlefield, he couldn't stay in the Starry Sky Academy forever. Once his strength was sufficient, he would inevitably venture out to explore the vast world. Oh right. Helian Huangxing suddenly remembered something and turned to Luo Ziwei. Contact Murong Xuanxuan and have her urgently gather the Starry Sky Dance Troupe. Tell them to wait outside the Eastern Star Palace. The Starry Sky Dance Troupe? Jiang Yubai looked confused, while Song Xiaohan seemed to realize something, her expression turning to shock. Luo Ziwei's almond-shaped eyes filled with doubt. Headmaster, why are you summoning the Starry Sky Dance Troupe? Helian Huangxing spread his arms wide, then clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of grandeur. I'm planning to hold a press conference that will make the other 2 academies and the 3 official factions envious, jealous, and resentful. A press conference? Song Xiaohan and Luo Ziwei asked in unison. Exactly. Helian Huangxing strode over to Jiang Yubai, beaming as he placed a hand on his shoulder and declared loudly. A prizewell press conference. Before the words had fully settled, Helian Huangxing and Jiang Yubai vanished without a trace. Luo Ziwei stood still, her gaze shifting back and forth between the direction where Jiang Yubai and Helian Huangxing had disappeared and the flashing 7-colored golden egg-smashing lottery machine. Although the machine's dazzling lights were tempting, the task assigned by the mansion master was far more important. She turned and began walking toward the courtyard gate, but a voice stopped her. Senior Ziwei. Song Xiaohan quickly caught up to her, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Does our Shinkong Academy really have girl group performances? How much does it cost to invite them for a show? Shinkong Dance Troupe is a guild, Luo Ziwei corrected him. A guild, huh? Song Xiaohan scratched the back of his head awkwardly, letting out a dry laugh. I thought it was a girl group. They do perform as well, and the starting price for a show is 1 million gold coins, Luo Ziwei stated, causing Song Xiaohan's eyes to widen. 1 million gold coins. And that's without Xuanxuan performing, Luo Ziwei added with a slight smile. If Xuanxuan takes the stage for a single dance, the cost is at least 5 million gold coins. 5 million? Song Xiaohan was incredulous. What kind of dance is worth that much? Expensive. Luo Ziwei chuckled softly. Murong Xuanxuan, the Star Dance Maiden, is the second of the 3 wonders of Shinkong. Once you see her perform the Celestial Orbit Waltz, you'll understand if it's worth it. As Luo Ziwei walked away, Song Xiaohan stood in thought. 5 million was indeed a steep price, but once his foster father's guild was established, he could consider inviting other members of the troupe for a performance. Thinking about his plan to create a guild for Jang Yubai, he had even come up with a name for it. His gaze fell on the 7-colored golden egg-smashing lottery machine, and a fiery excitement lit up in his eyes. He strode forward and grabbed the colorful hammer. The holographic screen lit up immediately. 7 eggs hang by fate. One strike determines destiny. Come on, give it a try. However, when he reached the payment screen, he hesitated and reluctantly put the hammer down. 10,000 gold coins per attempt? That's too expensive. My father only gave me 100,000. If I don't win anything, it'll be a huge loss. He shook his head. Even the headmaster had to smash 100 times to win. My father always says never to make a losing deal. The prize will is a better deal. Just then, an urgent call came from outside the courtyard. Senior Luo, please wait. Ing Yaozong and Shi Yufan hurriedly caught up to Luo Ziwei, who was about to leave. In the distance, the silhouettes of dozens of figures flickered faintly. You two are still here? Luo Ziwei glanced at them, noticing their uncertain expressions. It was clear they had witnessed the earlier crimson anomaly that shot into the sky and the subsequent departure of the 5 headmasters. Senior Luo, Shi Yufan started to speak, but Luo Ziwei cut him off. Don't ask. I won't say a word. Leaving those words behind, she turned and walked away. The 2 guild leaders exchanged uncertain glances. Just then, the courtyard gate opened again, and seeing Tsang Xiaohan step out, their eyes lit up. They hurried forward to greet him. Junior Tsang. Where are you headed, Junior? Their faces were adorned with eager smiles. Having already learned their identities from Luo Ziwei, Tsang Xiaohan's eyes also gleamed slightly as he looked at the 2 prominent guild leaders. He broke into a wide smile, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Gentlemen, or rather, presidents, I should say. I'd like to propose a business deal. Shi Yufan and Ing Yaozong exchanged a glance, confusion evident in their eyes. What kind of deal? Ing Yaozong asked. Tsang Xiaohan's grin took on a sly, calculating air as he spoke lightly. If the 2 of you are willing to disband your guilds, I can guarantee that you'll become the first core members of the guild my godfather is establishing. This bold proposal had been reviewed and approved by Jang Yubai, giving him the confidence to bring it up. Shi Yufan and Ing Yaozong were momentarily stunned before their expressions darkened. Ing Yaozong frowned, his tone icy. Junior Tsang, that's quite the joke, but it's not very funny. I have no intention of disbanding Golden Left Hand before I graduate. Shi Yufan remained silent, his face cold and impassive. Don't be so hasty to decide, Tsang Xiaohan said, still smiling. If the deal doesn't go through, no hard feelings. How about this? I'll give you both a day to think it over. Come find me when you've made up your minds, all right? No need to consider, Shi Yufan replied curtly, his expression frosty as he turned and walked away. Ing Yaozong stared intently at Tsang Xiaohan for a full 5 seconds before silently following in Shi Yufan's footsteps. Gentlemen, Tsang Xiaohan called out loudly. This is a one-time opportunity. My godfather doesn't offer second chances. Don't let it slip away. Shi Yufan snorted coldly and quickened his pace. Ing Yaozong paused to think for a moment before hurrying to catch up with him. President Shi, why does that kid act like he has us cornered? He muttered, unsettled by the confident smirk that lingered on Tsang Xiaohan's face. Shi Yufan said darkly. I want to disband the guild. Let's see what his so-called godfather can do about it. Ing Yaozong nodded slowly. You're right. The academy wouldn't force us to disband a guild despite his words, an inexplicable unease gnawed at him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. The layout of Starry Sky Academy was a masterpiece of design. 5 colleges were positioned at each corner of a pentagon, and from above, the entire campus formed a perfect pentagonal shape. Inside this structure, 8 courtyards Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaowang, and Ziwei came together to create an octagon. When Luo Ziwei arrived at the Tianxian courtyard, she could hear bursts of laughter and chatter from within. She knocked lightly on the gate. Who is it? A melodious voice, as clear as a songbird's, called out. Coming, coming. The gate swung open to reveal a girl in a yellow floral dress, with her hair styled in 2 buns. She gasped in delight. Senior Ziwei. Turning back toward the courtyard, she shouted, Senior Sunner, Senior Ziwei is back. In an instant, a group of beautiful young women swarmed toward her. Senior Ziwei, are you here to cook for Senior Sunna? Senior Ziwei, how was Blue Star? Their cheerful chatter overlapped, filling the air. Luo Ziwei's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with amusement as she took in the lively scene around her. Suddenly, a cool, lazy voice rang out from within the courtyard. All you ever think about is Ziwei's cooking. If you put half that enthusiasm into your dance practice, your moves would have been flawless by now. The girls immediately fell silent, parting to clear a path. In the courtyard, a tall, graceful figure approached. Murong Xuanxuan's long silver-purple hair danced lightly in the breeze, the starlight scattered among her strands shimmering with each step she took. She was dressed in the Wings of the Starry River dance gown, her flawless, porcelain-like skin accentuating her stunning beauty. Her deep, mesmerizing starry blue eyes, coupled with the faintly visible silver star patterns at the corners and the star imprint on her forehead, added an air of mystery to her presence. So, you finally decided to come back? Murong Xuanxuan leaned against the doorway, humming lightly. I thought the handsome guys on Blue Star had stolen your soul, and you'd forgotten the way to the Academy's Star Trail. Luo Ziwei retrieved a food container from her backpack, the sweet aroma of crystal-glazed pastries wafting through the air. A new creation meteorite amber candy. If a certain someone doesn't want it, I'll just share it with. Before she could finish, Morong Xuan had already appeared in front of her, the tassels of her dress tracing a dazzling arc in the air. At least you remembered. Morong Xuan pressed a hand on the food container and smiled sweetly. I'll let you off this time. Noticing the longing gazes of the surrounding girls, she took a piece of the meteorite amber candy and popped it into her mouth, then handed the container to a girl in a yellow floral dress. Huangshi, go ahead and share it. Thank you, Sister Suner. Thank you, Sister Ziwei. Huangshi accepted it joyfully and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Luo Ziwei's expression turned serious. The headmaster has issued an order. Gather the members of the Starry Sky Dance Troupe and wait outside the Dongyang Star Palace. The headmaster's order? Morong Xuan's starry eyes flickered with surprise. Who are we performing for? An odd look crossed Luo Ziwei's face as she recalled a spinning lottery wheel. I'm not sure. Just get going. Can we at least finish the meteorite amber candy first? Huangshi asked timidly. Eat, eat, eat hats, all you think about. Morong Xuan, still chewing her candy, tucked the container into her backpack. If this performance doesn't meet my standards, don't even think about getting more of Ziwei's treats in the future. What? No, Sister Suner. Without Sister Ziwei's snacks, how will we survive? The girls immediately wore expressions of despair. Inside the Dongyang Star Palace, an eerie silence prevailed. Gong Yang Ryu, Sang Fanji, and Lu Qingtsong were deep in thought, contemplating the crimson light beam that had just vanished. At that moment, Shan Wenrui and Dongfang Yingyu arrived, each escorting Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. Old man, you two kneel down and behave. With a wave of her hand, Shan Wenrui made the two of them drop to their knees outside the palace doors. Sang Fanji's eyes flickered with suspicion, while Bo Feiyang looked on with curiosity. Gong Yang Ryu hesitated for a moment, lost in thought, while Lu Qingtsong simply shook his head lightly. Dean Shan, am I mistaken? Gong Yang Ryu gestured toward one of the men. This one should be Zhu Yao, the counselor, correct? Zhu Yao, head bowed and eyes closed, involuntarily twitched at the sound of Gong Yang Ryu's voice. That's correct. It's him, Shan Wenrui confirmed. Deans, Sang Fanji spoke evenly. Counselor Zhu is, after all, the 11th counselor of the Guild Alliance. Handling him this way might be inappropriate, don't you think? This is the Dean's decision, Shan Wenrui said coldly, her sharp gaze sweeping over Sang Fanji. There's nothing inappropriate about it. A flicker of unease flashed in Sang Fanji's eyes as he replied gravely. If we calculate the time, President Fu Jiuxuan should be arriving soon. Doesn't Dean Hellion worry about angering the president of the alliance? Let him be angry. This is the Starry Sky Academy, not the headquarters of the Job Change Guild Alliance, Shan Wenrui said with a hint of smugness, her lips curling slightly. This is what happens when you upset Little Bai. Dongfang Yingyu kicked Zhu Yao and gestured theatrically in agreement. That's what you get for offending Little Bai. As Sang Fanji stroked the Tianji compass, his fingers froze mid-motion. His piercing gaze locked on Shan Wenrui. Dean Shan, are you referring to Jang Yubai? Bo Feiyang couldn't help but ask. Shan Wenrui shot him a frosty glance. And who are you to speak out of turn? Show some respect. Bo Feiyang's face darkened instantly, his expression as grim as ink. Meanwhile, Sang Fanji resumed tracing the Tianji compass, lost in thought. Let's head back quickly, and Dongfang Yingyu began to gesture again, only for Shan Wenrui to grab her wrist and give her a sharp glare. Dongfang Yingyu immediately caught on and lowered her hands. Gong Yang Ryu observed the scene, tugging his cloak tighter as a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Shan Wenrui and Dongfang Yingyu hastily took their leave, prompting Gong Yang Ryu to speculate silently. In such a rush, could it be for a raffle? Lu Qingtsong, seeming to have guessed something as well, shifted slightly as he watched the two women depart. Before long, two figures descended outside the Eastern Sunstar Hall. Yu noticed Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu kneeling outside the hall, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes before she turned to look at Fu Jiuxuan beside her. With his hands clasped behind his back, Fu Jiuxuan appeared to ignore Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu entirely, striding directly into the hall. Yu's eyes reflected her astonishment as she quickly followed. Gong Yang Ryu was the first to rise and greet him. President Fu, it's been a while. Zhu Yao suddenly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of a pair of black and gold battle boots. A flicker of excitement flashed in his gaze, only to be quickly replaced by calm as he closed his eyes once more. Commander Gong Yang, Fu Jiuxuan replied with a respectful nod. Hearing the president's voice, Yuan Taiyu could no longer contain himself. He raised his voice in desperation. President, I am Yuan Taiyu. Please save Zhu Yao, Congressman Zhu, and me. President, the Starry Sky Academy has gone too far, forcing us to kneel here. This is not only an insult to us, but also an affront to the Job Change Guild Alliance. President, you must stand up for us, for me and Congressman Zhu. Please, President. Zhu Yao's heart skipped a beat as he abruptly opened his eyes to glare at Yuan Taiyu, his gaze filled with murderous intent. As someone who knew Fu Jiuxuan's temperament well, he understood clearly if Fu Jiuxuan truly intended to intervene on their behalf, he wouldn't have ignored them. Speaking out like this was courting disaster. Idiot. Idiot. What a damned fool. Zhu Yao cursed Yuan Taiyu bitterly in his heart, his face turning ashen. Silence. The cold, commanding voice echoed through the air. Yuan Taiyu immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, a severed portion of his tongue tumbling out amid the crimson spray. Ah! His agonized screams reverberated outside the Eastern Sunstar Hall, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the front of his robes a vivid red. His eyes bulged, veins on his forehead pulsing grotesquely as he emitted choking, guttural sounds. Bo Feiyang's eyelids twitched as his gaze shifted to Fu Jiuxuan, who sat beside Gong Yang Ryu with an expression as calm as still water. Gong Yang Ryu showed no surprise. Instead, he seemed to relish Yuan Taiyu's pained expression. Blood trickled down the corner of Yuan Taiyu's mouth, and his severed tongue twitched on the ground. Zhu Yao knelt nearby, his face pale as a sheet, a trace of barely concealed fear flickering in his eyes as he silently thanked Fu Jiuxuan for sparing him. Yue frowned as she looked at Fu Jiuxuan, clearly understanding that this was his way of expressing dissatisfaction with the way the Xingkong Academy handled Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. With a slight wave of her hand, the blood and severed tongue on the ground vanished instantly, and she sealed Yuan Taiyu's screams with starlight. Elsewhere, Lu Guanyu was thoughtfully stroking his sparse beard as he gazed at the teleportation portal. Knowing there's bad blood with the vice principal, Xingyu still sent Li Zhaoli here. What could Principal Li Yuan be thinking? Isn't he worried about upsetting the vice principal and losing out on even a single raffle spin? Sure, Wan Chuan, carrying a hoe, replied. Li Zhaoli's arrival was to be expected. The flower priestess never misses an opportunity to clash with the vice principal. This time might be different. Lu Guanyu shook his head. She might even be here to apologize. Before he could finish, four figures emerged from the teleportation portal. Li Zhaoli, dressed in a robe adorned with intricate floral patterns, walked side by side with a man in a pure white suit. Behind them trailed Xing Qinkong and a young man. Lu Guanyu and Shi Wanchuan immediately stepped forward to greet them. Li Zhaoli's vivid red lips stood out against her icy, pale complexion, making her cold demeanor even more striking. Where's Yue? Why hasn't she come to greet her vice principal? President Fu Jiuxuan has just arrived, and the vice principal is currently entertaining him, Lu Guanyu began, only to be interrupted by Li Zhaoli. Can't you handle the reception yourselves? Bai Jin lightly brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve and interjected. It doesn't matter who welcomes her. Li Zhaoli snorted coldly. Since Director Bai has spoken, I won't make things difficult for you. Lead the way. The group ascended into the air, with the dignified young man, Wang Tung, following suit. As they flew, he curiously took in the scenery of Xingkong Academy. A message reached him. Wang Tung, find an opportunity to add Jang Yubai as a friend. Your master's identity makes direct contact inconvenient. Don't worry, master. Leave it to me. Wang Tung quickly replied. Meanwhile, Jang Yubai was following Helian Huangxing toward the Academy of Support and Lifestyle. Students they passed greeted them with respect. It's the principal. Principal. They curiously eyed the unfamiliar young man accompanying him. Have you decided which academy you'd like to join? Helian Huangxing asked with a smile. Your unique skill set would typically place you here. Jang Yubai was silent for a moment. Principal, is it possible for me not to join any academy? Xingkong Academy has no precedent for that. Helian Huangxing replied with a smile, shaking his head. Can't you make an exception for me? Jang Yubai thought to himself. Of course, exceptions can be made. Helian Huangxing unexpectedly responded. Helian Huangxing's lips curled into a knowing smile as he said, if you don't join the academy, the 5 deans might lose sleep over it. They'll probably keep coming after you, trying to recruit you, leaving you no peace. Jiang Yubai nodded silently, his mind conjuring an image of the 5 deans arguing heatedly in the Ziwei first courtyard. If he delayed his decision any longer, they might very well camp outside his house. Especially Shan Wenrui, that eccentric woman who could show up with a bedroll and make herself at home. Without hesitation, she was absolutely capable of pulling such a stunt. How about this? Helian Huangxing stopped and proposed. Join all the academies. Huh. Jiang Yubai was stunned. Helian Huangxing shook his head with a resigned expression. Since the moment you stepped into the Starry Sky Academy, those 5 haven't stopped bombarding me with messages. It's put me in quite a tough spot. As he spoke, he resumed walking forward. There are quite a few benefits to becoming a student of all 5 academies. Think it over. Jiang Yubai pondered briefly. To him, it didn't really matter which academy he chose, wasn't expecting to learn much anyway. Coming to the Starry Sky Academy was merely a move to find some backing. Let's go with your suggestion, Dean. He'll join all 5 academies, he decided quickly. A relieved smile spread across Helian Huangxing's handsome face. Settled then. He'll inform them right away. Jiang Yubai immediately shared his decision with his mentor, Yu, who responded quickly, I support all your decisions. Such an understanding mentor. Jang Yubai thought to himself with a sigh of admiration. That Shan Wenrui girl still dares to throw tantrums at me. Helian Huangxing shook his head. Spoiled by the entire world since she was little. Jiang Yubai's curiosity was piqued. Dean, does Dean Shan have some connection to Liang? Liang Tianxia is Dean Shan's uncle. Oh, no wonder she acts so casually with everyone. Jiang Yubai blurted. Shoo. Helian Huangxing quickly made a gesture for silence and lowered his voice. Remember, never speak ill of Dean Shan behind her back. That's an unwritten rule in our academy. Seeing Jiang Yubai's confusion, he explained, Liang Tianxia can hear everything. Jiang Yubai immediately shut his mouth. No wonder Shan Wenrui could act so boldly against anyone and anything. She had such a powerful backer. Don't be too nervous. Helian Huangxing patted his shoulder reassuringly. Liang Tianxiao is quite fond of you. Just as Jiang Yubai was about to respond, a sudden glow of leveling up light enveloped him. A level 102 experience notification was nothing out of the ordinary, so he paid it little attention. But then, the system prompt sounded. Liang Tianxia struck a golden egg and obtained an epic tier mage skill book, Spear of Radiance. Passive effect, House always wins triggered. You have obtained a legendary tier mage skill book, Lance of Heaven. Huh. Jiang Yubai froze in astonishment. Liang Tianxiao was smashing golden eggs. The moment the news broke, Jiang Yubai couldn't hide his astonishment and hurriedly reported this unexpected discovery to Helian Huangxing. What was even more shocking was that Liang Tianxiao had actually smashed out an epic-level skill book. At that moment, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems the title of Luckless Gambler can only be reserved for Yin Haiji, that old gambling addict. Helian Huangxing was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then burst into a hearty laugh that echoed in the air, drawing curious glances from the nearby students. Watching the headmaster's exaggerated reaction, Jiang Yubai frowned slightly, thinking to himself, it's just smashing a golden egg. What's so funny about that? After his laughter subsided, Helian Huangxing explained to the confused Jiang Yubai, your senior, Liang Tianxia, has always loved getting things for free. As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle again. The representatives of the 7 elite academies have arrived, Helian Huangxing said with a stretch, his tone carrying a hint of laziness and anticipation. Once the prize wheels are set up, the real show will begin. It's been a long time since I've looked forward to something this much. Soon, the two of them set up 20 prize wheels in the center of the Auxiliary and Life Academy's plaza. After they left, the mysterious machines quickly drew the attention of the surrounding students, who gathered around excitedly. Cries of surprise erupted as they examined the information panels on the prize wheels. Meanwhile, a stranger and more extraordinary scene was unfolding within Ziwei Courtyard No. 1. Standing beside a dazzling multicolored egg-smashing machine, Song Xiaohan fixed his gaze on the extraordinary man before him. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in a simple white robe, with features as cold and flawless as jade. His sword-like eyebrows angled sharply towards his temples. But the most striking feature was his heterochromatic eyes. His left eye was silver-white like the moon, and his right eye was gold-red like the sun, as if they contained the entire starry sky. At his waist hung a bronze sword without a sheath, its blade engraved with the words, Liang Tian. The moment he saw the sword, Song Xiaohan's pupils constricted, and waves of shock and excitement surged in his heart. He suppressed his emotions, barely daring to breathe. Liang Tianxia, holding a colorful hammer, frowned slightly. It cost 100,000 gold coins per swing. He swung the hammer at a golden egg, but the hammer passed straight through without any reaction. Liang Tianxia murmured softly, interesting. With that, he drew the bronze sword from his waist. As his fingers lightly brushed the blade, it suddenly emitted a radiant glow, blending the light of the sun and moon. Song Xiaoan noticed his robes fluttering despite the absence of wind. No, more accurately, the entire space within Ziwei Courtyard No. 1 was detaching from reality itself. Liang Tianxia traced a semicircle in the air with the sword's tip, leaving a crystalline barrier in its wake. Within this realm, my will is law, he declared, his voice resonating like a tolling bell. Witnessing this, Song Xiaohan was dumbfounded. This display went far beyond anything he could comprehend. Liang Tianxia, seemingly satisfied, weighed the colorful hammer in his hand and swung it at the golden egg once more. Yet again, the hammer passed through without effect. Observing the faintly puzzled look on Liang Tianxia's face, Song Xiaohan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. At this point, he was absolutely certain of the man's true identity. The strongest human of the current era, a perfect divine-level being. Yet, even with mastery over the laws of the universe, he couldn't alter the rules of a mere lottery machine. Liang Tianxia stood in front of the golden egg, his brows furrowed deeply. A flicker of doubt shone in his Sun Moon pupils. He had swung his hammer at the golden egg twice, but it hadn't made the slightest sound. The rules have been changed, so why isn't it working? He muttered under his breath, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. As someone capable of shaking the heavens themselves, was he really being thwarted by a lottery machine? Song Xiaohan watched nervously from the side, fearing that this formidable senior might lose his temper and smash the machine into pieces. But Liang Tianxiao simply stared at the golden egg in silence before suddenly turning to him. Hand over the money. The command, though brief, was absolute. While what? Song Xiaohan stammered, momentarily stunned. 100,000 gold coins, Liang Tianxiao said calmly. Song Xiaohan, the only son of the president of the Tsang Family Merchant Guild in Tianzong City of Blue Planet. Your father gave you 1,000,000 gold coins before you set out, didn't he? Hearing this, Song Xiaohan trembled, quickly pulling 100,000 gold coins from his backpack. Taking the coins, Liang Tianxiao thought to himself, this way, it won't violate my principle of never freeloading. Moments later, Liang Tianxiao tossed a glorious spear skill book to Song Xiaohan. I never owe anyone money. Take it, kid. With that, he stepped into the air and vanished. Just as Song Xiaohan was overwhelmed with joy, Liang Tianxia suddenly reappeared, startling him. Tell Zhang that next time he sets this up, make sure it's symmetrical. The right side is off by 3 millimeters. Leaving this remark, he disappeared again. Song Xiaohan examined the 7 crystal pillars carefully, but couldn't detect any imbalance. Suddenly, he realized something. Liang Tianxiao, measuring the world. No wonder he could tell. Not long after, Shan Wenrui and Dongfang Yingyu returned. Meanwhile, Shi Yufan left the Defense Academy with a dark expression, fuming internally. No matter how influential these freshmen are, there's no way I'm disbanding the Golden Left Hand Guild for them. Suddenly, exclamations erupted from the plaza. No way. Someone actually drew experience points. This lottery will really give attribute points. Haha, I just got an intermediate level piece of equipment. Shi Yufan turned toward the commotion and saw a large crowd gathered at the plaza's center. Leveraging his status as the dean's grandson, he easily pushed his way to the front. When he saw 20 lottery wheels set up there, his eyes widened in shock. Wait, aren't these dungeon items? How did they end up here? And 20 of them at once. Shi Yufan murmured in disbelief. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. These lottery wheels were placed here by someone. I saw it with my own eyes. The man shouted loudly. The chancellor brought a new student here, and it was that person who set up the prize wheel. The crowd erupted with scattered voices of agreement. Shi Yufan stood among the crowd, his eyes widening and his mouth slowly opening. A suspicion, so unbelievable it made him freeze in place, began to take shape in his mind. In the center of the Warrior Academy's plaza, Ing Yaozong listened to his subordinate's report, his pupils contracting sharply. He stared intently at the 20 prize wheels before him, suddenly realizing an astonishing truth: these were not ordinary dungeon items, but some form of powerful skill effect. Ing Yaozong's breathing grew rapid, his body trembling slightly. At last, he understood the true identity of the freshman from Ziwei Courtyard No. 1 and the truth behind the so-called deal with Song Xiaohan. Emotions flickered across his face: hesitation, inner conflict, and unwillingness. Finally, he clenched his teeth and issued a brief but shocking notice in the guild chat. Effective immediately, the Angel Guild is disbanded. Out of the way. Move, all of you. Lei Hongxian barged through the crowd, leading the members of the Thunderflame Guild with brute force. Line up properly. Wait until we're done drawing. Gu Suifeng stood at the gate of Ziwei Courtyard No. 1, his heart unable to calm from the shock. The real reason for the influx of these prominent figures had finally become clear. He gently knocked on the gate and said warmly, Gu Suifeng requests an audience. Inside the courtyard, Jang Yubai was busy calculating the distribution of the prize wheels. 1 for Grandpa, 20 for each academy altogether. That's exactly 101. There's still one left in my hand. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling light of leveling up radiated from his body once again. Your leveling speed is absolutely unheard of, Helian Huangxing exclaimed in admiration. But it's also drawing too much attention. Chancellor, is there any way to hide the leveling light? Zhang Yubai asked, slightly concerned. Helian Huangxing chuckled and replied, hide it? The glow of leveling up is governed by the rules of heaven. It's meant to be seen. Besides, with me here, who would dare lay a hand on you? The news spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Students from all corners, whether they were inside dungeons, indulging in romance, crafting potions, or forging equipment, all flocked toward the plazas of the 5 academies. The 5 deans, though aware of the situation, did not join the crowd they had already drawn from most of the wheels. Meanwhile, the seats in the Eastern Star Hall were completely filled. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. The faint fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air, but it couldn't mask the tension thick with hostility. Li Zhaoli's slender fingers tapped lightly on her teacup, the crisp sound of porcelain ringing sharply through the otherwise silent hall. She slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Yu Yu, who sat upright across from her. Vice Dean Yu Yu, you've always been quick to snatch people away just like back then, she said, the corners of her lips curling into a faint, mocking smile. The prominent figures in the hall immediately lowered their gazes, feigning interest in their tea as though they hadn't heard her words. Snatch. Yu Yu's eyes remained calm, as still as a frozen lake, her voice devoid of emotion. This student willingly chose the Starry Sky Academy. Where does the word snatch even come into play? She paused, a trace of coldness flickering in her eyes. If we're talking about snatching, I could never compare to Vice Dean Lee. 3 years ago, when you and Vice Dean Sang fought over Luo Qingxi, and that was what you'd call snatching, wasn't it? Cracked spiderweb-like fractures suddenly spread across the surface of Li Zhaoli's teacup. Her fingers trailed over the jagged edge, and she let out a low chuckle. Willingly? Just like how, in the secret realm of the Elven Island, you willingly took his life. The moment her words fell, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Several of the influential figures instinctively raised their cups, using the act of drinking tea to mask the awkward atmosphere. Yu Yu's pupils contracted slightly, and the starry pattern on her black dress began to glow faintly. Dean Li, your memory is truly remarkable, she said coldly, fixing her gaze on Li Zhaoli. She sent a message directly to her opponent. But it's a pity you got one thing wrong. If I had truly wanted to take him back, then you wouldn't even have had the right to speak to him. Bang! The teacup in Li Zhaoli's hand shattered instantly, shards scattering across the table. Her glare bore into Yu Yu, her eyes brimming with venom and murderous intent, veins bulging visibly on the back of her hand. Calm down, please. You have to calm down. Zheng Qinkong, standing behind Li Zhaoli, was pacing anxiously, frantically sending her messages of reassurance. As the tension in the hall reached a breaking point, two figures entered one after the other. The attention of everyone present briefly passed over Helian Huangsheng, who led the way, before collectively landing on the young man trailing behind him. Ziwei, who are those two kneeling over there? The group from the Shinkong dance troupe stood outside the Dongyang Star Palace. Murong Xuan was elegantly nibbling on a piece of meteor amber candy, her fair cheeks slightly puffed. Her gaze, along with Huang Shi and the others, was fixed on the two people kneeling outside the palace. Zhu Yao, a council member of the Job Change Guild Alliance, and Yuan Taiyu, the Blue Star representative. Big figures, aren't they? But they offended Shinkong Academy. Murong Xuan asked softly. Luo Ziwei shook her head, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her star-like eyes. To be precise, they offended someone they shouldn't have. Someone? Could it be the headmaster? Murong Xuan was about to press further when she was suddenly interrupted by Huang Shi's exclamation. A prize wheel that lets you win gold coins, experience points, skill books, equipment, and even attribute points. Murong Xuan immediately frowned, signaling for silence. This is Dongyang Star Palace. No shouting. Sooner, don't you know about this yet? Huang Shi couldn't hide her excitement as she quickly shared the news in the guild channel. The moment the message was sent, the channel erupted with chatter. Lung Yusin won 10 attribute points? Someone else got a pet egg? Amid the rising exclamations, Murong Sungsin's stunning beauty beneath her veil was filled with astonishment. Luo Ziwei, however, remained composed. Gu Suifeng had already confirmed the prize wheel's existence with her, and she had admitted it was Jang Yubai's doing. Since it was already a done deal, there was no point in hiding it any further. Just as Murong Xuan was about to ask more questions, Helian Huangsheng and Jang Yubai appeared outside the palace. Huang Shi stood on her tiptoes, her cute bun hairstyle bobbing as she exclaimed, "The guy next to the headmaster is so handsome." The surrounding girls nodded in agreement. Murong Xuan noticed the calm look in Luo Ziwei's eyes and tentatively asked, "Ziwei, do you know that handsome guy?" Luo Ziwei nodded, her gaze sweeping over Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu, who were still kneeling. The reason they're kneeling here is because they offended, well, that handsome guy. The prize wheel in the 5 academies was set up by him. Her words silenced everyone. After a brief pause, realization dawned on Murong Xuan. Her starry blue eyes trembled slightly. "Ziwei, don't tell me you left the Thunderflame Guild because of him?" "Junior Bei's guild will be established soon," Luo Ziwei replied with a smile. Murong Xuan blurted out in disbelief, "Ziwei, don't tell me you've fallen for him." Luo Ziwei shook her head speechlessly and glared at Murong Xuan. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm several years older than him." Within the Donyang Star Hall, as soon as the boy's figure appeared, the entire hall fell into silence. Fu Jiushuan, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his dark pupils. For once, a rare smile appeared on his usually stern face. Sang Fanji also opened his eyes, his right hand instinctively resting on the celestial compass, his fingertips gently tracing its surface. With his movements, the once dim engravings on the high-tier artifact began to light up one by one, glowing with the aura of causality. The silver-robed youth standing behind him, Bo Feiyong, straightened his back like a taut bowstring the moment he saw Jang Yubai. His gaze was as piercing as 2 poisoned ice daggers, fixed firmly on Jang Yubai. As one born with divine authority, a rarity in any generation, Bo Feiyong was meant to bask in unparalleled attention. Yet, Jang Yubai's presence had disrupted this expectation. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, especially when both are born with divine authority. Bo Feiyang stared at Jang Yubai intently, barely restraining the urge to use his eye of destiny to uncover the secrets of Jang Yubai's profession. But recalling Sang Fanji's warning before their arrival, he managed to suppress the impulse. Gong Yang Ryu immediately withdrew his legs from the armrest of his chair upon seeing Jang Yubai. His eyes, hidden beneath his bamboo hat, suddenly lit up. Though he intended to rise and greet him, he ultimately resisted the urge. Li Zhaoli's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible trace of killing intent as she coldly and arrogantly assessed Jiang Yubai. Lu Qingsong stood up and cupped his hands in salute to Jiang Yubai and Huo Lian, the head of the academy, with a friendly smile on his face. If not for Jiang Yubai, he wouldn't have acquired that legendary domain skill in his skill set. He had traded his Shadow Eclipse, Eternal Night, for a skill he had long coveted. Dean Lu, we meet again. Greetings, head Huo Lian. Jiang Yubai responded with a smile, returning the gesture. The heads of the 7 top academy Starfall, Starlight, Star Eclipse, and others also rose to return the greeting, their gazes all converging on Jiang Yubai. Such rare guests. It's been years since our Starry Sky Academy has seen such liveliness. Please, have a seat, everyone, Helian Huangxing said with a hearty laugh. As everyone scrutinized Jiang Yubai, he, too, was silently observing each person present. Fu Jiuxuan from the Guild Alliance, Gong Yang Ryu of the Starry Sky Mercenaries, Bai Jin from the Cosmic Bank. He matched each individual to the information Helian Huangxing had provided earlier. His gaze swept over Bai Jin, and then to the burly young man behind him, Wang Teng. Wang Teng grinned at him, and Jiang Yubai returned the gesture with a polite smile. Finally, his eyes landed on Bo Feiyang. The latter's expression was cold, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he looked down at Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai's brow twitched slightly. He could clearly sense the strong hostility emanating from Bo Feiyang. So he sees me as a rival? Jiang Yubai mused, shaking his head inwardly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A so-called apostle of destiny dares to think of himself as a match for a master of luck like me? Let's go, Helian Huangxing said, gesturing to the group before turning to Jiang Yubai. Thinking about the task ahead, Jiang Yubai couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, he followed Helian Huangxing toward the main seat at the top of the Donyang Star Hall. Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of everyone present, Helian Huangxing astonishingly invited Jiang Yubai to take the seat representing the headmaster of the Starry Sky Academy. The scene once again plunged the grand hall into silence. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yubai slowly made his way toward the seat that symbolized the highest authority, the Chancellor's throne. Each step he took seemed to tread on the hearts of everyone present, stirring waves of shock and unease. As he took his seat at Helian Huangxing's signal, the 2 immensely powerful figures Helian Huangxing and Yu stood like guardians on either side of him. Jiang Yubai's fingers lightly grazed the cold armrest as his gaze swept down from his elevated position, taking in the ministers below. At that moment, the weight of the entire Star Palace seemed to rest in his eyes. He could clearly see the frozen expressions on each face and sense the tension and disbelief thick in the air. Bo Feiyang stood below, his silver robe fluttering as if moved by an unseen wind, and his eyes burned with hostility so intense it seemed almost tangible. His fists clenched tightly as he roared inwardly. Unable to accept this outcome after all, that seat represented the highest authority of the Celestial Academy. Sang Fanji's fingers paused on the celestial compass, his usually calm and serene eyes rippling with unease. He tried to discern the deeper meaning behind Helian Huangxing's actions, but found himself unable to unravel the mystery. Gong Yang Ryu's wide-brimmed hat tilted slightly upward, revealing a pair of startled eyes. Could it be that Helian Huangxing truly intends to abdicate? This thought spiraled through his mind. Fu Jiuxuan gazed at Helian Huangxing's handsome, smiling face with a contemplative expression. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest as memories of the recent Starry Vale chess game surfaced. Suddenly, his movements froze, and his eyes flickered with shock, wariness, greed, and even a faint trace of fervent obsession. Li Zhaoli clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. Her furious gaze darted back and forth between Jiang Yubai and Yu, filled with resentment and jealousy. Yu, in turn, responded with a cold, mocking stare, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Wang Teng discreetly sent a message to his master Bai Jin, seeking guidance, but no reply came. Bai Jin loosened the clasp of his robe, deep in thought. Was this about entrusting Jiang Yubai with overseeing the allocation of the lottery wheel? But that determined the position of humanity among the myriad races of the stars. How could it be treated so lightly? Yet he quickly dismissed this notion, sinking into even deeper contemplation. All these changes hinted at an astonishing turning point about to unfold. At that moment, a soft white light tinged with faint golden hues suddenly rose from Jiang Yubai's body. The iconic glow of leveling up instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Bo Feiyong stared intently at the scene, his pupils contracting sharply. Jang Yubai had been sitting there quietly. How could he suddenly level up? A strong urge to use the Eye of Destiny surged within him, but Sang Fanji's warning echoed in his mind. You can only use the Eye of Destiny once a day. Don't waste it. Gritting his teeth, Bo Feiyong resisted the temptation. He needed to save this opportunity for confirming the God-tier reward on the prize wheel. However, before he could calm himself, a second glow of leveling up radiated from Jang Yubai. Then came a third, followed by a fourth. Leveling up 3 times in a row, 40 prize wheels. Fu Jiushuan leaned forward slightly, a strange black glint flashing through his eyes as he quickly calculated the possible connections. Wang Tong was utterly stunned by the bizarre scene and hurriedly turned to his master, Bai Jin, for guidance. Master, what's going on here? Bai Jin's eye twitched, but he remained silent. Too. Couldn't make sense of this peculiar way of leveling up. Helian Huangsheng observed the shocked faces of the crowd, secretly reveling in their reactions. Unable to hold back, Yue sent him a mental message. Headmaster, isn't this display a bit too ostentatious? Ostentatious? Helian Huangsheng chuckled inwardly. This is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. Worried for her beloved disciple's safety, Yue immediately reached out to Liang Tianxia. The response came almost instantly. I'm here. I've been watching the whole time. This kid's way of leveling up is indeed enviable. Standing atop the dome of the Dongyang Star Hall, Liang Tianxia, clad in a simple white robe, held his sword as a faint, enigmatic smile played on his lips. Finally, Zheng Qinkong broke the silence. Shaking his feathered fan, he spoke with a probing smile. If I'm not mistaken, this beloved disciple of Vice Headmaster Yue must have some connection between his leveling up method and the prize wheel, no? Faced with this question, Jiang Yubai, Yue, and Helian Huangxing remained silent. Their lack of response caused Zheng Qinkong's smile to freeze instantly. What's the point of this idle chatter? Let's get to the main topic. Li Zhaoli's tone was cold. Watching Jiang Yubai's rapid leveling up filled her with unease. Her most prized disciple, Luo Qingxian, couldn't even come close to matching this speed. The pride she once held now seemed on the verge of being crushed by Yue. Turning to Helian Huangsheng, she spoke with a stiff tone. Headmaster Helian, may I ask how your academy plans to allocate the prize wheels? Jiang Yubai turned his head to look at Helian Huangsheng, his brows slightly furrowed. 5 minutes ago, when he learned about the plan, his first instinct was to refuse. Although he had long known that the authority to allocate the lottery wheel rested in his hands, sitting in the seat symbolizing the governor's power felt excessively ostentatious. He glanced around, the elegant divine robe he wore glimmering softly under the lights, accentuating his striking features. The meticulously crafted stage seemed designed to make him the center of attention. On reflection, this level of grandeur was typical of the governor. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but speculate that Helian Huangsheng's decision to bring him here to place the lottery wheel was likely a deliberate attempt to put him in the spotlight. The governor really went to great lengths to make me the star of the show, he thought to himself silently. Helian Huangsheng noticed Li Zhaoli's darkened expression, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smug smile. Crushing her pride in front of you was just the opening act of this performance. There was no need to rush. The guest had come a long way, after all. His gaze swept over the seated crowd, and with a smile, he announced, I believe everyone here has already heard that this lottery wheel can yield legendary level rewards. As soon as he spoke, the hall erupted into excitement. The governors of the 7 prestigious academies Xingyun, Xinghui, Xingshi, Xingyun, Xingshu, Xingchen, and Xinga straightened in their seats, their eyes gleaming with barely concealed anticipation and skepticism. Is this true? Isn't the lottery wheel just a dungeon item? They asked eagerly. Gong Yang Ryu's eyes shifted toward Lu Qingcong as she replied. Dean Lu personally drew a legendary level skill book. Lu Qingcong nodded solemnly and looked at Jiang Yubai with gratitude. Young Jiang's lottery will can indeed produce legendary level rewards. The confirmation sent the 7 governors into a frenzy. One after another, their fervent gazes locked onto Jiang Yubai, as if he were a priceless treasure. Vice Governor Yu has such an eye for talent, truly worthy of a divine calling. With such a prodigy, Xingkong Academy puts us all to shame. Li Zhaoli observed the scene coldly, her lips curling into a faint sneer. She quickly sent a message to Bai Jin. These 7 old fossils, who just moments ago swore solidarity with us, are now revealing their true colors the moment they hear about legendary rewards. A bunch of fickle, spineless opportunists. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the sycophantic expressions of the governors. Once dignified and self-righteous, these old men now radiated greed so palpable it seemed almost tangible. Especially the governor of Xingyun, whose wrinkled face contorted into a fawning smile, resembled a groveling old dog, his eyes practically glued to Jiang Yubai. What infuriated her most, however, was the governor of Xingha. This sly fox wore a benevolent smile for Jiang Yubai, while secretly exchanging knowing glances with Yu. Huh. Does he think currying favor with that wench will get him a share of the spoils? She thought with a cold laugh. Bai Jin observed the scene before him with an indifferent expression and said, there are only 40 spots on the prize wheel. The Starry Sky mercenaries have already claimed 5, leaving 35. It's not nearly enough to go around. But no matter, they'll come to their senses soon enough. Helian Huangxing's smile deepened. When the news came that the deans of 7 prestigious academies were vying for a share, he already suspected someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. But it didn't concern him. Once the news of the legendary level reward spread, these deans would naturally realize the stakes. And even if they didn't, he had other plans in place. Jang Yubai glanced at the 7 esteemed elders, who were now humbling themselves to curry favor with him. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, wine and wealth reveal true faces, and greed stirs the heart. These deans, whose academies ranked just below the 3 sacred institutions of humanity, were typically mid-tier, divine-level powerhouses. A mere stomp of their feet could shake an entire planet. Yet now, for the sake of a legendary reward, they had cast aside their pride and dignity. A shadow flickered across Sang Fanji's eyes. As the leading institution of humanity, the Starsea Academy had always set the standard for others to follow. Such a clamorous scene should have been theirs to command. He said gravely, Dean Helian, enough with the suspense. Apart from Dean Liu and Dean Zeng, the rest of us haven't even seen the prize wheel. Why not let us have a look? The 7 deans realized they had lost composure and exchanged uneasy glances. Yet Helian Huangxing maintained his warm smile. No need to rush, Vice Dean sang. I've prepared a special welcome performance for Zhang here. Jang Yubai sighed inwardly. It seemed there was no escaping this public spectacle. Li Zhaoli let out a cold snort. Quite adept at winning hearts, aren't you? Bai Jin, hearing this, mused to himself, a mere performance? If it were the Interstellar Bank hosting, they'd prepare at least 100 of these to show proper respect. With a gesture from Helian Huangsheng, a group of graceful young women entered in an elegant procession, with Luo Ziwei bringing up the rear. When Murong Xuanxuan and the others saw Jiang Yubai seated in the dean's chair, flanked by the head and deputy deans, they froze in astonishment. This is the Starry Sky Academy's famed Starry Sky dance troupe, one of its 3 great marvels. Helian Huangxing announced. Their performance of the Celestial Waltz commands millions of gold coins per show. Consider yourselves fortunate today. Jiang Yubai studied Murong Xuanxuan with a peculiar expression. The first marvel was Luo Ziwei's culinary creations. The second was Murong Xuanxuan's Celestial Waltz. What could the third be? Could it be that the so-called 3 marvels were all equally unreliable? Suddenly, the grand hall plunged into darkness, and the ceiling transformed into a vast starry sky. A cool beam of light descended, illuminating Murong Xuanxuan at its center. Her silver-purple hair cascaded like a river of stars, and she wore the wings of the galaxy, her skirt shimmering with tranquil starlight. Her fingers lightly touched the constellation mark on her collarbone. As the first star lit up in the celestial expanse above, she abruptly raised her head. In her left eye, galaxies swirled. In her right, nebulae sparkled. Spinning gracefully, arms outstretched, starlight burst forth with the rhythm of the dance. Radiant wings unfurled from her shoulders, scattering countless sparkling fragments of light. Huang Shi and 11 other young women of the Starry Sky dance troupe emerged from the shadows, dressed in silver-blue gowns and holding starry bells, encircling Murong Xuanxuan like stars orbiting the moon. As the starry bells swayed, an ethereal melody echoed through the grand hall. Murong Sungxin's movements quickened, her silver-blue dress tracing elegant arcs in the air before transforming into a mist of starlight. Her figure seemed to merge with the Milky Way, flickering between reality and illusion, as if the entire hall had been transported into the vast expanse of a celestial river. From the main seat, Jiang Yubai's eyes gleamed with admiration, and he couldn't help but softly praise the breathtaking spectacle. The reactions within the hall varied. Wang Teng was utterly captivated, while others appeared distracted, unable to fully appreciate the extraordinary performance. As the dance reached its climax, Murong Xuanxuan flipped midair in an inverted pose, her dress defying gravity as it bloomed outward. The 12 accompanying dancers stepped back in unison, kneeling on one knee, raising their starry bells high and channeling their energy toward the center of the stage. Boom! A starry domain, 10 meters in diameter, suddenly expanded. Murong Sungxin's dress transformed into countless ribbons of galactic light, sweeping across the hall like the explosion of a supernova. At the same moment, the silver-blue gowns of the dancers began to glow, as 360 beams of starlight rose from the edges of the stage, forming a complete celestial star map on the dome above. As the final ray of starlight faded, Murong Xuanxuan descended gracefully onto one knee, her dress folding in like a blooming starflower. The dancers remained in their saluting poses, resembling stars eternally bowing to the moon. A brief silence enveloped the stage before the hall's light was restored. Wang Teng was the first to break the silence. Cheering loudly, and clapping enthusiastically only to stop awkwardly when he caught by Jean's irritated glare, realizing he was the only one applauding. But then, another round of applause rang out. It was Jang Yubai. He clapped while nodding, clearly impressed by Murong Sungsin's stellar waltz, considering it as remarkable as Luo Ziwei's culinary artistry. Lu Qingcong quickly joined in, prompting a subtle frown from Sang Fanji. The deans of the 7 elite academies followed suit. Gong Yang Ryu smiled and praised, as expected of one of the Starry Sky trio. Thanks to Zhang Xiaoyu, I've truly had a feast for the eyes today. Li Zhaoli muttered, "Old fox," under her breath, but was surprised to see even Bai Jin begin clapping. This left Wang Ting even more bewildered. Fu Jiuxuan nodded approvingly, saying, "Quite impressive," as the applause gradually filled the hall. Murong Xuanxuan bowed gracefully, her gaze lingering on Jang Yubai as she exited the hall. Luo Ziwei and Bo Feiyang also had their eyes locked on him. Bo Feiyang stared at Jang Yubai, seated high on the main throne, his gaze seething with twisted envy. The golden divine mark on his forehead grew increasingly sinister as he inwardly roared. All of this, those adoring gazes, the resounding applause, Murong Sungsin's lingering look should have belonged to him. Bo Feiyang. Meanwhile, Li Zhaoli's dissatisfaction with Jang Yubai's moment in the spotlight reached its peak. To her, his prominence was synonymous with the dominance of Yue. Unable to contain herself, she impatiently asked, "Dean Helian, can we see the lottery wheel now?" Lian Huangxing's lips curved into a faint smile as he gently shook his head and said, "Whether you get to see the lottery wheel today is not something I can decide." He extended his hand and pointed toward Jang Yubai. "You'll have to ask this young friend here." Everyone's attention immediately shifted to Jang Yubai, their faces filled with confusion. Li Zhaoli furrowed her delicate brows and asked, "Director Lian, what do you mean by this?" "The meaning is quite simple." Yue's voice was as cool and serene as moonlight. "The authority to allocate the lottery wheel lies entirely in the hands of this student. Neither the director nor I will interfere." The entire hall fell into an instant silence at these words, followed by a buzz of hushed discussions. Fu Jiaxuan's face betrayed his shock, and his mind involuntarily recalled the towering crimson beam of light from earlier. His gaze swept over Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu, who were kneeling outside the hall, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. That old fox wasn't lying. The reward must be divine level. Gong Yang Ryu stared at Lian Huangsheng in disbelief, replaying the moment when the latter had made this statement earlier. At the time, he had thought it was just a dismissive excuse. "Something's off, very off," he murmured to himself with a frown. How could they let that kid have full authority? Sang Fanji, Bai Jin, and Li Zhaoli were equally bewildered. The current lottery wheel carried a value comparable to a high-tier divine artifact. Such a precious tool, handed entirely to a young man to manage? It was beyond their comprehension. If it were them, they would never entrust the rights to distribute such immense benefits to Jiang Yubai. Meanwhile, Bo Fiang's face was already contorted with jealousy. As someone born with divine powers, he enjoyed the highest privileges at Xinghai Academy, but compared to Jiang Yubai's treatment at Shinkong Academy, it was like night and day. At that moment, Jiang Yubai raised his arm lightly, and a classic lottery wheel materialized out of thin air on the high platform. A dazzling array of 7 colored lights enveloped it, with the vivid, radiant pointer at its center shining brilliantly. The sight caused Bo Feiyang to immediately activate the first skill of his Fate Apostle ability, the Eye of Destiny. This skill allowed him to observe the trajectory of a target's fate, with the level of detail depending on the nature of the target itself. Bo Feiyang stood behind Sang Fanji, his silver robe fluttering despite the still air. The golden divine mark at the center of his brow glimmered faintly, while his gaze, sharp and unyielding, was fixed on the lottery wheel before Jiang Yubai. Confidence burned fiercely in his eyes. "Let me see if this lottery wheel can truly grant a god-tier reward," he murmured, his voice laced with undeniable arrogance. As a fate apostle born with divine authority, his eyes of fate could discern the class, level, core skills, and even the destiny of any target below god tier. With a graceful motion, his long fingers swept across his brow. Instantly, the golden mark erupted with a blinding radiance, like a blazing sun tearing through the heavens. "Eyes of fate activate," he commanded. Within his pupils, 2 golden fate gears appeared, rotating and interlocking. Bo Feiyang raised his gaze slowly. The lottery wheel magnified dramatically in his vision as his sight pierced through its surface, locking onto its core. In that very instant, crack. A sharp, shattering sound echoed, like glass breaking. His pupils contracted abruptly as the golden gears disintegrated into countless shimmering fragments. Splat! A horrifying sound followed as his eyes exploded without warning. Black and crimson mist sprayed forth, staining his silver robe with vivid, grotesque patterns of red. All that remained in his eye sockets were 2 bloodied, gaping voids, with thick streams of blood trickling down his pale cheeks. The divine mark on his brow seemed to have been severed by an invisible blade, splitting into a jagged fissure as golden light spilled away like drifting sand. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the halls of the Dongyang Star Temple, drawing the attention of every prominent figure present. Bo Feiyong staggered backward, clutching his face desperately as golden-tinged blood oozed through his fingers. Sang Fanji stood to the side, his left eye glowing white and his right eye shimmering black, with intricate threads of causality weaving within his pupils. Even with the aid of the Haikir artifact, the celestial compass, and the use of the divine skill Inyang causal sight, he was unable to trace the cause and effect of the lottery wheel. This marked his first failure since ascending to God tier. I can even trace the causality of Feiyong. Just as he prepared to turn his gaze toward Jang Yubai, a soul-rending wail erupted behind him. Spinning around abruptly, he froze at the sight of Bo Feiyong's tragic state. For the first time, cracks appeared in his usually composed and solemn demeanor. A flicker of shock and doubt passed through his eyes as he turned sharply toward Jang Yubai, who sat high on the main seat. This is clearly the backlash from using the eyes of fate. Feiyong and this boy are both born with divine authority. How could he possibly suffer such a backlash? Sang Fanji's mind raced in alarm as he quickly retrieved an item from his bag. Bo Feiyong collapsed to his knees, the overwhelming pain threatening to drown his consciousness. Backlash? How is this even possible? The agony of his ruptured eyes paled in comparison to the turmoil within his heart. Gong Yang Ryu's face was etched with shock. As someone familiar with the abilities of Fate Apostles, he understood the gravity of what had just occurred. His eyes burst. Then what on earth did he see that he wasn't supposed to? His gaze swept across the other distinguished figures in the hall before finally resting on the lottery wheel. Slowly he shook his head. Both being naturally endowed with divine powers, it seemed normal backlash was unlikely. Gong Yang Ryu froze suddenly, his gaze fixed on the familiar glow. Beside him, Fu Jiuxuan furrowed his thick brows slightly, staring thoughtfully at the spinning lottery wheel. Clearly, he had also noticed the strange phenomenon. Master, what's wrong with that guy? I can't figure it out, Wang Ting asked, pointing at Bo Feiyong, who was kneeling on the ground, screaming in agony. Bai Jin pondered for a moment. It's a skill backlash. He saw something he shouldn't have. What did he see? Wang Ting pressed eagerly. Bai Jin shook his head helplessly. You ask me, but who should I ask? Li Zhaoli stared fixedly at Bo Feiyong before suddenly realizing something. She whipped her head toward the high platform, but when she noticed the confused expressions of Yu Yu, Helian Huangsheng, and Jang Yubai, she was left bewildered. Could I be overthinking this? Just as she was about to turn her gaze away, a shadow of doubt crossed her eyes, and she cursed inwardly. Damn brat. How did he level up so fast? Jang Yubai, sensing the hostility from Bo Feiyong, had been secretly observing him. He happened to catch the moment Bo Feiyong activated the Eye of Fate, but he deliberately feigned confusion to mislead the powerful figures in the audience. Deep down, he mused, a lottery master is a super divine level profession, and the lottery wheel itself is also super divine level. Recklessly peeking into it, it's no surprise if his eyes explode. Zheng Chengkong stopped fanning himself and swept his gaze across the scene. Could it be that he wasn't looking at that brat? He calculated inwardly. The only ones present who could cause such backlash for Bo Feiyong would be the 5 high-tier divine beings: Helian Huangsheng, Bai Jin, Gong Yang Ryu, Fu Jiuxuan, and Sang Fanji. Lu Qingcong frowned deeply. How could this kid look around recklessly? Didn't the deputy director warn him? The heads of the 7 top academies speculated whether Bo Feiyong had tried to observe one of the 5 high-tier divine beings. But Helian Huangsheng thought differently, for he had seen the truth. Ever since the lottery wheel appeared, it had captured everyone's attention. Bo Feiyong was clearly trying to peer into the lottery wheel itself. This realization left Helian Huangsheng outwardly calm, but inwardly astonished. How could someone with a natural divine profession experience such severe backlash? After witnessing God-tier rewards emerge from lucky blind boxes and golden egg smashing, he had long been convinced that the lottery master was no ordinary divine profession. Could it be a perfected level divine profession? At that moment, Yu Yu murmured softly. It's the legendary one-time use healing item Jade Rebirth Pearl. Jang Yubai curiously examined the jade green pearl in Sang Fanji's hand, about the size of a dragon's eye. Its surface was covered with intricate golden patterns resembling leaf veins, and inside, a liquid vitality seemed to flow, occasionally rippling like emerald waves. Sang Fanji crushed the jade rebirth pearl, and countless green light particles instantly merged into Bo Feiyong's body. His entire figure was enveloped in a jade-like glow. However, Bo Feiyong's screams did not subside, and blood continued to flow between his fingers. This scene left everyone present exchanging uneasy glances. Even the jade rebirth pearl can't heal the backlash. What on earth did this kid see? The heads of the 7 top academies whispered among themselves. He must have looked at one of those 4. What a reckless move. Sang Fanji's expression darkened as he sent a message. I told you to use the Eye of Fate to look at the lottery wheel. What did you actually look at? Bo Feiyong, enduring the searing pain, replied through gritted teeth. I did look at the lottery wheel. It was the lottery wheel. What? Sang Fanji's face changed dramatically at this reply. Sang Fanji's heart trembled, his face showing a trace of disbelief. His fingers twitched instinctively, almost turning to use the yin-yang retrospective eye to trace Jang Yubai's karmic ties, but reason held him back from acting on the impulse. He knew very well that his yin-yang retrospective eye could only trace the last 3 major karmic events of a target, whereas his student's eye of fate was far more specialized in uncovering professional secrets. The sight of Bo Feiyang's miserable state tightened Sang Fanji's chest. At the same time, his communicator kept receiving Bo Feiyang's desperate messages. Minter, help me. Please, save me. Minter. Even in such a critical moment, Bo Feiyang's pride and arrogance wouldn't allow him to publicly cry for help. Sang Fanji acted decisively, retrieving a special artifact from his backpack, the Tear of Time Reversal. It was a high-tier artifact shaped like a transparent crystal teardrop, with silver sands of time flowing within. A high-tier artifact? The headmaster of Xingyun Academy exclaimed in surprise. Jang Yubai's heart stirred as he speculated whether it was a healing artifact, but Helian Huangxing shook his head and said, "No, it's a damaged one." Seeing Jang Yubai's puzzled expression, he elaborated, "Notice those fine cracks. A complete high-tier artifact would repair itself and wouldn't have such flaws." Sang Fanji gazed at the Tear of Time Reversal in his palm, its surface covered with web-like cracks, and infused it with divine power, his trembling fingertips betraying his hesitation. In an instant, the silver sands within the crystal began to boil, refracting countless fragmented beams of light. "Time sand reversal," Sang Fanji muttered in a low voice. The crystal teardrop shattered with a loud crack, and the silver particles of light formed a counterclockwise vortex. Within Bo Feiyang's shattered eye sockets, 2 overlapping images appeared, a pair of intact golden gear-like pupils and a bloodied, mangled state. The two collided violently under the cleansing flow of the time sands, producing a piercing, grating noise. "Arg!" Bo Feiyang threw his head back in agony, screaming as his nails dug deep into his palms. When the phenomenon finally dissipated, his eyes were restored, though the savage fissure on the golden divine mark at the center of his brow remained. A few seconds later, Bo Feiyang slowly opened his eyes. They were no longer the divine, radiant pupils they once were, but had become ordinary black eyes, their depths clouded in bleak darkness. The Tear of Time Reversal reformed, but its surface now bore several additional cracks. Sang Fanji carefully put the artifact away, his heart aching as he silently calculated. Only 3 uses left. Just as he was about to ask what had happened, Bo Feiyang's trembling voice broke the silence. How is this possible?" His eyes were fixed on his professional interface, his pupils trembling violently. The one and only skill he possessed, Eye of Fate, had turned gray, with no cooldown timer or status explanation. No. This can't be. This is absolutely impossible." Bo Feiyang's entire body shook uncontrollably as he slowly raised his head to look at the high platform, his eyes filled with overwhelming fear. Sang Fanji, Fu Jiushuan, Gong Yang Ryu, Bai Jin, and Li Zhaoli suddenly turned their heads toward the stage. Helian Huangxing was standing in front of the lottery wheel, deeply engrossed in studying it, conveniently blocking Jang Yubai from view. Sang Fanji frowned and immediately sent a message to Bo Feiyang. "What's going on?" Bo Feiyang's face was ashen, and his pupils trembled violently. "The Eye of Fate, it's turned gray. I can't use it anymore." The words struck Sang Fanji like a heavy blow, and his pupils contracted instantly. Meanwhile, outside the Eastern Star Hall, Murong Xuanxuan led a group of girls chasing Luo Ziwei. Her starry blue eyes were filled with shock. Why is he sitting in the chief's seat? The chief and vice chief are standing on either side of him like bodyguards. This kind of treatment is something only Liang Tianxia could command at the Starry Sky Academy. "Don't ask me." Luo Ziwei shook her head and sighed softly. "It probably has something to do with the lottery wheel and the golden egg slot machine." "The golden egg slot machine? What's that?" "It's just a golden egg slot machine," Luo Ziwei replied earnestly. Murong Xuanxuan looked utterly confused. Inside the hall, Sang Fanji returned to his seat, and Bo Feiyang also resumed his position. On the surface, everything seemed normal. However, the bloodstains on the ground, Bo Feiyang's lowered head, and Sang Fanji's dark expression silently revealed the gravity of the recent events. Although no one spoke, they all sent silent inquiries to Sang Fanji. What exactly had Bo Feiyang's Eye of Fate seen? But Sang Fanji had no answer. Spying on Jang Yubai had already been a risky move, and now it involved Bo Feiyang losing his power. Facing the Starry Sky Academy, they could neither act recklessly nor afford to make any rash moves, especially with the allocation of the lottery while still unresolved. They could only swallow their grievances. Sang Fanji gently stroked the celestial compass, his eyes filled with doubt. Was this Liang Tianxia's grand scheme, or? His silence made the others in the hall realize the situation was far from simple. Given the usual aggressive stance of the Star Sea Academy, it was unlike Sang Fanji to remain passive. Something abnormal was undoubtedly afoot. Director Bai, who do you think Bo Feiyong was trying to spy on? Li Xiaoli couldn't help but ask. Bai Jin's gaze was profound. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Impossible. Li Xiaoli's expression darkened. Bo Feiyong is a natural divine talent. There's no way he'd suffer backlash from spying on that Jiang fellow. True. But what if that person possesses something capable of causing such backlash to Bo Feiyong? Are you implying it's Helian Huangxing's gambit? Bai Jin glanced at Helian Huangxing. Liang Tianxia's bronze sword could also do it. Liang Tianxia. Li Xiaoli clenched her fists, fear flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Liang Tianxia, high above the dome, was gazing intently through the thick ceiling at the scene below. The sun and moon spun within his eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by an invisible force, he let out a muffled groan, his eyes flashing brightly before dimming. He staggered back a step, his face filled with shock. What on earth is this boy's profession? He muttered. Then, even his left foot involuntarily stepped back. Young Jiang, would this military chief be allowed to take a turn at the wheel? Gong Yang Ryu broke the silence, just in time. The crowd's attention shifted back to the stage, where once again, they saw that radiant light. He's really leveling up just by sitting there. Zheng Qinkong's eyes gleamed. In just this short while, he's already gained 23 levels. Of course. Jang Yubai nodded with a smile, a gentle light flashing in his eyes. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gong Yang Ryu eagerly rose to his feet, appearing in front of the lottery wheel almost instantly. He quickly paid 1,000 gold coins, and the wheel began spinning rapidly. The heads of the 7 prestigious academies reacted differently. Some craned their necks unconsciously, others leaned forward as if about to leave their seats, and a few even half stood in anticipation. All eyes in the room were fixed intently on the spinning wheel. After about 10 seconds, the wheel gradually slowed and came to a stop. The words, "Thank you for participating," appeared above the wheel, and the light of expectation in Gong Yang Ryu's eyes dimmed instantly. Looks like Commander Gong Yang's luck isn't great today. Lu Qingsang's voice rang out from the audience. His tone carried no mockery, only a hint of understanding and a wry smile. He went on to explain, according to the data analysis from Shanghai Academy, the probability of landing on "thank you for participating" is approximately 86. This isn't bad luck, it's just the norm. To be precise, the probability is as high as 85, Li Xiaoli interjected coldly. She idly toyed with a flower in her hand, plucking its petals one by one, as if to emphasize how rare it was to win a reward. She turned to Bai Jin with a faintly mocking smile and asked, "Director Bai, what does the big data analysis from the Universal Bank say?" Bai Jin frowned slightly. 88.47. Li Xiaoli let out a derisive chuckle, and the flower in her hand instantly withered under her control. She lifted her gaze to Yue, her tone laced with obvious provocation. "Yue, I wonder what probability your Starry Sky Academy has calculated." Jang Yubai keenly noticed that Li Xiaoli's true target at this moment was not the lottery wheel, but his mentor, Yue. Winning or not depends solely on luck. Calculating probabilities is meaningless, Yue replied calmly. These words made Li Xiaoli's fingers tighten abruptly, and the withered flower in her hand disintegrated into powder, scattering through her fingers. She opened her mouth to retort, but a stream of messages from Zheng Qinkong appeared, warning her not to let jealousy cloud her judgment and risk missing her own chance at the lottery. "My mentor is right." Jiang Yubai chimed in at the perfect moment, summoning a second lottery wheel with a skillful gesture. "Commander Gong Yang, why not give it another try? Perhaps this time, luck will be on your side." Hope reignited in Gong Yang Ryu's eyes. This gesture not only eased the tension, but also gave him a second chance. "Well, thank you." With that, he infused the wheel with a golden glow as the coins disappeared into its mechanism. Seconds later, a blue light flashed on the spinning prize wheel. Jiang Yubai shook his head slightly. Although he had secretly used his ability to ensure a specific prize, Gong Yang Ryu only managed to win the most basic reward. "Congratulations, you've received 10 attribute points. 10 points are still something, every little bit counts," Gong Yang Ryu said cheerfully, stepping off the stage with a spring in his step. Standing to the side in her floor-length black dress, Yue glanced at Li Xiaoli. "Deputy Headley, based on the probabilities you just mentioned, Commander Gong Yang should have gotten a thank you for participating instead." Li Xiaoli's fingers clenched tightly inside her sleeve, her eyes burning with suppressed anger, but she had no retort. "Young friend Jiang, might this old man have a chance to draw?" "Young friend Jiang, could I try as well?" The heads of the 7 elite academies, visibly restless, began to voice their requests one after another. "As guests, of course you may," Jiang Yubai replied with a light chuckle, summoning 5 prize wheels with a wave of his hand. "Why not all 7 of you try together?" With Jiang Yubai discreetly manipulating the results, 4 of the 7 academy heads won prizes, with one even obtaining an elite-level skill book. Jiang Yubai's skill slots increased to 14 as a result. This outcome only darkened Li Xiaoli's expression further, while pride gleamed in Yue's eyes. "Let me try my luck as well," Bai Jin said with a smile, adjusting his uniform collar as he stepped onto the stage. Wang Tung followed closely behind him, looking like a loyal sidekick. This scene caused Li Zhaoli's face to turn even gloomier. Cheng Xinkong shook his head inwardly, thinking, when faced with a prize wheel, no one can resist temptation. This action had already begun to create cracks in the alliance between Xingyu Academy and the Cosmic Bank. Jang Yubai left only 2 prize wheels on the stage. Bai Jin and Wang Tung took turns, but walked away empty-handed. Once they stepped down, the remaining wheels disappeared. Disappointment spread among those who hadn't had a chance to draw, while those who had already participated exchanged meaningful glances toward Li Zhaoli and the others. Li Zhaoli stared daggers at Jang Yubai, her eyes glinting with cold determination. Helian Huangsheng arched an eyebrow and smirked, sending Jang Yubai a brief message. What is the meaning of this, Headmaster Helian? Li Zhaoli's voice was as icy as her expression. Helian Huangsheng waved a hand dismissively. Don't ask me, I'm not the one calling the shots here. Before Li Zhaoli could respond, Jang Yubai's voice rang out, firm and unyielding. Today, anyone can draw from the prize wheel except Xingyu Academy. They are not allowed. Jang Yubai looked down at Li Zhaoli with cold, indifferent eyes, devoid of any warmth. Now that he knew Li Zhaoli was the arch-rival of his own mentor, there was no way he would let her lay a finger on the prize wheel. Don't even think about getting a share of the prize wheel. Jang Yubai's voice was resolute and unwavering. As for how the Xingyu Academy would react, that was something Helian Huangsheng would have to deal with. The moment his words fell, the atmosphere in the entire Dongyang Star Hall froze. Wang Tung's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he stared at Jang Yubai. A newly appointed headmaster dared to speak so boldly to Li Zhaoli, a representative of Xingyu Academy. Thin clouds of darkness in Bo Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. This wasn't just a slap in Li Zhaoli's facade, was a direct affront to Xingyu Academy. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately sent a message to his mentor, Sang Fanji, suggesting they join forces with Li Zhaoli. However, Sang Fanji, while stroking the celestial compass, hesitated, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Although Jang Yubai had only awakened his powers 3 days ago, with the help of a high-ear divine artifact, Sang Fanji was confident he could uncover Jiang's professional secrets. But seeing Bo Feiyang's earlier misfortune gave him pause. More importantly, without explicit orders from Yue or Helian Huangsheng, how could a junior act so brazenly? Li Zhaoli slowly rose to her feet, the intricate divine floral patterns on her ceremonial robe swaying with her breath. A mid-tier divine presence radiated from her, causing the temperature in the great hall to plummet. Xingkong Academy. Indeed, her voice was soft, but carried an icy edge that cut to the bone. And what an exemplary student Yue has trained. Her gaze swept between Jiang Yubai and Yue, her killing intent almost tangible. For such words to come from a mere junior was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Starlight shimmered around Yue, while the 3 black chess pieces on Helian Huangsheng's chest began to spin faster. Both were on high alert, prepared to intervene if Li Zhaoli lost control and attacked Jang Yubai. Yet Jang Yubai remained unfazed, his gaze as cold as ever. You're overthinking this, Vice Headmaster Li. The prize will belongs to me. Who gets to spin it is entirely up to me. Li Zhaoli's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as she sneered, enunciating each word slowly. Students from the US sect truly are extraordinary fearless, indeed. Suddenly, her tone shifted, becoming sharp and menacing. Boy, who gave you the audacity to publicly humiliate Xingyu Academy? Nearby, Bai Jin's brows furrowed deeply, clearly torn. As the largest shareholder of the Universal Bank Corporation, he knew he had to prioritize the bank's interests in this moment. Jiang Yubai, as the headmaster of Xingkong Academy, represented the academy's official stance. If he continued to ally with Li Zhaoli, even if they managed to acquire the lottery wheel, the quantity might not meet expectations. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively chose to abandon the partnership. A mere personal favor was far less significant than the lottery wheel. Jiang Yubai's lips curled into a mocking smile as he leaned forward slightly. Deputy Headmaster Li, allow me to ask you this is Xingkong Academy, not your Xingyu Academy. Who gave you the gall to speak to me in that tone? The room fell into stunned silence at his words. Gong Yang Ryu, Fu Jiushuan, and others cast astonished glances at Jiang Yubai, before quickly shifting their gazes to Yue and Helian Huangsheng. However, the two remained expressionless, as if silently condoning such audacity. The heads of the 7 top academies immediately began a frenzy of private discussions, speculating whether this signaled that Xingkong Academy was preparing to sever ties with Xingyu Academy. Li Zhaoli's pupils contracted sharply, her delicate features contorting in fury. The intricate patterns on her Wanhua divine robe surged violently. The oppressive aura of a mid-tier divine being burst forth like a tidal wave, causing the ground of the Dongyang Star Hall to crack and countless fissures to spread outward from her feet. You insolent brat, she shrieked. You're courting death. At this critical moment, a brilliant beam of starlight descended from above, forcibly suppressing her aura back into her body. Helian Huangsheng's voice was icy and piercing. Li Zhaoli, Are you certain you want to make a move on my territory? A black chess piece on his chest had mysteriously gone missing. Zheng Qingkong, drenched in cold sweat, frantically sent messages to dissuade her. Calm down. Deputy Headmaster, please calm down. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, even powerhouses like Gong Yang Ryu and Fu Jiuxuan unconsciously tensing their bodies. Only Bo Feiyang appeared gleeful, eagerly anticipating further escalation, secretly hoping Li Zhaoli would accidentally kill the boy. Finally, Li Zhaoli took a deep breath, suppressing her fury. She turned to Bai Jin, reminding him that it was time to repay his favor, only to receive an unexpected response. Bai Jin replied indifferently. Deputy Headmaster Li, a favor is a favor, but I advise you to exercise restraint regarding today's events. Fine. Very well, she said, her voice icy and cutting. The humiliation Xingkong Academy has dealt us today will not be forgotten by Xingyu Academy. With that, she turned to leave, her Wan Hua divine robe cutting a sharp arc through the air. Hold on. Jang Yubai suddenly called out, casually tossing out a new lottery wheel. Xingyu Academy can have a spin as well. His smirk was laced with derision. However, the cost has now risen to 1 billion gold coins per spin. Deputy Headmaster Li, care to give it a try? This is blatant provocation. Li Zhaoli gritted her teeth, her voice icy cold. Jang Yubai's actions left everyone present utterly speechless. Standing to the side, Yu Yu's black dress shimmered faintly, the starry patterns flowing delightfully as her lips curved into a faint smile. Helian Huangsheng pretended to adjust his sleeve cuffs, but in reality, he was masking the uncontrollable amusement on his strikingly handsome face. Li Zhaoli's complexion shifted rapidly from pale to ashen, and then to a furious red. Trembling, she pointed a finger at Jang Yubai. You little what exactly? Jang Yubai interrupted her sharply, showing no sign of politeness. Little brat, of course. Li Zhaoli's voice faltered and stuck in her throat. Her beautiful face, flushed red with anger, quickly turned ghostly pale. As the vice dean of Xingyu Academy, when had she ever endured such humiliation? Fine. Very well. She spat through clenched teeth. Today's disgrace will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Before her voice fully faded, her figure dissolved into countless flower petals, scattering throughout the hall. Sung Chungkong hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the stage before leaving. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qingtsong sighed and shook his head in resignation. He's gone mad. This guy's completely lost it, muttered Wang Tong under his breath. Bai Jin, meanwhile, unfastened his uniform's collar, his gaze contemplatively drifting toward Sang Fanji. Throughout this escalating conflict between Xingkong Academy and Xingyu Academy, Sang Fanji, representing the traditionally dominant Xinghai Academy, had chosen to remain silent. Bai Jin's eyes eventually settled on the young man seated high in the dean's position. A sudden realization struck him: Jang Yubai's arrival had quietly shifted the balance of power among the three great sacred academies. Either Helian Huangsheng was orchestrating this from behind the scenes, or this kid truly had the ability to draw god-tier rewards from the lottery wheel. Fu Jiuxuan and Gong Yang Ryu's gazes were also fixed on Jang Yubai, clearly recognizing the same truth. Above the dome, Liang Tianxia stood with his sword in hand, eyes closed, a faint smile playing on his lips. This kid, he's got guts. Not bad. It takes guts to play the game for free. When Sung Chungkong finally caught up with Li Zhaoli, he couldn't help but ask, Vice Dean, are we really just leaving like this? Stay longer and let them humiliate us even more? Li Zhaoli's entire demeanor radiated an icy killing intent. But what about the lottery wheel? The dean instructed us to. I'll handle the dean myself. Li Zhaoli cut him off coldly. Sung Chingkong opened his mouth to say more, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Li Zhaoli turned her gaze toward the distant Dongyang Star Palace, her eyes flashing with a chilling, murderous intent. To dare humiliate me like this, Jang Yubai, I will personally end you someday. Meanwhile, at the center plaza of the Mage Academy, Shan Wenrue hovered midair, her voice amplified with an echoing skill as she commanded, Form a line. Form a line. Everyone line up. Anyone who doesn't will lose their chance to spin the lottery wheel forever. Over at the Warrior Plaza, In Haiji held a cigarette in one hand and a bottle of liquor in the other, shouting furiously at Lei Hongxian. Lei Hongxian, you think you're so tough, huh? Let the Lei Yin Guild draw first, and make the other students wait in line? Have you eaten a dragon's gallbladder? In Haiji raised his hand sharply, his gaze piercing. Do you believe I'll make you so miserable that you can't even take care of yourself first? Lei Hongxuan's face turned pale instantly. Shrinking his neck, he repeatedly begged for mercy. I wouldn't dare, Dean. I won't dare again. Too late. In Haiji snorted coldly. You and your guild members get out of my sight and stand aside. Wait until all the other students from the Warrior Academy have finished drawing. Then you can think about it. Yes, yes. Lei Hongxian, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly retreated with his group to the side. In Haiji tilted his head back and took a swig of liquor, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. That brat doesn't know his place. If he dares to upset Jiang, they'll skin him alive and hang him up to teach a lesson. Meanwhile, the central square of the Assassin Academy was dead silent. Thousands of students stood in orderly lines, their breathing barely audible. In the air behind the 20 lottery wheels, Dongfang Yingyu, dressed in vibrant theatrical attire, was carefully polishing an enormous black scythe. Over at the Defense Academy, Shi Wanchuan stood at the front of the crowd with a hoe slung over his shoulder. Beside him was his grandson, Shi Yufan. "Grandpa, call me Dean." "Dean." Shi Yufan looked at the sea of people in line and couldn't help but ask. 20 lottery wheels, each costing 20,000 gold coins per person. With over 2,000 students in our academy, that's more than 40 million coins. Are you really covering it all? Shi Wanchuan smiled kindly. Your grandpa has always been a man of his word. But aren't you usually super stingy? How did you suddenly become so generous? Are you really my grandpa? With a loud clang, Shi Wanchuan knocked his grandson on the head with the hoe, glaring at the ungrateful boy. Rubbing his head, Shi Yufan muttered, "If you're so generous, could you give me 1,000,000 gold coins? I'm a bit short on cash lately." "No." Shi Wanchuan refused decisively. In the plaza of the Support and Life Academy, a group of instructors surrounded Lu Guanyu, chattering away. "Dean, why does your beard look thinner? Did a dog chew on it? Did you shave it?" Finally, Lu Guanyu couldn't take it anymore. "Are all of you so free that you've got nothing better to do? Why are you all staring at my beard? Go tally up the lottery results. The academy ranking competition is about to start, and this time, we must seize the opportunity. We absolutely cannot come in last again." Meanwhile, Jang Yubai was engulfed in a continuous glow of level-up light, one wave after another, with no signs of stopping. Level 150, level 156, level 161. Watching the rapidly increasing numbers, the corners of Jang Yubai's mouth lifted unconsciously. This was exactly the outcome he had anticipated when setting up the lottery wheels. As word spread throughout the academy, more and more students would come to try their luck. For those capable of entering the Starry Sky Academy, spending tens of thousands of gold coins wasn't an issue. Even if they couldn't afford it, the academies would cover the cost. This level of foresight was something all 5 deans shared. Inside the hall, everyone stared at Jang Yubai, who now seemed to be a stable light source. His leveling speed was so outrageous, it was as if they were witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. They had never witnessed such a terrifying speed of progression. The grand hall fell into a dead silence. The heads of the 7 top Academius mid-tier divine beings who were accustomed to grand spectacles stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Even the usually composed figures like Gong Yang Ryu, Fu Jiushuan, Sang Fanji, and Bai Jin couldn't help but fix their gazes on the scene before them, unable to blink. When they first saw Jiang Yubai's rapid progression, they thought that was already the limit. But now they realized that was merely the appetizer. Even Yu Yu and Helian Huangsheng, who had maintained their composure throughout, finally cracked. Although they were aware of Jiang Yubai's unique method of leveling up, they never imagined it could reach such an astonishing speed. At this rate, reaching level 200 will take no more than 5 minutes. Helian Huangsheng exclaimed, his hands trembling slightly with excitement as he looked at Jiang Yubai seated in the headmaster's chair. A bold thought crossed his mind. Should we just let this kid take my seat? Yu Yu's face was filled with pride and joy. Today, her personal disciple not only stood up for her by humiliating Li Zhaoli, but also shocked this group of well-informed elites into looking like clueless novices. Bo Feiyong stared intently at Jiang Yubai, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. He must be cheating, he screamed internally. As someone with an innate divine vocation, he had always been proud and self-assured. But now, everything he prided himself on was crumbling in the face of Jiang Yubai. Fear, confusion, and self-doubt surged over him like a tidal wave. Am I really an innate divine being? Jiang Yubai coughed lightly, snapping everyone out of their stupor. The hall was soon filled with the sound of sharp intakes of breath. The heads of the 7 top academies exchanged uneasy glances. Though their institutions had no innate divine beings, they did boast SS-class prodigies. Yet compared to Jiang Yubai, the difference was like heaven and earth. Gong Yang Ryu's bamboo hat slipped soundlessly from his head, revealing his bald scalp, though he seemed unaware as he stared wide-eyed. Unbelievable. Even Kingxian's leveling speed was already heaven-defying. Could this boy be a reincarnation of the Tao itself? He thought back to his days as Luo Kingxian's protector, witnessing her astonishing achievement of advancing 9 stages in 3 years. But now, even that seemed insignificant compared to Jiang Yubai. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced in his mind, something Bai Zhanhai had said to him before. Lord Gong Yang, if you and Commander were considering stepping down, I recommend Jiang Yubai as the next commander. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere flattery. But now, it was clear that wasn't praise. It was the plain truth. Gong Yang Ryu lightly flicked his right index finger, causing his conical hat to rise into the air before settling back perfectly atop his head. Adjusting its position, he gazed deeply into the distance, lost in thought. Master Wu, though 50 years my junior, has indeed reached the age where stepping back from the current is the wisest choice. Standing nearby, Bai Jin silently congratulated himself on his keen judgment. Choosing not to support Li Zhaoli had been a prudent decision. A child who defies destiny. His eyes gleamed as he began calculating the prospects of a marital alliance with one of his own eligible descendants. Just then, a crisp shattering sound interrupted his musings. Bai Jin turned toward the source of the noise, only to see Sang Fanji standing there, the muscles on the right side of his face twitching unnaturally, as if he were suppressing something. Even more startling was the absence of the high-grade artifact, the heavenly compass, which he had always worn on his chest. Its sudden and unexplained disappearance filled Bai Jin with suspicion. On the high platform, Helian Huangxing's brows furrowed slightly as the sound caught his attention. Meanwhile, Jang Yubai's face displayed a peculiar smile. He had witnessed the entire sequence of events. While glancing at Bo Feiyang, he had clearly seen Sang Fanji's eyes flash with black and white light before the heavenly compass on his chest shattered into pieces. Jang Yubai chuckled inwardly, attributing the incident to the backlash Sang Fanji suffered from attempting to spy on him. This master-disciple pair's obsessive persistence was truly cut from the same cloth. Sang Fanji was now in an extremely poor state. His hands, hidden within his sleeves, trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with terror. It shattered. The heavenly compass actually shattered. His mind roared in disbelief. This must be the work of Liang Tianxia. Only his design could destroy a high-grade artifact. The artifact, perfectly suited for the profession of a causal observer and the very treasure that had catapulted him to fame, had shattered into 8 pieces all because he couldn't resist probing into Jiang Yubai's profession. Despite taking every precaution, he had still suffered a severe backlash. However, just before the heavenly compass shattered, Sang Fanji had managed to glimpse a fragment of information. He saw the phenomenon that accompanied Jiang Yubai's awakening, dazzling, multicolored light converging into a circular disc over 2 meters in diameter, eerily resembling an ordinary lottery wheel. This discovery left Sang Fanji deeply perplexed. Young Zhang's leveling speed is truly astonishing, Fu Jiushuan remarked, sitting casually with an uncharacteristically warm smile on his face, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. Before anyone could respond, he continued, I heard on the way here that 2 of my subordinates offended young Jiang and Vice Governor Yu Yu. Leaving them kneeling outside the hall indefinitely is hardly appropriate. I wonder how the 2 of you plan to deal with them. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he added, I won't interfere in this matter. Whatever decision you make, I will have no objections. Outside the hall, Zhu Yao's body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with despair and regret, though he remained silent. Beside him, Yuan Taiyu shook violently, completely overtaken by fear. Yu Yu did not respond immediately, but instead turned to her student. After a few seconds of silence, noticing that Jiang Yubai kept his head lowered, she cast him a puzzled glance. Jiang Yubai, however, was not deliberating on how to handle the situation. Instead, he was intently examining his profession. He had just reached level 201. As a lottery master, Jiang Yubai was currently gazing at his attribute panel, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. His base attributes had reached an astounding 350,000 point strength, constitution, and intelligence were all at 356,972 points. Even more striking were his growth attributes. Health points, defense, and energy had all surpassed the 3.5 million mark, precisely sitting at 3,569,720 points. His skill list displayed 16 abilities in an orderly arrangement, ranging from the God tier, House Always Wins, to the lower tier, 1/, each radiating its unique level of brilliance. In his inventory were 1,561 pieces of equipment, 104 pet eggs, 1 secret realm pass, and 129 skill books, a staggering collection. Moreover, his level had already reached 201, equivalent to the level of other professions after completing their 3rd advancement. However, the difficulty of leveling up was skyrocketing. From an initial 100 experience points per level to 10,000 points before level 201, it had now surged to a daunting 100,000 points. Jiang Yubai rubbed his temples and calculated silently. At this rate, wouldn't level 301 require millions of experience points? Levels 401 and 501 would be unimaginably challenging. No wonder it's a god-tier profession. He chuckled wryly, though his eyes gleamed with confidence. After all, it had taken him less than an hour to go from level 121 to 201. Now that the number of lottery spins had doubled, as long as there were enough participants, his leveling speed could keep pace with the rising experience requirements. What pleased him the most was the newly acquired legendary skill, Invisible Mark. By simply staring at a target for 3 seconds, or making physical contact, he could leave up to 3 marks. These marks allowed him to perceive the target's location and basic status within a range of 20,100 meters. Base attributes surpassing 350,000, growth attributes surpassing 3.5 million. he murmured to himself, brimming with confidence in his health and defense. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about the attributes of ordinary ninth-tier professionals and those with innate divine-tier roles. While he speculated that innate divine-tier roles likely had attribute boosts upon advancement, the god-tier profession's advantage of gaining 1,000 base attribute points and 1,000 free attribute points per level seemed unparalleled. Of course, all of this was merely conjecture. But Jang Yubai knew one thing for certain. As long as his base attributes continued to grow, one day, he would stand invincible in this world. Even though it's a support skill, there's no reason not to learn it. Every skill learned is a gain. Jang Yubai thought to himself as he browsed through the skill books in his inventory. The lottery results from thousands of students at Shinkong Academy had brought him substantial rewards, the most noteworthy being the upgrade of 3 super legendary skills. The level indicators for the Lucky Blind Box and Rainbow Golden Egg Smash showed that both skills had reached level 201, allowing for the placement of 2 lottery machines each. This change made Jang Yubai's eyes light up with excitement, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. So, it seems like every 100 levels adds another machine, he speculated. Although the number of machines was far fewer than those of the prize wheel, these 2 types of lottery machines had their own unique advantages. Lucky Blind Box, guaranteed legendary rewards as long as you spent money, while Rainbow Golden Egg Smash offered a significantly higher probability of legendary rewards in its combo mode compared to the prize wheel. Thinking about how tomorrow was Saturday, Jang Yubai was filled with anticipation for the combo mode of Rainbow Golden Egg Smash. The first strike was free, but subsequent strikes required a cost, with the 7th strike being randomly pricey to set up. That was both thrilling and intriguing. Just as he was about to examine the 129 skill books in his inventory, a brand new super legendary skill caught his attention, Lucky Scratch Card. This skill was also at level 201 and allowed for the placement of 2 lottery machines, offering 3 unique modes. Classic Windfall, available on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Risky Stacks, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and Team Party Sundays. What excited him even more was that these modes could interact with other lottery skills. 2 machines? And 3 modes? That's one more than the Rainbow Blind Box. Jang Yubai exclaimed in amazement. If Dineen saw this scratch card skill, he'd probably be even more obsessed than he is with the Golden Egg Smash. He was already eager to summon the first Lucky Scratch Card machine. At that moment, the voice of Fu Jiushuan, the president of the Alliance of Job Change Guilds, pulled him back to reality. Fu Jiushuan asked how Jang Yubai intended to deal with Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. Before Jang Yubai could respond, Fu Jiushuan smiled and said, "It was thoughtless of me to put you in such a difficult position, my young friend." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 purple spears, shrouded in dark, sinister energy, shot out from his body and instantly pierced the heads of the 2 men kneeling outside the hall. Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu knelt on the ground, their heads tilted back at a 45-degree angle, with the god-slaying spear piercing through their foreheads, leaving ghastly, bloody holes. These 2 influential figures, the 11th counselor of the Career Transition Guild Alliance and the vice president of the Blue Star headquarters, had fallen at the hands of the supreme leader. Zhu Yao's wide-open eyes flickered with unwillingness and regret, yet lacked any trace of shock, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Yuan Taiyu, on the other hand, still wore an expression of terror and disbelief on his face. The 4 high-ranking divine powerhouses and the 7 heads of elite academies present fell into a brief, heavy silence. They gazed at Fu Jiushuan, who remained seated with his usual calm demeanor and faint smile, a subtle fear creeping into their hearts. A wary glint flashed in by Jin's eyes. The Career Transition Guild Alliance owes much of its dominance over 90% of the human guilds to Fu Jiushuan. "He's even more ruthless than I am," he muttered. "Mercy has no place in leadership," Gong Yang Ryu remarked, shaking his head. As one of the 2 military commanders of the Starry Sky mercenaries, even he couldn't match Fu Jiushuan's domineering and resolute nature. Sang Fanji glanced at the 2 corpses outside the hall, now consumed by the demonic aura of the god-slaying spear, and sighed inwardly. Cultivating a mid-tier divine powerhouse was no easy feat, and Zhu Yao's crimes didn't necessarily warrant death. Helian Huangxing's sharp gaze flickered briefly before returning to its usual calm. He had originally intended for the 2 to serve decades on the outer battlefield after all. The day Jang Yubai was abducted had dashed the Starry Sky Academy's hopes of surpassing the other sacred academies. Yu frowned slightly. On the surface, Fu Jiushuan's actions seemed like a gesture of goodwill to gain more lottery wheels, but they likely carried a hidden intent to exert pressure. Jang Yubai was also surprised by Fu Jiushuan's decisiveness. Still, since these 2 had already offended him, their deaths were of little concern. If not for Yu's timely intervention, his fate after being abducted would have been far worse. "I hope you won't hold any grudge against the Career Transition Guild Alliance because of those 2, Fu Jiushuan said lightly, as if he had merely swatted 2 insignificant pests. Since President Fu has already taken action, It saves me the trouble of doing it myself, Helian Huangxing said with a smile, moving a chess piece on his chessboard. I never intended to let them leave Starry Sky Academy alive. Fu Jiushuan's expression tightened ever so slightly at these words. His decisive execution of the two had been driven by two considerations. First, the certainty of drawing a divine-level reward, and second, gaining an advantage in the allocation of the lottery wheels. However, Helian Huangxing's statement had rendered his calculations futile. Huh. It seems President Fu and I were thinking along the same lines. Fu Jiushuan laughed heartily. Using their lives to resolve the misunderstanding between Yuzits a fitting end for them. His smile faded as he turned serious. Helian, isn't it time we discussed the allocation of the lottery wheels? They're dead now. It's time to get down to business. President Fu, there's no need to keep testing me, Helian replied calmly. Helian Huangxing's sharp gaze swept over Fu Jiushuan as he spoke in a calm tone. I've said before, the distribution of the lottery wheels is decided by Jang Yubai. Whatever he says goes. As soon as these words left his mouth, all eyes in the hall turned to Jang Yubai. Some glimmered with eager anticipation, while others looked tense and uneasy. Their expressions varied. Xiaobai, Yu turned slightly to face Jang Yubai, her face adorned with a gentle smile. It's entirely up to you. Even if you decide not to distribute them, that's fine. Jang Yubai nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the hall like a scanner. When his eyes brushed past Bo Feiyong, the latter flinched as if struck by lightning, hastily lowering his head to avoid meeting Jang Yubai's eyes. You all want the lottery wheels? Very well, Jang Yubai said, his brief words instantly lighting up the faces of the 7 top academy leaders. Their presence here was half coerced and half persuaded by Li Zhaoli, who represented Xingyu Academy. She had come partly because their leader, Li Yuan, was temporarily trapped in a level of the Tongtian Tower and could not attend, and partly because she wanted to personally see Jang Yubai. Before arriving, Li Zhaoli had contacted the leaders of the 7 top academies and by Jin, knowing full well that Xingyu Academy's share of the wheels would be minimal. Joining forces with other factions was merely a strategy to secure a few more wheels. However, Xingkong Academy's regard for Jang Yubai far exceeded expectations. Coupled with the last-minute defection of the top academy leaders, and by Jin, Li Zhaoli ultimately left in disgrace. The leaders of the 7 top academies silently rejoiced at their decision not to side with Li Zhaoli. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Jang Yubai's tone shifted. However, his voice was not loud, but it commanded the attention of everyone in the hall. After a brief pause, he continued, if you want a share of the lottery wheels, there will be 3 conditions. Say no more. Whatever the conditions, we agree. Jiang Xiaoyu, just bring out the contract. Not 3. Even 10 conditions would be fine. The 7 leaders scrambled to express their agreement. How could they not? After seeing Li Zhaoli leave empty-handed, they had already prepared themselves to leave with nothing. Go ahead, Jiang Xiaobai, said Gong Yang Ryu with a laugh. Even if you want to become the commander of the Xingkong mercenaries, this commander would gladly support you wholeheartedly. Shameless. Helian Huangxing's face darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade as he glared at Gong Yang Ryu, silently cursing the old fox for attempting to poach talent right in front of him. Yu, her expression frosty, directly retorted, my student will not join any faction before graduation. Commander Gong Yang, I suggest you choose your words carefully to avoid unnecessary conflict. My apologies, that was presumptuous of me. Gong Yang Ryu offered a sheepish smile, though he didn't seem to mind in the least. His words were meant to relay one clear message to Jiang Yubai. If you join the Xingkong mercenaries, the highest leadership position is yours. By Jin, noticing the dissatisfaction on Yu and Helian Huangxing's faces, wisely swallowed the words he had been about to say. He had intended to offer Jiang Yubai a director's position. Jiang Yubai, unfazed by Gong Yang Ryu's overtures, remained indifferent. To him, leadership roles were more burdensome than beneficial. He lacked interest in managing teams. Even the position of Xingkong Academy's leader had never tempted him. My requirements are simple, just 3 rules. Jiang Yubai finally spoke, and the hall fell silent. Everyone perked up their ears. First, the lottery wheels must not be used for profiteering. Second, no interference with others' use of the wheels. Third, the placement and usage schedule of the wheels will be determined by me. His gaze was piercing as it swept across the room. If any of these rules are violated, the violator will be permanently disqualified. I will reclaim all the lottery wheels, every single one. Jiang Yubai's voice echoed through the Donyang Star Hall, clear and resolute. Fu Jiushuan sat in his chair, his brow slightly furrowed, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. As the leader of the Job Transfer Guild Alliance, he keenly realized that these 3 restrictions completely blocked the Alliance's usual monopolistic approach. If the prize wheel could truly yield god-tier rewards, its value would not only surpass high-level artifacts, but might even rival or exceed perfected artifacts. The insignia on by Jin's chest glimmered faintly as he squinted and pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, Young Jiang, Is there any room for flexibility on the third condition? The Cosmic Bank has branches in all major cities. No. Jang Yubai interrupted him decisively. These three conditions are non-negotiable. Agree and sign the contract, or leave now. The memories of the Thunder Tower and Magnetic Castle dungeons were still fresh in his mind. One was monopolized, and the other exploited for profit. He would never let such scenarios repeat, as they would inevitably hinder his progress. Though he knew little about the Starry Sky mercenaries, he was all too familiar with the true nature of the Job Transfer Guild Alliance and the Cosmic Bank Limited, two major official organizations. One controlled over 90% of human guilds, while the other held 70% of human wealth. Even if Fu Jiuxuan and Bai Jin were righteous individuals, their subordinates would undoubtedly covet the benefits of the prize wheel. If no action was taken now, who could guarantee they would restrain themselves once someone won a god-tier reward? A glimmer of approval flashed in Yu Yu's eyes. With her understanding of the major factions, the intentions of Bai Jin, Fu Jiuxuan, and others were plain as day. Allowing them to place the prize wheel in a designated location would likely mean ordinary job changers wouldn't even get close. Helian Huangsheng lightly tapped the chess piece on his chest, producing a crisp sound. These three conditions are interesting. It's as if you want to turn the prize wheel into a universal benefit. Before this, both he and Yu were uncertain about whether Jang Yubai would impose restrictions or what conditions he might set. Yet these three limitations were perfectly balanced. Bai Jin's face darkened. It was clear he hadn't anticipated Jang Yubai's unwavering stance, leaving no room for negotiation. At this moment, the Job Transfer Guild Alliance's board was already strategizing how to exploit the prize wheel. Fine. Gong Yang Ryu suddenly let out a hearty laugh. This general is the first to agree. We Starry Sky mercenaries despise those who hog everything for themselves. Rest assured, young Jiang, if anyone dares to exploit the prize wheel for personal gain, this general will ensure they face consequences. Jang Yubai nodded with a faint smile. He had a favorable impression of this forthright general. Star Sea Academy agrees, Sang Fanji suddenly declared. As a sacred institution of learning, the Academy differed from the official three major forces. Most of its secret realms and dungeons were scattered across the cosmic expanse. Regardless of where the prize wheel was placed, the Academy had direct teleportation channels to those locations. More importantly, the Academy's population was smaller and primarily composed of students, avoiding the factional disputes and chaos that plagued the official organizations. Behind him, Bo Feiyong silently clenched his fists. His mentor had ultimately given in. The Sang Fanji of old would never have agreed, without voicing any objections. This was unlike the usual stance he represented on behalf of Starsea Academy. Lu Qingsong finally felt a sense of relief upon hearing those words. He had initially thought Jiang Yubai would refuse to allocate the lottery wheel to Xinghai due to the prying eyes of Sang Fanji and Bo Feiyong. However, the reality was far more shocking than he had anticipated. Almost forgot, Jiang Yubai lightly tapped his forehead, his expression calm as he announced, this time, the lottery wheel allocation will not include Xinghai Academy. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted into an uproar. Sang Fanji's fingers froze mid-motion from their habitual rubbing, his gaze reflecting Jiang Yubai's composed demeanor. Bo Feiyong abruptly looked up, staring at the stage in disbelief, his lips trembling as if to speak, but upon meeting Jiang Yubai's cold gaze, he silently lowered his head. Lu Qingsong's hands trembled uncontrollably. As someone privy to the truth, he was all too aware of the backstory involving Bo Feiyong and Sang Fanji. The very situation he feared most had finally come to pass. That's Xinghai Academy, the #1 sacred academy of the human race. Shocked murmurs filled the hall. Yu Yu widened her eyes, looking toward her student. Helian Huangxing's three chess pieces, which had briefly paused in front of his chest, soon resumed their rotation. Gong Yang Ryu stroked his chin with interest, his gaze flickering with curiosity. Sang Fanji rose slowly, his eyes bypassing Jiang Yubai to lock on a Helian Huangxing. Dean Helian, is this your decision or does it come from Senior Liang? This is Zhang's decision, Helian Huangxing replied calmly, the chess pieces continuing their rotations. And it is also the stance of our Xingkong Academy. The weight of his statement landed like a hammer. The expressions of the 7 deans turned grim in an instant. Such an act by Xingkong Academy was tantamount to openly challenging Xinghai. Sang Fanji's gaze finally settled on Jiang Yubai. The two stared at each other in silence for a few seconds, the atmosphere in the grand hall seemingly frozen. Suddenly, Sang Fanji let out a soft chuckle. Fine. Very well. With that, he turned to leave, his robe billowing despite the still air. Feiyong, we're leaving. Before leaving, Bo Feiyong cast one last glance at the stage, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. However, upon meeting Jiang Yubai's icy stare, that resentment dissolved into deep-seated fear. Once the members of Xinghai Academy had departed, the 7 deans began privately discussing the implications for the upcoming Strongest Academy tournament. Jiang Yubai retracted his gaze and turned to Bai Jin and Fu Jiuxuan. So, have you made up your minds? Bai Jing glanced in the direction Sang Fanji had left, then at the chess pieces spinning on Helian Huangxing's chest. Suddenly, he smiled. The Cosmic Bank agrees. Fu Jiuxuan gave Jang Yubai a deep look before replying in a solemn tone. The Job Change Guild Alliance has no objections either. Jang Yubai's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked toward Helian Huangxing. Dean, let's draft the agreement. Meanwhile, outside Xingkong Academy, Zheng Qinkong looked at Li Zhaoli with a puzzled expression. He knew Li Zhaoli was waiting for someone, but he had no idea who. They're here, Li Zhaoli said, turning to look behind him. Two figures flew toward them from the distanced with Sang Fanji and Bo Feiyong, the latter shrouded in divine power. Just as I expected, Li Zhaoli stood under the starlit sky, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke. With the allocation from the Xingkong Academy this time, the 7 top-tier academies each got a share, and so did the 3 major official powers. Yet, Xingyu and Xinghai were completely excluded. Helian Huangxing's intentions are as plain as day. Sang Fanji's expression darkened, his brows furrowed tightly. So, Vice Dean Li knew about this in advance. What else? Li Zhaoli let out a cold chuckle, her jade-like hand gently stroking the armrest of her seat. If I hadn't foreseen that Xingkong Academy would refuse to allocate the lottery wheels to Xingyu, would I have torn off all pretense to their faces? You've seen with your own eyes how they've treated me. On the side, Zheng Qinkong slowly waved his feathered fan, finally realizing he had been too focused on the lottery wheels earlier, neglecting the deeper power struggle at play. Meanwhile, Bo Feiyong traced the fractured divine mark on his brow, his gaze fixed intently on his mentor, Sang Fanji. With just 40 lottery wheels, Xingkong Academy isn't enough to replace Xinghai, Sang Fanji said, rubbing his fingers thoughtfully. Li Zhaoli turned to face the vast, deep sky, her voice carrying a chill. But it's enough to shake Xinghai Academy's position. What do you plan to do? A sudden laugh escaped Li Zhaoli's lips, starting soft and turning icy. Xingkong Academy has been the sacred ground for centuries. Perhaps it's time for someone else to take that seat. Sang Fanji's eyes flickered. Xingkong Academy holds the weight of the world. The strongest academy competition is about to begin, Li Zhaoli said, turning to meet Sang Fanji's gaze directly. In previous years, the 3 sacred grounds never had to participate in the elimination rounds. This year, whether the sacred grounds participate or not is entirely up to Xinghai Academy, isn't it? A sharp glint flashed in Sang Fanji's eyes. You mean, we eliminate Xingkong Academy during the elimination rounds? A cold gleam appeared in Li Zhaoli's eyes. If our 2 academies join forces, it will be effortless to remove Xingkong Academy. At that point, even the weight of the world will have no excuse, and Xingkong will lose all face to remain as the 3rd sacred ground. Simultaneously, it will serve as a warning to the 3 major official powers, forcing them to wake up. Zheng Qinkong gently waved his fan and laughed. Vice Dean Li, this is truly a strategy that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. 3 birds? Bo Feiyong asked, puzzled. Yes, 3 birds. Zheng Qinkong explained. If it isn't a sacred ground academy, what right does it have to control something so pivotal that it could alter the position of humanity among countless starry races? He paused. Though the weight of the world is the strongest among humans, he is still just one man. The rules of the strongest academy competition are set jointly by the 3 sacred grounds. If Xingkong Academy can't even pass the elimination rounds, no matter how strong the weight of the world is, could he single-handedly overturn the entire academy system? Xingkong Academy monopolizing the lottery wheels has already disrupted too many interests. Folding his fan, Zheng Qinkong spoke gravely. No matter how many lottery wheels the 3 major official powers get, they won't be satisfied. No matter how strong the weight of the world is, can he overpower the collective will of humanity? By then, if Xingyu and Xinghai join forces, with the official powers secretly supporting us. Sang Fanji pondered for a long moment before finally nodding. Very well. Once I return, he'll propose to the dean that we revise the rules for this year's competition. That's more like it. Li Zhaoli smiled in satisfaction. If Xingkong Academy wants to soar with the lottery wheels, we'll clip their wings first. Zheng Qinkong unfurled his fan once more, speaking leisurely. As for the weight of the world, if he's wise, he should understand that some people can't be defended by individual strength alone. Outside Ziwei Courtyard Number 1, Song Xiaohan and Gu Suifeng walked shoulder to shoulder, appearing as if they were the best of friends. Gu Suifeng had come to visit Jang Yubai, but upon finding him absent, he turned his attention to striking up a rapport with Song Xiaohan. Both had their own agendas, one aiming to gather intel about the Starry Sky Academy, and the other hoping to profit from it. It only took a few casual exchanges for them to start calling each other brother. Senior Gu, if we team up, it would definitely be a win-win collaboration, Song Xiaohan said with a shrewd smile, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Now, whose information is the most valuable in the entire academy? He patted his chest confidently, giving a thumbs up as he continued proudly. Of course, it's my godfather. My godfather's information is worth a fortune. Gu Suifeng nodded repeatedly, adopting a humble demeanor. Ever since the prize wheel had appeared in the 5 courtyards, countless students had come to him seeking information, and the notifications kept flooding in. This was an unprecedented business opportunity. His visit to Jang Yubai was precisely to acquire this precious information. In Starry Sky Academy, who knows my godfather best? Song Xiaohan patted his chest twice more. It's none other than me. Absolutely, absolutely. Gu Suifeng responded with a laugh. Brother, just tell me, how do we work together? Song Xiaohan chuckled slyly and lowered his voice. He'll provide the intel, and you handle the sales. We split the profits 90 to 10. 90 to 10? The spinning coin in Gu Suifeng's hand suddenly froze. He turned to scrutinize the cunning expression on Song Xiaohan's face. Junior, your appetite is a bit too big. Let's do 50-50. After a round of bargaining, they finally settled on a 70-30 split. Once Gu Suifeng left, the smile on Song Xiaohan's face vanished instantly. He sneered coldly. Trying to dig up information about my godfather? Dream on. As it turned out, all the information he had just shared was entirely fabricated. In the distance, Gu Suifeng's smile also faded as he began to calculate in his mind. This Song Xiaohan, there wasn't a truthful word in his mouth. Not a single valuable piece of information had been shared, and he still wanted to profit without lifting a finger? Without providing any genuine intel, he could forget about earning even a single coin from him. As he pondered how to pry some real information out of Song Xiaohan, he noticed Luo Ziwei and Murong Xuanxuan approaching from afar. Quickly, he put on a gentlemanly smile. Senior Ziwei, Senior Xuanxuan, are you heading to Ziwei Courtyard number 1? Luo Ziwei merely nodded without breaking her stride. Gu Suifeng hurried to remind them. You shouldn't go, Junior Jiang isn't there. I know. Luo Ziwei replied without turning her head. I've already spoken to Junior Xiaobai. Xuanxuan and I have permission to enter Ziwei Courtyard number 1. Gu Suifeng's eyes lit up, and he quickly added, Senior Ziwei, could you take me along? No. Gu Suifeng stood still, watching Song Xiaohan open the door for the 2 senior sisters. Inside, a uniquely designed machine immediately caught Murong Sun's attention. Her starry blue eyes widened in astonishment, gleaming with curiosity. This is the 7-color golden egg lottery machine, Luo Ziwei explained, pulling out some gold coins from her backpack. One try costs 100,000 gold coins. Murong Sun gasped when she saw the price tag on the machine. It's not that expensive, actually, Song Xiaohan quickly defended. Dean Yin only spent 10 million to win a god-level skill book. A god-level skill book? The news struck Murong Sun like a thunderclap. Her silver-purple hair fluttered as if stirred by an invisible breeze, the starlight at the tips shining even brighter. Her slender fingers instinctively covered her slightly parted lips, while the star-shaped mark on her forehead glimmered faintly. Can you really win that? Only then did Song Xiaohan realize that Luo Ziwei hadn't informed Murong Sun about this beforehand. He slapped his forehead in regret. Great, now my godfather's going to blame me for being too talkative. Knowing Dean Yin's personality, this would have spread sooner or later. Luo Ziwei reassured him while picking up the 7-colored hammer and examining the golden eggs. Besides, Sun isn't an outsider. She wouldn't leak this information. Murong Sun nodded repeatedly. At this moment, she finally understood why Jang Yubai had managed to secure the position of chancellor. It was well-deserved. Are you the second-ranked Murong senior sister from the starry skies? Song Xiaohan's eyes lit up. Luo Ziwei didn't respond, focusing instead on selecting the 3rd golden egg and smashing it down hard. Unfortunately, the attempt failed. Unfazed, she turned to ask, Junior brothered Song, when does the guild plan to establish itself? Well, set it up once my godfather returns, Song Xiaohan replied, then turned to Murong Sun. By the way, would love to invite your Starry Skies dance troupe to perform for the guild's opening. Could we perhaps get a discount? No need for a discount, Luo Ziwei said with a playful smile, glancing at Murong Sun. Sun will perform for free, won't you? Murong Sun blinked her starry eyes. Just make me 5 of your gourmet dishes, and it's a deal. Deal. Luo Ziwei agreed with a grin. Song Xiaohan was overjoyed at the arrangement, which saved them over 1 million gold coins. He quickly expressed his gratitude and asked about the guild's name. Lottery Club, he said proudly. My godfather has already approved it. Both Luo Ziwei and Murong Sun's gazes instinctively shifted to the 7-colored golden egg machine. Meanwhile, in the Donyang Star Hall, Jang Yubai briefly mentioned that the specific number of lottery wheels would be revealed later, then got up and left. In his mind, he calculated that while the leveling speed had slowed, each level up still added 1 more lottery wheel. With the current 100 wheels, the Starry Skies Academy might not even be able to fully utilize them. He decided not to add more wheels, but to distribute the remaining ones elsewhere. After his departure, the 7 chancellors from the top academies, along with Gong Yang Ryu, Bai Jin, and Fu Jiuxuan, stayed behind, hoping to negotiate privately with Jang Yubai for a concrete allocation. Notably, Lu Qingcang didn't leave with Sang Fanji. indicating he intended to press further for an advantage. The moment Yu and Jang Yubai disappeared into the starlit passage, a brief silence enveloped the Dongyang Star Palace. The expressions of those present varied widely, clearly showing their struggle to accept the outcome. Fu Jiaxuan's slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his chair, creating a steady sound. Suddenly, he raised his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto Helian Huangsheng. Dean Helian, this matter is of great importance. Can we get a definitive answer? His tone carried an undeniable pressure, making it clear that he wouldn't leave the Starry Sky Academy easily without confirmation of the exact allocation of the lottery wheel slots. Bai Jin from the Cosmic Bank spoke up in a low voice. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he sat upright. The major shareholders of the Cosmic Bank are waiting for my report. If even the number remains uncertain, Dean Helian, could we meet with Jiang Xiaoyu? The deans of the 7 top-tier academies chimed in one after another, their voices overlapping. Indeed, without knowing how many lottery wheels we'll get, I won't be able to sleep a wink. Exactly, Dean Helian. Could we have another discussion with Jiang Xiaoyu? Helian Huangsheng's 3 chess pieces rotated slowly in front of his chest as he replied, his voice calm as ever. Gentlemen, I've already mentioned this before. This matter is entirely up to Jiang Xiaoyu. I have no authority over his decisions. The 7 deans exchanged glances. Unable to hold back, the dean of the Starfall Academy stood up and said, Dean Helian, could you at least give us an approximate number? That way, we can return and wait for further news. Helian Huangsheng shook his head, cutting him off directly. Instead of hastily contacting Jang Yubai for specific numbers, he considered the situation from Jang Yubai's perspective. He speculated that there were 2 reasons why Jang Yubai hadn't provided a distribution plan. First, the number of lottery wheels might still be increasing. Second, Jang Yubai might be wary of the 3 major official powers potentially finding ways to evade the contract's penalties. By withholding specific numbers, Jang Yubai could keep them cautious and restrained. Bai Jin's expression darkened as he slowly stood up. His impeccably tailored suit cast a sharp shadow in the Star Palace. Dean Helian, could I have a conversation with Jiang Xiaoyu? I can't report back to the board without something definitive. That's your problem, Helian Huangsheng replied indifferently. The lottery wheels are Jiang Xiaoyu's private property. I have no right to interfere with his decisions. Bai Jin's expression shifted unpredictably. He frowned deeply, staring at Helian Huangsheng for a long moment before turning and leaving without a word. The crisp sound of his leather shoes echoed across the floor. Wang Teng followed closely behind him. Gong Yang Ryu remained seated, seemingly at ease, secretly feeling relieved. He thought to himself that he should commend Bai Zhanhai later. Initially, he had thought that getting 5 lottery wheels was too few, but now, considering the total of 40, 5 seemed quite substantial. Fu Jiaxuan rose to his feet, his face clouded. Dean Helian, is there truly no way to make an exception and let me meet with Jiang Xiaoyu? To avoid offending Jiang Yubai, he had personally executed Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. While Yuan Taiyu was of lesser concern, Zhu Yao was a member of the council, and his actions would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction upon his return. President Fu, please return and wait for news, Helian Huangsheng said, shaking his head once again. I believe that news will come soon enough. Fu Jiaxuan cast a deep look at Helian Huangsheng before striding out with strong, determined steps. The deans of the 7 top-tier academies wanted to say more, but they realized that Helian Huangsheng had already disappeared. It seems we won't be able to meet Jiang Xiaoyu. Let's go. Let's head back for now. We can contact Dean Helian later. I wonder how many lottery wheels will be allocated. Hopefully, it won't be too few. Lu Qingtsong watched the 7 deans walk away, his brows tightly furrowed. In my opinion, if each of the 7 academies gets 2 slots, that would already be fortunate. Though 2 slots might suffice, neither Xingyu nor Xinghai, the 2 great sanctuaries, were allocated any. With such a distribution, Jiang Xiaoyu is bound to provoke dissatisfaction from those 2 sanctuaries. He waited in place for a long time, but Jiang Yubai never responded. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh and left the Starry Sky Academy with weary steps. At the teleportation plaza, Fu Jiaxuan and Bai Jin walked side by side, while Wang Teng followed at a distance, neither too close nor too far. Fu Jiaxuan set up a soundproof barrier and spoke in a low voice. Brother Bai, we've definitely been played this time. Bai Jin sneered as he fiddled with the disciplinary badge in his hand. Helian Huangsheng's stance couldn't have been clearer, left us no room to negotiate. In order to appease Jiang Yubai's dissatisfaction with the alliance of career transition guilds, I personally eliminated Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu, Fu Jiaxuan said, his eyes flashing coldly. And yet, in the end, we didn't even get a concrete allocation number. Bai Jin shot him a sideways glance. You're quite generous, Chairman Fu. Zhu Yao was a mid-tier divine-level powerhouse. And you? Fu Jiaxuan snorted. Coming here with Li Zhaoli, you must have had some sort of agreement. Yet, you didn't say a word in the hall to support her. She's not someone easy to deal with. A shadow flickered in Bai Jin's eyes. When it comes to interests, agreements mean little. I just didn't expect a junior to be so resolute. The two fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Fu Jiuxuan lowered his voice. Brother Bai, do you know that Jang Yubai's lottery wheel might contain divine-level rewards? Bai Jin's pupils contracted sharply. Divine-level rewards? Are you certain? I saw it with my own eyes, Fu Jiuxuan said gravely. A crimson beam shot straight into the sky, and Helian Huangsheng had to use the star veil technique to obscure the celestial phenomenon. Sang Fanji and Li Zhaoli arrived earlier than I did. They must have witnessed it as well. Bai Jin's eyes flickered, his mind racing. According to the data analysis from the Cosmic Bank, the probability of a divine-level reward appearing on such a wheel is as high as 10.78. If true, it would spark a frenzy among all human factions. Controlling that will would allow the Cosmic Bank to suppress the other two major official forces. Starry Sky Academy is clearly determined to take the lead this time, Fu Jiuxuan continued. Not only are they monopolizing the wheel, but they've also excluded Xinghai and Xingyu, making it obvious they want to dominate alone. Bai Jin sneered. Does Helian Huangxing think he can rest easy just because he is Jang Yubai? Huh. Treasures like this aren't always blessings. What do you mean, Brother Bai? Fu Jiuxuan asked, giving him a meaningful look. A faint, enigmatic smile tugged at Bai Jin's lips. If the allocation this time doesn't meet our expectations, perhaps we could pursue another approach. Are you suggesting an alliance with Xinghai and Xingyu? Fu Jiuxuan's eyes gleamed sharply. Bai Jin didn't answer directly. Instead, he simply smiled with an air of profound implication. Li Zhaoli and Sang Fanji were not the kind to swallow their anger. They would never let this slide. Fu Jiuxuan nodded slowly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Xinghai and Xingyu certainly won't stand idly by. Bai Jin adjusted his sleeves with an air of elegance, his voice carrying a chill. Let's go back and wait for the news. If Jang Yubai's offered number is satisfactory, then all will be well. But if it isn't? He deliberately paused, a cold, sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. Then don't blame us for resorting to extreme measures. Exactly what I had in mind, Fu Jiuxuan replied coldly. Without further words, the two turned and stepped into the teleportation portal, their figures quickly vanishing from the Starry Sky Academy. Moments later, Liang Tianxia's figure quietly appeared where they had stood. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Sun Star Palace, Lian Huangxing looked at Gong Yang Ryu, who remained seated calmly. His voice was icy as he said, "You old fox, why are you still here?" Gong Yang Ryu stood up, his face plastered with a flattering smile. "I was just waiting for you, Dean." "Waiting for me? For what? Hoping I'll agree to let that Jiang kid join the Starry Sky mercenaries? You old fox, stop dreaming." Lian Huangxing snorted coldly. Gong Yang Ryu teased. "You're over 200 years old, yet you still hold grudges like a child. Old fox, did you just insult me?" Lian Huangxing roared in anger. No, you've misunderstood. I was complimenting your youthful spirit," Gong Yang Ryu quickly explained. Seeing Lian Huangxing's expression soften slightly, he said seriously, "Lian, let me meet that Jiang kid." "Absolutely not." Lian Huangxing refused without hesitation. "How about this? I'll give you 2 extra slots for the Elven Island secret realm." Gong Yang Ryu held up 2 fingers. Seeing that Lian Huangxing remained unmoved, he raised 3 more fingers. 5 slots. Lian Huangxing's expression visibly wavered. Sensing an opportunity, Gong Yang Ryu pressed on. With these 10 slots for the Elven Island secret realm, the Starry Sky Academy will undoubtedly outshine Xingyu in the upcoming Strongest Academy competition. Contracted elves are an incredible asset to professionals. Even without those slots, my Starry Sky Academy is no weaker than any other. Lian Huangxing's tone softened noticeably. Of course, the Starry Sky Academy is second to none. Stop with the flattery, Lian Huangxing said as he flew out. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. We'll talk tomorrow. All right. Gong Yang Ryu quickly followed. Meanwhile, Jang Yubai returned to Ziwei number 1 courtyard with Yue. As soon as he stepped out of the Starry Sky portal, a beam of light signifying a level up shone on him. The system indicated his current level was 212, and the pace of leveling up had noticeably slowed. After reaching level 201, each level required over 2 million experience points. As the students of Starry Sky Academy gradually completed their lottery draws, the leveling speed naturally decreased. Jang Yubai calculated silently if the 5 academies continued their lottery rotations, he might reach level 300 today. However, each student required 100,000 gold coins to complete 100 spins, and for all the students at Starry Sky Academy, it would cost about 1 billion. Shaking his head, he thought the academy might cover the costs once or twice, but it certainly couldn't sustain this indefinitely. The issue with the lottery will made Yu furrow her brows. Data showed that out of 100 students, only a handful managed to win rewards, most of which were low to mid-level items. The imbalance between input and output was severe. Such results would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction from the 2 major factions, Xinghai and Xingyu, and even the 3 official forces might find it hard to accept. We still need to set up the lottery wheel as soon as possible. With a wave of her hand, Yu dissolved the starry passageway in an instant. She turned to Jang Yubai, her face softening into a gentle smile. Xiaobai, the head of the academy appointed you as a student shared by all 5 institutes to maintain balance among them, so you don't need to attend regular classes. You can arrange your time freely. Jang Yubai gave a slight nod. Even without her explanation, he had no intention of attending standard classes. It wasn't that the classes lacked value, but they simply weren't necessary for him. His terrifying growth attributes, nearing 4 million, not only made him invincible among humans of the same level, but also gave him confidence to dominate his peers across the entire universe. Minter, I'd like to know, for a 9th turn invincible level professional, what are their approximate base attributes? Jang Yubai asked, seeking to gauge his own standing. Yu thought for a moment before explaining. It depends on the specific professional system. But for those at the 9th turn invincible level who reach level 1000, their base attributes, including the enhancements from 9 job advancements, are usually around 100,000. 100,000. Jang Yubai blurted out in surprise. What? Does that sound high to you? Yu chuckled and shook her head, her eyes brimming with pride. When you reach level 1000, your base attributes will be several times theirs. There's no need to envy them. Envy? Envy for what? Jang Yubai was too excited to contain himself. He mused inwardly that his base attributes were already more than 3 times that of the so-called invincible level legends. Doesn't that mean I could take on 3 of them at once? Suppressing his excitement, he reminded himself that base attributes were just the foundation of combat. Power skills were the real deciding factor. The gap, while present, was only temporary. What about Luo Qingxian? What level is she at now? Do you know her base attributes? He asked. At the mention of Luo Qingxian, Yu's smile faded, and her expression grew serious. A natural divine class is different from other professions. She's already surpassed level 900, and her base attributes are estimated to be close to 500,000. For a natural divine class, reaching level 1000 means their base attributes will hit 500,000. Jang Yubai smirked to himself. 500,000 at level 900? By the time he reached that level, his base attributes would undoubtedly soar to several million, perhaps even break the 10 million mark. And what about those at the divine level? He pressed. Professionals advancing to the divine level undergo a qualitative leap. Their base attributes exceed 1 million. Yu replied patiently. Jang Yubai fell into thought. It seemed he wasn't ready to challenge divine level opponents yet. He still needed to strengthen his power. The academy head is looking for me. If you need anything, contact me anytime. With that, Yu constructed another starry passageway and departed. Jang Yubai stepped out of the living room and saw Luo Ziwei and Song Xiaohan sitting in a pavilion by the pool. As he pondered the comparison between his base attributes and Luo Qingxian's, he realized that due to his relative lack of legendary and divine level skills, his actual combat power might still fall short. Godfather! Godfather! His thoughts were interrupted by Song Xiaohan's enthusiastic call. He looked up to see her waving and running toward him, with Luo Ziwei and Murong Xuanxuan following closely behind. The 3 of them quickly approached the area outside the living room. Song Xiaohan quickly ran to Jang Yubai's side, his face brimming with joy. Godfather, you're finally back. Standing nearby, Luo Ziwei greeted Jang Yubai with a smile in her almond-shaped eyes. Junior Xiaobai. Jang Yubai nodded with a smile before turning his gaze to Murong Xuanxuan. Murong Xuanxuan revealed a faint, cool smile as sunlight danced on her silvery purple hair, reflecting specks of starlight. She tilted her head slightly, the star-shaped mark on her brow emitting a soft glow. Junior Jiang, her starry blue eyes curved into crescents, and her slender fingers gently pinched the hem of her dress, exuding elegance and grace with every movement. Jang Yubai nodded politely. Senior Murong. Song Xiaohan rubbed his hands together eagerly and asked, Godfather, is the lottery wheel ready? Both Luo Ziwei and Murong Xuanxuan's eyes lit up with anticipation. Jang Yubai didn't answer immediately but instead asked, Did you try smashing the golden eggs earlier? We did. Song Xiaohan replied excitedly. Senior Luo and Senior Murong both tried, but unfortunately, no luck. Luo Ziwei shrugged helplessly. Guess my luck wasn't great. Murong Xuanxuan blinked curiously. Junior Jiang, did Dean Ying really get a god-tier skill book from smashing an egg? After Jang Yubai confirmed, a flicker of excitement flashed in Murong Xuanxuan's eyes. Then, does the lottery will also have god-tier rewards? Hearing this, Song Xiaohan and Luo Ziwei held their breath in anticipation. Jang Yubai asked instead, The lottery wheel is already set up. Haven't you spun it yet? We did, but got nothing, Luo Ziwei said with a wry smile. Same here, Murong Xuanxuan added, pursing her lips. Godfather, I haven't spun it yet. Song Xiaohan exclaimed eagerly. Jang Yubai looked at the 3 expectant faces and casually snapped his fingers. In an instant, hundreds of lottery wheels appeared out of thin air, filling the open space outside the living room. The 2 girls were stunned. Meanwhile, Song Xiaohan burst out laughing in excitement. So many. Godfather, I love you so much. Let me give you a hug. Get lost. Jang Yubai kicked him away. Song Xiaohan rubbed his backside and grinned cheekily. Got it, Godfather. With that, he happily dashed toward the lottery wheels. As Luo Ziwei and Murong Xuanshuan were about to start spinning, a crimson beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. Jang Yubai quickly walked out from the depths of the living room, spotting Song Xiaohan standing frozen in front of a light pillar. System notifications echoed repeatedly. You gained 100 experience. You gained 212 million experience. You leveled up. You leveled up again. Holy crap. Song Xiaohan hit the jackpot with 1,000,000 experience points. As expected, none of them can stay calm. Inside the Starry Sky Sanctuary, Helian Huangxing's handsome face turned icy cold as he finished listening to Liang Tianxia's report. Liang Tianxia put away his white handkerchief and gently ran his fingers along the sharp edge of the Liang Tian's sword, his tone heavy. Even with high-tier artifacts concealing their actions, Fu Jiushuan and Bai Jin's frequent glances toward the East Sunstar Hall during their private discussions have already exposed their covetous intentions toward Jiang. Xiaobai made a wise decision by not specifying the allocation amounts, US said, her eyes flashing with a cold glint. With their greed, even 100 prize wheels wouldn't satisfy them. The 3 chess pieces floating in front of Helian, Huangxing suddenly froze midair. His expression grew serious. It's not just that. With the strongest academies competition approaching, if Xinghai and Xingyu fail to obtain any prize wheels, they will undoubtedly join forces against our Shinkong Academy. In that case, Yue frowned in thought. Perhaps we should avoid direct confrontation this time. Absolutely not. Helian Huangxing interrupted firmly. Shinkong Academy is a sacred ground for humanity. How can we shrink back from a fight? If we don't even dare to compete in this tournament, what right do we have to claim the title of a sacred ground? Liang Tianxian nodded slightly. Huangxing is right. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. As long as our students are powerful enough, we have nothing to fear from their alliance. Then, in the headmaster's opinion, before Yue could finish her sentence, a gleam of determination flashed in Helian Huangxing's eyes. If my calculations are correct, the prize withdraws for students from the 5 academies should be about done by now. Starting today, up until the competition, let the strongest students from all 5 academies draw prizes daily in rotation. The cost of all gold coins required will be covered entirely by the academy. Before his words had fully settled, a sudden surge of energy rippled through the air. The 3 of them instantly appeared outside the hall, where a crimson beam of light shot into the sky from the direction of Ziwei Courtyard No. 1. Another divine level reward. Helian Huangxing's face lit up with joy before quickly shifting to alarm. Damn it! That old schemer Gong Yang Ryu is still here. With that, his figure vanished in a flash. The sun and moon swirled within Liang Tianxia's eyes. You should go too. Yue nodded, quickly constructing a starry pathway and departing. Meanwhile, in a guest courtyard, Gong Yang Ryu observed the crimson pillar of light for a moment before rising into the air. Old schemer, where do you think you're going? Helian Huangxing's cold voice cut through the air as he intercepted him. Just taking a stroll. Staying in the courtyard is boring. Gong Yang Ryu replied with a genial smile. Spare me your lies. Helian Huangxing retorted icily. You have 2 choices, stay put in the courtyard, or leave Shinkong Academy immediately. Gong Yang Ryu pointed to the crimson pillar of light with a smile. For something to make you so anxious, Helian, that must be a divine level reward, no? What divine level reward? You're imagining things. Helian Huangxing's expression remained unchanged. Oh, my dear headmaster Helian. Gong Yang Ryu floated closer. You might be able to keep this under wraps for now, but not forever. Once Zhang's prize wheels are distributed, someone will inevitably draw a divine level reward sooner or later, and when that happens, Helian Huangxing cut him off coldly. Old schemer, if you want to see Zhang alive tomorrow, you'd better stay put in the courtyard. With those words, he vanished into thin air. Gong Yang Ryu gazed at the crimson pillar of light shooting into the sky, his eyes ablaze with fervor and greed. From Helian Huangxing's reaction, he had already confirmed his suspicion Xinghai and Xingyu would stop at nothing to obtain that little one. Meanwhile, within the Ziwei courtyard, Song Xiaohan stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the crimson light piercing the heavens. The familiar sight made his heart race. Wasn't this the same miraculous phenomenon he had witnessed not long ago? I actually drew a god-tier reward. His voice trembled with excitement, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. A divine skill? A divine artifact? Or a divine pet? He murmured to himself, his entire body quivering with anticipation. It has to be a divine pet. At my current level, I can't learn a divine skill or use a divine artifact. Only a divine pet can be contracted. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have drawn a god-tier reward. You've received 1,000,000 experience points. At that moment, Song Xiaohan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. What good is experience? I'm not even at my first class advancement yet, and my level is stuck at 10. He broke into anguished sobs. Among countless professionals, he was the first to draw a god-tier reward. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity might never come again. But just as he was on the verge of despair, the system notifications continued to chime. You've reached level 8. You've reached level 9. You've reached level 10. You've reached level 11. First class advancement complete. Current class, Shield Guardian of the Rocky Heights. A majestic phantom appeared behind Song Ziahanet was the celestial phenomenon associated with class advancement. The system notifications kept flashing, and his level soared higher and higher. Luo Ziwei and Murong Xuanxuan watched in stunned disbelief, while even Jang Yubai was momentarily at a loss. After carefully examining the information on the lottery wheels panel, he finally understood what seemed like an ordinary reward of 1 million experience points had the power to shatter the laws governing class advancements. It allowed someone to ascend without completing the advancement tasks. This was an earth-shattering revelation. Jiang Yubai stood frozen in place, his eyes glimmering with disbelief. 1 million experience points could actually break the rules and force a promotion. This discovery sent a cascade of questions flooding his mind. Could experience points at other levels have similar effects? Could 1 million gold coins hold other astonishing secrets? With these thoughts racing through his head, he silently disappeared into the depths of the living room. At that moment, brilliant starlight gathered in the air, forming a pathway, and Yue gracefully emerged from it. Her gaze first fell on the lottery wheel, and she was visibly stunned when she noticed the divine level reward. It was completely unexpected, as she had assumed the reward came from smashing a golden egg. Then, her attention was drawn to two shocking sights: the dissipating celestial phenomenon behind Song Xiaohan, and the radiant glow of his level up enveloping his entire body. That dazzling glow made Song Xiaohan look like a human-shaped sun, his figure bathed in milky white light interspersed with golden particles, blending with the crimson pillar of light. Yo Yue's eyes lit up sharply as she immediately recognized it as an experience point reward. But just how much experience could a divine level reward contain? As the one who spun the wheel, she couldn't see the exact numbers. Suddenly, a thought struck her like lightning, making her pupils contract as a look of incredulous astonishment spread across her face. That celestial phenomenon, could it be? No, that's impossible. Boom, boom, boom. A series of imposing figures descended upon the scene. Shan Wenrui, Yin Haiji, Shi Wanchuan, Dongfang Yingyu, and Lu Guanyu, 5 deans arrived just in time to witness the last traces of the celestial phenomenon fade away. It was the lottery wheel. That level up glow, it's so bright it's blinding me. That kid, his leveling speed has surpassed Zhang's. Did he get an experience reward? The 5 deans had varying reaction: shock, confusion, and even envy. Meanwhile, Song Xiaohan stood dumbfounded, staring at the notifications on his interface as his level climbed at an unbelievable pace. You have leveled up to level 45. You have leveled up to level 67. Not only him, but Luo Ziwei, Murong Xuanxuan, and Yue were also deeply stunned. In that instant, the value of the lottery wheel skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. Huh? Where's my dear brother? Shan Wenru's beautiful eyes searched the room, but found no trace of Jiang Yubai. While the 5 deans were delighted by the appearance of the divine level reward, Lu Guanyu noticed something unusual. Look at the vice governor, and his expression seem a bit off. That's not just ordinary surprise, it's extreme shock and disbelief, Shi Wanchuan remarked, shaking his head. Yin Haiji, with a cigarette in his mouth, seemed to be deep in thought, but his musings were abruptly interrupted by a sharp cry. What? Shan Wenru's eyes widened in shock, her face written with disbelief. A celestial phenomenon for a class change. That's impossible. Lu Guanyu and Shi Wanchuan exclaimed almost simultaneously. Dongfang Yingyu stood frozen, while Yin Haiji's gaze snapped at Song Xiaohan, his pupils contracting violently. At that moment, the system notification rang out. Second class change successful. Current class, Furious Sand Bastion. Song Xiaohan trembled all over, staring in disbelief at the slowly fading crimson pillar of light. I just leveled up to 100 and completed my second class advancement. System notifications kept chiming as Song Xiaohan's level skyrocketed. You've reached level 101, 102. Tears still streamed down his face, but he couldn't hold back his laughter. From crying tears of joy to laughing uncontrollably, his face flushed red, and he could barely catch his breath. The sheer thrill of leveling up without any class advancement quests was utterly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Jang Yubai's level up notifications were also going wild. You've reached level 288, 289. He was ecstatic but dared not laugh out loud, afraid someone might overhear. After all, the secret to his success winning against all odds was something he couldn't afford to reveal. Liang Tianxia stood beside Jiang Yubai, watching everything unfold with a puzzled expression. His dual-colored eyes of sun and moon flickered with shock and realization. Breaking the rules of class advancement? No wonder I can't freeload directly. At least I can still benefit indirectly. Jiang Yubai remained oblivious to the fact that someone nearby was silently observing him. Yu Yu's breathing quickened as she witnessed the scene. The experience points from the prize pool could actually override the laws of class advancement, allowing players to ascend directly. This discovery left her both astonished and terrified. If the three major official factions or the two sacred academies learned of this, they would undoubtedly covet Jang Yubai's secret. Worse still, if the interstellar races caught wind of it, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. The five deans stood frozen, their minds blank as they watched the celestial phenomenon of class advancement. They realized that Song Xiaohan had ascended without completing the required task, something unprecedented in history. Luo Ziwei and Murong Xuanxuan were equally stunned, their thoughts momentarily paralyzed. Helian Huangxing appeared beside Yu Yu, having been silently observing Gong Yang Ryu all along. Only after the crimson beam of light faded did he step forward. So the reward turned out to be experience points. It's hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse. Finally, the glow of level-ups began to fade. Song Xiaohan's level settled at 141, while Jang Yubai's level had soared to an astonishing 295. Jang Yubai stared at his attribute panel, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. His basic attribute strength, constitution, and intelligence had all reached a staggering 482,272 points. His health, defense, and energy values soared even higher at 4,822,720 points. His level had skyrocketed to LV 2950, 296,0000, just one step away from reaching level 300. A 9-turn invincible tier expert only has base attributes of around 100,000. Jang Yubai murmured to himself, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. But I'm about to break through the 500,000 threshold, almost catching up to Luo Qingxian's level. The thought of soon being able to unleash divine skills made the corners of Jang Yubai's mouth curl upward. Originally, he thought he'd have to wait until level 300 to activate the Phantom Thousand Forms skill, which would have required 3 to 5 days of waiting for the lottery wheel to align. To his surprise, he was already on the brink of level 301 today. Qin Xiaohan, my dear protege. Jang Yubai chuckled with unrestrained delight, already anticipating the surprises his 6th super divine skill might bring. Nearby, Liang Tianxia quietly stepped away, choosing not to question why Jang Yubai's level rose in tandem with Qin Xiaohan's. He understood well that everyone had their own secrets. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaohan stood in the core council chamber of the Starry Sky Academy, surrounded by 7 imposing figures. The principal, vice principal, and 5 deans fixed their stern gazes on him, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Helian Huangsheng had already learned from Yu Yu about Qin Xiaohan's consecutive job advancements. The feat of breaking the heavenly Tao rules in this era of universal job transitions left him deeply shaken. Even someone as powerful as Liang Tianxia, a deity-level expert in perfect mastery, couldn't achieve such a thing, but Jiang Yubai had. This is both an opportunity and a risk, Helian Huangxing thought to himself. The 2 great sacred academies and the 3 major official factions were clearly coveting Jiang Yubai's capabilities. Once the news spread, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to force the Starry Sky Academy to share Jiang Yubai's abilities. To address this, Helian Huangsheng acted swiftly, having Luo Ziwei, Murong Xuanxuan, Qin Xiaohan, the 5 deans, himself, and Yu Yu all sign confidentiality agreements. He knew that once Jiang Yubai set up his lottery wheel outside, someone would inevitably draw a divine-level reward, and by then, the secret would no longer be containable. This was also why he had denied the existence of divine rewards when facing Gong Yang Ryu. You've changed jobs? Helian Huangxing asked slowly. Twice in a row? Yes, principal, Qin Xiaohan replied respectfully. What's your current class? Yu Yu pressed, her expression grave. Sandstorm Bastion. Upon hearing this, Shi Wanchuan furrowed his brow slightly, while Yin Haiji's eyes lit up with excitement. As a profession combining warrior and defensive traits, the initial job transition for a rock shield warrior typically offered 2 branching tasks to choose from. The Sandstorm Bastion clearly leaned more toward the warrior attributes. The choice you make now will largely determine your future career path. The 7 individuals were still in awe, watching Song Xiaohan effortlessly complete 2 class advancements. From their initial professions, they had endured 9 perilous advancement quests, risking life and death to finally ascend to divinity. Yet, Song Xiaohan had achieved his promotion without encountering any obstacles. The stark contrast felt almost dreamlike. A crisp sound of footsteps broke their reverie as Jiang Yubai emerged from the living room. In an instant, the 7 figures surrounded him as if they had teleported. Governor, deans, you're standing a bit too close, Jiang Yubai said with a helpless smile. Yin Haiji and Shi Wanchuan, along with the other 3 deans, wisely stepped back 2 paces. Only Shan Wenrui clung stubbornly to Jiang Yubai's arm. Oh, little Bai, your dear sister just loves being close to you, she teased. Shan Wenrui, have some dignity as a dean. Yu Yu snapped, her expression darkening. Shan Wenrui leaned her head against Jiang Yubai's shoulder and shot a provocative glance at Yu Yu. Mind your own business, she retorted. But before she could finish her words, her expression suddenly shifted. Reluctantly, she let go of Jang Yubai, shuffled over to stand beside Dongfang Yu, and muttered, always meddling in everything. One day, we'll find an Annie to keep you in check. Meanwhile, in the Warriors Academy's dean's office, Liang Tianxia was stuffing bottles of wine into his backpack, a dark line appearing on his forehead as he overheard the commotion. Helian Huangxing issued a command. All right, you five, follow the instructions from me and the vice-governor and get to it immediately. As you've seen, if any student displays abilities like Song Xiaoan's, make sure they sign a confidentiality agreement on the spot. Lu Guanyu and Dongfang Yingyu were the first to leave. Shan Wenrui reluctantly waved goodbye to Jiang Yubai before departing with Luo Ziwei and Murong Xuanxuan. Do you two still have something to discuss? Helian Huangxing asked, turning to Yin Haiji and Shi Wanchuan, who hadn't moved. Both deans had their eyes fixed on Song Xiaohan. Governor, Song Xiaohan's initial profession was a basalt shield warrior. They'll take him to the defense academy right away, Shi Wanchuan said, seizing the opportunity. He's now a sandstorm bastion, and his future career path leans toward the warrior class. He should come with me, Yin Haiji countered calmly. It was only then that Song Xiaohan realized the dilemma he faced. Judging by Yin Haiji's demeanor, he was reluctant to join the Warriors Academy. The two deans continued their debate, each presenting strong arguments and refusing to back down. Finally, Helian Huangxing intervened to mediate. Song Xiaohan, your current profession does indeed lean more toward the warrior path. However, since both deans are eager to mentor you, I'll let you decide for yourself. Yin Haiji and Shi Wanchuan looked at Song Xiaohan expectantly. Everyone present understood that this choice could determine who might gain closer ties to Jang Yubai. If Helian Huangxing weren't there, the two might have already resorted to a physical showdown. Song Xiaohan hesitated for a moment before casting a pleading glance at Jang Yubai. Why are you looking at me? Just pick whoever you want, Jang Yubai said with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Song Xiaohan cautiously spoke. Could I join the Warriors Academy and still take Dean Shi as my mentor? Wow, trying to take advantage of both sides? You little rascal. You really are a born merchant, Jang Yubai said, unable to hold back his laughter. Helian Huangsheng raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze fleetingly sweeping over Jang Yubai. Almost simultaneously, the eyes of Yin Haiji and Shi Wanchuan also landed on Jang Yubai. The same question surfaced in all three of their minds. With Song Xiaohan's meager potential as a professional, he couldn't even meet the threshold to enter Shinkong Academy. Yet now, he dared to make such audacious claims about getting the best of both worlds. Without Jang Yubai backing him, where would he get such confidence? Song Xiaohan kept his gaze lowered, his heartbeat pounding like a drum, not daring to meet the eyes of the two deans. Swallowing hard, he recalled his father's words of wisdom. In business, you must hedge your bets and never put all your eggs in one basket. Although Yin Haiji's image in his mind had already crumbled, the Quangsha battle fortress was, after all, a warrior profession and inevitable path for him. If he could also study under Shi Wanchuan, he would have solid support in both major academies. Of course, his greatest backing was still Jang Yubai, but there was no need to trouble his godfather with minor matters that the two deans could resolve. Standing to the side, Yu Yue and Helian Huangxing watched the scene unfold with calm expressions, showing no intention of intervening. Yin Haiji and Shi Wanchuan exchanged troubled glances. After all, Shinkong Academy had never encountered such a precedent. Both instinctively looked to Helian Huangxing, their eyes silently asking, Headmaster, isn't this against the rules? Helian Huangxing idly fiddled with the chess piece on his chest, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Don't look at me. You figure it out yourselves. The two deans exchanged another glance, both reading resignation in the other's eyes. Shi Wanchuan sighed and was the first to speak. Fine, since the headmaster said so, I'll take you on as my personal student. Despite his words, the thought of sharing a student with Yin Haiji left him feeling slightly displeased. After all, his personal students were always the top-notch, SS-ranked defensive professionals. Yin Haiji took a sip of strong liquor and nodded as well. All right, but don't think you can slack off. The Warrior Academy's training regimen is non-negotiable. Hearing this, Song Xiaohan was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply. Thank you, deans. Thank you, headmaster. He knew full well that this exceptional treatment was entirely thanks to Jang Yubai. Neither dean was willing to offend Jang Yubai over such a trivial matter. Godfather, you're incredible, he rejoiced inwardly. Helian Huangxing turned to Yu Yue and said, let's go. We have matters to discuss. Yu Yue smiled and nodded politely at Jang Yubai before leaving with Helian Huangxing. After the two headmasters left, Shi Wanchuan patted Song Xiaohan on the shoulder. Kid, see you tomorrow morning at 6 at the Defense Academy's training grounds. Yin Haiji quickly followed up. And at 2 in the afternoon, at the Warrior Academy's arena. If you're 1 minute late, that's an extra hour of training. The smile on Song Xiaohan's face froze instantly. Jang Yubai couldn't help but chuckle, nudging his best friend with his elbow. So, how does it feel to hedge your bets? Song Xiaohan's face fell. Godfather, I think I might have dug my own grave. Jang Yubai burst into laughter at his response. On the god-tier secret realm's deadly island, a teleportation portal suddenly materialized in the void. From it emerged a woman draped in a robe adorned with mystical flowers, her lips vivid and her face powdered, stepping forward gracefully. The deputy head of Xingyu Academy, Li Zhaoli, has graced us with her presence. Truly, it brings unparalleled honor to our absolute death island. A sinister voice suddenly echoed through the air, followed by the appearance of a figure materializing from the void. The figure solidified into a tall, lean man wearing a golden mask. On either side of the mask were engraved the characters Absolute and Death, glinting coldly in the dim light. Li Zhaoli gazed at the newcomer with an expressionless face, her voice icy. Are you the one they call Golden Mask, one of the 3 island masters? Indeed, that would be me, Golden Mask replied with a slight nod. Li Zhaoli retrieved a blood-red token from her backpack and tossed it lightly toward Golden Mask. He caught it effortlessly, examined it for a moment, and then stowed it away, letting out a faint, meaningful chuckle. I didn't expect Deputy Headley to possess our Absolute Death Island's highest-level death token. So who's the target? A sharp glint of killing intent flashed in Li Zhaoli's eyes as her voice turned bone-chilling. A freshman at Shinkong Academy, Jang Yubai. Shinkong Academy? Golden Mask's tone carried a hint of hesitation. What's the matter? Li Zhaoli's gaze turned cold. Absolute Death Island claims to be the #1 assassin organization among the myriad races of the starry skies. With the highest-level death token in hand, are you refusing the task? Our Absolute Death Island fears no one, not even Shinkong Academy. Golden Mask rasped in a low, gravelly voice. It's just this particular task might be a bit troublesome. Good, Li Zhaoli said curtly. Within 3 days, I expect to hear news of that boy's death. Golden Mask slowly shook his head. I'm afraid that's a guarantee I cannot make. Li Zhaoli's brows furrowed. Shinkong Academy is protected by Liang Tianxia, the strongest human in existence, Golden Mask explained. At most, there's only one opportunity for a fatal strike. Success cannot be assured. After a few moments of silence, Li Zhaoli's dissatisfaction was evident. Absolute Death Island claims it can assassinate even those at the pinnacle of divine ranks. And now, you're telling me you can't handle a mere freshman? You jest, Deputy Headley, Golden Mask chuckled, his tone laced with amusement. We can indeed eliminate even the most powerful divine rank professionals, but that comes with a price. The Blood Death token is already the highest bounty. What more could you want? A dangerous glint flickered in Li Zhaoli's eyes. Rules are rules, but when the target is extraordinary, exceptions must be made, Golden Mask replied leisurely. Jang Yubai has Liang Tianxia backing him, and possibly even secret protection from Shinkong Academy. The risk is immense. So what's your price? 1 divine grade material, Golden Mask said, holding up 2 fingers, or 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment. Li Zhaoli's expression darkened, but soon she let out a cold smile. Fine deal. With a wave of her hand, a crystal core emitting an eerie blue glow floated in the air. An abyssal magic core. Is this sufficient? Golden Mask took the core, carefully sensing its energy before nodding in satisfaction. As expected of the deputy head of Xingyu Academy, your generosity is remarkable. Remember, 3 days, Li Zhaoli warned coldly. Fail, and the reputation of Absolute Death Island. Rest assured, Golden Mask interrupted, his voice turning chillingly sharp. We never fail. And remember, Li Zhaoli added as the teleportation portal behind her reappeared, the deputy head of Xingyu Academy was never here. With that, she stepped into the portal and vanished without a trace. Golden Mask stared at the abyssal magic core in his hand, lost in thought. For the deputy head of a sacred academy to go to such lengths to kill a mere freshman, who exactly is this Jang Yubai? Before the words had fully faded, his figure dissolved into mist, disappearing as though he had never been there. The heart of the Galaxy Eternal Tower's secret realm, headquarters of the Alliance of Job Transition Guilds. At the very top of this towering structure, an urgent meeting involving all high-ranking council members was underway. Inside the council chamber, Quinley Thomas, with his blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, sat composedly by the gilded conference table. His distinctive aquiline nose cast a shadow under the crystal chandelier's light. Councillor Zhu is dead, but his death must serve a purpose. His voice, cold and detached, echoed throughout the spacious chamber. The first councillor is right. Other council members chimed in. Councillor Zhu was at least a mid-tier god-level figure. The Stellar Academy must provide at least 5 lottery wheels as compensation. The sacrifice of the 11th councillor has already demonstrated our sincerity, but for the Academy to refuse to allocate any share sits outright disrespect for our Job Transition Guild Alliance. Fu Jiuxuan, seated at the head of the table, maintained a stern expression. His sharp gaze swept toward Quinley, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. Is Councillor Quinley blaming me for this? He asked coolly. Quinley Thomas tapped his long fingers on the table, his deep-set eyes narrowing slightly. You misunderstand, President, he replied, his tone carrying a faint hint of menace as he glanced around the room. The Council, however, must act responsibly on behalf of the millions of registered guilds in the Alliance. If the Stellar Academy only provides 1 or 2 lottery wheels, he deliberately drew out his words. How does the President plan to explain this to countless job seekers? The temperature in the chamber seemed to plummet. A few neutral counselors unconsciously leaned back in their chairs. Fu Jiuxuan, however, suddenly chuckled. He had anticipated his old rival would seize this opportunity to make trouble after all. Zhu Yao had been a key member of the Thomas faction. It seems Counselor Quinley has forgotten, Fu Jiuxuan said, his gaze like lightning as it locked onto Quinley. Who was it that insisted during the council meeting that I personally handle this matter? And now you want me to provide an explanation? The faces of the counselors aligned with the Thomas faction darkened. It was true that they had pressured the president to get involved, intending to undermine his authority. They hadn't expected the situation to backfire. The president misinterprets our intentions. The third counselor attempted to mediate. Let Counselor Quinley finish. Fu Jiuxuan interrupted, raising a hand with a subtle yet pointed smile. I'm quite curious to hear what brilliant insights the first counselor has to offer. A heavy silence fell over the chamber, the tension palpable. Quinley suddenly smiled, a venomous expression akin to a snake's. His bony fingers traced numbers in the air. 3 options. First, we station personnel at every teleportation channel. The moment Jang Yubai appears, we seal space and detain him. Before he could finish, Fu Jiuxuan let out a cold laugh, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Counselor Quinley, do you think the Stellar Academy would be foolish enough to let Jang Yubai wander into a teleportation channel unguarded? His gaze swept over the assembly. Though the Stellar Academy rarely shows its hand, if Jang Yubai is tasked with distributing the lottery wheels to the main cities, do you think they'd let him act alone? It's entirely possible that the strongest human fighter might personally escort him. Fu Jiuxuan narrowed his eyes slightly and continued. Moreover, they might not even use the teleportation channels. They could disguise themselves or have someone like Helian Huangsheng, a height-ear god-level powerhouse, secretly deliver them. Stationing people to ambush? Huh, you'd be lucky to catch even a shadow. For a brief moment, a shadow of anger flickered in Quinley Thomas's eyes, but he quickly regained his calm, composed demeanor. He slowly withdrew his fingers, his gaze calm as he looked at everyone in the conference hall. The second proposal, surely the President General would be interested in hearing it. Fu Jiuxuan sat upright in the main seat, his expression impassive as he gestured for him to continue. Kunli's lips curled into a cold smile. We ally with the Universal Bank, Star Universe Academy, and Star Sea Academy, directly pressuring Star Sky Academy. The 4 forces working together could force Star Sky Academy back to the negotiating table to demand a fair distribution of the lottery wheel. Would they dare refuse? A murmur rippled through the conference hall, with many council members showing glimmers of approval in their eyes. But Fu Jiuxuan merely shook his head slightly, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Counselor Kunli, are you suggesting the Job Change Guild Alliance should be the one to stick its neck out for this? His tone carried a trace of ridicule. Star Universe and Star Sea, having been excluded, harbor obvious resentment towards Star Sky Academy. Fu Jiuxuan placed his hands on the table and stood up, looking down at Kunli. Do you really think they would join us in pressuring Star Sky Academy for so-called fair distribution? They'd be more than happy to see us ruin our relationship with Star Sky Academy first, so they can reap the benefits. Kunli remained silent for a moment, a shadow passing through his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he began, then the third proposal. Enough. Fu Jiuxuan raised his hand abruptly, his voice cutting through the air like ice. The entire conference hall fell deathly silent. Counselor Kunli, Fu Jiuxuan's tone was cold and commanding. Your 3 proposals are either suicidal or make us pawns in someone else's game. Instead of wasting time here, why not think about? He paused. How to make Star Sky Academy willingly give us a few more lottery wheels. Kunli Thomas's expression darkened completely. He slowly stood, meeting Fu Jiuxuan's gaze. Then, President General, what brilliant solution do you propose? Fu Jiuxuan suddenly broke into a faint smile. It's simple. He gracefully sat back in his main seat, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. We do nothing. The conference hall erupted in astonishment. Is the President General joking? Kunli Thomas frowned deeply. I never joke. Fu Jiuxuan's expression gradually turned stern. Counselor Kunli, do you know why I specifically mentioned the red light pillar to Beijing when I left Star Sky Academy? His gaze swept over every council member like a hawk. Helian Huangsheng went so far as to use the star veil to obscure the celestial phenomenon. What does that imply? His voice was low and powerful. It implies that red light pillar is the harbinger of a divine level reward. The hall fell into dead silence, and the faces of the core council members changed drastically. A divine level reward. It was a strategic resource capable of altering humanity's standing among the myriad races of the starry cosmos. The importance of Jang Yubai has already exceeded your imagination, Fu Jiuxuan continued. Gong Yang Ryu was the first to step forward to support him. Star C and Star Universe were publicly excluded, yet dared not retaliate on the spot. Do you really think it's simply because they fear measure the world? Kunli Thomas's expression flickered with uncertainty. Then what is the President General suggesting? Wait and see. Fu Jiuxuan's voice was resolute. I deliberately leaked the news of the divine level reward to Bai Jin, knowing the Universal Bank would inevitably take action. Star Universe and Star C, the two great holy grounds, will not sit idly by after being excluded. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Let them be the ones to stick their necks out. If they manage to secure benefits from Star Sky Academy, we can simply enjoy the fruits of their labor. If they end up battered and bruised, his tone shifted. Then we will be the only official force maintaining a good relationship with Star Sky Academy. A spark of realization flickered in Kunli Thomas's eyes. Fu Jiuxuan nodded slightly. Exactly. Now, does anyone still question my decision? The conference hall remained utterly silent. Kunli Thomas slowly sat back down, showing, for the first time, a hint of respect toward his political rival. The President General is indeed farsighted. The Council has no objections. The Orion Nebula, Chaos Labyrinth, the headquarters of the Universal Bank Corporation. Above the dome, a radiant projection of the nebula slowly revolved, casting the circular conference room in a deep, starry glow. 16 directors, draped in silver-embroidered robes, sat around the expansive circular table, a heavy tension hanging in the air. At the head of the table sat Bai Jin, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping against the surface. The silver insignia on his chest glimmered faintly with his movements. Ladies and gentlemen, his deep voice broke the silence. Reliable intelligence suggests that Jang Yubai's prize wheel may contain a divine-level reward. He elaborated on the celestial phenomenon of the Crimson Pillar of Light, as revealed by Fu Jiuxuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in murmurs. The third director abruptly stood, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed greed. President Bai, is this information credible? If it's true, we must secure more allocations, the seventh director exclaimed, slamming the table in excitement. We cannot let the Job Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky mercenaries get ahead of us. Bai Jin raised a hand, signaling for calm. I've confirmed it with Li Zhaoli and Sang Fanji, he said slowly. The Crimson Pillar does indeed exist. Helian Huangxing even resorted to using the stellar veil to obscure the phenomenon. With a flick of his finger, a holographic projection appeared. This is the latest big data analysis, the probability of a divine-level reward in the prize wheel. 84.75. The figure caused everyone to hold their breath. 84.75%. The second director murmured. This is no longer just a possibility, it's a certainty. The discussion grew heated. The fifth director immediately proposed. We must ally with Xinghai, Xingyu, and the Job Guild Alliance to pressure the Starry Sky Academy into redistributing the allocations. Foolishness, the fourth director sneered. Fu Jiuxuan deliberately leaked this information to make us the scapegoat. The third director glared angrily. Then what do you suggest? Sit and wait. If the Job Guild Alliance and Starry Sky mercenaries secure 10 allocations while we only get 5, the gap will widen instantly. The eighth director suddenly leaned in, lowering his voice. What if we directly invite Jang Yubai to join the Universal Bank? This suggestion caused another stir. Bai Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head. Helian Huangxing has already made it clear Jang Yubai won't join any organization before graduation. The eighth director frowned in thought for a moment. Indeed, if I were him, I wouldn't allow Jang Yubai to join another organization either. The second director's eyes lit up. A prize will capable of yielding divine-level rewards. If our Universal Bank can secure Jang Yubai, we could gain an endless supply of divine resources. At that point, humanity would no longer be ruled by the 3 official powers, and the 3 holy academies would bow before us. The Universal Bank would become the sole supreme authority of humanity. This vision left everyone breathing heavily. Bai Jin remained silent for a long moment before letting out a cold laugh. Fu Jiuxuan. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. What a clever move, using a borrowed knife to kill. He leaked the Crimson Pillar to us on purpose, hoping to make the Universal Bank charge ahead while he reaps the rewards. He rose to his feet, his gaze as sharp as a blade. But the ones who are truly desperate are not Yuzits Xinghai and Xingyu. The 2 holy lands have been publicly sidelined, their reputations in tatters. They won't take this lying down. His eyes scanned each director present. So we wait. We wait for Xinghai and Xingyu to make the first move. We wait for them to clash with the Starry Sky Academy, weakening each other in the process. His finger tapped lightly, switching the projection to an image of Jang Yubai. And when that moment comes, it will be the perfect time for us to strike. In the meeting room, all the board members wore meaningful smiles, their eyes gleaming with a hunger for the throne of the greatest human faction. Gong Yang Ryu is clearly fear-mongering. Yu's clear voice echoed through the Starry Sky Sanctuary. They've only opened 2 extraterritorial battlefields so far. The Starry Sky mercenaries have 100 billion troops. There's no way the war could be that dire. He's just trying to secure more rewards from the lottery wheel for the mercenaries. Helian Huangxing let out a cold laugh, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. That old fox doesn't have much time left. He's eyeing more than just the lottery wheel. He also wants Jiang to take his place. Then why did you agree to let him meet Xiaobai? Yue asked, puzzled. Helian Huangxing's gaze grew profound, his tone carrying a hint of concern. The news about the lottery wheel offering divine-level rewards won't stay hidden for long. Relying solely on our Starry Sky Academy might not be enough to protect Jiang. He paused briefly before continuing. I can tell that Gong Yang Ryu genuinely wants Jiang to take over as the commander of the Starry Sky mercenaries. If Jiang agrees to lead them, with our academy and 100 billion troops backing him, anyone who dares to target him would have to think twice. Hearing this, Yue's expression turned grave, a flicker of cold resolve flashing in her eyes. The myriad races within the Tower of Heaven will inevitably be unsealed. If our human race continues to fight internally by then, it will only lead to destruction. Helian Huangxing cast his gaze beyond the hall, his tone heavy. Precisely because of this, Jiang's emergence has become the most critical, perhaps the only opportunity for the 3 official major powers and the 3 sacred academies. It's a chance to establish the greatest human faction and ascend to the highest throne of humanity. They won't let it slip away easily. How did it come to this? After a long silence, Yue asked, her eyes filled with confusion. Helian Huangxing suddenly grasped the 3 chess pieces hanging on his chest, opening his palm to stare at them. From the moment he awakened as a lottery master, he became the center of a storm that spans humanity and the myriad races of the starry sky. It's a fate he cannot avoid or escape. The scene transitions to the illusory light secret realm in the Andromeda Galaxy. The entire academy seemed to float above the endless sea of stars, countless celestial bodies swirling in the night sky, casting a soft and mysterious glow. Jang Yubai sat alone in a pavilion, surrounded by the radiant aura of a level upgrade. You've reached level 299, the system notification chimed. A satisfied smile spread across Jang Yubai's face. It seemed the strategy of having students from the 5 academies take turns drawing rewards had been very effective. He was just 2 levels away from obtaining his 7th super divine skill. Godfather. Song Xiaohan pushed open the courtyard door, followed by a stranger. I got the guild token. He ran to Jang Yubai and handed over the starlet token. After seeing the token activation prompt, Jang Yubai unhesitatingly entered the guild name into the interface that popped up. Level 1 Guild Lottery Club successfully created, the notification announced, and a faint blue holographic guild interface unfolded before him. In addition to standard features like the guild warehouse and channel, it included sections for member management, guild skills, missions, construction, and diplomacy. Jang Yubai immediately promoted Song Xiaohan to vice president and granted him the corresponding permissions. I'm a vice president now. Song Xiaohan grinned from ear to ear. After inviting Luo Zihue, Jang Yubai finally turned his attention to the stranger behind Song Xiaohan. And this is? Ying Yaozong stepped forward with steady strides, his long hair gently swaying in the breeze. A warm smile spread across his face as he cupped his hands in a polite gesture and said, Warrior Academy. Ying Yaozong. Greetings, Jiang Xueti. No, I mean President Jiang. Song Xiaohan immediately introduced him. Senior Ying was once the president of one of the 3 major guilds, the Angel Guild. After accepting my invitation, he voluntarily dissolved the Angel Guild. I've already promised to make him a core member. Jang Yubai waved his hand casually. The guild management is entirely up to you. You can make decisions on such matters yourself. Receiving this approval, Song Xiaohan nodded with delight and letting Yaozong out of the courtyard. Just as they stepped outside the gate, Ying Yaozong couldn't hold back and said, Song Xueti, I was hoping to chat with Jiang Xueti a bit more. Song Xiaohan's smile faded, and his tone turned cold. Senior Ying, you're being too hasty. I haven't formally invited you to join the guild yet. An awkward look flashed across Ying Yaozong's handsome face, and he quickly explained, the academy is abuzz with tales of Jiang Xueti's accomplishments. I got carried away in the moment and acted impulsively. I had no intention of taking advantage of you, Song Xueti. I hope you can forgive me. Song Xiaohan's expression softened once more, and he patted Ying Yaozong's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Senior Ying, as you heard, my godfather has entrusted me with full authority over guild matters, so rest assured, I understand what to do. Ying Yaozong responded immediately, catching on quickly. Ever since he learned that the prize wheel was set up by Jiang Yubai, he saw a golden opportunity. Some students had already won elite-level skill books, equipment, and pet eggs. This was his chance to soar to new heights. Working under Song Xiaohan didn't feel like a slight to his dignity in the least. Seeing how perceptive Ying Yaozong was, Song Xiaohan's smile deepened. Without hesitation, he officially brought Ying Yaozong into the guild and informed him, you are now our 2nd core member. The first is Luo Ziwei. That core membership had been granted by Jang Yubai in exchange for culinary delights. Ing Yaozong immediately accepted the invitation upon seeing the notification and skillfully opened the guild management interface. As he navigated through the menus, he began to speak confidently. Song Shuedi, the key to managing a guild lies in the incentive system. The guild warehouse is the cornerstone. Members check its status daily. A level 1 guild warehouse has 200 slots, and we need to allocate them wisely. Before he could finish, his voice abruptly stopped, and his eyes widened in shock. The 200 slots in the guild warehouse were already packed to the brim. At the top, 3 legendary-grade pieces of equipment stood out prominently. Below them were over 20 elite-level skill books, followed by various rare materials. The most astonishing sight was the bottom row, where over 50 glowing pet eggs were neatly arranged. Song Xiaohan, who initially felt a bit annoyed by Ing Yaozong's unsolicited advice given that he had gained substantial guild management knowledge from his father, was also taken aback when he saw Ing Yaozong suddenly freeze. Curious, he opened the guild warehouse himself. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he stared at the screen, filled with treasures. His eyes grew even wider than Ing Yaozong's. This. Ing Yaozong stared at the guild warehouse, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He knew that a level 1 guild warehouse could only hold 200 slots, yet it was now completely packed to the brim. Standing nearby, Song Xiaohan scanned the dozens of skill books, pet eggs, and pieces of equipment, his mouth agape, and unable to close for a long time. His gaze was particularly glued to the radiant glow of the 3 legendary pieces of equipment, unable to look away. As the former president of the Angel Guild, Ing Yaozong was acutely aware of the value of these items. Just those 3 legendary pieces alone were worth half a year's accumulation of his previous guild. With trembling fingers, he scrolled through the warehouse inventory and raised his eyes to Song Xiaohan with difficulty. Did the guild leader put all this in? Probably, Song Xiaohan replied, looking puzzled. But where did Godfather get so much stuff? Jang Yubai, watching the scene unfold, shook his head slightly. The lottery event involving thousands of students from the Shinkong Academy had yielded him a significant haul. He had casually picked out some of the non-legendary pet eggs, ordinary skill books, and equipment to place in the guild warehouse. When Song Xiaohan messaged him for clarification, Jang Yubai replied succinctly, "The mentor who knew I was starting a guild provided some support." "That's amazing. Godfather is truly Godfather," Song Xiaohan replied enthusiastically. "With all this, we can upgrade the guild within 3 days." Outside the gates of Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, Song Xiaohan, filled with ambition, turned to Ing Yaozong and declared, "Let's go. Tonight, we'll properly discuss the membership requirements. For ordinary members, the entry fee starts at 100 million gold coins." 100 million? Ing Yaozong exclaimed in shock. "And for elite members? Don't even think about it without at least 1 billion. Song Xiaohan added smugly, raising an eyebrow. Ing Yaozong shook his head repeatedly, thinking to himself that this was sheer madness. But Song Xiaohan patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You're lucky to be a core member for free. Count your blessings." Meanwhile, in the Tianqian courtyard, Luo Ziwei stared in astonishment at the guild warehouse. Murong Xuan, who was enjoying a hearty meal, noticed and asked, "Why are your eyes so wide? Is my eating that ungraceful?" "No," Luo Ziwei replied with a laugh. "Junior Zhang just started a guild called the Lottery Club and invited me to join." She turned to Murong Xuan with an eager expression. "Xuan, how about disbanding the Shinkong dance troupe and joining our guild instead?" Murong Xuan sat at the dining table, her slender fingers gently fiddling with the utensils. Her brows furrowed slightly, clearly lost in deep hesitation. She shook her head slowly, her voice carrying a hint of resolve. "No, if I disband the Starry Sky dance troupe, what will happen to Xiaoshi and the others? I can't do that." Luo Ziwei subtly shifted her seat closer, her bright, beautiful eyes fixed intently on Murong Xuan. "You're saying you don't want to try your luck with the lottery anymore?" The question seemed almost magical, as Murong Sungsen's chewing noticeably slowed. Seeing this, Luo Ziwei seized the moment. "You saw it with your own eyes. Junior Tsang drew a divine-level reward and had 2 successive promotions. When you're stuck at a bottleneck, don't you want a direct advancement?" Murong Xuan stopped chewing, her starry eyes lifting to meet Luo Ziwei's gaze. Her eyes betrayed a flicker of inner wavering. "Or are you saying you don't want to break the golden egg?" Luo Ziwei's tone turned playful, her eyes gleaming with a sly light. Suddenly, the food in Murong Sungsen's mouth seemed to lose all flavor. "I can share a secret with you," Luo Ziwei said, lowering her voice and leaning in conspiratorially. She enunciated each word carefully. "Dianin broke a golden egg and got a divine-level skill book." The revelation struck like a thunderclap. Murong Sungsen's starry eyes widened in shock as she stared at Luo Ziwei in disbelief. The latter smiled faintly and leaned back in her seat. "If you agree, I'll ask Junior Bai for his opinion." Murong Xuan mechanically resumed chewing, clearly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. "I have a hunch," Luo Ziwei said. her smile fading as her expression turned unusually solemn. Junior Bay's Lottery Club will someday become a legend among the myriad races of the starry skies, one of the most prestigious human forces. Xuan, you can't miss this opportunity. Ziwei, give me some time to think about it, Morong Xuan finally said after a long silence. All right, let me know your decision tomorrow. In the starry sea illusion of the Vega Galaxy, a magnificent starry river hung like a veil, with countless stars flowing through the void, weaving a dreamlike tapestry. This legendary divine-level secret realm was a space entirely composed of starlight. At its center, 7 stars moved along an intricate trajectory, forming a natural star force array. Within the Sea of Stars sacred hall on the main star of the starry sea, Sang Fanji sat at the head of the assembly, habitually rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. The familiar celestial compass that usually adorned his chest was noticeably absent. Seated on either side of the hall were 5 deans, their expressions heavy with tension. Sang Fanzi's face was clouded with gloom. Ever since returning to the academy, he had exhausted every method but still failed to restore Bo Fiang's skills. He suspected the issue was tied to the severed destiny mark on Bo Fiang's forehead, which rendered the Eye of Destiny unusable. Vice Dean, they'll say it again, Lu Qingcang declared boldly, sitting in the hall with an air of unrestrained arrogance. When you're wrong, you admit it. He suddenly stood, his tall frame like an unyielding spear, radiating a sharp, imposing aura. His piercing gaze locked onto Sang Fanzi's, utterly disregarding the latter's position as Vice Dean. As the #1 sacred ground of humanity, is our Starry Sea Academy really so concerned about saving face? Lu Qingcang scoffed, pointing toward the starry skies outside the hall. That crimson pillar of light was clearly the celestial phenomenon of a divine-level reward. Don't tell me you didn't notice, Vice Dean. He strode to the center of the hall, his voice booming. What's the big deal about going to their academy and apologizing? I, Lu Qingcang, will be the first to go. Let them punish me however they want. Lu Qingcang, one of the deans couldn't help but reprimand him. Watch your tone. Tone. Lu Qingcang turned to glare at the dean, his eyes sharp as blades. All I know is that a person should stand by reason. Since when did spying on other people's students become justifiable? He suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing toward Sang Fanji. Vice Dean, if someone dared to spy on Bo Feiyang like this, what would you do? Sang Fanji had been absent-mindedly rubbing his fingers, but his movements froze upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. Well, look at this now. Lu Qingcang sneered, leaning forward slightly. Jiang Xiaoyu clearly kicked Xinghai out because you and your disciple spied on him. He didn't lose his temper on the spot, and that was already showing respect. He crossed his arms, his words firm and resolute. In my opinion, we should immediately send someone to the Shinkong Academy to apologize and offer compensation. Otherwise, when the lottery wheel is officially distributed, Xinghai will regret it beyond measure. Enough, Sang Fanji slammed the table, the vibration causing the teacups to rattle. His gaze turned icy, his voice cold and piercing. Xinghai is the #1 holy ground among the human academies, and we have always been the ones sought out for guidance. The idea of me, the Vice Dean, bowing and apologizing to some wetbehinthier's boy? Impossible. The atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. Several deans unconsciously straightened their postures. Only Lu Qingcang stood tall like a spear, unfazed by the Vice Dean's fury. Heh. Lu Qingcang chuckled, taking 2 steps forward, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Vice Dean, don't be obstinate and short-sighted. The lottery will concern Xinghai's future. You must not act recklessly. How dare you? Sang Fanji's robes fluttered despite the still air, his expression stern. Lu Qingcang, do you really think I won't deal with you? If you dare say another word, they'll strip you of your position as dean. Furious, Lu Qingcang laughed instead, his presence erupting like a volcano. Vice Dean sang, you've become blinded by your reputation. You need to remember, you are the Vice Dean of Xinghai Academy. Sang Fanji's eyes gleamed with cold light, a sinister smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Since Dean Lu is so dissatisfied, as of today, you are relieved of your position as Dean of the Warrior Academy. Ha! Lu Qingcang burst into laughter, tearing the dean's insignia from his chest and hurling it to the ground with a heavy thud. He turned and strode toward the hall's door. Just before stepping out, he glanced back. Sang Fanji, you'll regret today's decision. The hall door slammed shut with a resounding echo, shaking the entire sacred chamber. Sang Fanzi's expression remained cold as he swept his gaze over the 4 remaining deans. The dean has already approved the revisions to the strongest academy competition rules. Now, let's discuss which secret realm to use for the elimination rounds. As the 4 deans began murmuring among themselves, Sang Fanzi's mind drifted to a message from Li Zhaoli. Vice Dean sang, I have ordered Qinxian to return from the outer battlefield to participate in this elimination round. If your Xinghai agrees to modify the elimination round rules, Our two academies can join forces to ensure Shinkong Academy is eliminated. Moreover, I've already sent people to intercept students heading to Shinkong Academy for independent exams. If Vice Dean Sang is also willing to act, I'm confident we can block over 80% of those students. What do you think? Sang Fanji was silent for a moment before replying with 2 words, agreed. The next day, Jang Yubai woke up from a deep sleep and immediately opened his profession attribute panel, his gaze landing on the level value LV301. He couldn't help but chuckle, leveling up to the 4th transfer after just a night's sleep? Is this what they call sleep toadvents? The data on the attribute panel was displayed clearly before him. Name, Jang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master Super Divine Class. Identity, Student of the Starry Sky Academy. Level, LV301578532000000. His basic attributes had reached an astonishing 490,000 points. Strength, 490,272. Constitution, 490,272. Intelligence, 490,272. His growth attributes were equally jaw-dropping. Health points, 4,902,720. Defense, 4,902,720. Energy, 4,902,720. Free attribute points, 119. Skill slots, 17. Almost at the 500,000 mark. I'll catch up to Luo Qingxian soon enough. Jiang Yubai's lips curved into a confident smile. The so-called strongest innate divine profession? It's nothing extraordinary after all. However, when his eyes shifted to the newly acquired 6th super divine skill, he froze in place. He rubbed his eyes hard and confirmed Aganit wasn't a lottery-related skill. The skill name was clearly displayed, Lottery Sovereign Active LV301. Effect 1. Lottery wheels can serve as teleportation portals. Instantly teleport between any lottery wheels at the cost of 10,000 energy points per use. Effect 2. Randomly deploy lottery wheels in sub-divine level dungeons or secret realms within human territories, consuming 100,000 energy points per use. Effect 3. Create a lottery blacklist. Those on the list will be unable to use any lottery machines. What the? Jiang Yubai leaned back in shock. The disappointment he had felt moments ago over the skill not being lottery-related instantly vanished. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he began analyzing the terrifying potential of this super divine skill. Starting with the first effect using lottery wheels as teleportation portals, this was practically a dream skill for any space-related profession. Jiang Yubai's eyes grew brighter. He recalled a certain innate divine professional from centuries ago, famed for spatial teleportation. That individual could cross half a galaxy in one move and infiltrate the heart of the Starry Sky Demon God clan 7 times. But even that legend ultimately paid with their life. Now, as long as a lottery wheel existed somewhere, Jiang Yubai could reach it instantly. At this moment, he could clearly sense every lottery wheel he had placed in the central plazas of the 5 academies. For context, even divine-level experts required significant time to traverse the stars, and ordinary people needed half a day to travel through teleportation channels from Blue Star to Starry Sky Academy. This skill completely shattered those limitations. Jiang Yubai could clearly sense the lottery wheel located in the City Lord's mansion of the Sky Burial City on Blue Star. With just the expenditure of 10,000 energy points, he could instantly teleport back to the mansion. However, he suppressed the urge. Someone's still using the lottery wheel right now. I'll greet Grandpa first and clear everyone out before proceeding, he thought with a faint smile. His mind was already buzzing with the countless possibilities this ability could bring, such as escaping from danger in an instant, though for now, the teleportation only worked on himself. What excited him even more was the second feature, the ability to randomly deploy the lottery wheel remotely. Jiang Yubai leapt out of bed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This meant he no longer needed to travel to various locations to place the wheels manually. He could now deploy them remotely. Although the coordinates were random, it spared him the hassle of traveling and, more importantly, avoided the risks of being ambushed while on the move. He had deliberately avoided setting specific allocation rules earlier, fearing someone might take advantage of his outings to harm him. Even though the odds of finding him were slim, the risk was always there. Now, he could complete all his tasks while staying safely at home. With a snap of his fingers, a lottery wheel materialized beside his bed. As he stared at the wheel, the scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. His consciousness seemed to ascend infinitely high, and his perspective shifted to that of a god overlooking the vast cosmos. Countless shimmering points of light unfolded before him, forming a breathtaking star map of secret realms. Each light represented a secret realm, varying in size and brightness, some as tiny as grains of rice, others as dazzling as stars. Thin, thread-like energy lines connected these lights, weaving a massive web that spanned the entire human territory. When Jiang Yubai tried to sense these lights, an overwhelming flood of information surged into his mind. Frog Realm, Novice Realm, Thunder Tower, 9 nether yellow springs. Immortal realm, 9 turns realm. Ordinary realms flickered faintly like fireflies, while god-level realms blazed like burning stars, radiating an awe-inspiring pressure. When he attempted to probe a god-level realm, a powerful repelling force pushed him back. It seems god-level realms are off-limits for now, Jang Yubai mused. Maybe I'll unlock them once my strength improves. Redirecting his focus to ordinary realms within the human territory, he willed his thoughts, and hundreds of suitable target points began to glow. Selecting one of the realms, Jang Yubai immediately deployed a lottery wheel. With the expenditure of 10,000 energy points, a tiny light appeared at the edge of the chosen realm, like a lamp he had lit on the star map. Perfect, he murmured. Now, let's test the teleportation. With a single thought, Jiang Yubai vanished from his room. In the next instant, he found himself beneath a dusky sky, standing beside the lottery wheel he had just deployed. In the distance, a few wandering monsters were faintly visible. It works, he exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. This meant that from now on, the secret realms across the entire human territory would become his personal playground. Whether for travel or escape, he could reach any location with just a thought. Incredible. Absolutely incredible, he muttered in awe. With that, Jiang Yubai's figure quietly disappeared once more. Jiang Yubai returned to Ziwei number 1 courtyard with a light and energetic stride, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. He couldn't wait to mentally calculate the potential of the newly acquired lottery mastery skill. The first 2 effects had already thrilled him, but it was the third effect, lottery blacklist, that truly set his heart racing. This is practically the ultimate defensive weapon, Jiang Yubai remarked with a faint smile, tapping the air with his finger. This feature meant he could directly revoke the lottery eligibility of any individual or faction. For those who schemed to exploit the lottery wheel for profit or attempted to monopolize it, this was nothing short of cutting them off at the root. Although he had already set 3 conditions and signed a contract, Jiang Yubai was well aware that it couldn't entirely prevent others from targeting the lottery wheel. Now, with this skill effect, he could precisely punish those with ulterior motives. Anyone who dares to mess with me. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. I'll blacklist them and permanently ban them from the lottery. Suddenly, Jiang Yubai seemed to remember something and quickly pulled up the notification logs. As expected, the moment he gained the skill, the system had automatically generated a blacklist. To his surprise, 3 names were already listed: Bo Feiyong, Li Zhaoli, and Sang Fanji. Looks like the lottery mastery skill holds grudges even better than I do. Jiang Yubai chuckled softly. This confirmed his suspicion the blacklist function could precisely target those harboring ill intentions toward him. An idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Yubai immediately contacted Song Xiaohan, proposing an addition to the guild management rules. Any member violating guild regulations would be added to the lottery blacklist. Perfect. Jiang Yubai snapped his fingers. Guild management just got a whole lot easier. Disobedient? Just revoke their lottery privileges. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Shi Yufan rushed to find Ying Yaozong at the Tianshu courtyard, looking utterly incredulous. Ying Yaozong, why did you disband the Angel Guild? Ying Yaozong, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, yawned sleepily. He had spent the entire previous night in a lengthy discussion with Song Xiaohan, deliberating over numerous details about the lottery club. From membership requirements and management rules to the 3-year development plan, nothing was left unexamined. Some of Song Xiaohan's audacious proposals, such as becoming the top guild in the 3 sacred academies within a year, ranking among the top human guilds within 2 years, and overtaking the Job Change Guild Alliance to become the leading human force within 3 years, left in Yaozong both respectful and skeptical. He couldn't help but wonder if Song Xiaohan was dreaming with his eyes open. You came here first thing in the morning just for this. Ying Yaozong rubbed his tired eyes and said, I agreed to that deal with Song Xiaohan, so I disbanded the Angel Guild. Shi Yufan's eyes widened in shock at his words. Suddenly, she reached out and pinched Ying Yaozong's cheek. Startled, Ying Yaozong recoiled 2 steps back as if he'd seen a venomous snake, clutching his face in alarm. What are you doing? I wanted to check if you're still the same Ying Yaozong I know, Shi Yufan replied, looking at him suspiciously. Shi Yufan frowned as he looked at Ying Yaozong, confusion written all over his face. That Junior Jiang hasn't even finalized his guild yet, and you're already in such a rush to disband the guild you've worked so hard to manage. You misunderstand me, Ying Yaozong replied calmly, his gaze steady. When the Angel Guild was first established, my father directly invested 10 billion gold coins. It wasn't really much of an effort on my part. Besides, guild leader Jiang has already founded a new guild, the Lucky Draw Club. Impossible. Shi Yufan rejected the idea outright. I will never disband the Golden Left Hand Guild. Lei Hongshuan's Thunder Flame Guild is already severely weakened, and now you've disbanded the Angel Guild. Golden Left Hand will soon become the top guild in the academy. Ying Yaozong shook his head lightly, a faint, meaningful smile playing on his lips. The top guild? With guild leader Jiang holding the lucky draw wheel, the Lucky Draw Club is destined to rise rapidly. Take my advice, disband golden left hand early and pay 1 billion gold coins to join us. 1 billion gold coins. Shi Yufan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Ing Yaozong explained with slight embarrassment. Our vice guild leader, Song, set that as the membership threshold just last night. Even regular members are required to pay 1 billion gold coins to join. Shi Yufan sneered. Pay 1 billion to join a guild? But be dumb enough to fall for that. I will never disband golden left hand. Disband it. A thunderous shout interrupted his words. Shi Wanshuan, after hearing his grandson's recount, immediately made a decision. Disband that golden left hand guild of yours right now and join Jiang's lucky draw club. Grandpa, are you still half asleep? Shi Yufan looked utterly bewildered. Clang. A hoe came down on his head. The usually kind Shi Wanshuan now wore a stern expression. No more nonsense. Disband the guild now. But Grandpa, I. Clang. The hoe struck again. Ouch. That hurts. Shi Yufan clutched his head. Are you trying to end the Shi family line? Clang. Shi Yufan scrambled away, clutching his head as he yelped in pain. Shi Wanshuan, his face dark with anger, chased after him, brandishing the hoe and shouting, What do you know? Jiang's potential is beyond your imagination. You've already missed the best timing once, and I won't allow you to miss this opportunity again. With his head throbbing and his grandfather uncharacteristically furious, Shi Yufan had no choice but to relent. But joining the guild costs 1 billion gold coins. I don't even have a million. They'll give it to you. Shi Wanshuan wasted no time, immediately transferring 1 billion gold coins. Disband your guild now and join Jiang's team. You're already a step behind Ing Yaozong, he said with regret. A single misstep leads to falling behind at every turn. You must act quickly and strive to become a core member. Shi Yufan stared at the sudden addition of 1 billion gold coins in his inventory, utterly stunned. He instinctively reached out to pinch Shi Wanshuan's face, trying to confirm if he was dreaming. Clang. The hoe came down again. You brat. Are you trying to hit your grandfather now? Shi Wanshuan scolded. Shi Yufan fled, clutching his head, his figure quickly vanishing into the distance. Ing Yaozong lay on the bed and let out a yawn. Staring at the ceiling, he couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled Song Xiaohan's ambitious 3-year plan from the night before. Becoming the most powerful faction of the human race within 3 years? Just the 1 billion gold coin membership fee alone would be enough to deter most people. As time went on, the situation at the 5 academies became increasingly clear. Students with financial means pulled strings to try their luck at lotteries and other academies, while those with tighter budgets still scraped together enough to gamble 20 times. However, the results were disheartening. The winning rate was less than 1%, and the phrase, "thank you for participating," had practically become synonymous with the spinning wheel. The students' enthusiasm gradually waned. After all, it was fine for the academy to reimburse them once or twice, but they couldn't keep footing the bill indefinitely. Ing Yaozong calculated to himself that no matter how obsessed students were with the lottery, it was unlikely anyone would throw down 1 billion gold coins for such slim odds. Moreover, students who could afford that amount in one go were as rare as phoenix feathers in the entire academy. Just as he was about to drift into sleep, a sudden notification flashed before his eyes. Ing Yaozong shot up from the bed, eyes wide. What the? Someone actually fell for it. Over an hour later, Shi Yufan stood anxiously outside the Tianxian Academy gates. He had just disbanded the Golden Left Hand Guild, a decision that left him heartbroken. But faced with his grandfather Shi Wanshuan's threatening hoe, he had no other choice. Even more unexpectedly, his usually stingy grandfather had readily transferred 1 billion gold coins. Although Shi Yufan had Song Xiaohan's contact information, he hesitated to reach out directly. After all, just yesterday, he had confidently assured Song Xiaohan that he would never disband the guild. Now, having caved under a few swings of a hoe, he couldn't bear to show his face. He held on to a sliver of hope, thinking he might negotiate a reduced membership fee through Ing Yaozong. With a creak, the academy gate opened, and Ing Yaozong leaned against the doorframe, eyeing him with a smirk. Well, if it isn't Shi the big spender. After a round of back-and-forth bargaining, Shi Yufan finally gritted his teeth and agreed to pay the full membership fee. Before leaving, he reminded Ing Yaozong to put in a good word for him with Song Xiaohan. But all he got in return was a stern warning that mentioning a fee reduction in front of Song Xiaohan would likely backfire. Little by, are you up yet? In the end, Shi Yufan resigned himself to his fate, accepting the exorbitant membership fee. Luo Ziwei stood gracefully outside the courtyard gate, dressed in a flowing purple tassel gown. Beside her was Murong Xuanxuan, wearing a stunning Galaxy Wings dance dress. After a night of contemplation, Luo Ziwei had decided to entrust the management of the Starry Sky dance troupe to Huang Shi, while she focused on the affairs of the lottery club. Her makeup was particularly exquisite today, further accentuating her breathtaking beauty. "Senior Ziwei, come on in," came Jang Yubai's voice from within the courtyard. The two women gently pushed open the gate and entered. They saw Jang Yubai standing by the pond, intently admiring the starry sky lotus blooming on the water's surface. He was dressed in a white robe adorned with golden starry patterns, his tall and elegant figure matched by his strikingly handsome features. Even Luo Ziwei and Murong Xuanxuan, who were accustomed to the exceptional talents of the human race, couldn't help but feel a flutter in their hearts. Jang Yubai turned around, his gaze falling on the food box in Luo Ziwei's hands. He smiled and said, "Looks like I'm in for a treat this morning. If Junior Jiang wants gourmet food, I can cook for you 3 times a day," Luo Ziwei replied with a soft smile. "Then I'll probably eat myself into poverty," Jiang Yubai teased. The three of them entered the dining room and took their seats. Luo Ziwei gently placed the food box on the table. With a graceful motion of her finger along the edge of the lid, the box unfolded layer by layer like a lotus flower, revealing 3 compartments of delicately prepared dishes. "This is Starry Tassel Kanji." Murong Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes widened slightly. In the first compartment was a bowl of seemingly ordinary white kanji, but its surface shimmered with specks of starlight, as if the night sky stars had been sprinkled into it. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating Jiang Yubai's spirit. Luo Ziwei covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Yes, it's made from starry rice grown in the Academy's back mountain, cooked with my specially crafted tassel dew. It can enhance one's intelligence attribute by 30 for an hour." With a slight tap of her finger, the starlight on the kanji's surface began to swirl. "And this is crystal lotus dumplings and morning dew essence." Before she could finish, Jiang Yubai had already picked up a spoonful of the starry tassel kanji, unable to resist. As the kanji touched his tongue, a cooling sensation surged to his mind, and the world seemed to become instantly clearer. His eyes filled with the brilliance of starlight. This taste. Jiang Yubai was at a loss for words to describe the wondrous feeling, as if he had just consumed the entire starry sky. "Your culinary skills truly live up to their reputation, senior. No wonder your dishes are one of the Academy's top 3 treasures." A faint blush spread across Luo Ziwei's cheeks. "You're too kind, Junior Jiang. Actually, Xuanxuan and I came here today because..." She paused for a moment. "Xuanxuan wishes to join our guild." Jiang Yubai set down his spoon, his expression understanding. "Senior Murong is willing to let go of the Starry Sky dance troupe? I've already entrusted it to Huang Shi." Murong Xuanxuan nodded, her starry eyes shimmering with hope. "Junior Jiang, guild leader may I?" She hurriedly added, "I'm a starry sky dancer. My 4 dances, Celestial Waltz, Galactic Echo, Nocturnal Solo, and Constellation Resonance, each have unique support and enhancement effects. If the guild leader needs me, I can perform every day." Her voice grew softer and softer, until it was barely audible. Jiang Yubai stared in astonishment at the blushing Murong Xuanxuan. "Guild leader, if you agree to let Xuanxuan join our guild," Luo Ziwei said with a playful smile, "I'll take care of all your meals from now on." Jiang Yubai's slender fingers lightly tapped the table as his gaze shifted back and forth between Luo Ziwei and Murong Xuanxuan, 2 stunning senior sisters. After a brief pause, the corners of his lips curved into a faint smile. Since both senior sisters are so gracious, it would be rude to decline. The Stardust Trinity, now with 2 of its famed members gathered in the lottery club, was indeed a rare privilege. Besides, if not for Luo Ziwei's mediation, it would have been nearly impossible for him to reach his current standing within the Academy, especially if it had been envoys from Star Sea or Starfield involved. At this moment, Jiang Yubai had no idea that Song Xiaohan had meticulously tailored the entry conditions for him. To Song Xiaohan, such trivial matters didn't warrant troubling his adoptive father. Seeing Jiang Yubai agree, the 2 women exchanged a glance and smiled, their eyes brimming with delight. Jiang Yubai immediately added Murong Xuanxuan to the guild, granting her elite member status. Given her reputation, her dances worth millions of gold coins, and her position as the second-ranked beauty of the Stardust Trinity, this honor was well-deserved. As for the higher rank of core member, that would depend on her future contributions. Murong Xuanxuan finally relaxed, the tension in her heart dissipating. Her starry eyes shimmered with a soft glow. "Thank you, President. Please allow me to perform a dance in your honor." "Please." Jiang Yubai gestured with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Gong Yang Ryu paced back and forth in the courtyard, restless and uneasy. "That old fox. Why hasn't he come to take me to see Jiang yet?" According to his subordinates, there was still no sign of the lottery wheel in the territory controlled by the Stardust mercenaries. With noon approaching, he grew increasingly anxious. After all, the sooner the wheel arrived, the sooner his soldiers could enhance their strength. Just then, a message popped up before him, causing him to halt in his tracks. Stroking his hat, he muttered to himself, "So Starsea and Starfield dare to poach talent within Stardust's domain? Are they trying to provoke a full-blown conflict? Interesting. Now let's see if you still refuse to take me to Jiang." Sure enough, within 3 minutes, Helian Huanqing appeared above the courtyard. "Old man, what's this about the life and death of our Stardust Academy?" he asked irritably, his hands clasped behind his back. "Take me to see Jiang first," Gong Yang Ryu replied with a smile, rising from his stone chair. "Once we meet, he'll tell you everything." "Such petty tricks." Helian Huanxing turned to leave, but seeing Gong Yang Ryu's calm expression, showing no intention of stopping him, he hesitated. After a few seconds of intense staring, he relented. Fine, they'll take you. But his tone shifted. If it turns out this isn't a serious matter, they'll have Jiang dock your share. No problem, Gong Yang Ryu agreed readily, his unusually quick compliance deepening the furrow in Helian Huanxing's brow. With Gong Yang Ryu's status, he wouldn't dare trifle with something of this magnitude. Could it really involve the other two major forces? Helian Huanxing wondered, before taking to the skies with Gong Yang Ryu, heading straight for Ziwei Courtyard No. 1. At the same time, above the City Lord's mansion in Blue Star Sky Burial City, Qi Yin stood respectfully beside a figure, bowing slightly as he pointed toward Jiang Tianhe, who stood outside the crowd. First counselor, that man is Jiang Tianhe. Kunli Thomas' blue eyes flickered with a trace of greed as he silently mused. If I could capture Jiang Tianhe, I could force Jang Yubai to submit. But he quickly suppressed the impulse. Not yet. I can't act rashly. Thomas withdrew his gaze, letting it fall on the prize wheel at the center of the crowd. Though his heart itched with excitement, he suppressed the urge to step forward and spin it himself. Instead, he turned to Qi Yin and issued a command. Keep a 24-hour watch on Jiang Tianhe. The moment he leaves Tianzong City, report to me immediately. Yes, sir. Qi Yin replied respectfully, bowing his head. At Ziwei Complex No. 1, after seeing off two women, Jang Yubai raised his hand and summoned a colorful prize machine out of thin air, placing it on an open spot by the pond. His gaze was drawn to the skull made of dark, shimmering runes on the machine. Under the sunlight, the runes writhed like living creatures, forming mysterious patterns across the surface of the skull. The bronze scales on this machine does the left tray of gold coins represent random rewards, while the right skull symbolizes the combo mode. Jiang Yubai murmured, staring at the machine's panel in thought. At noon today, on this Saturday, the combo mode will activate. In Haiji, that old gambling addict, will definitely show up with his so-called gambling god theories to bet his life. Could the price of the seventh strike in the combo really be a person's life? Just then, hearty laughter came from outside the courtyard. Ha ha ha, Jiang, my boy. I've brought Helian Fuchong to visit you. Gong Yang Ryu and Helian Huangxing entered the courtyard. The former's attention was immediately caught by the colorful prize machine. Helian Huangxing's face darkened as he silently cursed himself had forgotten to warn Jang Yubai not to summon prize machines other than the prize wheel within the courtyard. Before he could react, Gong Yang Ryu had already darted to the machine, his eyes lighting up at the information panel. When he noticed the words, Crimson God Level 0.5, the Starry Sea Angler trembled with excitement. By the gods of fishing, this thing can directly give God-level rewards. And the probability is 0.5. Suddenly, a clown's face appeared on the holographic screen. 7 eggs hang by fate. 1 strike decides all. He care to test your luck? Before Helian Huangsheng could stop him, Gong Yang Ryu had already pulled out some gold coins and grabbed the hammer to smash a golden egg. With a series of cracking sounds, golden fractures spread across the egg's surface. Orange light burst from the cracks, and the clown's eyes on the screen suddenly widened. You lucky devil. Better head to the temple and give thanks. Ha! Gong Yang Ryu burst into ecstatic laughter. Orange. A legendary reward. As the egg shattered, a system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have obtained a legendary defensive set Starry Sky, Sentinel Armor 1. Helian Huangxing's eyes widened in disbelief, his molars grinding in frustration. At that moment, a new notification appeared before Jiang Yubai. House Advantage passive triggered. Obtained a low-tier God-level defensive set, Celestial Starfall, Sacred Armor 1. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.